Chapter 1 Four-Eyed Beast. Li Tianyu, a junior at the Jingsheng Medical College, works at the Wu Wei Zhai private kitchen in Nanjiang City in order to work and study. Don't look at the Five Flavors Zhai called restaurant. Five Flavors Zhai is in the most prosperous section of Nanjiang City, is a 6-story building. The first floor is 1,000 square meters of the hall. The second floor to the 5th floor building has hundreds of private rooms. The 6th floor is the office area and the workers' dormitory. The chef's grandfather's grandfather used to be in the palace as a royal chef. The craft has been passed on to his hands. There are indeed masterpieces. The taste is really delicious. The only one thing that is not good is the price of food is too expensive, but the business is red hot. Now people really like to eat expensive. Love to go to the place where there are many people to eat. In order to earn money to pay for his next semester's tuition, Li Tianyu chooses to work here as a delivery boy, specializing in delivering food to 5 flavors. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon when there is not a lot of business, Li Tianyu and Wang Dandan have nothing to chat together. She is also a college student who came to work during the holidays. Wang Dandan still has a good feeling about the spirit of sunny and handsome Li Tianyu. Wang Dandan saw Li Tianyu wearing a piece of jade around his neck and said with a smile, "Gu, what era is this? You're a big old man wearing a piece of jade around your neck." Li Tianyu smiled and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This is our family's ancestral treasure, passed down to me I don't know how many generations. If this is lost, our Li family will be finished. True or false? Speak in true yes." Wang Dandan grabbed the piece of jade as soon as she could, and it felt exceptionally cool when she first entered her hand. Li Tianyu said, "I don't know what this is jade. Anyway, it looks very ordinary. I guess it's not worth a few dollars. That is, people stay to do a remembrance." 2 people are chatting hot. I do not know who shouted upstairs, "Open capital. Everyone come to the treasury to get your money." Li Tianyu was a bit short-handed lately, so he hurriedly ran to the finance office to collect his money, and when he got his paycheck, his brows furrowed as he asked Han Liping, who was in finance, "Sister Han, how come my paycheck this month is a lot less?" Han Liping was obese, and he was a relative of the boss's family of some sort, which is why he was able to occupy such an important job. "What's wrong?" Han Liping said unhappily. "I remember very clearly last month, I delivered 320 orders. Why are you giving me money based on 300 orders?" Li Tianyu asked suspiciously. The money manager said, "Called what rounding method? Your one can only be counted as 300 orders." Han Liping said, "Can you still count like that? How come there was no such rule before I came here? Then my big last month also ran 356 orders. Why don't you install 400 orders for me to count?" Li Tianyu asked angrily. "Don't you say this to me? It's all the list reported by Manager Qian. If something happens, you find him." "Next," Han Liping said impatiently. "Then I'll go and judge him now." Li Tianyu angrily took the payroll and ran to the general manager's office. Angrily walked to the door when he stopped. He thought before and after. Here although a little bit of pain, but the wage to give a lot of money. They are in a hurry to use the money, and other places are not as high as the wages here. What if you go right in and pick a fight with the experience? What if the money guy opens himself up? Li Tianyu now knows that the family is also very difficult. Do not want to ask for money with the family, or to endure himself again? The general manager of the 5 flavors of fasting called money in. Everyone called him Four-Eyed Beast. This old boy often bullied waiters and waitresses. Come to the 5 flavors of fasting part-time work. There is no one who has not been bullied by him. The men want to find a way to deduct your wages. Women want to find a way to take advantage of the situation. Inside the general manager's office, the Four-Eyed Beast was talking to a Zhang Yanli who was also a college student who came to work. The Four-Eyed Beast looked at Zhang Yanli and said, "Yanli, what's the matter with finding me?" Zhang Yanli coyly said, "Manager Qian, can you advance me an extra month's salary? I need to pay my mother's hospital bill." The Four-Eyed Beast stood up, walked over to Zhang Yanli, and said, "It's fine to the extent that it's fine, but it depends on how you behave." Zhang Yanli's character was very weak and said, "Manager, I don't understand what you mean." Realizing that the Four-Eyed Beast was looking at her with strange eyes and getting closer and closer to her, Zhang Yanli hurriedly said, "Manager, what do you want? Don't you understand what I want to do?" The Four-Eyed Beast said coldly, "Good boy, listen to Brother Qian. As long as you serve me well, I won't let you suffer in the future. If you don't listen, what about your mom's hospital bill?" The Four-Eyed Beast said with coaxing. The Four-Eyed Beast had captured the weak heart of the girl, Zhang Yanli, who still cared for her mother. The Four-Eyed Beast had already seen the panicked look in Zhang Yanli's eyes, and he thought that he had spoken into her heart. The Four-Eyed Beast said threateningly, "Don't you come out to work for money? Your mother is still waiting to pay for her hospital bill. If I expel you, how can you pay for your mother's hospital bill? And then you won't be able to go to college. You have to think for the greater good. If you serve Brother Qian well, I'll give you $1,000 raise next month." The Four-Eyed Beast said in a forceful and seductive manner. One look at the four-eyed beast is a veteran. This kind of underhanded things have not done less. Every word said in Zhang Yanli's vitals. Now she has no intention to resist. Tears burst out inside her eyes. By the four-eyed Thin forced to the corner of the wall. Li Tianyu, standing in the doorway, heard the conversation between the two. Has been furious. This grandson deliberately deducted his own wages, but also enticed Zhang Yanli, wanting to bully her. Usually in the five flavors, Wang Dandan and Zhang Yanli and his own relationship is the best. Before all heard that the four-eyed beast reasoned in his own hands to bully all kinds of female waitresses. Also heard that there was a waitress after he was forced pregnant. And finally this four-eyed beast does not care about anything, leading to the girl depressed suicide. I did not think that all these things are true. The four-eyed beast had already cornered Zhang Yanli, an endless bad smile on his face, when suddenly the office door was opened. Manager Qian, I heard that you're looking for me for something. Li Tianyu came in and said loudly. The four-eyed beast shivered in fear, having just forgotten to unlock the office door in his haste. The four eyes hastily stood up from Zhang Yanli's body, and looked back to see that it was actually the kid Li Tianyu. This bastard kid is the prick of the five flavors, and usually always contradicts himself. Today's payday was to intentionally fix this kid a little bit. Didn't expect to be badgered by this prick today. The four-eyed beast was almost spitting out blood from anger. Now it's too late to say anything. People have already come in. After all, it's not good to talk to a lot of people, and if it goes to the boss's place, he or she will be a pain in the ass. The four-eyed beast looked at Zhang Yanli fondly and said in a feigned manner, Yanli, you go back first. I'll think about what you just said to me. The four-eyed beast coldly said to Li Tianyu, what's wrong with you? Don't you know how to knock when you enter my office? How did you study at your university? Is there any quality of a college student left? Li Tianyu also said coldly, my quality is poor? I can't press on people even if my quality is poor. The four-eyed beast usually did not put on the heart of this kid. Today actually dared to clamor with himself. Said angrily, Li Tianyu, do you not want to do it? You dare to talk to me like this? I'm the general manager here. I can tell you to get lost with a word. Do you believe me? What's wrong with the general manager? Can a general manager just bully people? Can a general manager deliberately deduct my salary? Can a general manager take over a college girl's body at will? Do you have any conscience left? She's about the same age as your daughter, right? You are a beast. Li Tianyu said angrily. It hadn't been once or twice that the four-eyed beast dared this kind of thing, and all of Li Tianyu's emotions that had been pent up for a long time had all exploded out today. You little son of a... Any more nonsense and I'll blow your head off, the four-eyed beast said ferociously. The mouth grows on me. I can say whatever I like. You are a scum. Things had gotten so stagnant. Li Tianyu went out on a limb. Without waiting for Li Tianyu to speak again, the four-eyed beast, who was said to have no face at all, picked up the bottle of red wine on the desk with his back hand, and directly smashed it fiercely towards Li Tianyu's head. Snap! The red wine bottle could be stronger than an ordinary beer bottle, and it exploded directly on Li Tianyu's head, and blood flowed directly down. Li Tianyu instinctively covered his smashed head, but the blood was coming out so much that he could no longer control the amount of bleeding with his hands, and the four-eyed beast struck very hard this time. Li Tianyu immediately felt stars in front of his eyes. Blood flowed down his neck, and a lot of it flowed into the jade pendant that Li Tianyu was carrying, and in an instant, the wound on his head healed. Chapter 2 Visions. In a coma, Li Tianyu came to a space surrounded by darkness, and suddenly an old man with white hair appeared. Li Tianyu asked in surprise, who are you? I am the god of healing. Li Easy, you hold my treasure pill King Jade. You are my next generation heir. Now I will pass on to you all of my inheritance. You have to abide by the will of my divine healer. Li Easy, to hang a pot to help the world, practicing medicine in the world, healing the sick and saving the people. Immediately after that, countless information was forcibly inputted inside Li Tianyu's brain. There were Xianmen Dafa, martial arts techniques, Chinese medicine secrets, cultivation techniques, and a magical storage space, etc., etc. As this powerful information poured into the back of Li Tianyu's head, he felt that his memories instantly fused into one, so clear that it felt as if he was born with it. At this moment this jade felt like it melted, directly into Li Tianyu's body. An unknown airflow, fast every part of his body, whether it was muscles or bones were improved. After how long? Li Tianyu woke up drowsily. He opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He was inside the staff dormitory. Wang Dandan fell asleep on the bed. Li Tianyu thought back to the old man in the vision just now. Could he have been hit in the head by a red wine bottle? Li Tianyu installed the Xianmen DFA that he had just obtained and slowly adjusted his breath. Suddenly he felt that there was a warm current in his dantian that flowed through every acupoint on his body. He immediately felt refreshed and his head cleared up a lot. And that was when Li Tianyu was sure that the vision was real. This was the first style of the Xian Tian Gong technique, which made Li Tianyu feel full of power. feeling as if he was now alive with endless strength. Li Tianyu explored the storage space inside his body again and found that it was really big. It looked like it could be as big as a 1,000-square-meter warehouse. And there were so many glowing stones inside. Checking that all this was happening for real, Li Tianyu almost laughed out loud maniacally as he first pressed on Wang Dandan's Guanyuan acupoint location to make her sleep a little longer and deeper, then carried her to another bed, and began to concentrate on practicing Xian attack method on the bed himself. According to the memories inside the vision just now, the glowing stone is called Spirit Crystal. It can produce gas which is very helpful in cultivating Xian Tian technique. Li Tianyu first took out a piece and put it inside his palm. The speed of Yuan Qi operation increased dramatically. Feeling that the time was almost up, Li Tianyu stopped his cultivation and put the much shrunken spirit crystals one over inside the large storage space. After unlocking Wang Dandan's Guanyuan acupoint, Wang Dandan woke up at once and immediately jumped down from the bed and asked, "Why am I sleeping here? Didn't I come to take care of you?" Li Tianyu said, "Just now, after I woke up, I carried you directly to the bed." Wang Dandan asked with a puzzled expression, "You hugged me, would I not know? Am I that unconscious?" Li Tianyu laughed. "Maybe you purposely pretended to be asleep in order to just let me hug you." "No way. You didn't make a move on my old lady, did you?" Wang Dandan herself wondered. How could she sleep so much now? Li Tianyu hurriedly explained. "No, absolutely not. I just gently carried you to bed. I promise I didn't do anything." Wang Dandan gave Li Tianyu a blank look. "You're such a mallet. Doing nothing?" Li Tianyu was very helpless and was actually unintentionally molested by Wang Dandan. "How is your head? Quickly let me take a look." Wang Dandan was very worried as she pressed Li Tianyu to sit on the bed and peeled back her hair to check the wound. Looking at the head with no traces at all, Wang Dandan said in surprise, "You say it's strange or not? Originally the blood that flowed from your head was more than when I had my period, and then when the doctor examined it there was no wound at all. It's really strange." Li Tianyu sat on the bed. Wang Dandan stood right in front of him. Her vast chest was displayed in front of Li Tianyu's eyes with impunity. Just now when Wang Dandan slept, her clothes had not been buttoned up. It was really a white piece of white, and the headlights of this A8 were also too bright. How big can this model be? 35 or 36? Li Tianyu was researching about the headlights, which he had no basic knowledge at all, so it seems that he will have to look up more information in the future. Suddenly, Wang Dandan checked Li Tianyu's head again, and this time, the high beam of the A8 directly shook him. Li Tianyu felt as if something was going to flow down inside his nose and hurriedly closed his eyes not to think about the headlights. "Li Tianyu, did you hear me talking to you?" Wang Dandan suddenly felt that she was too close to Li Tianyu's face and hurriedly took a step back. "Ah, yes, I heard you. Or, you can say it again." Li Tianyu just now has been shaken by the headlights straight confused. The brain is thinking about the size of the problem. Wang Dandan in the end what said? Simply did not hear a sentence. "I'm asking you, how is the injury on your head?" Wang Dandan repeated what she had just said. "Okay, it's fine," Li Tianyu said. "Then why is there no wound on the head now when so much blood has obviously flowed out?" Wang Dandan pursued. "You might have seen it wrong. I'm so sturdy that I didn't bleed at all. What you saw should have been red wine spilled on me." Li Tianyu could only find an excuse to cover it up. He couldn't say to her that the blood was absorbed by the jade. Li Tianyu asked, "Why are you here?" Wang Dandan said without any good humor, "Why can't I be here? I'm here to take care of you." In fact, Wang Dandan loves Li Tianyu in her heart and has hinted at him many times, but unfortunately, this silly boy already has a girlfriend, so she can't accept Wang Dandan's show of love. "I didn't ask you about that. I said how did you know I was injured?" Li Tianyu asked in a hurry. "It was Zhang Yanli who found me in tears. Otherwise how would I have known about your head being opened by the four-eyed beast? That beast left after beating you. It was me and Yanli who sent you back together," Wang Dandan said angrily. Li Tianyu was touched. From the beginning of the coming 5 flavors, Wang Dandan was very good to himself. It is a bit of a pity that he already has a girlfriend. Thinking of that scum four-eyed beast, Li Tianyu now hate to beat him up. That a bottle of red wine a moment did not smash himself to death. If not with the blessing of the whole family treasure, he is still not necessarily Howit. The four-eyed beast is a brute. Bad things have been done to him. Must not let this kind of person go, but now is not the time. Tuition fees are the most difficult to pass through now. Go downstairs and continue working," Li Tianyu said. "Your injury is still not healed?" Wang Dandan asked with concern. Li Tianyu said, "It's okay, I'm all better. Now hurrying to earn the tuition is the main thing." Chapter 3 Coincidental Encounters. Li Tianyu rushed down the stairs. Did not expect to meet this four-eyed beast just in time. Li Tianyu did not say a word. Directly ran to the front desk. The four-eyed beast pushed his glasses and said flirtatiously, "Kid, I didn't expect you to have a pretty hard life. Coming to work so soon. Could it be that I was too light on my hands? Li Tianyu didn't even pick up the fight. The four-eyed beast looked at Li Tianyu and continued. Look at my memory. You're not only hardened in life, you're also short of money. If you don't come to work, you won't have the money to pay for tuition. Li Tianyu still ignored the four-eyed beast. The four-eyed beast looked at the young Li Tianyu. His body was better than his own, and his looks were more handsome than his own. He was really envious and jealous in his heart. See how I can fix you today. The four-eyed beast walked up to the front desk and asked, check for me. Where's the farthest takeout going right now? The receptionist said, the furthest list right now is Villa No. 1 at Dongting Lake, which can be more than 20 kilometers away from us. Give him the list and have Li Tianyu deliver it. The four-eyed beast pointed at Li Tianyu and said, no one is willing to deliver a list that is far away. The front desk attendant said in disbelief, but, this list is not the place where Li Tianyu is responsible. The four-eyed beast's eyes glared and said, are you the manager or am I the manager? Do whatever you're told to do and let Li Tianyu deliver it. The receptionist could only do as she was told. Knowing that the four-eyed beast was intentionally trying to screw Li Tianyu, the four-eyed beast said arrogantly to Li Tianyu, hard bones, now you know the gap between us. I'm the general manager. I'm the one who speaks here. I'll send you as far as I want. If you don't want to do it, get lost. Li Tianyu looked at the four-eyed beast coldly. His eyes made the four-eyed beast feel scared and inexplicably had a feeling of coldness in his back. He's just a stinking part-time worker. What am I afraid of him for? The four-eyed beast wanted to regain face and shouted loudly to the takeout manager. Su Ming, come over here for a moment. Su Ming farted over and asked with a cheap smile on his face. General manager, please instruct. The four-eyed beast pointed at Li Tianyu who was standing in the doorway and said, his electric bike is broken. Take it to check it out and let him deliver food by bike today. A distance of more than 20 kilometers. Let Li Tianyu ride a bicycle to deliver food. This is clearly trying to put people to death. Next to a few food delivery employees, their hearts feel very uncomfortable, but they do not dare to say, are afraid of this four-eyed beast to point the finger at themselves. Understood. I'll follow your instructions now. Su Ming was the four-eyed beast's lapdog. He would do whatever he was told to do. No different from a dog. The front desk attendant still wanted to help Li Tianyu, and said intolerantly, General Manager, this distance is really too far. If you ride a bicycle to deliver the food it will be delayed for a long time. At that time the food will be cold, and the customers will definitely be dissatisfied with the complaint. It doesn't matter, as long as it's a customer who complained, then deduct this kid's money. The four-eyed beast said without any reasoning at all. Li Tianyu beside the gas to explode their own small universe. Face suffocated, red hand back of the veins all rippled. Really want to go up directly waste this four-eyed beast, to their own head revenge. But Li Tianyu cannot do this. His mother in order to borrow tuition fees for himself. By many relatives looked down on the scene. All of a sudden appeared in his mind. As well as his own sister in order to let himself go to school. Chose to work to earn money. Li Tianyu just clenched his fists. Slowly loosened. In order to their own money for school. And now can only endure. The four-eyed beast had just looked at Li Tianyu's eyes with rage. And he was still scared for a moment. When he felt fear. But look at Li Tianyu no longer just a few moments ago scary eyes. And began to clamor, you little bastard. No, now heart is not happy? What did you do earlier? Endure it. Who let me be the manager? You are an errand boy. Deserve to be bullied by me? Have the patience to be the boss. You also bully me. Watching Li Tianyu obediently take the packing box out of the door of the 5 flavors of fasting. Four-eyed beast heart feel especially cool. But this is not his ultimate goal. He is trying to expel Li Tianyu. Let him directly disappear in the 5 flavors of fasting. Let the other people look at it. Messing with my money to come in is absolutely no good. There is a kind of killing a chicken to make an example of the monkey meaning. Li Tianyu rode as fast as he could, venting all the anger of his heart status just now on top of the bicycle, and constantly admonishing himself in his heart that he must become strong in the future, and be capable of punishing people like the four-eyed beasts, and must make sure that these beasts get their due punishment. Dongting Lakeside is basically out of the city, more than 20 kilometers away from the city, in the highest-end villa community inside Nanjiang City. If the previous Li Tianyu, riding a worn-out bicycle, not to mention being exhausted, not to mention the delay in the delivery time, if the customer a complaint, then the single will be ruined. Li Tianyu is not the same as he was before. Since the cultivation of Xin Tian Gongfu, his body is countless times more powerful than before. The biker riding out the feeling of a sports car. Many drivers on the road, big brothers, thought that their car broke down. With less than half an hour's time, Li Tianyu came to Dongting Lakeside Villa No. 1. This villa is really quite large. Said the villa is actually a small manor, 5-story high unique courtyard. Just look at the appearance of the decoration is particularly luxurious. Just as he entered the gate of the villa, he saw an old lady watering flowers inside the courtyard. Li Tianyu stood at the door and asked, hello granny, I'm from the 5 Flavors restaurant. may I ask if it's the meal you ordered? The old granny slowly turned around to look at Li Tianyu and said in an amiable manner, yes, it was the housekeeper who helped order it. Li Tianyu walked in and asked, Granny, what's the right place for me to put it for you? The grandmother said, come here, young man, the steward will be back in a moment. Li Tianyu said with difficulty, but I have to go back. The old granny smiled and said, young man, don't be in a hurry. Can you help Granny water the flowers? If I've delayed you, I'll pay you back. The grandmother directly gave Li Tianyu the watering can for the flowers, and he instinctively took it. Granny went on to say, there is an unexpected situation today. Xiao Zhang who cooks is sick. There are other nannies who went home on leave 2 days ago. The housekeeper went out to fetch the doctor to see me in a while, and looking at the time she should be back soon as well. The old grandmother especially liked to chat, just like her own grandmother used to, which reminded Li Tianyu of his own grandmother. Li Tianyu watered the flowers while chatting with the grandmother. Granny, where are you unwell? The realm of Chinese medicine lies in the 3 steps of smelling, asking, and cutting. Li Tianyu actually already basically knows what kind of disease the old granny is suffering from, but it's good to need her old man to say it himself. Granny slowly said, I'm old. The heart is always uncomfortable. Old age cannot afford major surgery. The country did not run a lot, but there is no one who can give me a cure, and now can only take medication and injections. With the age is getting older and older, the disease is getting more and more serious. Some time ago, Hua Yanshan from Rentong Tang came to see me. At that time it was a direct acupuncture, and I felt a little bit better. His acupuncture can only be a relief for my illness, but not a cure. When the grandmother said this, her face suddenly turned white and she was about to fall down with her hand covering her chest position. Chapter 4 Yuan Qi Acupuncture. Chapter 4 Yuan Qi Acupuncture. Li Tianyu caught the grandmother with one hand, and his hand went to his pulse, and sure enough, he had a sudden heart attack. The old granny's face was white without any red color. Beads of sweat came out on her forehead, shivering and trying to take medicine from inside her clothes. The expression on her face was getting more and more painful. Her condition was very serious. Li Tianyu didn't think about it so much. Saving lives was important. He directly shot out a box of silver needles from inside the storage space, which was also the treasure given by the old man at that time. Li Tianyu took out the silver needles and hurriedly performed the Xian Tian Gong technique. The Yuan Qi in his body appeared in his hands in a steady stream. He put 20 silver needles in his hands and quickly stabbed them into the grandmother's body. Immediately after that, Li Tianyu blew his Yuan Qi and gently pressed on the end of all the silver needles. A stream of Yuan Qi followed the silver needles directly into the inside of the grandmother's body. Li Tianyu fluctuated the end of each silver needle, after which something amazing happened. A slight tremor appeared at the end of each silver needle. After doing all the work, Li Tianyu sighed and came out, and faint beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he had obtained all the old man's inheritance, but this was after all the first time he gave acupuncture to someone, so it was more or less inevitable that he would be a little nervous. Suddenly, right behind Li Tianyu, someone angrily said, "What are you doing? Who are you?" Li Tianyu turned around and looked over. Behind him was a big and thick middle-aged man. Behind him followed by an hand holding a purse wearing a tang suit old man. I just saw that this old granny suddenly had a heart attack, so I helped her with acupuncture. Li Tianyu hurriedly explained. The 5 big butler, looking at Li Tianyu wearing clothes printed with Wu Wei Zhai, directly said angrily, "You're just an errand boy, and you can still know acupuncture? Just now the situation is urgent. I also have no way to do so." Li Tianyu still wanted to explain. Who would have thought that the 5 big and thick butler came up and pushed Li Tianyu to the side and said angrily, "If anything happens to the chairman of the board, I'll kill you, little brat." The 5 big butler hurriedly said to the old man behind him, "Mr. Hua, hurry over and remove the needles from the chairman's body." Li Tianyu had already recognized who this old man was. He was the old Mr. Hua Yanshan of the most famous Renton Hall in Nanjiang City. Li Tianyu was a student of the Jingsheng Medical College, and at that time, Hua Yanshan had also given them a Chinese medicine class, and he was the old titan of the Chinese medicine world. Hua Yanshan hurriedly took a few quick steps to the old lady's body, and just when he was about to pull out the needle, he suddenly realized that the end of the silver needle was still trembling, and his hand just kept stopping in midair, with a particularly shocked expression on his face. "Mr. Hua, pull it out quickly," the 5 big butler said anxiously. "Sorry, I can't pull out this silver needle," Hua Yanshan said as he withdrew his hand that had stopped in midair. The 5 big butler asked, "Mr. Hua, what's wrong?" Hua Yanshan said, "Our Chinese medicine acupuncture is a technique. The higher the super high acupuncture technique is more unique. If you do not know how to pull out needles indiscriminately, light cause the patient to bleed more than one, and heavy will lead to the patient's direct death." "Mr. Hua, do you mean that this needle technique is very powerful?" the 5 big and 3 thick butler asked. You can't use the word powerful to describe it anymore. If I'm not wrong, this should be the long-lost Yuan Qi needle technique, Hua Yangshan said firmly. Absolutely impossible. He's just an errand boy. It must have been haphazardly staked to the top. Mr. Hua, you can't be mistaken, the butler said. If it wasn't for the fact that Hua Yangshan was a titan of the Chinese medicine industry, this big and burly butler would have beaten up Li Tianyu, the errand boy. Just at this time, the grandmother opened her eyes and said gently, "Ah, Liang, don't say any more. I feel very comfortable in my body now, thanks to this young man, or else I, Dong Mingyu, would have explained this." Dong Mingyu is the founder of the Greer Air Conditioning, Teenagers Out to Work, is now the chairman of the Greer Group. The assets can have a few tens of billions, is the national rich list of the top 20 characters. Really coincidental. Today Li Tianyu actually saved her life. Butler Liang saw Dong Mingyu old lady's qi and blood special words. Talk is not the same as before. Heart feel especially strange. Usually the onset of the disease need to lie down for a long time to get better. I did not expect a few minutes today can get up and talk. The other old lady had spoken, so Butler Liang stood aside and did not speak. At this time, Li Tianyu came forward, and after stabilizing the trembling silver needle with his hand, he quickly pulled it out from the old lady's body. Hua Yangshan saw that Li Tianyu's technique was very subtle and couldn't help but ask, "This little friend, is that Yuan Qi needle you're performing?" Li Tianyu smiled and replied, "Mr. Hua has a good eye. It is indeed a Yuan Qi needle, carrying needles with the body's Yuan Qi, commonly known as Yuan Qi needles." Hua Yangshan was now in a particularly agitated mood, not realizing that this young man would actually know the long-lost Yuan Qi acupuncture, which was one of the strongest in the Chinese medicine world. Still feeling unsure in his heart, Butler Liang said to Hua Yangshan, "Mr. Hua, why don't you give our chairman another look? How is his condition?" Hua Yangshan also wanted to see how this Yuan Qi acupuncture was doing, and he hurriedly touched Dong Mingyu's pulse with his hand. And it didn't take long for him to have an extremely surprised expression on his face, as Butler Liang anxiously asked, "Mr. Hua, how is our chairman doing? Just a while ago, when I diagnosed Sister Dong's pulse, it was still that the qi and veins were not circulating. There were many places where the vein channels were blocked, and the blood circulation was not so smooth. Now it seems that everything is fine. It's really amazing. This kind of heart disease of Sister Dong can be said to be difficult to cure. And just now it was only acupuncture once, but it actually opened up all the vein channels, so it turns out that the Yuan Qi acupuncture method really lives up to its name." Butler Liang heard Hua Yangshan finished, then he put his heart inside his stomach. The chairman is not in trouble. He also followed the happy. Now look at Li Tianyu's eyes are different. Hua Yangshan asked Li Tianyu, "What is your name, little friend?" "My name is Li Tianyu," Li Tianyu replied. "Who did you learn this Yuan Qi needle technique from?" Hua Yangshan asked. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and said, "I once received a true transmission from an old man." "Dare I ask what the name of the famous master is?" Hua Yangshan asked. "This master said that it's not convenient to reveal his name to the public, and taught me that I should only heal the sick and save people," Li Tianyu said with embarrassment. Li Tianyu did not dare to say, "I had a dream after I was beaten myself, and after I woke up from the dream, I knew everything. Who could believe what I said? And I could only make up a reason to lie to them." Hua Yangshan knew that there were many people in the medical arts who were unwilling to divulge, as they all relied on their craft to eat a mouthful of rice, so he was too embarrassed to pursue the matter further, and opened his mouth to say, "Since we have little friendly here, I won't disturb here." Hua Yangshan still very much know the rules inside the Chinese medicine. As long as there is a healer to treat people, must take the initiative to avoid so as not to make people disgusted, directly excused away. After Butler Liang sent Hua Yangshan away, he came back and apologized to Li Tianyu. "Elder brother Li, just now there was recklessness. You are an adult. I'm here to make amends and apologize to you." Li Tianyu was very understandable. It was not easy for a butler to be so loyal, so he wouldn't really get angry with him. But Butler Liang's behavior made Li Tianyu very admirable, daring to say and do, and changing when he was wrong. Li Tianyu liked it. Dong Mingyu old lady stood up and skipped a few steps. "Feel walking are much lighter," said with a smile, "Young man, we are really very destiny. Today my old lady, thank you for saving your life." Li Tianyu hurriedly said, No, it's all a matter of hands. If you trust me, I'll come to give you acupuncture once a week, plus drink Chinese medicine every day. Within 2 months, I can cure the old granny's disease." "Seriously? You can cure my heart attack?" Chapter 5 Unreasonable. Dong Mingyu had not experienced anything in her life. Long ago there was nothing that could make her feel surprised. It was this heart disease of her own that had plagued her all her life. But when she heard Li Tianyu say that he could cure her, she was happier than if she had earned $100 million. Li Tianyu said indifferently, "Grandma Dong, there's no need to be so happy. your illness is no big deal with me, Dong Mingyu said happily. Really? If you can cure my heart disease, you are my Dong Mingyu's great benefactor. After saying this, Dong Mingyu signaled Butler Liang to get the check. Dong Mingyu signed her name on the check and handed it to Li Tianyu saying, young man, this check is your reward regarding me as an old lady. Write whatever you want about how much. Now it's Li Tianyu's turn to get excited. These are too exaggerated. Randomly written? How much? $10 million? $100 million? Can't even dream of earning money. Just a thought. But Li Tianyu controlled the greedy desire in his heart and said with a smile, Grandma Dong, I'm still a college student now, although I know a little bit of medicine, but it's also for the sake of the healer's benevolence. To save you is not for the sake of money. You give me the money for the meal on the line. What a good young man. He doesn't mess up his mind even in the face of great wealth. Good job. I, Dong Mingyu, have not been able to have a grandson in my life. Young man, would you like to be a god grandson to me? Dong Mingyu? Dong Mingyu had smiled inside his eyes when he saw the tall and handsome Li Tianyu. Butler Liang was very surprised. He didn't expect that the chairman could take the initiative to let a young man to be his grandson. Knowing that Mrs. Dong's current status and funds, to find someone to be her grandson, from here can go around the world several times. Grandma, let me kowtow to you. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he directly kowtowed 3 times to Dong Mingyu. Li Tianyu saw that Dong Mingyu was very nice and as kind as his own grandmother, so he was willing to recognize this god grandmother. Butler Liang had a feeling in his heart. Li Tianyu was a smart child. With Dong Mingyu as his god grandmother, it could be said that he could walk horizontally in the whole of Huaxia. Dong Mingyu hurriedly helped Li Tianyu up, smiling so much that his mouth couldn't close, saying, it's a pity that I, Dong Mingyu, only have one granddaughter. I didn't expect that I would have such an excellent god grandson in my lifetime. Now it seems that I have no regrets in dying. You can't say that, Grandma. As long as I'm around I can make you live a long life. After Li Tianyu said this, tears surrounded his eyes, a bit thinking about his prematurely deceased grandmother. It was already all in the past. Now that Li Tianyu had a medical inheritance, it would be difficult for Dong Mingyu to die. Good boy. What a good boy. Come, do Grandma here. Dong Mingyu pulled Li Tianyu's hand and said, are you working and studying now? Li Tianyu replied, yes, my father and grandparents left early. There is still my mother and sister at home. They are not easy to live, so I thought of coming out to work to earn some money for tuition, so that I can also share a little bit for the side of the family. So, what an understanding child. Eldest grandson, tell Grandma what dreams you have. Dong Mingyu asked. Li Tianyu said helplessly, dreams and reality are not the same. In the past I thought about being a good doctor, curing the sick and saving the people, but life defeated me. When I was delivering takeaways I thought about being a boss or something in the future, but now my dream is to beat up the four-eyed beast. Who is the four-eyed beast? Dong Mingyu asked in disbelief. Ah, the four-eyed beast is the general manager of our hotel, often bullying us waiters and hogging a lot of waiters. He does bad things that lose his conscience. He is a beast, Li Tianyu said angrily. Like this? Dong Mingyu thought for a moment. Li Tianyu suddenly stood up and said, Grandma, I have to go back now. If I time out that four-eyed beast still points to find me in trouble. That's good. Next time we'll have a good chat between the two of us as mothers. Grandma will go and fetch you a meeting gift. I can't let you call me Grandma for nothing, Dong Mingyu said. Grandma, how old am I to need gifts? You hurry back to rest. Pay more attention to rest. Li Tianyu wrote down a prescription for Chinese medicine and gave it to Butler Liang, telling him to make sure he watched Dong Mingyu drink the medicine on time, then rode his sports car back to Wu Weizhai again. Li Tianyu just returned to the 5 flavors, heard Wang Dandan and a table of guests argued. After seeing Li Tianyu, a hand pulled him over, saw the opposite side of a person are drinking a lot of wine. Wang Dandan pointing to Li Tianyu said, Chow, you take a good look. This is my boyfriend. The man called Chow had a very long scar on his head. It must have been from everyone being cut up before, so looking at Chow like that was kind of mean. Chow stood up and glanced at Li Tianyu and said with a mouthful of alcohol, Kid, are you this waitress's boyfriend? Yes, I'm her boyfriend. What's wrong? Li Tianyu said. This kind of scene did not happen too often. Wang Dandan is the famous school flower of Nanjiang Business School. Come to work in the 5 flavors of the fast food always attracted a lot of men to pursue. Every time to pull Li Tianyu posing as their boyfriend. Most people know that she has a boyfriend and then voluntarily give up. But today it seems a bit of a surprise that the man with the scar on his head has no intention of giving up. I say, what era is now? You still have what cannot think. Chick, you look so beautiful. Yourself as a waiter, but also have to find a waiter as a boyfriend. You two do not point poor for life? Chow said. The few people who came with Chow laughed out loud, and the little brother under his hand said, You really can't think of anything else. You're at such a good age now. Hurry up and get together with me, Chow, and I'll make sure that you'll enjoy all the glory and wealth. Wang Dandan smiled and said, I'm a one-brained person. I've liked him all my life. Don't be angry. Brother Chow, old sister will fill up the wine for you. Wang Dandan was just about to pick up the bottle when suddenly Chow grabbed her hand and said, Chick, do you see that I have a scar on my head and am not as handsome as this kid? How can that be? You're handsome too. Chow. Wang Dandan usually very hate drinking and playing a roadman, but in order to work there is no way. Can only be hard with a smile. The supervisor of the lobby manager Su Ming saw this side of the trouble immediately left, very afraid of things implicated in him. Since you have said so, today brother I will give you two choices. First, you dump this kid and go with brother. Second, I will also open a scar as big as mine on his head. I will see if you still follow him in the future. Chow said fiercely. Li Tianyu's brows furrowed after hearing this, thinking in his heart that people are sick nowadays. Do you have any sense at all? You are ugly and you want to make others ugly? Chapter 6 You're fired. Wang Dandan's face also boarded up and said, Chow, this is meaningless. My liking him has nothing to do with whether he has scars or not. Even if he has 100 scars on his head, I still like him. Good point. I'll put 100 scars on his head today and I'll see if you still like him. Chow said grimly. After saying that, he directly picked up an empty wine bottle from the table and walked towards Li Tianyu. Chow, it looks like you're playing for real? Li Tianyu said coldly. Li Tianyu was now based on the principle of not causing trouble, and likewise was not afraid of trouble himself. Playing for real? You think I'm practicing with you? Chow picked up a bottle of wine and smashed it towards Li Tianyu's head. Li Tianyu flicked a sidestep just in time to avoid Chow's bottle of wine. Wang Dandan hurriedly blocked in front of Li Tianyu and shouted, What are you doing? Do it again and I'll call the police. Chow went forward and pushed Wang Dandan away, turned his head to his minions and said, Come over and grab this kid. I have to open his head today. The minions next to him rushed over and surrounded Li Tianyu in the center, and Wang Dandan blocked in front of Li Tianyu again. Li Tianyu said indifferently, Women stay out of men's business. Step aside. After saying that, he pushed away Wang Dandan who was blocking in front of him. But Wang Dandan wanted to say something else. Li Tianyu gave her look and said, Leave it to me. I'll clean up these little rascals. Since Chow had taken the initiative to pick a fight, there was no need to hold back when it was already too much to bear. Catch him for me. I have to get him today. After Chow shouted, 4 or 5 small and large hooligans rushed towards Li Tianyu at the same time. A lot of people in the hall who are eating look at this person called Chow is going to come for real. Very afraid of all being hurt. The meal is not eaten. Are standing on the side to watch the fun. Seeing the punks rushing over, Li Tianyu didn't need to be polite with them anymore. Directly running the first style of Xin Tiangong Fa, throwing punches at a surprisingly fast speed, sending one of them flying with a single punch, making a mess inside the hall. Chow, who was holding a beer bottle in his hand, was dumbfounded, seeing this kid in front of him casually throw a few punches, and all of his own minions flew out. Without waiting for this douchebag to figure it out, Li Tianyu stepped forward with a mouthful, directly knocked to the ground, picked up the beer bottle in his hand, gently tapped his head, and coldly asked, Whose head were you going to open just now? Chow was fully sober by this time, and hurriedly called out for help. Boss, save me. There was another person sitting at the same table as Chow for dinner who hadn't moved. This man had a fierce look and a shaved head, and finished his glass of wine and said, This group of losers, they can't even beat a student. Boss, save me. Chow is the small leader within this area of punks. The reason why he can have this status, or rely on him, the boss bald man. The bald man said, Kid, I don't want to make too much of a mess. Now I'll give you a chance. You kowtow to me right now to make amends and apologize, and I'll let you go. Li Tianyu said contemptuously, Since you have said it, I can't afford not to do so. Just follow what you just said. Kowtow and apologize, and I'll release the give. Kid, are you tired of living? Thinking that you're great because you know 2 or 3 three-legged kung fu? I'll show you what real kung fu is. After the bald man finished speaking, he directly rose up from the ground. His toes gently tapped the corner of the table, followed by a cartwheel flip, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, he directly performed a 360-degree roundhouse kick, heading straight for Li Tianyu's head. I have to say that this bald man still has 2 tricks up his sleeve, giving Wang Dandan so much fright that he covered his mouth directly with his hand, and his heart almost collapsed out from inside his throat. Flowery fist. Li Tianyu did not care at all. Just when the bald man's foot is still 5 centimeters away from Li Tianyu's head, Li Tianyu kicked the bald man's chest, thumping directly flew out, crawling on the ground directly cannot get up. Li Tianyu didn't even look at the bald man, lowered his head and said to Chow at his feet, I'll return the words you gave me. I don't want to repeat what I just said for a second time. Choose one of the 2 choices yourself. Chow was really stunned. His boss was usually very powerful. He used to be the one to kick others out. Today he was actually kicked out by this kid. I choose the first one. I kowtow and apologize. You are a big man. It's my fault. Let us go. Chow had to be said to have two skills. This head kowtow was bam bam bam. Li Tianyu walked over to the bald man and asked, "What do you choose?" "My senior brother is the president of the Mingwei Fist Gym, and I'm also a member of the Mingwei Fist Gym." "You kid, wait for me," the bald man said coldly. "Where's all the nonsense? Just tell me to pick the first one." Li Tianyu said, "If you touch me, I..." The bald man still wanted to threaten Li Tianyu, but the bottle was already raised. "I'll take my pick. I'll take the first one too." In the end, the bald man also chose to kowtow and apologize. Li Tianyu coldly said, "In the future, if you guys dare to come here to cause trouble, I will beat you once I see you. Get lost." After hearing Li Tianyu's words, the few of them seemed to be liberated as if they were liberated and hurriedly lifted their legs to run out of the 5 flavors. Wang Dandan excitedly ran towards Li Tianyu and hugged him as soon as she could, saying happily, "I didn't expect you to be so good. It's so cool. Why were you so good just now?" "Great, it's that they're too good." Li Tianyu did not dwell on this topic, but he just felt Wang Dandan's body soft and comfortable. Did excitement come so easily? "Li Tianyu, look at what you've done. Now the guests are scared away by you, and you're fighting with the guests. The guests are God, don't you know?" The four-eyed beast came towards Li Tianyu aggressively from behind. Su Ming had just gone to tell the four-eyed beast that Li Tianyu had fought with a guest, and at that time, the four-eyed beast was quite happy that this kid deserved to be cleaned up, and then found an excuse to just fire him. When the four-eyed beast came down, Li Tianyu actually did nothing, broke a lot of things, not to mention that there are guests who directly left the money to pay for themselves. "General manager, just now," Wang Dandan tried to explain to the four-eyed beast, but was directly interrupted. "Say nothing. You are dismissed," the four-eyed beast said coldly. Li Tianyu said angrily, "As a general manager, you should at least ask what happened, right? Just now, I belong to self-defense. If I didn't fight back, I would have been killed by them," the four-eyed beast said coldly. "I'm the general manager or you're the general manager. I don't care what your reason is. Fighting with a guest is just wrong. You're fired." Chapter 7 Sold. Li Tianyu was really angry this time. He had endured long enough for so long, in order to earn money for the next semester's tuition. In the end, he was still expelled. This kind of result completely enraged Li Tianyu. Now the four-eyed beast still thought that Li Tianyu was still the same as before, and did not care at all to defy him. Still very arrogantly shouted, "Today I just want to expel you. The heavenly king came not. Tomorrow I will still give you guys to learn." Before the four-eyed beast could finish his sentence, an incomparably huge pain came from his face, and it seemed like something was flowing down the inside of his nose. Li Tianyu knocked the four-eyed beast to the ground with a direct punch and stomped on his body. "This one, for all the employees you've bullied into stepping on it. This one, for all the girls you've insulted. This kick, for stepping on my paycheck when you docked it for no reason." Li Tianyu put so many days since. All the grievances are vented out. Of course, he did not use his own yuan qi. All rely on their own whole body strength and then power. Otherwise a foot can step on him several ribs. All of the employees present had been bullied by the four-eyed beast. They were screaming in their hearts, and no one came forward to dissuade them. Su Ming was beside him and wanted to go up and pull Li Tianyu away, but he was afraid that he would be punched as well, so he could only shout, "Li Tianyu, stop it quickly. You dare to hit the general manager as well." Li Tianyu just glanced back at Su Ming, and the boy ran away in a puff of smoke. As Li Tianyu was stepping over the edge, someone suddenly shouted from behind, "What are you doing? Stop it." Once Li Tianyu saw that it was his boss Zhang Yukai, he had no choice but to slowly withdraw his foot from stepping on the four-eyed beast. "Boss, quickly save me." The four-eyed beast saw that the boss had come to be on his own, and hurriedly climbed up and cried and shouted, "Boss, you can finally come. This kid wants to rebel. He just fought with the guests. I kindly persuade him not to listen. In turn, also hit me, so I fired him. Boss, you can give me a judgment. I can be all for the sake of our hotel good." The four-eyed beast cried and said. Li Tianyu looked at the four-eyed beast. This kid reacted quite quickly and could still make up nonsense. "Boss, it was actually, just now." Li Tianyu still wanted to explain. Zhang Yukai raised his hand and said, "I don't want to hear so much. Go explain with the police. A very important person is coming in a while." Zhang Yukai shouted to Su Ming, "Hurry up and call the police. Now really dare to do anything. Actually dare to hit the manager. Simply lawless." Feeling like he could show off in front of his boss, Su Ming hurriedly took out his cell phone. 110? This is the 5 Flavors restaurant. Someone is openly striking out and beating people here. Four-eyed beast now came to the bottom of the air. His own boss, and who he is still afraid of, hurriedly climbed up from the ground, pointing at Li Tianyu's nose, cursed, "You dare to die, bastard. Now I see you still dare to be arrogant. A moment of the police came to see how to pack you." Just at this time, A strong voice in the middle of the air rang out. I want to see who dares to touch my grandson. The four-eyed beast was now upset in his heart, and looking back, there was an old woman standing at the door, and he opened his mouth and cursed. Where did a little old woman come from? Get out of the way. Just after these words, Zhang Yukai went up and slapped him in the face, angrily cursing. How dare you anyone? This is old Mrs. Dong. The four-eyed beast does not recognize this little old lady, but Zhang Yukai dare not recognize. This old lady is the originator of the air conditioning session. Most of the air conditioners in the whole of Huaxia are from her hand. Moreover, today he came himself just to receive a call from the old lady, telling him that he had something to come and talk about. And he usually saw this old lady on the news, and it was all an honor to meet and chat with me in person today. Zhang Yukai hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face and said enthusiastically, Big Sister Dong, please hurry inside. Seeing Dong Mingyu appear, Li Tianyu hurriedly walked over and said, Grandma, why did you come over? Seeing Butler Liang behind Dong Mingyu, he nodded his head as a greeting. Dong Mingyu pulled Li Tianyu's hand and said, If I didn't come today, my grandson would have been taken inside the police station. As soon as Dong Mingyu finished speaking, Zhang Youcai's face turned green. Who would have thought that a fast food delivery boy could actually have such a powerful grandmother? Everyone else was also confused 13 and looked at Li Tianyu in surprise. Zhang Yukai in the catering industry is also to fight for decades. The ability to adapt is still there. Want to understand the relationship between the stakes, said with a smile on his face? No matter, there is absolutely a misunderstanding. We are all family. Money manager, you hurry to make amends to such a small brother to apologize. Zhang Yukai didn't recognize Li Tianyu. How could he, a big boss, recognize these miscellaneous people? I apologize to him? Absolutely impossible. I am the beaten party. If in the words of apology, in the future in this restaurant how can I still mix? Xian came in himself in the heart thought. Zhang Yukai got anxious and grabbed Xian in by the collar, whispering angrily, You apologize immediately right now, or get the hell out of here and leave. Xian came in knowing that his boss was angry. He still wanted to reign supreme inside this restaurant. Now he could only endure the humiliation and walked to Li Tianyu's side and said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Li Tianyu said indifferently, That's it, I'm over it, we don't owe each other anything. Zhang Yukai turned his head to Dong Mingyu and said, Sister Dong, you see that the matter has been settled. Let's go upstairs to talk. No need, just say it here directly. I'm going to buy this store of yours. Just name your price. Dong Mingyu said indifferently. What? Zhang Yukai how did not think. Dong Mingyu this old lady wants to buy his own restaurant. This kind of restaurant he has several, but has always earned money. He has no intention of wanting to sell. Butler Liang, how much can this restaurant be worth now? Dong Mingyu asked. Butler Liang said, Chairman, right now the land for this hotel plus the building can be worth less than $20 million, and it should be within $23 million if you include all the market economy. I didn't realize that this good housekeeper was still a connoisseur and could give such a detailed quote. Dong Mingyu didn't even think about it, and spoke directly to Zhang Yukai, one bite price. I'll give you $30 million at a time. This line, I'm sold. Zhang Yukai thought for a moment, and finally decided to sell. The price given has been quite a lot. He did not dare to offend the old lady, because he still has a lot of business dealings, all pointing to others. If the old lady is not happy, he will lose more than a hotel money. The four-eyed beast is confused 13. Zhang Yukai sold the hotel. What about his own general manager? Chapter 8 IOUs. The moment Zhang Yukai agreed, Liang Butler directly took out the contract right from inside his bag, and it was obvious that this was something that had been prepared long ago. Zhang Yukai didn't even glance at the contract and directly turned to the last page to sign. Dong Mingyu said to Li Tianyu, Come here good grandson. You sign the words. Now it was Li Tianyu's turn to be confused. I sign? Grandma, don't tease. You should sign this. This is a gift from Grandma to you. I can't let you call me Grandma for nothing. This restaurant is not big but the basic facilities are quite complete. From now on you will be the boss of 5 flavors. Dong Mingyu said. Li Tianyu's current mood couldn't be described in words. This is too expensive, and I don't dare to accept it. The four-eyed beast ran to Zhang Youcai's side in a low voice and asked, Boss, look, what am I going to do from now on? From now on I am not your boss. He is your boss. Zhang Yukai pointed at Li Tianyu and said. The four-eyed beast was directly dumbfounded, turning its head to look at Li Tianyu with eyes as if it was a child who had done something wrong. That arrogant and domineering attitude was no longer on its face. Li Tianyu didn't even look at the four-eyed beast and said, Four-eyed boy, I'll tell you one thing, do as you please, you'll see each other in the future. When you screwed me over before, did you ever think there would be such a day? The four-eyed beast knelt down with a flutter. Boss Li, it was all my fault before. Please spare me once. I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future. You can treat me like a dog. You'd better get lost. I'm a person who doesn't like dogs, Li Tianyu said indifferently. The four-eyed beast knew that it was useless to say anything, and after giving a vicious look at Li Tianyu, he left the Five Flavors restaurant in a grayish manner by himself. Dong Mingyu and Zhang Yukai also left, and Li Tianyu officially became the owner of the Five Flavors restaurant, after he announced to all, from today Wang Dandan upgraded to general manager. Five Flavors of Fasting tomorrow began to shut down 3 days of reorganization. All employees to reset the positioning of the staff to stay in the staff per person to increase the salary of $1,000. Not willing to do the take the money to go away. After the meeting was over, many people began to whisper. The ones who were usually on good terms with Li Tianyu and Wang Dandan were overjoyed. And in turn, the ones who were usually close to the four-eyed beasts cried and mourned. Wang Dandan quickly came to Li Tianyu's side and said, "How come I became the general manager all of a sudden? If you don't, who will? I'm a professional doctor. I don't know how to manage a restaurant." Li Tianyu said, "You trust me that much? Not worried at all that I'll yellow the restaurant for you?" Wang Dandan asked, "Don't trust you? Do I trust the four-eyed beast? He's just a waste. Such a good restaurant only earns more than $200,000 a year, and he only bullies those waiters." Wang Dandan said, "Yeah, the general manager's seat can bully anyone. You wouldn't molest a male waiter, would you?" Li Tianyu said with a smile. Wang Dandan blankly glanced at Li Tianyu and said, "You don't work as a waiter anymore either, so who else am I going to molest?" Wang Dandan is a senior student of the Serious Management School, but the family conditions are not very good. Will soon be graduated. Where to internship is a problem, just as in the Five Flavors as a general manager, but also in line with his profession. Then let's make a deal. In the future, you alone will have the final say in the hotel, Li Tianyu said. Wang Dandan asked, "What are you doing? Don't care about anything? Big sister, I'm a boss in size now. Do you still want me to deliver food?" Li Tianyu said. Wang Dandan thought about it. Delivery is not necessary. You still go to school to be a doctor. Our finance must be replaced. We have to find a person we can trust. This is a big thing. Can't let some people take advantage of the loophole, or let Zhang Yanli do it. She is very honest, and we are not bad, and is a college student of the College of Finance and Trade. Li Tianyu said. Good, then I'll go find Zhang Yanli to talk now. Ready to work for you as a dumping ground, Wang Dandan said. Li Tianyu was just about to leave when he saw a person standing at the corner of the corridor. It was Su Ming the lapdog. He walked over with a cheap grin on his face and said, "Boss, how do I arrange this? You're just like the four-eyed beast. Pack up and get out yourself." Li Tianyu absolutely disliked people like wallflowers. "Boss Li, I have been working here for more than 10 years. I am familiar with everything here. There must be something that can use me. Please let me. I can run this restaurant without you. You, get out." Su Ming saw that there was no chance at all. The four-eyed beast had been beaten so badly, and he himself dared not bare his teeth even more. Li Tianyu returned to the office and saw Wang Dandan, who immediately entered the workstate. His heart was still beautiful. Wang Dandan raised her head and handed Li Tianyu a few sheets and said, "Take a look. This is the current financial status of our hotel." Li Tianyu took it and looked at it and said, "I can't understand even if you give me these. It's better for you to directly talk to me about the situation. Now we're poor. The hotel already has less than $50,000 balance left on the books. The things you broke in the fight with the guests in the evening. If we buy new ones it will take $10,000. The rest of the money can only last for a week. The money for the staff's overhead next month is a problem." Li Tianyu scratched his head and said, "If I had known that the restaurant could be mine, I would have pulled those assholes outside and beat them up. And now all the things that are smashed are my own. It really hurts." "That's not right. The hotel has no money. How did the four-eyed beast get paid?" Li Tianyu asked in disbelief. Wang Dandan said, "I was just about to say to you, the hotel is now no money, but someone outside owes us more than 3 million. I think it should be the four-eyed beast to ask for a little bit. Just give the staff to open the capital. Then we'll go to the bill and get the money back." "Won't we have the money? Have they all made IOUs?" Li Tianyu asked. "The IOUs are there, but these units are all related to the four-eyed beast and have dealings with them, so if he didn't go in person, it shouldn't be good to ask for this money." Wang Dandan said, "I'll take care of the matter of asking for the money. It just so happens that there is time for rectification in the past few days, and when it's time to open, I'll definitely get the money back for you," Li Tianyu said with confidence. "Good then, you take these IOUs." Wang Dandan gave Li Tianyu a bundle of IOUs. "Alright, you can go now. I'm going to be busy for a while," Wang Dandan said. Li Tianyu was still living in the staff dormitory for the time being, but it had been changed to a single room, and he slept especially well last night. Early the next morning, when Li Tianyu was still having a spring dream, he was woken up by a frantic slamming sound. "Who is it so early? Show me some respect, will you? I'm a boss now." Li Tianyu greatly grinned and went to open the door in his shorts. Zhang Yanli let out a scream. you go back and put your clothes on. Li Tianyu bare bladder, would not have been anything, but due to the possibility of the man's certain places early morning exercise, a bit particularly prominent, so Shai Zhang Yanli loudly screamed out, Chapter 9 Villain in the Way. Li Tianyu re-wore a pair of pants and came out, asking, Zhang Yanli, what are you calling me for so early in the morning? Zhang Yanli said with a nervous face, he's back. Who's back? Li Tianyu asked. Manager Qian is back. Zhang Yanli said. I did not expect this, Zhang Yanli. The heart has been scared by this four-eyed beast. Get it wrong, and the heart has been a shadow. A four-eyed beast, she is easy to panic. Where is he now? Li Tianyu was also wondering. Did he not hit him hard enough yesterday? How did he still have the guts to come today? It's already gone to the general manager's office. Zhang Yanli said. Good. Now let's go over there and take a look. Li Tianyu arrived at the general manager's office, just in time to see the four-eyed beast still screaming there with Wang Dandan. You little girl, hurry up and come down. Is this seat something you can do? Li Tianyu gave Wang Dandan a look, telling her not to be general with the four-eyed beast, walked to the four-eyed beast and sneered. Four-eyed beast, did you beat you too lightly last night? Do you want me to come and give you a bone in the morning? Li Tianyu, I'm warning you not to make a move. I'm here today to apply for the position of general manager. The four-eyed beast was afraid that Li Tianyu would still hit him, and after saying that, he hurriedly took a few steps back. Four-eyed beast, are you still drunk from last night? Or is your brain not working well? No matter how you think, I can't let you be the general manager. Cerebral palsy? Li Tianyu said. I tell you, Li Tianyu, the hotel now has how much money I know better than you. This month workers' wages are not open down. The hotel's money are outside. To not have my money, and you are not going to come back to the money if you don't let me do the general manager. This hotel this month on the point of closure. Four-eyed beast arrogantly said. The four-eyed beast had carefully thought out the plan last night, and he thought that this would be enough to threaten Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu said to the four-eyed beast with a playful face, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Is it a tall order to invite you back? What are your conditions? The four-eyed beast thought that Li Tianyu was afraid, and took out his previous arrogant look and said, I also won the general manager of the hotel, but everything has to be what I say. The annual salary of 300,000. But, let Wang Dandan to me as a private secretary. After the four-eyed beast arrogantly finished speaking, he looked at Wang Dandan with his colorful eyes. I think with your ability this condition is not suitable. Why don't I just give the restaurant to you, and I'll stay and work for you for free? Okay, Li Tianyu said. The four-eyed beast heard that Li Tianyu was playing with him. He said very angrily, I'm telling you, Li Tianyu, these people who owe money are my friends. If you don't listen to me, you won't be able to get a penny back, believe it or not. Li Tianyu walked step by step to the front of the four-eyed beast, said, don't always think of yourself as a dish, the earth without who like to turn. To send you 8 big words, the a few bar why do what to do. The four-eyed beast looked at Li Tianyu as he approached step by step and said nervously, What are you doing? Li Tianyu, I'm warning you not to mess around. It's fine, I won't mess around. I see that you usually live too comfortably. I'll give you some excitement. Li Tianyu finished, picked up the four-eyed beast, kicked him down from the top of the stairs, massaged him inside each staircase. The four-eyed beast cried out in pleasure. Li Tianyu came to the Nanjiang Development Zone Management Committee, sat across from Director Zhang Qiuyang, and put the $800,000 note on his desk. Li Tianyu smiled and asked, Director Zhang, this money you pay back, the hotel is still waiting to reopen. Zhang Qiuyang glanced at the note and said, Comrade Li, I know about this matter, and I'm anxious for you, but now we don't have any money on our account, so I'll be sure to notify you at the first time when the money comes down, okay? Li Tianyu can hear at a glance that this is a set of perfunctory words. To Zhang Qiuyang asked, Your finances under the management of who? Lu Xiangdong, the vice mayor of the management committee. Zhang Qiuyang said, Then I'll go find him and ask. Li Tianyu said, That would be great. If there is a leader's signature, this money of your hotel should be able to be fast. Zhang Qiuyang said, watching Li Tianyu go out. Zhang Qiuyang laughed contemptuously. Bastard, who do you think you are? Is the leader something you can see just because you want to? Afterwards, he picked up his cell phone and called the four-eyed beast. Ah, old brother, that young man came by just now, and I didn't give him any face. Li Tianyu went upstairs to the door of the office that wrote the doorhead of the deputy district governor, and now it is all a collective office. The secretary and the leader are in an office. The office is a suite. The secretary is outside. Li Tianyu directly into the office. What do you do? Who are you looking for? A young man asked. I'm looking for your district governor Lu. Li Tianyu said. I'm sorry, the district governor has gone to a meeting, so you can come back tomorrow. The male secretary said. Li Tianyu thought to himself, do you take me for a fool? The leader went to a meeting. Do you dare not follow? I have something very urgent to find District Governor Lu. please accommodate me. Li Tianyu was out of options and cast a soul control technique on the male secretary. The male secretary suddenly felt frozen for a moment, nodded and said, yes, inside please. Lu Shangdong's face was surprised when he saw a stranger come in. What's wrong with Xiao Wang today, bringing someone in without an appointment? Male secretary Wang is also confused. Just now his head seems to be short-circuited. How to bring a stranger in front of the leader? People have come in, cannot be forced to give people out. Hello District Governor Lu, my name is Li Tianyu. I have something important that I want to talk to you alone, Li Tianyu said. Lu Shangdong glanced at Li Tianyu to make sure that he wasn't in any danger before telling his secretary Xiao Wang that he could go out. Lu Shangdong asked, what are you looking for me for? Li Tianyu smiled and said, District Governor Lu, you've been working here for several years, right? Lu Shangdong didn't understand what Li Tianyu meant by that and said coldly, does it have anything to do with you? Lu Shangdong felt that this young man in front of him was sick, looking for himself just to ask such idiotic questions? I see from your face that you have good official luck, but you have remained in your old position for so many years without taking a step forward, Li Tianyu said with a smile. Lu Shangdong has a nickname. Many people call him 1,000 years old. So many years is not promoted to the position of a hand. Li Tianyu deliberately stopped talking, saw the expression on Lu Shangdong's face, obviously waiting for him to continue. Every official cares about his own future. It seems that there is a chance to get the money back this time. District Governor Lu, you have a villain in your way. Extremely guilty of being a villain. Li Tianyu continued. When Li Tianyu finished his sentence, Lu Shangdong said unhappily, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense here. If there is nothing else, you can leave. Chapter 10 Demanding Accounts. No, I'm here mainly to do business with you, Li Tianyu said. You do business with me? What business can you do with me? Lu Shangdong asked. He hadn't understood the young man's intentions until now, and if it wasn't for the fact that Li Tianyu had just seen that his career path was not good, he might have invited him out long ago. Li Tianyu took out a spirit talisman from inside the storage space and said, my family is a family of feng shui masters. This is our family's ancestral Han Luk spirit talisman. As long as you carry it with you, it will ensure that your journey will be unhindered and that you will rise up in every step. Lu Shangdong frowned and said, bastard, I'm a machine officer. How could I possibly be enamored with a trick like yours? Li Tianyu sneered in his heart. You old boy, if you do not believe in these things, I am afraid that I would have already given the expulsion order. It should be that you do not believe in me as a person. It is normal not to believe Li Tianyu. What if he is the opponent sent to frame himself? A spiritual talisman does not know whether it works or not. Not to mention, if it is spread out, he will really be a big joke in the development zone. Li Tianyu put the talisman and the note on Lu Shangdong's desk at the same time. I came without a little malice. I am the boss of the 5 Flavors restaurant. Now our district owes me 800,000 meal money. This money is not good to be Lu district governor, you know. The business I said just now is that, the spirit talisman, you take it and use it first. 3 days later, if it works well, please sign the note for me. I'm waiting to pay my employees, Li Tianyu said. Lu Shangdong doubtfully picked up the note and glanced at it. There was no problem. Li Tianyu directly took it back and said, District Governor Lu, I won't take 800,000 to joke with you, alright. 3 days later, I'll set up a table of good wine and good food for you at 5 Flavors Jai, wishing you a high promotion. Li Tianyu directly pressed the spirit talisman under the telephone, directly turned around and walked away. This Lu district governor will definitely use this spirit talisman. Exactly right. After Li Tianyu left, Lu Shangdong picked up this magical spirit talisman and looked at it before directly putting it inside his underwear pocket. He also thought that this young man would not joke with $800,000, and his opponent would not use $800,000 to amuse himself, even if it is fake. 3 days later, lost is, in case it comes to pass, this money is really nothing to him, and it is only right to repay debts. No one can find any fault. Li Tianyu actually didn't have a better way to get the money back at first, but he saw that Lu Shangdong's body was a bit unclean, so he used a little spiritual talisman to help drive it away. If Lu Shangdong didn't have any official luck at all, it would be useless to use any spiritual talisman. Li Tianyu could only think of other ways to ask for money. He wouldn't use his ability to do something against his conscience. After coming out of the development zone, Li Tianyu hands there are too large amount of IOUs. Oh, the most is a renovation company. Actually owed the hotel 1.5 million. My goodness, this point to eat how many meals? Fully Decoration Company is very big, can be said to have become a large company. Just arrived. Li Tianyu later they know they are coming. Outside standing full of people. Li Tianyu and people inquired. Asked who is the boss, Zhao Jiqiang. And the young man told him that the big fat man over there, combing a big back hair greasy. You come here. Hurry up and arrange the flowers. You come here. Make the red carpet cleaner. I tell you, the guest coming today is very important. You can't give me any mistake at all. I can make a deal with you guys. If anyone makes a mistake today, don't blame me for firing you from the company. If the contract is signed today, we will become the #1 decoration company in Nanjiang City, Zhao Jiqiang said impassionedly. When Li Tianyu walked over, his mouth was like a machine gun, talking endlessly. Li Tianyu asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Jiqiang Zhao? I'm Zhao Jiqiang. Who are you? What do you want with me?" Zhao Jiqiang looked at Li Tianyu with a face of indifference. "Hello Mr. Zhao, I'm Li Tianyu, the owner of 5 Flavors, and I'm looking for you today so that you can settle the outstanding balance of our restaurant," Li Tianyu said with a smile. "Are you here to ask me for money?" Zhao asked. "That's right, I'm here to ask for money," Li Tianyu replied. "Where are the IOUs?" Zhao asked. Li Tianyu directly handed Zhao Jiqiang the bill as well as the note. After Zhao Jiqiang took the note, he sneered a bit, and suddenly his expression changed, tearing the bill and the note to pieces in one go. With a very arrogant attitude, he said to Li Tianyu, "You brats don't go and ask. What did I used to do? I used to be the one to ask for money from others. No one has dared to come and ask for money from me." Zhao Jiqiang. Li Tianyu frowned and said, "You're playing a scoundrel with me, aren't you?" Zhao Jiqiang glared and said, "Laozi is a scoundrel himself, and I'll even show you what a real scoundrel is today." After saying that, Zhao Jiqiang waved his hand and a group of security guards with rubber bats rushed over. "All come over here, break this kid's legs. I'll take the blame if anything happens," Zhao Jiqiang said angrily. Zhao Jiqiang used to help people collect protection money punks, fighting and brawling, and finally gave people a disability, went in and stayed for a few years, and came out to specialize in helping people to ask for the kind of money that cannot be returned. He himself has experience in this area, and also earned a lot of money, and finally got a renovation company to try to clean up their own. Zhao Jiqiang. This person is very smart, and in the community for so many years. The hand of the network is still there, from a few people in the decoration team, now growing to hundreds of people in the decoration company. Zhao Jiqiang has not done illegal things for many years. He now wants to make some money in peace. But yesterday his good brother Qian came in to find himself, said a college student made him quite miserable, and a little bit of strength background is not. Let yourself help teach this kid a lesson. Zhao Jiqiang did not even think about it. Agreed. Li Tianyu looked at Zhao Jiqiang's rogue fighting style. Today, if he does not do it himself, he really cannot ask for this huge sum of money back. Zhao Jiqiang under the hands of the security guards. In fact, are the former follow him to mix the little brother? His own big brother sent word, but also spoiled who? A security guard rushed up and swung a rubber bat at Li Tianyu's head. Li Tianyu tilted his head to easily dodge, directly snatched the rubber bat, backhanded to the back of the head of the security guard knocked. The sound did not make a sound, directly fell to the ground. At this time the second security guard rushed up. Li Tianyu a flying kick directly kicked out 7 or 8 meters away. The latter froze and did not stand up. Li Tianyu rubber bat and flying all over the sky. One person at a time to the security guards all knocked down to the ground. The ground screamed repeatedly. Chapter 11 3 million. Zhao Jiqiang froze in place dumbfounded. His mouth of a cigarette has not finished. A group of security guards are letting people a small young man knock down. Money came in to say that this kid is a college student. College students are so able to fight? After Li Tianyu put down all the group of security guards, he walked over to Zhao Jiqiang and grabbed a handful of his oily hair. Li Tianyu said coldly, "Are you still not going to pay back the money today? I tell you, hurry up and send the old man loose, or..." Without waiting for Zhao Jiqiang to finish his sentence, Li Tianyu slapped away the cigarette he was holding in his mouth with a big mouth. "You give the old man." Li Tianyu was a punch and kick, but this time, he didn't use Yuan Qi, and directly gave Zhao Jiqiang a pig's head, and his oily and shiny head shape was gone. After being beaten, Zhao Jiqiang softened. The college student in front of him did not scare himself. The more he said very well the more he was beaten, and finally he obediently closed his mouth. At this time, there are a lot of cars drove into the yard inside. Solid eyes look also all are luxury cars. The first drive-in is Bentley Mulsanne, into just a stop. From the car inside down an old lady, followed by a lot of bodyguards. "Chairman, help chairman." The moment Zhao Jiqiang saw old lady Dong, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, crying out and crawling towards old man Dong's side. "Chairman, please save me. This kid is a madman. Not only did he beat me but he also robbed me." I have to say that Zhao Jiqiang's acting skills are particularly good. All the means that can be used all out. First hard and then soft means to show is the most exquisite. Is that he first tore Li Tianyu's IOUs, and then there is a change to say that Li Tianyu came to rob the money. All of his setup today was to welcome Mrs. Dong's arrival, and he knew that the bodyguards around Mrs. Dong were all special forces soldiers who had been transferred back from the army, and as long as they made a move, they would definitely be able to knock down this brat Li Tianyu. "What did you just say?" Dong Mingyu asked coldly. "It's this kid. He's a maniac. Not only did he injure all the security guards under me, but he also wanted to rob my money. Zhao Jiqiang pointed at Li Tianyu and said. Dong Mingyu raised her hand and gave Zhao a mouthful of snapping. Chairman, why did you hit me? Zhao Jiqiang wouldn't have thought that he had just been beaten up enough by Li Tianyu. And now Mrs. Dong was still beating herself up. Without waiting for Dong Mingyu to speak, Li Tianyu walked over to support Dong Mingyu and said, Grandma, you must pay more attention to your health. This kind of laborious work, it's better to leave it to your grandson. Dong Mingyu said to Zhao Jiqiang crossly, Are you blind? He's my god-grandson. Would he rob you of your few broken dollars? Zhao Jiqiang, who had been in society for a few years, reacted to what was going on at once and hurriedly said, No, it's all a misunderstanding. Chairman, great-grandson, why did you come up here? Dong Mingyu asked. Grandma, Zhao Jiqiang and their company owes us 5 flavors of meal money. I came to ask for it with him. Not only did he not give it but also tore up all the IOUs, and he also called a group of security guards to beat me up. I had no choice but to step in and teach them a lesson. Li Tianyu said. Well played. Dong Mingyu angrily said to Zhao Jiqiang, Zhao Jiqiang, you're really getting more and more bold, and you dare to get your hands on someone to beat up my grandson? Misunderstanding? It's really a misunderstanding. You old man, listen to my explanation. Zhao Jiqiang is also particularly aggrieved. He is the beaten party. This old lady also said that he bullied her grandson, and the woman is really no reason to speak. Grandson, tell grandma how much he owes you. Dong Mingyu asked. 3 million. Li Tianyu thought. Let you tear my IOUs to shreds. Play dirty with me. I'm even more dirty than you. Directly doubled the IOUs. When do you plan to pay it back? Dong Mingyu asked. Now pay back. Immediately pay back. Zhao Jiqiang is really mute. Can't speak bitterly. Before he took off big to tear the other person's IOUs to shreds. And now the other person said how much money is how much money. He now hated to die that money in. How he agreed to help him this favor. Blame him that this college students do not have any background. Did not think that people are Dong Mingyu's god-grandson? This ing called no background? This is called half of the world. A kick on the iron plate. They also point to heal the injury not to mention. But also hitched $1.5 million. Zhao Jiqiang honestly took out a check with 3 million immediately given to Li Tianyu. Dong Mingyu said without a trace of anger. Isn't it still almost something? How could Zhao Jiqiang not understand the old lady's meaning? He directly made a 90-degree bow and said, I'm sorry, young Li, it was my dog's eyes that were looking down on me before. Please forgive me. Zhao Jiqiang now atmosphere do not dare to breathe a bit. As long as Mrs. Dong is not angry on the line. Because this time there is still a need to have a cooperative project with Mrs. Dong. As long as it is successful, you can earn a few tens of millions of dollars. If this time did not sign a contract, it is a loss of a wife and a soldier. It's okay. Li Tianyu wouldn't care that much. After all, people gave twice as much money. Just mean it. Since the money had already been asked back, there was no need for Li Tianyu to stay any longer. And after saying goodbye to Grandma Dong, he returned to Wu Weizhai. Li Tianyu went directly to the general manager's office. And just after entering this, he saw Wang Dandan's sad face. He smiled and asked, Why do you look upset? Wang Dandan also only really admired this shirker. His own family's restaurant was almost out of money to run down. He actually still managed to laugh out loud. Aren't you on fire at all? Actually can still laugh out. Why am I on fire? Why can't I laugh? Li Tianyu said hung back. Wang Dandan said with a frustrated face, Today I fired all those employees who had one heart with the four-eyed beast, and when I paid people's wages, I realized that we only had $1,000 left. Li Tianyu didn't say anything and directly threw the $3 million check in front of Wang Dandan. Wang Dandan asked with a confused look, What for? Is it a check? Li Tianyu said indifferently, Don't you have eyes? See for yourself. Wang Dandan picked it up and glanced at it. At that time, she froze. How could she not believe that this is actually really a check, which is written with a lot of zeros? Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, my god $3 million. That's right, it's $3 million, Li Tianyu said with a smile. You got all the money back? Wang Dandan asked in disbelief. To come back to one family only, Li Tianyu said. You're so handsome. Now that we have the money, the restaurant can reopen. Wang Dandan had already jumped up with joy, and in a moment of overexcitement, she directly hugged Li Tianyu's head and fiercely kissed Li Tianyu. Chapter 12 One Punch. Li Tianyu directly was kissed confused. He has not reacted to the first kiss is so lost? After slowing down for a while, he said to Wang Dandan, What's the situation? My first kiss of more than 20 years is just gone? Wang Dandan blushed and shyly said, Just now I was really excited. Besides, you don't lose out. And it's my first kiss in more than 20 years. That won't do. You were the one who initiated the kiss just now, and I'm a man. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he wrapped Wang Dandan back in one go, and the two of them used their mouths to hurt each other. I don't know how long it took, but the two slowly let go of the mouths that were hurting each other. Hate it. You're affecting my normal work. Wang Dandan said this on her lips, but the expression on her face was a happy look. I have to go to the bank now to hurry up the business. Our hotel still has a lot of money to use. Wang Dandan was just about to leave, and asked with some doubt, how do I remember that fully renovation company just owes us $1.5 million? He saw that I was too handsome, and was a bit overjoyed to owe for such a long time, so he doubled it. Li Tianyu said with a smile. Speak human. Wang Dandan said with a blank look at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu talked about the process of asking for money with Wang Dandan, and if he didn't have himself as a cheap grandmother, the money wasn't really too good to ask for. So that's how it is. Then fine. You give me a card number and I'll deposit $1.5 million into your card. Wang Dandan said. Isn't it the same to keep it all in the hotel's account? Li Tianyu said. How can that be the same? The hotel's money is the hotel's. Your personal money is your own. The hotel has $1.5 million is already enough. You a big boss must have money in your hand. Wang Dandan said. After Wang Dandan left, Li Tianyu took out his cell phone to give his girlfriend Su Wanning a call. There was a busy signal inside that couldn't be connected. Li Tianyu didn't care about it. It might be with her family. The next morning, Li Tianyu decided to go to the third house to collect the debt. A Mingwei boxing gym. This gym owes $1 million, and if this money can be recovered, this debt collection program will be complete. Mingwei Gym in the South River is very famous. I heard that this inside have to go to the UFC to participate in the competition. Looking at the gym is very spectacular. There are 5 floors, covers an area of how to also have a few thousand square meters. Li Tianyu directly walked into the training hall. The boxing hall inside the facilities are quite complete. People also a lot of what to do have. Coincidentally here actually saw the bald man's boss, Water Brother. Without taking it to heart, Li Tianyu directly moved his eyes away and started looking for his boss. But by this kid at a glance, he first froze. His eyes slowly appeared sinister. Whispered to the middle-aged man next to him to say a few words of something. You stand there. After the middle-aged man shouted, he and Shu Wei and 5 or 6 other big men from the boxing gym walked towards Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu frowned. Originally he didn't want to look for trouble, but there were always toads jumping on you. It was really annoying. Are you guys calling me? Li Tianyu asked. Kid, are you pretending not to recognize me? You beat me up last time, and you actually dared to come to our boxing gym? It's really the case that if there's a way to heaven and you don't go, there's no door to hell and you barge in. Brother Shu Wei said with a fierce face. Brother Shu Wei could be said to have a great hatred for Li Tianyu right now, forcing himself to kowtow and apologize to him during the 5 flavors. This matter was the greatest shame in his life. Brother Shu Wei. That night's matter. Who was right and who was wrong you know better than me. I think things are over when they are over. Today I came to look for the boss here. You'd better not provoke me. Li Tianyu said indifferently. You beat me up and it's over? What a ing joke. Water scoffed. Li Tianyu really didn't want to keep pestering him and said, if you really can't, what do you think is better to deal with it? I'm in a hurry. Shu Wei realized that Li Tianyu was a bit of a conceding gesture and said with incomparable arrogance, do you want to get rid of me with just one sentence? Silly boy, don't dream. How do you want to solve it? Li Tianyu said helplessly. Kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize. Then I'll break one of your legs. Brother Shu Wei said coldly. Li Tianyu didn't bother with Brother Shu Wei, but turned his head to the middle-aged man and asked, what do you mean? This big brother? The middle-aged man said coldly. No matter who it is that hit our Mingwei Fist Gym's people, then they must pay the appropriate price. Have you always been this bossy? Never asking why things are happening? Li Tianyu asked. I don't care what it's because. It's always our gym that bullies others, and we definitely won't allow others to bully us. The middle-aged man said boldly. You Mingwei Fist Gym are really good. There is actually no need to talk anymore. So it will have to be like this. Are you going to go one by one? Or together? Li Tianyu said indifferently. Men, don't make trouble. But you can't be afraid of trouble. Since you can't solve it with your mouth, then we can only see whose fist is hard. Brother Shu Wei said to the middle-aged man. Brother Lei, you heard it. This kid is just so rampant. He doesn't give our boxing gym a second thought. The middle-aged man's name was Ma Donlei, an expert in mixed martial arts, and he was also famous in Mingwei Fist Gym. Ma Donlei said to Li Tianyu with a look of contempt. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you have 3 punches first. Ma Donlei saw that Li Tianyu was as thin as a bone, a college student who hadn't seen much of the world, and was afraid that he would kill him with a heavy punch. Cannot blame Ma Donlei for having such thoughts. Li Tianyu greatly grinning without a bit of will martial arts look. To put it bluntly, it is the same as a little white boy. Everyone, come see. Lei is going to duel with someone else. Hurry up. Second brother. see what's going on. Discovering that there is a hustle and bustle to watch, everyone puts down their hands to train and runs over. It's silly not to watch a hustle and bustle these days. Go Ray! Go Ray! Brother Lei, fight with the momentum of our Mingwei fist gym. Brother Lei, show this brat what you're made of. Everyone seems to be cheering for Ray. Ma Dongwei had already put up a fighting stance, but after taking a look at it, Li Tianyu felt that it was all broken and could be taken care of in one move. Since Ma Dongwei wanted to show off his skills, he allowed himself 3 punches? In order to hurry himself, he had to be forced to strike. Li Tianyu didn't need to set up any stance at all. He simply took a step forward. It looked like a very normal step, but the next second his fist had already reached Ma Dongwei's chest. Ma Dongwei felt a trance in front of his eyes, and before he knew what had happened, he felt as if his chest had been hit by a rhinoceros, and he didn't even have the time to block a bit before he was blown away by a punch. Li Tianyu's punch was so heavy that Ma Dongwei directly flew out 10 meters away. At the same time, Li Tianyu's timing of the punch had sealed the acupoints on Ma Dongwei's chest, causing his chi and blood to not be able to stand up for a while. The people watching were stunned. Chapter 13 to the end. Is this the end of the fight between the two? It's over before I get a good look at it? Who is this kid? Doesn't look too old. How could he send Brother Lei flying so far with a single punch? I just tried to put my eyes on to get a better view and this is the end of it? No, I demand to see a replay. Xu Wei was directly confused. 13. He had managed to beg Lei to come and help, but he didn't expect to be sent flying out more than 10 meters away with a single punch. Let's all go together and avenge Brother Lei. Water brothers shouted next to 5 or 6 little brother. Several of them at the same time towards Li Tianyu rushed over. They believe that a good tiger cannot stop the group of wolves. They are boxing gym people, have 2 hands. The general small punks cannot be compared, but reality deeply taught them a lesson. They were no different from punks in front of Li Tianyu, and were knocked to the ground in a few hits, although they all beat them down, but the heart of the anger was ignited. They are just normal to come back to the money they owe. Originally did not want to cause trouble. It was a group of people surrounded, but also disliked to break their legs. Now Li Tianyu has been unable to endure. Li Tianyu slowly walked towards Xu Wei and raised his foot ready to step on Xu Wei's leg. Everyone looked at him with a surprised look on their faces. Normally a duel is considered lost as long as the person is knocked down, and no one will continue to attack the person who is already lost. What does he want? Aren't the people all knocked out already? Stop! There was a sudden bellow. It's the pavilion master. The pavilion master is here. The people surrounding them automatically made a path, and a middle-aged man in a black suit came striding in, followed by a group of young men behind him. I can tell that this person has 2 skills, Li Tianyu thought in his heart. The traditional martial arts of the Huaxia realm are divided into 4 grades: heavenly grade, earthly grade, Shen grade, yellow grade. This middle-aged man was the yellow rank. Although it was the lowest rank, it was basically invisible in normal life, which could be said to be an invincible realm for ordinary martial arts practitioners. The first stance of the Xian Tian Gong technique that Li Tianyu was now cultivating was equivalent to the yellow class, but he had a lot of inheritance on him, and now speaking it could be said that he was invincible within the yellow class. Where did that brat come from? How dare you beat up someone at Mingwei boxing gym? The middle-aged man in the suit asked. Who are you? Li Tianyu asked rhetorically as he glanced at the middle-aged man. You don't even know me? And you dare to come to the gym and kick ass? The middle-aged man was the owner of the boxing gym Sun Mingwei. Behind him stood a very burly and strong man and said, Master, there is no need to explain so much to him. It looks like he is just here to kick the gym. Let me beat him down first. The burly man was about to punch Li Tianyu just as he finished speaking, but as soon as he did, he was pulled back by Sun Mingwei, who wanted to understand the situation before making a move. I'm the owner of Mingwei Boxing Gym. My name is Sun Mingwei. I would like to ask, did someone instruct you to come and kick the gym? Sun Mingwei said to Li Tianyu. I'm Li Tianyu, the owner of 5 flavors. I'm not here to kick the bucket. I'm only in charge of asking for the bill. Li Tianyu took out the IOUs after he finished speaking, and just like a flying poker, the IOUs quickly flew towards Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei steadily caught the note and said in admiration, Good hands. After Sun Mingwei glanced at the note, he said coldly, The boxing gym owes you 5 flavors, so it's normal for you to come and ask for money. But why did you hit someone? Li Tianyu said angrily. I have my own reasons for hitting people. This kid is also too arrogant. Master, let me beat him up and he'll be honest. The strong man leaped forward and was about to make a move. Wait, let the person finish his sentence, Sun Mingwei said as he pulled the strong man back. Li Tianyu pointed at Brother Xu Wei and said, This disciple of yours, colluding with punks outside, helping them fight and grab territory, and coming to our store to bully the waitresses, saying that he wants to crack my head open. Do you know all about this? What? To actually help the little rascals do something that bullies men and women? The pavilion master has always advocated to us that practicing martial arts is to strengthen our bodies, and that we should never use force to bully others. Sun Mingwei's face grew ugly when he heard the people next to him start questioning this, and Shuei's face turned green as he knew it was over. Just now, your disciple said that he wanted to help brother Shuei take revenge, and he also broke one of my legs. Li Tianyu pointed at Ma Donglei and said, "Is that the style of your gym? And ask me why I hit people?" After Li Tianyu finished, everyone was too ashamed to speak, and they all pointed their fingers at Ma Donglei and Shuei. "It is really a disgrace to our Mingwei boxing gym." Sun Mingwei shouted angrily, "Lu Shuei, get your ass over here. Is what Li Tianyu just said true?" Lu Shuei did not dare to hide something from his master, and hurriedly knelt down and cried, "Master, it was all my fault. At that time I really drank too much. So, bastards, usually I discipline you guys too loosely." Sun Mingwei kicked Lu Shuei to the ground and said coldly, "Xiao Shuai, waste one of his legs." "Good, master." The strong man directly behind Sun Mingwei lifted his foot and stepped down hard, and with a click, Lu Shuei's left leg was stepped off. Lu Shuei couldn't hold on and fainted after screaming miserably, "Get someone to take him to the hospital. Mingwei Gym won't have this guy later." The back immediately ran out two young men, racked Lu Shuei sent to the hospital. The people watching the scene all sucked in a breath of cool air. How could they not expect that the rules of the Mingwei boxing gym were actually so strict? "Mat On Lei, do you know you're wrong?" With a plop, Ma Donglei hurriedly knelt down. "Disciple knows he's wrong. Seeing as you're not wrong to the end today, you're grounded for 7 days." Sun Mingwei said to Li Tianyu, "Elder brother Li, are you still satisfied with my method of handling this?" Li Tianyu is still very satisfied with Sun Mingwei's approach. Wrong is wrong. Wrong should be punished. Such a rule boxing gym can go farther. Li Tianyu said indifferently, "Today I'm here to ask for payment, not to see how you educate your disciple. I know that our boxing gym owes you money. I don't mean to renege on the debt, but you injured all my disciples today, and if you just take the money and leave like this, how can I, Sun Mingwei, still mix in Nanjiang City in the future?" Sun Mingwei said. Li Tianyu frowned and said, "Pavilion Master Sun, what do you want to do? If I fight with you, it will look like I'm not atmospheric. You fight with Xiao Shuai. If you can win, I'll return the money right away." Sun Mingwei said. "Then what if I lose?" Li Tianyu asked. "If you lose, you will also return the money to you. After all, a boxing match and returning money are not the same thing. If you lose, you will have to apologize to our boxing gym." Sun Mingwei said. "Forget it, if I injure your disciple again, it will be troublesome." Li Tianyu said helplessly. Xiao Shuai said angrily, "I'm telling you kid, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Don't get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness later." Li Tianyu said indifferently, "I can't believe you guys have to seek death. I can only accompany you." Chapter 14 At first sight, Sun Mingwei led everyone to move the field out of the way, leaving enough space for Li Tianyu and Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai raised his hand to Li Tianyu, signifying that he was going to start attacking. "Look at the move!" Xiao Shuai shouted and raised his foot directly, as if his eyes were hallucinating. "Shadowless kick?" Li Tianyu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly backed up quickly. "I didn't expect you kid to know everything. Let's see how many kicks you can block me," Xiao Shuai said. Xiao Shuai's offense was fast and his legwork was very flexible. Basically there was no gap at all, and there was no pause in every kick. The shadowless kick was one of the most powerful leg kicks in Chinese legwork, with both feet being able to kick out at least 3 times in a second. Xiao Shuai's leg technique was really fast. If Li Tianyu hadn't received the inheritance, he wouldn't have known how many kicks he would have been hit by. Although Xiao Shuai hadn't reached the Xian stage level, his leg technique had already touched the door of the Xian stage level. Unfortunately, his opponent was Li Tianyu, who possessed a variety of inherited feats, and was able to skillfully dodge every kick. And although Xiao Shuai's kicks were fast, Li Tianyu handled them with ease. The crowd outside the arena saw that Xiao Shuai had the absolute advantage. They thought that Li Tianyu had been passively dodging all along, but only Sun Mingwei's frown grew deeper and deeper. "Kid, what are you capable of when you keep hiding around?" Xiao Shuai shouted. He was so depressed that he missed every kick. "Just listen to you. I'm not hiding." Li Tianyu had already seen Xiao Shuai's shadowless kick clearly in his heart. Xiao Shuai seized the opportunity and kicked out another quick kick. This one just kicked into the air. The next one had already kicked out again with force. Shadowless kick, prancing front kick. Li Tianyu shouted. His right foot pointed to the ground and leaped high, and while pointing to the ground, he felt an explosion of air under his feet, an explosion of speed and power. The moment his body rose up, his right foot and left foot quickly crossed in the air. His right foot first kicked on Xiao Shuai's first foot, his left foot followed on Xiao Shuai's second foot, and Li Tianyu kicked his third foot in the air, directly kicking on Xiao Shuai's chin. Xiao Shuai was lifted off his feet and fell to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he fell backward. This was the airborne triple kick of the shadowless kick, the move of the airborne front kick, which allowed Li Tianyu to utilize it to the fullest. The gym was silent. Who would have thought that with just one move, Li Tianyu would make Xiao Shuai spit out blood, again using all shadowless kicks. Handsome tried to get up to continue the fight but couldn't manage to get up after a few struggles. He was actually dazed by the instant kick and his mind was in a daze the whole time. Xiao Shuai said with a face full of unwillingness, "I admit defeat." Li Tianyu took big steps towards Xiao Shuai. Sun Mingwei hurriedly stepped out to stop him. "What are you doing?" He said he admitted defeat. "Don't get me wrong, Master Sun Pavilion. I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. Due to his frequent practice of shadowless kick, his waist has been strained very badly. If it can't be dealt with in time, it could easily lead to a very serious herniated disc, and I can help him with acupuncture." Realizing that Sun Mingwei was still a bit unconvinced, Li Tianyu said to Xiao Shuai, "When you get up every morning, do you feel a pain in your back and sore back muscles?" "Yeah, you're right," Handsome replied. "Don't worry, Pavilion Master Sun. If I really wanted to beat him to death, I could have kicked him to death just now." Li Tianyu walked to Xiao Shuai's side and made him lie on the ground in reverse, took out the silver needles and gently stabbed them on Xiao Shuai's back waist. His hands poured yuan qi into injecting it into each of the silver needles, and they began to tremble rapidly. Seeing Li Tianyu's skillful stitches, Sun Mingwei was relieved. Around 10 minutes or so, Li Tianyu quickly retracted the silver needle with his hand, placed his hand on Xiao Shuai's waist, and operated the first stance of Xian Tian Gong Fa to slowly reset his waist bone. After doing everything, Li Tianyu slowly stood up and said, "It's done. Try using your waist to power up." Xiao Shuai slowly stood up, twisted his waist, and said happily, "It feels a lot more flexible than before." He hurriedly made use of the shadowless kick, and his speed was obviously much faster than before. Li Tianyu continued, "You should not do any more intense training in the next few days. After a few days of rest and recuperation, you are guaranteed to be able to strike your feet even faster than before." "Thank you, Brother Li." Xiao Shuai made a deep 90-degree bow. Sun Mingwei said with admiration, "Boss Li really makes me admire. Just now after seeing you injure my disciple, I still want to compete with you. Now it seems to be my villain. If you don't suggest it, can we make a friend?" After Sun Mingwei finished speaking, the onlookers all clapped their hands and applauded. They all admired Li Tianyu for this approach, having a mileage, being open-minded, and not caring about previous suspicions. "Pavilion Master Sun, I am originally a college student studying medicine. Isn't treating the sick and saving people what I should be doing? I was forced to make a move, I had no choice," Li Tianyu said. "Since you don't mind, old brother, then the two of us will be sworn brothers," Sun Mingwei said. Li Tianyu could tell that Sun Mingwei was also a very righteous person and said, "Didn't ask, old brother Sun." Sun Mingwei's disciples began to prepare all the things of worship. "Since it is worship brother, then point to make it more formal." After the two of them had finished paying their respects, Li Tianyu said to Sun Mingwei, "It is inevitable that people practicing martial arts will encounter bumps and bruises. Just now I took a look. It seems like you should have been at this level of the yellow rank for a long time." "Right, old brother Sun? Is it caused by old injuries that can't be healed?" Sun Mingwei felt surprised. What segment he was at, Li Tianyu could actually see it at a glance, and also knew that he had been injured for a long time. "Older brother, how did you get so good?" "Elder brother Sun, we Chinese medicine practitioners emphasize on looking and sniffing. I can still tell that your qi and blood are not in order," Li Tianyu said. "Then can you help me heal?" Sun Mingwei asked excitedly. When he was young then the martial arts was injured Dantian, to the present have not been able to adjust well, although at that time the timely treatment of a martial arts was not abolished, but also so that he can no longer move forward. For so many years he had begged for medical treatment everywhere, but how many people could cure the injury to his Dantian? Li Tianyu touched Sun Mingwei's pulse and said, "It's not a big problem. I'll help you with acupuncture and prescribe you a prescription. Within a month you'll be guaranteed to have an effect." "That's really great. This injury has been bothering me for more than 10 years, Sun Mingwei said happily. The middle-aged Sun Mingwei was actually happy like a child. He was actually very talented at practicing martial arts. More than 10 years ago he was already in the Shen class. It was because of the injury to his Dantian that stopped him in his tracks. As a person who practiced martial arts, this was his greatest shame. If he couldn't continue practicing martial arts, it would be harder than killing him. Just now when he heard that Li Tianyu could cure his injuries, he was happier than a silly boy getting a daughter-in-law. Chapter 15 Invitation. Older brother, why don't you help me heal now? Sun Mingwei couldn't wait any longer. Li Tianyu asked to find a room with no one in it and let Sun Mingwei lie down. He looked to be casting yuan qi silver needle, stabbing all the acupoints in his Dantian with the silver needle, and then slowly injecting yuan qi into Sun Mingwei's Dantian inside, little by little, to treat the old injuries inside his Dantian. After half an hour or so, Li Tianyu slowly withdrew the silver needles. Sun Mingwei now felt that there was yuan qi slowly flowing inside his dantian. It was especially comfortable. Li Tianyu had already written the prescription for the medicine and said, "Old brother Sun, you follow this prescription and grab the medicine. Drink it 3 times a day. I will come back to give you acupuncture once more after half a month, and your injuries should be cured after a month." While Li Tianyu was treating Sun Mingwei's injuries, his 2 closest disciples, Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming, were accompanying him on the side. Ma Huaming is less than 30 years old, his own master and a college student worship his own generation at once lower. The heart has been upset, but just now, seeing Li Tianyu's medical skill is very powerful. His own master's more than 10 years of injuries and illnesses in a moment of effort to cure. He has not to think about the matter of seniority, directly opened his mouth and called out, "Junior master, please help me look at my injuries, okay?" Ma Huaming years of martial arts training led to internal injuries chaos, often chest tightness and shortness of breath. After going to the hospital, the doctor told him that he could not practice martial arts in the future. But Ma Huaming is obsessed with martial arts training to a realm. If he cannot practice martial arts, then to take his life is more painful. "Come over here and I'll take a look." Li Tianyu checked Ma Huaming and said, "It's fine. This is simple for you. I can cure you in a few minutes." Li Tianyu let Ma Huaming lie down. Silver needle shot plus injected a little yuan qi. Less than 5 minutes time. The Ma Huaming internal injuries chaotic combing unimpeded. "Stand up and try." Ma Huaming's internal qi had been in disarray for 2 or 3 years, and he couldn't believe that in just less than 5 minutes he could heal his injuries. It couldn't be that Junior Master was lying to himself, could it? Ma Huaming luck quickly punched, followed by a sweeping leg, a set of punches smoothly finished. The body did not have the slightest difference. "I'm really too thankful to young Master Uncle. You are truly a divine doctor." Ma Huaming was as happy as a child. Li Tianyu said to Xiao Shuai, "Go and call all of elder brother Sun's disciples over. As long as they have injuries, I will heal them." As long as one practiced martial arts, there was no one who had not suffered from internal and external injuries. And as soon as word of this good deed spread, everyone clamored to have the young master give it a look. "Junior master, take a look at my waist. Junior master, help me look at my leg. Junior master, take a look at my luck powerlessness. Little master, help me look at my shoulder." After things all open, there are a lot of boxing clubs. Club people also look for Li Tianyu to help take a look at. Actually came together to all give a look. Mostly small injuries, basically 2 minutes almost to the evening, only to see everyone once. After showing all of them, Li Tianyu left Sun Mingwei an old prescription, a medicine specializing in the treatment of bruises and injuries. How can a person practicing martial arts not be injured? Li Tianyu had also specially prepared a good gold sore medicine for himself, saving himself to use in case he encountered an unexpected situation in the future. When Li Tianyu was giving the boxing gym people a medical treatment, Sun Mingwei had already put the money owed into the top of the account of the 5 flavors, and also gave a few tens of thousands of dollars of extra interest money. Li Tianyu is a legacy, but so many patients to see, even the best physical strength cannot be eaten. Hurriedly and Sun Mingwei after saying goodbye to go back to the 5 flavors. 3 days later in the morning, Li Tianyu was working with Wang Dan and 2 people to study the reopening of the 5 flavors of the things. Suddenly the development zone director Zhang Qiuyang came over to find Li Tianyu. "Director Zhang, why don't you say hello in advance when you come so I can go downstairs to pick you up?" Li Tianyu said with a smile. Li Tianyu knew that Zhang Qiuyang must have come to return the money, so Li Tianyu had to be more enthusiastic. "Director Zhang, please sit down and have a cup of tea." Wang Dandan politely poured a cup of tea for Zhang Qiuyang. "Brother Li is really awesome. At your age you can actually have such a big hotel. There's no way for someone Zhang to compare with you." Zhang Qiuyang came in and started praising Li Tianyu, completely different from before when the two first met. A look-down attitude was gone. "You really think highly of me, and I would like to ask you, the leader, to take care of my business more in the future before I do." Li Tianyu also began to be polite. "After all, people are sending you money. We still need to have a good attitude. There is no problem with this. Last time after Brother Li left from me, the first thing I did was to report it to Vice Governor Liu. I said that you are a very good young man with entrepreneurial spirit and drive. As a good cadre of the people, we should strongly support it. Young people are the hope of the country. The leadership treats this matter very seriously." District Governor Liu personally signed. "Although our finances are also very tight, but also to pay back the money owed to your hotel first." Zhang Qiuyang did not want to understand. Li Tianyu went to Lu Xiangdong just less than half an hour. Not out of 3 days Lu Xiangdong mentioned the development zone on the seat of a hand. Owed money to the hotel, such a small matter according to how a district mayor will care. But Lu told his own district mayor again and again, he must personally send the money to the 5 flavors of the boss Li Tianyu's hands. "Elder brother Li, my main purpose today is to personally deliver the money owed to your hotel to you. Zhang Qiuyan took out a check and placed it on his desk and said. Li Tianyu signaled to let Wang Dandan put the check away, but she really admired Li Tianyu in her heart. This kind of money is the worst to ask for, even if the four-eyed beast is not in the middle of the block, but also to invite people to eat with the leadership, and finally have to pack a big red envelope. People also point to see the motive when you can return your money. However, Li Tianyu has only been to the development zone once. Less than 3 days' time this director Zhang can personally send the money over. Could it be that the sun came out of the west? Li Tianyu knows why this money can be paid back so quickly. If it is not Lu Shandong personally urged, Zhang Qiuyan, this old fox can send you money? Don't dream about it. Actually sent the money over. Li Tianyu didn't have to turn the tables on him, and hypocritically chatted with Zhang Qiuyan for a while. These are what I should do, to serve the people. Zhang Qiuyang said modestly, I came this time there is another thing. Li old brother if you have time, please come with me. Our Lu district governor has something to say to you. Zhang Qiuyang now did not understand. Li Tianyu and Lu Shangdong in the end what is the relationship between a development zone, a hand leader? If you want to see a hotel owner, that is not a phone call thing? But today, District Governor Lu specifically said to himself that when he invites Li Tianyu, he must be polite and courteous. Chapter 16 One step further. No problem, I can go back with you now, Li Tianyu said. It just so happened that Li Tianyu also wanted to meet with Lu Shandong, because there might be something he could help with in the future, and this person still points to continue to socialize. On the way out, Wang Dandan said that she would give Director Zhang a big red packet for anything, but Zhang Qiuyang said he didn't dare to ask for anything. This is in harm's way. A hand account of things. Zhang Qiuyang also dared to receive red envelopes. Later really do not want to mix in the development zone. Li Tianyu came to the door of Lu Shangdong's office. The door plate is written on the office of the district governor. Obviously, from the deputy to the main. Zhang Qiuyan led Li Tianyu to the door of the district mayor's office and left. The leader to find Li Tianyu must have something to talk about. He must evade. This basic common sense he still has. After Li Tianyu walked into the office, Lu Shangdong said to his secretary Xiao Wang, you go out. Without my consent, I won't see anyone right now. Xiao Wang is still a little confused. The leader is to see very important people will be so much to say themselves. Looking at the young man in front of me, is not considered an important guest. After Lu Shangdong saw Xiao Wang go out, he hurriedly stood up and quickly walked towards Li Tianyu, while stretching out his hands to shake Li Tianyu's hand and said, Elder Brother Li, Master Li, I'm really grateful. Before Lu Shangdong also did not fully believe in Li Tianyu's words, but did not expect. Just after Li Tianyu left the afternoon, the original Park's hand was the comrades of the Commission for Discipline Inspection to take away the reaction for a while after he finally believed in Li Tianyu's words. After that, he was dead set on Li Tianyu giving himself the spirit talisman, and every day as long as he had time, he would touch whether it was still on him or not, fearing that he would lose it and not be able to find it. In the morning of the next day, the minister of the organization department personally approached Lu Shangdong to talk, and the appointment came down in the afternoon. At first, Lu Shangdong still a little bit of disbelief. The result of the excitement of the night have not slept. They waited for so many years. Before and after adding up to not 2 days, they will be from the vice to become a positive. Now he is a hand of the development zone, but he is worried about his work. After meeting Li Tianyu, he found that this person is very powerful. If the other party uses the same method to deal with himself, perhaps he cannot survive 3 days to point accident. Moreover, Lu Shangdong is not too old. If there is an opportunity in the future maybe he will go farther. He also hopes that Li Tianyu can help himself again. When Lu Shangdong's first day in office, the first thing he did was to pay back the money owed to Li Tianyu's hotel, telling Zhang Qiuyan that he must personally deliver it. Li Tianyu slightly pretending to be Ming 13, because this time need to pretend again in front of Lu Shangdong mysterious point. The more lofty feeling, Lu Shangdong will believe you. Li Tianyu just touched Lu Shangdong's hand and withdrew, said lightly, Lu district chief. You said the word master seriously. I am a college student studying medicine. Only a small talent for destiny. In the future, or call me Dr. Li or Li Lao D on the line. Then I'll be polite. From now on, I'll call you Elder Brother Li, so that it also seems cordial. Lu Shangdong is also entangled. There is no way to call the master when there are outsiders. Calling little Li feels disrespectful to people. Calling Li old brother is very logical. Lu Shangdong took the spirit talisman out from inside the pocket of his suit and said, Elder Brother Li, can you see if I still need to keep it now? No need for now. The deal between us was already considered done before and it played a key role, but now it's not useful at all. Lu Shangdong had an embarrassed look on his face, as if he had something to lose. At that time, the two of them said good point is a transaction, called bad point is in the bet. Li Tianyu helped Lu Shangdong successfully into the first level. He will pay back the money. although said successfully into the first level, but the interests of their own party to obtain, owed money to pay back the money of God, but take the money cannot be exchanged for the current position of their own. Elder brotherly, this time you've done me a big favor. Don't worry, if there's anything you need, just open your mouth. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best to help you, Lu said sincerely to him. Li Tianyu said indifferently, I am a person who makes a clear distinction between grudges, and I definitely do not regret what I have said. And last time, the deal between the two of us has been cleared, and I definitely won't do anything to take advantage of people's danger. Lu Xiangdong, how many years of work? How would not understand the meaning of Li Tianyu words? The last thing after the end of a purchase. If you want to find Li Tianyu again, then another condition. Now it seems that people Li Tianyu did not have anything to find their own help, but they want to find Li Tianyu to help. Now is already when the development zone of a hand, but the future of the things who can say good. He wanted to let Li Tianyu to give himself another look. When he thought of this, Lu Xiangdong politely said, Older brotherly, just now you said that the last time things have been written off, but we brothers met through the last time things, and now we are already friends. I'm a person who likes to make friends. More friends make a better road, Li Tianyu said indifferently. Good, well said old brotherly, I won't be polite with you. Old brother, you see what old brother should do next? Lu Xiangdong asked. Li Tianyu looked at Lu Xiangdong's face for a full 5 minutes. External wealth this person does not have, but the official road is still very spacious. If they help a hand, they can go up to the next level. Elder brotherly, how is it looking? Lu Xiangdong asked anxiously. Judging from your face, your life is half good and half bad, and it is possible to change your life by force, but it is equally possible that you will never be able to recover. Lu Xiangdong felt a cold sweat on his back, and the previous district governor, who had previously been in the limelight, may now be imprisoned. Elder brotherly, do you see any way to help me? Lu Xiangdong asked. Without answering his words, Li Tianyu picked up the tea on top of the coffee table and slowly took a few sips. Lu Xiangdong understands, before Li Tianyu said that the two have completed their last transaction. If they are looking for someone to help out again, they have to take out a certain amount of sincerity to do so, but now there is nothing in hand that can be given to Li Tianyu. Normally looking for a master to help you change your destiny, are taking a heavy reward for people, but unfortunately they do not have such a large sum of money. Lu Xiangdong is now anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Li Tianyu said lightly, otherwise, let's make another deal. Lu Xiangdong anxiously asked, how is the deal? Li Tianyu said, still take 3 as a base. 3 years, I'll help you advance another level or a few levels, but if I ask you to do something in these years, you have to go all out. Lu Xiangdong was silent after hearing this. It is indeed difficult to go further up in his current rank, and it is almost impossible to advance another level in 3 years. Chapter 17 Ancient City Treasure Hunt. But Li Tianyu opened out the conditions are particularly attractive, but Lu Xiangdong hesitated. In case Li Tianyu used their own hands of the right to do some harm to the world, how to do, when he promised or did not promise him. After these 2 contacts, it feels that Li Tianyu, this person is not so good to talk. If he pretends to agree, then do not do that, the consequences will be unimaginable. How can Li Tianyu not know the worries of Lu Xiangdong's heart? It seems that Lu Xiangdong is still a good official. If it were someone else would have agreed to a mouthful. As long as they can be an official, the daughter-in-law and children to you are no problem. Don't worry about this. I won't let you do something that goes against your principles and your conscience. And absolutely everything I ask you to do is something you can do. Seeing that Lu Xiangdong was still a little less convinced, Li Tianyu continued, it's actually very simple. I need you to protect my personal rights and interests. That is, to have a little errand, and as long as it's my stuff, no one else can come to rob it. Lu Xiangdong listened to put down his heart, said happily, this is no problem. As long as I do not put me to do illegal things, do not oppress the people, other things are good to say. Li Tianyu took out a spirit talisman from inside the storage space and said, this spirit talisman you carry with you, I have applied mana in it. It can ensure that your career path will be unhindered. Lu Xiangdong took a step forward and grabbed the spirit talisman as if it was more important than his own life. Li Tianyu continued, you must remember one thing, you have no external wealth in your destiny. Remember not to be greedy for money, or the consequences will be very serious. Lu Xiangdong percentage assurance said, Li old brother, this point you can rest assured. I absolutely will not do corruption things. Lu Xiangdong is indeed a good cadre. So many years of conscientiousness has always been to help the people to do practical things. Otherwise just now why he hesitated. Li Tianyu said the conditions. After things are chatting to understand, Li Tianyu directly left. Lu Xiangdong very politely sent him to the door of the office building of the development zone. Zhang Qiuyang has been observing this side of the situation, feel particularly surprised. A hall of the development zone of a hand actually pay so much attention to a college student, can have been sent to the door of the office building? Look at the attitude is also very respectful of each other. Everyone knows that Lu Xiangdong is particularly stubborn and never says flattering words, so he has been 1,000 years old for so many years. I also don't know what this Li Tianyu's college student actually has. Is it a family with a background? Which leader's family's son? Regardless of his identity and background, he must not be an ordinary person. When he thought of this, Zhang Qiuyang time to give Qian a call in. Brother-in-law, why did you pay back that kid Li Tianyu's money? Didn't I already tell you before? Without waiting for Zhang Qiuyang to open his mouth to speak, the money on the other side of the phone came in and complained. And he didn't know where this information came from to be so well informed. Qian came in, you listen well. Li Tianyu, you'd better not provoke him. Don't drag me into it if you make your own death. Zhang Qiuyang said, directly hung up the phone. Luckily, he hadn't obviously offended Li Tianyu, or else he would have really been killed by this brother-in-law of his this time. Qian came in to listen to as a face of confusion 13. In his eyes, Li Tianyu is a fast food delivery part-time college students only. How suddenly become so bull 13? The day before yesterday when the boss of the 5 flavors of fast food, and now actually their own brother-in-law is also afraid of him. In the blink of an eye from a monkey into the Monkey King? Qian came in especially hate this Li Tianyu. Don't look at him to ask for the money owed back, but Qian came in will definitely take revenge on you. I want to let you know that Qian came in. These years in the community still have a certain network. Li Tianyu came out from Lu Xiangdong's place has been sighing. I did not think that Qian Mendafa inside the feng shui physiognomy is so powerful. If he inadvertently get all kinds of inheritance, not to mention to ask for money, Lu Xiangdong's face they cannot see. From ancient times to the present day, the place of the feng shui master is very high. This kind of feng shui physiognomy can make a person a step up to heaven, but also can make a person's corpse. But Li Tianyu knows that he is only a beginner, and he is only showing people face. There is still a lot of learning in this. It is not that the Xian Mendafa technique is not good, it is that his Xian Men Gongfu level is not enough. In order to improve the feng shui physical technique, he must use a superb compass in order to do so. The old-fashioned compass with aura is not easy to meet. This kind of good thing is not easy to find in modern society, and Li Tianyu does not know an expert in this area. Anyway, there was nothing important right now, so Li Tianyu decided to go to the antique city to take a look around, in case he could stumble upon something good. Li Tianyu took a taxi to go to the antique city. Nanjiang's antique city is in a very remote place in the suburbs. There are not many people skulking around nearby, but there are a lot of people inside the antique city, and some of the areas have reached the level of congestion. After the TV station aired the treasure appreciation program, the people of Huaxia for a period of time began to frantically look for very old objects in their homes to participate in the treasure appreciation program. There is also a large percentage of people who come to the antique mall every day, trying to dream of finding all kinds of treasures. Now technology is more and more developed. For the value of antique collection, people also know more and more. So it also led to the antique city inside the business also become more and more good. Antique city inside the people are very much, but not chaotic, not in the food market to buy food. They are quietly looking at their favorite objects, but there are also a few individual familiar bosses, nothing to sit together to talk about antique interesting things. The outermost part of the antique city are all retailers. They do not have their own stores, are each 3 or 5 meters of small stalls, with a variety of novelty objects. Li Tianyu walked while looking. These retailers are all kinds of high imitation fakes. They do not have real aged objects in their hands. They are all fake things to cheat people. They can cheat 1-to-1. Li Tianyu also knows nothing about antiques, but after receiving the inheritance it is different. He can recognize the authenticity of antiques and how long the age is through the aura. Ancient things have aura. The stronger the aura means the longer the time. Nowadays high imitation fakes can't appear aura. You can't fake something like aura, and if you have that kind of ability, there's no need to work on it. Li Tianyu came today, just want to take a chance, cannot find a good point of the compass. The future use of feng shui phrenology is also convenient point. Look at the antique is nothing to sneak. Their case can also pick up a big bargain. How to do? Li Tianyu was almost at the end of his rope and didn't have a single decent object. Handsome, calling you. Li Tianyu doubtfully looked back, only to see there is a dress cool very open middle-aged young woman, probably can have 40 years old or so. Face big white hanging is inside 3 layers outside 3 layers. Estimated to remove the makeup themselves cannot recognize themselves. Chapter 18 Little Rock. Li Tianyu swept around and realized that there was no one else. This middle-aged young woman was just talking to herself back. May I ask what you're calling me for? Li Tianyu thought back carefully, as if he had no impression of this woman at all. The middle-aged young woman walked over to Li Tianyu and whispered, "Little handsome boy, go with sister. Sister will take you to play." Li Tianyu asked, "This sister? It seems like we don't know each other, right? Don't we know each other now? You won't suffer if you go with your sister. I'll take you to see the eye. How much do you want? You name your price," the middle-aged young woman said. The middle-aged young woman also flew an eye towards Li Tianyu. making her face big white as clattering down. Animals twice the size of a sheep, F***kinghorse, had already appeared in Li Tianyu's mind. This big sister seemed to think of herself as some kind of animal too. She could obviously eat with her face, so why should she be so strong for? This sister. I'm sorry, you must have recognized the wrong person. With a helpless expression on his face, Li Tianyu directly turned around and walked forward. Who would have thought that this shameless big sister actually chased after her? Little handsome, the price is negotiable. Give you 5,000 a night, okay? Look at you, this fine skin and tender flesh of the white face of the little scholar. Sister's price is not high, but sister technology is absolutely first class. Absolutely let you experience a different life. It had to be said that Li Tianyu was still an innocent teenager now. The middle-aged young woman had been chasing after him to say this. Many people had already heard it. Li Tianyu's face was as red as a monkey's butt. The middle-aged young woman seemed to have realized that Li Tianyu was blushing terribly, and said with an excited face, "Little handsome, you wouldn't have talked about your girlfriend yet, right? Sister is really lucky. Let's put it this way, sister will give you 10,000. I didn't expect to let my old lady stumble upon it today." Li Tianyu would not have thought that he would meet this kind of thing. If the man himself can kick him out, but met a woman, cannot fight, cannot scold, can only choose to escape. Little handsome boy, don't run, wait for sister, I can still add more to the price. The middle-aged young woman was in hot pursuit, one in the front walking fast, one in the back in hot pursuit. Many people were looking at the two of them, but no one could figure out what was going on. 15,000. This is already the highest price. Don't believe you can ask around. There is no one better than my sister's work in. The middle-aged young woman chased after them and talked endlessly, and more people looked at the two of them. Li Tianyu couldn't stand it anymore and said, "This aunt, your son is almost as old as me. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing him by saying that?" The middle-aged young woman was on fire at once, shouting with an angry face, "You little white boy, who do you call auntie? Who are you calling shameless? Damn, you don't pretend to be pure with my mother here." Surrounded by more people onlookers, everyone is talking about this middle-aged young woman. She was so angry that she only gasped, leaving a humming sound after twisting her big ass of the earth cabinet square and walked away. Li Tianyu let out a bitter smile and walked towards the depths of the antique city. It's all about to get out of the retail area soon, and further along is the antique store, which may have what you need, but should be much higher price-wise than the retail. Walking to the last few scattered stalls, there was a middle-aged man wearing tattered clothes. The stall was very small, just a meter or so, a rag on top of a dozen or so stones. Many of the people who passed by opened their mouths and asked questions before shaking their heads and walking away to watch. Li Tianyu swept a glance at the stones on the stall and his eyes lit up. One of the stones had a small amount of aura. It was impossible to tell what exactly was inside, but it was definitely not an ordinary object. Pretending to look at other stalls carelessly, Li Tianyu slowly walked up to this middle-aged man's stall and asked, "Older brother, what all do you have here?" The middle-aged man took a drag on his cigarette and arrogantly said, "These are all divine stones, and all of them are good things inside." "Then how do you sell these stones?" Li Tianyu asked. "Take it all for $2,000, and don't sell it for a penny less," the middle-aged man said. It was the first time that Li Tianyu had seen someone doing business like this, actually daring to ask for such a high price without knowing what was inside. But this man must not know what was inside, or else something with aura could be sold for a lot of money. "Older brother, is it okay if I buy a few less pieces then?" Li Tianyu asked. "No, if you want to buy it you have to take it all. You're not allowed to pick any of it," the middle-aged man asked. "Cheaper, I'll take all of them. 1,000, okay?" Li Tianyu is not bad about the $2,000 right now. He is afraid that if he buys the other party will sit on the ground and raise the price. $2,000? I won't sell it for a penny less, the middle-aged man said stubbornly. 1,500, if it works we have a deal, not a penny less, and if you don't buy it, go away and don't stand in my way. The middle-aged man was really quite stubborn, and now Li Tianyu finally knew why so many people shook their heads and walked away after watching it just now. "Alright, I'll bet that there can be something good inside," Li Tianyu said reluctantly. Li Tianyu swept $2,000 to the middle-aged man with his cell phone, and after the cell phone reminded him that the money had arrived, the middle-aged man left directly without saying anything. "Two fools, cheated by others. Just now my mother gave you money do not want, now actually on this let others cheat." At some point the middle-aged young woman appeared behind Li Tianyu and was gloatingly mocking Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu blankly glanced at the middle-aged young woman, thinking in his heart, this woman is really sick. In order to get herself as a virgin, she is really a ghost. As the old saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Li Tianyu lazily ignored her and pocketed the stone on the ground and wanted to leave. There was an old man in the next stall, smilingly said, "Young man, don't work blindly. You do let people cheat. There is nothing inside this pile of broken stones, just throw it away." Li Tianyu knew that the old man meant well. Unlike this crazy woman, Li Tianyu laughed. I can't believe that the money has been given to people. Always point to take it back and look at it. What a fool. His brain must be in the water. It's obviously just a few pieces of broken rocks, and you still think you can pick up a treasure? In the antique city this kind of cheating method is the most common. The middle-aged young woman kept beeping behind Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu was now annoyed. This hen was really annoying. The noise was making his ears tinnitus. The middle-aged young woman was still scoffing and said, "What kind of treasure do you think you can pick up? This kind of skillful thing is not for a little white boy like you. You'd better go with your sister in a weird way. Are you so sure that there are no good things inside these stones?" Li Tianyu finally couldn't stand the middle-aged young woman's words anymore. Chapter 19 Gambling? Sick. How can there be good things inside these broken stones? I think you're thinking about money like a demon. The middle-aged young woman said. What if there's a treasure in here? Li Tianyu asked. Young man, don't bet on this. They are just using this kind of broken stones to cheat people. There is nothing inside these stones. The old man advised. You don't think about it. I stay here all year round. If there is something good, would it still be your turn to be bought away? Hear that idiot. Even if there really is something good, it's not your turn to be a little white boy. The middle-aged young woman continued. How to say you don't believe. Now find a stone opener to come over. If there is something valuable inside. I Jiang Xiaowei not wear clothes to run a lap can. It turned out that this middle-aged young woman was called Jiang Xiaowei. The name sounded quite cute, but the person was not. The people watching the fun are getting more and more. Li Tianyu shouted. What you just said everyone has heard. When the time comes you don't keep your words. If these stones of mine can open something worthwhile, you'll run a lap without clothes. If there is no good stuff, I'm willing to run a lap without clothes. The people who were watching didn't mind, and everyone followed suit, just to see who was going to run a lap without their clothes on. This old gentleman, do you know how to open stones? Li Tianyu asked. Young man, it's not that I won't open it for you. Listen to me, this bet is not a good idea. The old man advised. Old Lu head, why are you so abrasive? Hurry up and open all the stones. The cost is on me. I didn't expect this Jiang Xiaowei to know anyone. It looks like the main person who mixes in the antique city. Old sir, I'm confident in myself, so just open it for me. Li Tianyu said. It can't be helped. It's not good for young people to be too competitive. You're going to open that one stone first, the old man asked. Li Tianyu didn't directly take the stone with aura to open it. After the old man opened 5 or 6 stones in a row, he said, Young man, I advise you not to open it down. There's really nothing. Even opened a few stones nothing. Jiang Xiaowei has been sneering at the side. Li Tianyu handed the stone with aura to the old man and said, Old sir, this stone you cut slowly. Just cut a little bit next to it now. The stone was the size of 2 fists, and when the old man cut it by 10 centimeters, the people watching the heat began to talk. Big brother, look, there seems to be something in there. It seems to be green. It's jade. It's really jade. It's jade, but I don't know about the color. If it's not of good quality, it's worth just as little. Jiang Xiaowei's face became ugly. How could she not think that jade could still be opened inside these broken stones? Absolutely impossible? I have to say that the old man's craftsmanship was very good. Basically without wasting much of the jade's body, he cut a small piece of it intact. The green color was translucent without a single blemish. The onlookers marveled. This is definitely a fey jade stone, with a perfect luster of character and crystal clear without impurities. Li Tianyu had long seen that this stone was jade, but exactly what material he was not clear. It should belong to a good quality Hetian jade. Such a large piece of good jade, how can also sell a few $100,000? If the processing is completed, better process out. Hundreds of millions of dollars is also it. Did not expect the young man or really picked up a big leak. I didn't expect this young man to really pick up a big leak, said the people watching. Someone shouted, Old Lu too, you're an expert. How much is this stone worth? Last year I went to participate in a jade auction. At that time there was a Hatan jade and this size is about the same size, but the feeling is not as pure as this piece of stone. At that time sold $1.5 million. You guys say that this piece is worth it? After old Lu Tu finished speaking, he handed over the stone in his hand fondly to Li Tianyu. The watching crowd began to speak. Young man, I'll give you $1.5 million. You sell me this stone. Do you think people are fools? Just now old Lu Tu has already said. Last year the quality was not as good as this. It was sold for $1.5 million. I offered $2 million to sell it to me. I see you guys just want to take advantage. Young man, don't listen to them. I'll give you an auspicious price. $2,888,800. You sell it to me. Li Tianyu felt like he was dreaming. Finding a random stone and selling it for several $1,000,000 at once? It felt really cool. Just at this time, there was a middle-aged man who was a bit older, walked up next to Li Tianyu and asked, Little brother, "Dad, can you lend me the stone in your hand to take a look?" Li Tianyu could see that this middle-aged man had an extraordinary demeanor and directly placed the stone in his hand. The middle-aged man said after looking at it for a while, "Little brother, this piece of jade is of good quality, but it's not necessarily worth money in your hands. You still need to find a good processing master to carve it out so that it can be sold at a good price. I don't think you know anyone in this area. I'll give you 4 million. How about selling it to me?" So infinite. It's actually so infinite. This is a titanic figure in the antique world, and a famous expert in appraisal. Why would he come to the antique city today? Li Tianyu had heard of this person and knew that the CCTV treasure appreciation programs were all recorded by him. Everyone looked at Li Tianyu, who was still hesitating, and many people said, "It's really lucky that a broken stone bought for $2,000 can be sold for $4 million at once." Most of the people shouted, "Silly boy, don't freeze. The price Mr. Su gave is not low. Li Tianyu does not know anything about antiques." People are right. There are professionals to complete the processing. In order to sell a good price, might as well make 4 million first. "Mr. Su, then I'll sell it to you for 4 million. Li Tianyu directly told Su Infinite the bank card number. Not a minute before the cell phone message came, there was an extra 4 million on top of the bank card. Is it actually so easy to earn money? Earn $4 million in a single round. Li Tianyu was happy in his heart when he swept Jiang Xiaowei with a glance. This crazy woman, who had been pestering herself, almost let her get away just now. Li Tianyu shouted, "Jiang Xiaowei, what did you say just now? You can run a lap without clothes now." Jiang Xiaowei was ready to bolt. Heard Li Tianyu shouting at the back, she hurriedly squeezed out from the crowd. "I do not know who foot so oh." Jiang Xiaowei wore a skirt stepped on. She was in a hurry to squeeze out. A forced skirt was actually stepped down. For a moment, it was as if the dawn had cut through the whiteness of the night. "Do you really run a lap without clothes on?" It seems that this Jiang Xiaowei is really a woman of her word. Underestimating her. Jiang Xiaowei was now in a sorry state. She couldn't care less about what other people said. She grabbed her skirt and ran away as fast as she could. Chapter 20 Spirit Bell. Antique City has a lively time. Will be surrounded by a lot of people. Lively finish a dispersal. Li Tianyu continued to Antique City store inside slipped, to see if they can find their own use of the compass. Just at this time, Jiang Xiaowei had already run inside a store called Wenwansai in a hurry. This literary play fast is Jiang Xiaowei and his brother Jiang Qingwen partnership to open together. The money is she a person to take. Usually look at the store is her brother Jiang Qingwen. "Look, sis, what's your look?" Jiang Qingwen asked. "I'll say in a minute. It's really pissing me off. I'm going to go change my clothes." Jiang Xiaowei ran straight upstairs, and just as she was going up the stairs, 2 rural people came outside and carried an old standing clock in. The big clock was 2 meters high, overall brownish red. Looking at the appearance should be some years old. "Is the boss here? Can you show me if you'll take this?" Jiang Qingwen walked over and looked back and forth, opening the inside and carefully inspecting it to see if there were any broken places. Jiang Qingwen, who had a long, sharp mouth and a treacherous look, said, "This big clock of yours looks old, but it's not considered an antique, and it's not worth a few dollars." The older rural man said, "Boss, you give it a good look again. This is our family. My grandfather's grandfather has been left behind. It can be considered our family's treasure. Antiques cannot be considered who stayed on the value of money. You see, the antique world are that big clock counted as an antique. The appearance of the wood has some rot. Look at all the fast falling apart." Jiang Qingwen snapped off a layer of wood veneer and said. The younger farmer said, "You're not deliberately lying to us, are you?" Grandpa said, "This is our family heirloom." Jiang Qingwen scoffed, "Don't be ridiculous. Just this one big broken clock is still considered a family heirloom? You two take a look for yourselves. What kind of sub is engraved on it? It was produced in the year of Republic of China 28. It's not even 100 years old as of now. Do you dare to say that it's an antique? You guys quickly go and take a look somewhere else." The 2 rural brothers also saw the words written on it. "And you looked at me and I looked at you." They think Jiang Qingwen said is true. The older farmers said, "Boss, this big clock is too big. We move it is also difficult. You give a price, just take it." Jiang Qingwen said with embarrassment, "This big clock is really not worth any money. I see that you two are not easy. You don't want to make a trip for nothing. $300? Okay, I'll stay." The older one said, $300? Too little? It cost both of us $100 to hire a car to come. Jiang Qingwen shook his head and said, $300 is already quite a lot. No, you can carry it to someone else's house to see. They are not as high as the price I gave. I am looking at both of you are rural people, and in the end, if you can't sell it, you still point to spend money to find a car to pull it back." These 2 rural brothers exchanged brief words, and the older one said, $500, and if you don't agree, we'll both move out now. Jiang Qingwen showed an extremely difficult expression and said, "I really see that you two are real people, and I'm also a warm-hearted person. 500 is 500. After giving the money to the two hands they left, but Jiang Qingwen's eyes were full of contempt, saw the back of the two out of the door and said, "Two fools. This big clock is not an old antique, but it is also very collectible. Fine and beautiful workmanship. This kind of object is not very valuable, but it is rare. How to sell $1 million or $8,000. Li Tianyu was going into every store, but never stumbled upon anything useful for himself. He himself understands that it is not good to touch such old objects as compasses, so he can only be patient and take his chances. He walked to the artifacts lounge. He looked at each item but shook his head slightly. None of the items on the bright side were things with aura, but there was a small amount of aura on the back of the shelves, almost as if it should be the treasure of the store. Normally, a proper antique store will not have real things on the surface. Even if there is a treasure of the store, it is also hidden in the back, but the aura behind the shelves is permeated with some yin qi. Maybe it is something out of grave robbing. There is no relationship with Li Tianyu. How can you open an antique business if you don't have hard goods? When he was ready to go out, he found a 2-meter high clock standing at the entrance, which he did not see when he came in, and when he went out, he found that the inside of the clock exuded a strong spiritual qi, which was even stronger than the jade you just had. Jiang Qingwen Mixed Antique City has been many years. Eyes have been practiced very venomous. A glance can see that Li Tianyu is interested in this big clock. Walked up to say with a cheap smile, "This little brother, looking at this thing? You really have a vision." He is. Jiang Qingwen business has its own unique features, regardless of how things, as long as you exaggerate him to the sky, guaranteed to give the guests to fool a 7 or 8% of the letter, which has been half successful. This vertical big clock is a good thing. At first glance it is an old antique. You first see how exquisite the workmanship is, and then look at the wood. Jiang Qingwen's mouth was like a machine gun strafing, talking non-stop next to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu also looked at it for half a day, and finally also saw the date of production engraved at the bottom, and asked, "Boss, this thing of yours is not an old object. It says Republic of China 2, 8 years. Once the date of production was seen, Jiang Qingwen would not feel embarrassed. This kind of thing can really be said to be a basic operation for his kind of deception. Jiang Qingwen said, "Little brother, you probably don't know much about it. It's already considered an old antique for such a large object to be kept until now." Li Tianyu observed this big standing bell before and after. He was also wondering, this big bell hasn't passed 100 years yet. Even if there is aura it should be very rare. But why is the aura so strong? Li Tianyu carefully looked at it many more times, and finally found out what the problem was. This vertical clock itself had no aura. The aura was all inside the dial of the clock. There's a secret compartment? Li Tianyu finally realized that there was something inside the standing bell. Li Tianyu controlled the excitement in his heart and showed a dissatisfied look on his face. Li Tianyu no. These antique store business people are more cunning. As long as they think you like this thing, their price will want to die. This big standing bell Li Tianyu is necessary to buy, but definitely will not spend a penny more money. This little brother, the stuff is really good. See if you're interested? Jiang Qingwen asked. Interest is not at all. I'm not a fan of this kind of thing. Young people who will like this kind of old-fashioned things, mainly because my old family has an old house, which is also full of things from the Republican period. I thought to put this standing clock inside just matching. In fact, it's something dispensable. Chapter 21 Sorry, I can't sell it. Li Tenjiu made a random excuse. Anyway, that he couldn't show him how much he liked this thing. Jiang Qingwen said, "Little brother, you counted to come to the right place. I dare say that the whole antique city you will not find out the second so big standing bell, and also the Republic of China made out, and your old house just match. But this surface skin of yours is a bit broken, and it's also very big, so it's not very easy to hold." Li Tianyu started picking all sorts of faults. "This is not even a problem. I will count you less money, and then help you hire a car to pull away." Jiang Qingwen said, "I see that you are also very honest boss. Let me hear you say a price. If it's expensive I don't think it's worth it." Li Tianyu said, "Little brother, this you do not understand the line. Good things naturally high price. Not to hide you. This standing bell is I just spent $4,000 to collect. Seeing you and me on the sake of fate, you give me 5,000 how?" Jiang Qingwen said with a meaningful expression. "Boss you this price is not right. This standing bell is definitely not worth that much money. You cheaper just as a friend. I will come often in the future." Li Tianyu said with a smile. Jiang Qingwen thought in his heart, antiques this industry you kid do not move. 3 years do not open or fine. As long as the opening can live for 3 years, if not even cheat, our sorry must be this industry. 4,005. It really can't be less. You always point to let your brother earn some. Jiang Qingwen said with difficulty. Li Tianyu directly said, 1,000. 1,000? Little brother, you cut the prices too hard. I cannot lose money to sell to you. I just spent 4,000 to collect. Look at the two of us on the love so that my brother less loss. 3,005 you pull away. Jiang Qingwen said anxiously. Li Tianyu shook his head and said, add another 500 to you. 1,500. Originally for this standing bell I can have nothing. Jiang Qingwen said anxiously, stomping his feet. This little brother. I rent everyday utilities are in need of money. Looking at such a large store, but the pressure is also very big. Or so, you give me another brother plus 500. If not you go around again. It seems that this should be the lowest price. Li Tianyu hesitated and said, alright then. Li Tianyu swept $2,000 to Jiang Qingwen in the past, and asked to open a receipt to prove that it was also stamped with the seal of the cultural and playful Zhai. Jiang Qingwen, heart secretly happy, did not expect so quickly earned more than $1,000, said with a smile, little brother, in the future you need something, often come to brother here to see. If Zhang Xiaowei happened to come downstairs at this time after changing her clothes and saw Li Tianyu at a glance. Because of Li Tianyu, Zhang Xiaowei made a fool of herself in front of everyone. The moment she saw Li Tianyu, she shouted, you little white boy, how did you come here? Li Tianyu put the receipt back into his pocket first. He also didn't expect to meet Zhang Xiaowei here. Do I still need to tell you when I go there? I didn't go to your house? Zhang Xiaowei said arrogantly. What a coincidence. This store is my family's. Immediately. Get the hell out of my house. Li Tianyu knew that there was no reasoning with women, and he didn't want to bother with this crazy woman. Take it easy. I'm leaving now. Li Tianyu finished and went to get the big standing clock. The standing clock is a little bit bigger, but Li Tianyu, who has the inheritance, has amazing power. Just find a place where no one is, and put the big standing clock into the storage space on the line. Wait a minute. Zhang Xiaowei shouted. What are you doing with that big clock? You're really sick. It's none of your business if I paid for it. Li Tianyu said. Zhang Xiaowei asked Jiang Qingwen. Was it you who sold him the big clock just now? Yeah, the money has all been paid. Jiang Qingwen said. How much to sell him for? 2,000. Jiang Qingwen didn't understand what his sister meant. How much did you charge for it? 500. 10 minutes ago. Jiang Qingwen is not afraid of Li Tianyu here. Antiques, this industry is like this. No matter you go no I, as long as the money paid without regret. Li Tianyu not at all to the heart. How much money you collect I do not care. I just buy the hand on the line. The value of this can be more than 10 2,000. 100 2,000. Zhang Xiaowei, this crazy woman will not think so. Very arrogantly mocked and said. Hear that? White boy, you are a two-bit. $500 to receive something. Less than 10 minutes to earn you 15,000. You think you can always pick up the treasure? It's definitely not good in the old lady's store. Stupid 13. Dusha bag. Zhang Xiaowei is event. $2,000 and the 4 million just now is not comparable. But at least it can count for a while. Li Tianyu. Let him know what it is like to be fooled. What's it to you? I'm willing to be lied to. Li Tianyu did not open his mouth to counterattack, nor did he act stormily, which to Zhang Xiaowei's disappointment. Just as Li Tianyu was about to take the big clock and was about to leave, Su Infinite walked in from outside and said, hello again little brother, can you show me this clock? Li Tianyu saw is Su Infinite, how they buy anything he wants to see. Just now people also spent 4 million to buy their own jade. Face always have to give a little. Good. Feel free to see. Su Infinite turned around 4 or 5 times. After looking at it, said to Li Tianyu, this standing clock is not bad. The age is not very old, but the craftsmanship is not bad. I am a cool collector of old objects. Just do not have a decent clock. I do not know if this little brother can sell it to me. Without waiting for Li Tianyu to open his mouth to answer, Jiang Qingwen next to him opened his mouth and asked, how much can you pay? Now he was beginning to regret a little bit that he had given this big sale to this young man. If this old boy could have come earlier, he could have definitely slaughtered himself even harder. Su Infinite smiled and said, how about $10,000? 10,000? Jiang Qingwen's body shook a little. This is too much of a loss. 10 minutes to earn $10,000 less by himself. Zhang Xiaowei's expression was very unsightly. She had just said that this kid could only be cheated inside my mother's store, and now she was mercilessly slapped in the face by others. What's wrong with this Su Infinite? Today, I can meet him anywhere. Even if Zhang Xiaowei is no longer willing, she does not dare to say it. No one in the antique world dares to offend this Su Infinite. Li Tianyu shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't sell it. Zhang Xiaowei siblings surprised. 2,000 by to 10. 000 still not sell. Is not stupid? But Jiang Xiaowei was still happy. This would make her suffer more than anyone else if she let Li Tianyu earn the money. Su Infinite frowned and said, little brother, I also genuinely want this standing bell. I'll add another 20,000 to you. Originally it despised this money. It really is my personal preference. Jiang Xiaowei now felt as if she had been slapped with a backhanded big mouth. Her face was hot and painful. Li Tianyu did not finish, but the expression on his face was very hesitant. This standing bell can't be sold for any amount of money. but it can be seen that Su Wuxi really wants to collect this object, and for a while he didn't know how to explain it to him well. Chapter 22 Another Mystery. Seeing that Li Tianyu's expression was hesitant, Su Infinite added, "How about 50,000? Saw this side of the literature play fast have a lively look." Next door came a few bosses, open to persuade, "This little brother, the price is already very high. In the hands of your hands are not out of value." "Right, Mr. Su is really a hobbyist of this old collection. If anyone else can't give you such a high price, Zhang Xiaowei really can't help it." Walked to the side of Su Infinite and said, "Mr. Su, this big standing clock my brother just spent $500 to collect. It's not a good thing at all. If you like old objects, look at the other things in my store, which is worth a lot of money than this standing clock." Knowing that she had a knot with Li Tianyu, Su Infinite did not pay any attention to Zhang Xiaowei, but said to Li Tianyu, "Little brother, how have you considered it?" Did not wait for Li Tianyu to speak. Zhang Xiaowei was anxious, directly using her big ass to squeeze Li Tianyu away. Said to Mr. Su, "Why don't you take another look? I guarantee that there are good things in my store." As long as she could strike Li Tianyu, Zhang Xiaowei was also willing to go out of her way. If Su Infinite was interested, she could show Su Infinite the pocket watch that she had just stolen from inside the ancient tomb the day before. Not a little prepared Li Tianyu was Zhang Xiaowei squeezed back 4 or 5 steps. "His heart is not happy. Would not have wanted to be too much with you, a woman. I did not think you have been looking for small master of the trouble. This time the small master non-point to let you see the small master of the powerful." Li Tianyu opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Su, I can't sell this standing bell for any amount of money. There is another mystery here." Su Infinite hear Li Tianyu so also feel very surprised. Just now they have looked very carefully. How did not see where the mystery? Could it be that he still has the time to look away? Su Infinite asked, "This little brother, quickly tell me, where is the mystery of this standing bell?" The onlookers immediately quieted down. They are all the shopkeepers. Everyone looked at this standing bell. No one can see that there are any other problems. The heart is to generalize to. They are looking away? Zhang Xiaowei glared fiercely at her own brother. If there was really a treasure inside and it was still her own brother who had sold it to Li Tianyu, she would want to beat up her own brother right now. Absolutely impossible? Jiang Qingwen was only scared by his sister's glare and hurriedly explained, "What a joke. I, Jiang Qingwen, have been in the antique world for 20 years or so, and anything that goes out from my hands is absolutely not wrong." Li Tianyu said indifferently, "There is still a time for a tiger to take a nap, let alone a person. Is Boss Jiang that confident in his eyesight? I'm absolutely confident in my eyesight. If there's another mystery inside this standing bell, I won't be surnamed Jiang. You nerd, don't daydream." Jiang Qingwen patted his chest and said, seeing her brother speak with such confidence, Zhang Xiaowei was instantly confident. She knew that her brother also possessed the title of Fiery Eyes inside the antique city. "You little white boy, don't think about trying to pick up cheap again. Just now it's because you were lucky and picked up a jade, this time in my old lady's store, so that you can't even kin." Zhang Xiaowei, this is another bar with Li Tianyu, just now gambling on the matter of losing the stone, so a moment's effort she forgot. Li Tianyu really had no way to endure it anymore, provoking himself again and again. This time he had to fix her properly for once. Li Tianyu said to Zhang Xiaowei, "If you don't believe me, how about we make another bet?" Zhang Xiaowei has just lost a game of Li Tianyu. Heard also want to bet. The heart is still afraid of so a moment, but the words have been said on this. "If you do not dare to pick up the future in the antique city, also how to mix down. There is nothing that I don't dare to bet on here. White boy, what do you think we should bet on?" Zhang Xiaowei said with confidence, "Let's bet $500,000. If there is no mystery inside the standing bell, you win. If there is a mystery inside, I win." Li Tianyu said, scared Zhang Xiaowei to death. She was afraid that Li Tianyu would still say that he was betting on the matter of running a lap without clothes. "If this is another lap, my mother will really have no way to mix in the antique city." She looked at her brother Jiang Qingwen, who firmly nodded his head. Zhang Xiaowei said, "I'm afraid of you? But let's talk a little in front. If you this Xuanqi inside is not worth $50,000, that can be counted as you lose." Li Tianyu quickly agreed. "No problem, but I have another request. I don't trust your character. Just now you lost and ran. I suggest we put all the money in Mr. Su's hands, and I'm not worried about you reneging on your debt." Li Tianyu turned his head to Su Infinite and asked, "Mr. Su, I wonder if you're willing to be a guarantor for us once." "Okay, I'm willing to be this guarantor," Su Infinite said. Looking at this young man's confidence, he also happened to want to see what was inside this standing bell. Zhang Xiaowei began to hesitate. Her character really can't be said. Cheating is her nature. Just now she was thinking that if in case she really lost, she would definitely renege on her debt and not pay. Boss Jiang doesn't trust Mr. Su, or were you prepared to renege on the debt from the start? Su Wendu asked. Su Wuhan has already said so. Jiang Xiaowei has no way back, can only harden his head. Transfer to Su Wuhan $500,000. After the money was transferred, Li Tianyu and Jiang Qingwen borrowed a hammer, did not hesitate for a moment, directly a hammer to break the dial of the standing clock. Everyone sucked a breath of cold air. This kid is also too defeated. $50,000 a hammer was knocked away. Couldn't there be something hidden inside the dial? After Li Tianyu cracked the dial, everyone probed to look inside, and Jiang Xiaowei's siblings' necks stretched longer than a giraffe's. The dial was empty when it was cracked and there was nothing obvious inside. 213. It's over now. Even $50,000 are gone. Now you can take this broken standing clock home to burn the fire. Jiang Xiaowei stood next to him with a scoff. Are you so sure there's nothing there? What's the rush? Li Tianyu said with a smile, and after knocking a few more times and thoroughly being able to reach a hand in, he cleaned the side where he could scratch his hand. It can't be that there's really something inside, can it? Looking at the dial inside is a dragon awe? Everyone was muttering in their hearts. Li Tianyu disassembled the dial a little bit and then put his hand in to rummage around. Look, it's actually empty. There might actually be something in there. Are you stupid? If there wasn't something, would this kid dare to bet? One look at this young man is not ordinary. Everyone was discussing it on the side with you and him, all watching with their eyes wide open. Jiang Xiaowei's eyes were almost flying in to see it. Chapter 23 Compass. Li Tianyu's hand slowly came out from behind the dial, and inside his hand was holding something that was tightly and squarely wrapped in craft paper. There really is something. Looks like good stuff. Wrapped up real tight. Little brother, open it up and see what kind of treasure is inside. Li Tianyu wasn't in a hurry at all, and the people watching were more anxious than he was. Li Tianyu untied the twine on top and opened the craft paper layer by layer. A square plate-sized, brownish-red wooden thing appeared in everyone's eyes. What the hell? That looks pretty tedious. It's supposed to be an antique. It's got some years on it. Bunch of bumpkins. It's a compass. Mr. Su, tell everyone if this compass is worth anything. Su Infinite is also feel very surprised. This big standing bell inside. Actually really another mystery. They are really not see out. This little brother how to see out? Li Tianyu was now excited beyond belief. The compass that he had searched so hard for was actually found here by himself. And this compass was particularly thick in mana. It was really a very rare magic weapon. Seeing Li Tianyu holding a compass in his hand, Jiang Xiaowei's face is particularly ugly, although she does not recognize any compass. But perennial mixing in the antique industry is not a good thing she can still see. Just look at the material of this rosewood. At least can be sold a few $100,000. Little brother, can you show me this compass? Su Infinite asked. Li Tianyu handed over the compass to Su Infinite's hand, and there was actually a feeling of reluctance in his heart. Su Infinite took out a magnifying glass and scrutinized it on the compass. The outside of the compass is all surrounded by fine rosewood. The inside of the compass emits a hidden golden light, and the pointer in the center is made of pure metal, which is a very delicate craft. It seems that this compass together is someone off in use. Compass rosewood are already pulp. Exudes the feeling of historical vicissitudes. Su Infinite exclaimed loudly. Good thing. It's really a treasure. This compass is too good. This compass, little brother you. Knowing that Su Infinite was going to open his mouth to say something, Li Tianyu jumped ahead and said, no need to say it, Mr. Su, I won't sell this compass for any amount of money. Don't be ridiculous. I'll have to point to this compass for food later. During the heyday of ancient feng shui masters, compasses were the lifeblood of every master. This compass is very important to Li Tianyu. It is not just a simple compass. This compass comes with a certain amount of mana. It can be said that it is the best of the best inside the compass. It is definitely a good thing that cannot be found. Here's $10 million, Su said with infinite hesitation. This is the most money he can take out now. They are such antique master-level characters. Their value is very high, but the money has been turned into antiques, and there is not much liquidity in their hands. Li Tianyu didn't pick up the conversation and took the compass from Su Infinite's hand and put it away, with an expression that he couldn't sell it even if he died. Watching the people are boiling. This is 10 million. Can be rich a sum of money? Ordinary people several lifetimes cannot turn so much money. Su Infinite also shook his head very much can. He could already tell that Li Tianyu could not sell the compass in his hand for any amount of money. Jiang Xiaowei, as if he was petrified as frozen in place, suddenly reacted at once. The hungry tiger pounces like before rushing to Li Tianyu, while grabbing the compass while shouting, this compass is you buy here in my place. I am now not sold to you. I will return all the money to you. Return to you 100,000. Li Tianyu really couldn't stand women like her, who were greedy at the sight of wealth, and pushed Jiang Xiaowei away with one hand. The people watching the scene are also speechless. This stupid forked Jiang Xiaowei brain should be in the water. In exchange for your own cannot return, Li Tianyu said coldly. Is your brain squeezed by the door? If it was you who discovered this compass, would you have backed up? Turning his head, he added to Su Infinite, Mr. Su, you can give me the bet now. No problem. I'll transfer it to you now. Su Infinite directly transferred $1 million to Li Tianyu. You bring it back. Your compass is worth $10 million. Do you still care about my $500,000? Zhang Xiaowei cried out and rushed towards Li Tianyu again. But Li Tianyu kicked her back and directly turned around and walked out of the Wenqiu Zhai, going out the door directly to the outside of the antique city. Since he had already found the compass he was looking for, there was no point in staying. The people watching also dispersed, leaving only Zhang Xiaowei sitting on the ground and crying. Jiang Qingwen came over and advised, Sister, don't cry. All his mothers blame you. If not, you look away. We lost 10 million for nothing. That can be called as 10 million ah. Zhang Xiaowei angrily cried to his brother, Sister, you can't blame it all on me. That old thing Su Infinite didn't see it either. Who knows how that grandson was able to find out? Jiang Qingwen said aggrieved. You compensate my $10 million. Zhang Xiaowei is now crying, more sad than a dead father. Sister, we have another chance now. Jiang Qingwen said grimly. Chance? What chance? Zhang Xiaowei instantly stopped crying. Dashan and Xiao Chang haven't gone back yet. Why don't we let the two of them? Jiang Qingwen gestured a murderous gesture. By that time the compass we've got, and all the money on that kid will be ours. So after we kill him we'll run away, change to a city where no one knows us, and live the rest of our lives. Jiang Qingwen said sinisterly. Zhang Xiaowei hesitated for a while said, Okay, listen to you. Li Tianyu out of the antique city. Until now he still feels not quite real. Casually come to the antique city to take a chance. Actually can have such a big harvest. Not only earned more than 4 million not to mention, but also got a compass with mana. This compass is equivalent to the life of the feng shui master is precious. I feel like peeing when I want to be okay, and I haven't gone to the bathroom all afternoon. Outside the antique city is the suburbs. There is no public toilet this advanced equipment. Li Tianyu found not far away there is a dark hutong. This place has been planned to complete the demolition. There is no one to live. Li Tianyu quickly rushed inside the dark alley, wanting to give himself a refreshing discharge, and just as he was about to take out the water cannon, he realized that there were two people behind him who had followed him in as well, thinking that he would wait for these two people to pass before peeing. When the two men walked to Li Tianyu's side, they suddenly took out machetes from their arms and cut towards Li Tianyu's head. Two men, one tall and one short, attacked Li Tianyu at the same time, and the taller man wielded a machete, striking Li Tianyu's head directly. Chapter 24 Who was not afraid to die. People who want their lives. Li Tianyu simply do not need to be merciful. His left hand quickly outstretched, directly grabbed the wrist of the tall man with a knife. A reasonable twist click. The tall man let out a scream. At the same time, Li Tianyu lifted his foot, a foot to send him flying out. With a bang, the tall man's body smashed right through the wall, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. The shorter man's knife had already stabbed in front of Li Tianyu's stomach, and after a quick sidestep, Li Tianyu leapt high into the air with a roundhouse kick, hitting the shorter man squarely in the head. The short man grunted and fell straight to the ground. Li Tianyu picked up both men and placed them together, sealing the acupoints of various muscles on their bodies. What did you do to us, asshole? Why can't you move? Hurry up and let us go or I'll kill your whole family, the tall man said ferociously. Li Tianyu frowned as he looked at the two of them. The yin qi on these two men was very heavy. At the same time, there was also a strong smell of dirt on top of their bodies. They should have been dealing with dirt for a long time. If there was no error in guessing, the two of them were grave robbers. Li Tianyu slapped a mouth over and said coldly, You can't even move and still dare to clamor with me? Believe it or not, I'll get you two killed right now. Tell me who sent you, and I'll keep you alive. Li Tianyu did not recognize these two people. It must be who sent to find their own revenge. Now we must ask the manipulator behind the scenes, in the future, so that he can defend himself in advance. Now the biggest object of suspicion is Zhang Xiaowei looking for someone to get himself killed. Only she knows that he has something valuable in his hands. I'm not afraid of your. If you have the guts, you can get me killed right now. The big man finished, his neck thrust forward with an air of being unafraid to die. I'm going to give you one last chance to tell me who sent you, or I'll make you try the feeling of certain and painful death. These two men didn't say anything to anyone. Li Tianyu sneered. It seems that you guys still have quite a backbone. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm a very powerful traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, practitioner. In a moment, I'll let you guys try out my needling technique. Li Tianyu from the storage space inside the silver needle out. The big man with a look down on the face of said, Old what battle has not seen. The head fell on the bold big scar. You think to take a few broken needle can scare the old man? Li Tianyu smiled and said, If you're a man, you don't beg me in a while. Li Tianyu stuck the silver needles into the inside of the big brother man's acupoints one by one, and he screamed. It's really hilarious. It doesn't hurt as much as a mosquito bite. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. You'll have to suffer in a while. Soon you'll be able to experience the power of my pinning pain needles. Li Tianyu stabbed the last silver needle in and used his finger to gently fluctuate on all the silver needles. The big brother man began to scream in pain. He felt the feeling that all the muscles in his body were being torn apart. There was not a piece of his body that did not hurt, and said with difficulty, what in the world have you did to me? What? Li Tianyu smiled and said, aren't you hard-mouthed? I'll help you tighten your muscles so that every inch of your muscles will feel like a cramp. After saying that, Li Tianyu pinched hard at the location of the big brother man's thigh muscles, and the latter let out a miserable cry. If you have the guts to kill me directly, what kind of hero is it to torment me like this? I haven't put any force into it yet. Looks like you're not under force. Ha? Didn't you tell me before that you've seen a lot of big fights? What's wrong now? Li Tianyu used his fingers to poke at every muscle point on the big man's body, and he screamed so heartbreakingly that no one moved in pain later. Li Tianyu didn't care at all. This piece of land was already a place that had been demolished and finished. No matter how much he shouted, no one heard him. Count on me to beg you. Just hurry up and listen to the hand. I'll tell you whatever you ask me. The big man was trembling in pain. If it wasn't for the fact that his acupoints were sealed, I'm afraid that he would have already rolled around on the ground in pain. Weren't you pretty tough just now? Hold on a little longer, Li Tianyu said with a smile. Please just pull out all the needles quickly. I'll say whatever you ask. The big brother man pleaded. With a big wave of his hand, Li Tianyu took back all the silver needles on the big man. Tell me who sent you. Don't think about deceiving me or I'll make you 10 times more enjoyable than you were just now. Li Tianyu said coldly. Don't dare to lie to you. Promise not to lie to you. The big man now sees the needle in Li Tianyu's hand are confused. I'm afraid that in the future on the needle are point to leave a shadow. Dason, you can't tell a damn thing. The little brother man shouted. You have never tasted the feeling of being stabbed by a needle just now. No one can stand it. The big man thought in his heart. Jiang Shaowei's siblings sent us. The larger man didn't pay attention to what the smaller man said. It's really them. Li Tianyu asked. What did Jiang Shaowei ask you two to do here? Let's both of us take the stuff back, and if you don't give it to us, we'll get you killed. The older brother man said. Mothers, this woman is really vicious. Li Tianyu cursed. Who are you guys? How much did she pay you to kill me? Killing is a capital offense, don't you know? Li Tianyu said. Dason, keep your mouth shut. You can't say any more. The smaller man said anxiously. You really don't see the coffin. If you don't let him talk, I'll let you talk. Li Tianyu stabbed all the silver needles into the smaller man. In no time at all, he gave an account of everything. We two originally and Jiang Shaowei siblings are a village, more or less distant relatives. She is not to get an antique point well. We two originally to grave robbing for a living. Now get the goods or given to her sales. We just sent the goods to her this morning, and wanted to follow up this opportunity to stay in Nanjiang for a few days to take a break. And just now she found us and asked us two to rob you to death, saying that she would give us a lot of money. The smaller man said. Shouldn't you guys be making a lot of money from grave robbing? Li Tianyu asked. Which is so simple. This industry is not good to do now. Do not know, dare not want. The police watch especially strict. Can go out is already very good. Jiang Shaowei earned money or given to the men to spend. She likes to look for fresh meat. Money to look for college students. Squeezing our money is especially ruthless. Give me the prices enough for us to live. The smaller man continued. Aren't you afraid of the police arresting you if you kill me? Aren't you guys afraid of death? Li Tianyu asked. Who is not afraid of death? It's all because Jiang Shaowei threatened us, telling us that grave robbing is also a capital offense, and that you have something very valuable in your hands. Just take it back and over us to spend the rest of our lives. The small man said. The two of us don't have accounts. The police can't find any clues. And after we get you killed, we'll just find a place where no one knows us. Chapter 25 Grave Robbers. We have no grievances, but you guys want to kill me today. So tell me yourselves, will I hand you over to the police, or will I kill you too? Li Tianyu said. After Li Tianyu clarified the matter, he was particularly angry. The two of them did not just want to snatch the things and finish, but wanted to kill and exterminate. Li Tianyu held a machete in his hand, thinking about whether to cut a few times to get out of anger. Just at that moment, someone from behind yelled, "Freeze, drop your hands." Xin Shaoran is now very upset in the heart. It is not easy to find someone to transfer to the Nanjiang Municipal Bureau of Criminal Police, but the unit leadership is worried about their family background, afraid of any accidental danger, and actually arranged for themselves to be in idle position, and simply do not allow themselves to participate in frontline operations, and even the gun is not issued to themselves. But Xin Shaoran 10 very stubborn girl, do not let me participate in the case, then I will find their own clues to do the case. Do not give me a gun, then I will use my fists to subdue criminals. Her heart is not willing, always want to solve the case, want to prove that they have this strength, to the leadership and family people. So after work Shin Xiaoran nothing to drive blindly sneaking about an hour before reacting. Criminals will not appear in a crowded place. This is why Shin Xiaoran came to the suburbs, just parked the car, heard the screams coming out from inside the dark alley, and when he walked inside, he happened to see Li Tianyu holding a machete in his hand, facing the two people lying on the ground. Li Tianyu heard someone shouting behind him and turned his head to see a beautiful young policewoman. Drop the weapon in your hand immediately and crouch against the wall with your hands on your head, Shin Xiaoran ordered. Li Tianyu also wondered, how come a female police officer popped up, and it seems to be a person, not even a gun, his own hand with a machete. She is not afraid? He is not really a bad guy. Or obediently listen to the words of this ant police. Li Tianyu threw the machete to the side, hands holding his head against the wall to stand well. He really cannot squat down. Was trying to find a no one's place to pee. Who would have thought to meet their own being chased? I told you to crouch down with your hands on your head, don't you hear me? This auntie, it's really inconvenient for me to squat right now, Li Tianyu said. Who are you calling auntie? Do I look that old? Li Tianyu had just finished speaking when his ass was suddenly kicked. Originally there was urine not discharged. After being kicked by Shin Xiaoran, he almost did not pee inside his pants pocket. He hurriedly operated the Shin Men attack method to forcefully control his abdomen, so that he did not pee out. If he was pissed in his pants by a woman's kick, Li Tianyu wouldn't have to live in this life. Auntie, when I was a child, all the children's songs were sung like this. Find money and give it to the police uncle's hand. Am I wrong to call you auntie now? Li Tianyu said. Don't be poor, call me Sheriff Shin. Shin Xiaoran said. Constable Shun, can you let me facilitate first? Li Tianyu said anxiously. Don't play that game with here. Why didn't you go just now? When I showed up you tried to run through the urinal? I'm a woman, so I'm easy to cheat, right? I don't spoil you. Believe it or not, I'll kick you to pee, Shin Xiaoran said coldly. Li Tianyu is also really helpless. This female constable is also too violent. It won't be a female constable with violent tendencies, right? Li Tianyu moved a little further away. He was now really afraid that this violent policewoman would give him another kick, then he would really pee himself. Shin Xiaoran didn't kick Li Tianyu one more time and directly asked, now I'm asking you, just now when you had the machete in your hand, did you want to seek wealth or harm lives? Sheriff Shun, I am the victim. It was the two of them who tried to kill me just now, Li Tianyu said with an aggrieved face. Do you think I'm blind? It's clearly you holding the machete and the two of them on the ground, Shin Xiaoran said. Injustice just now it was the two of them who were trying to kill me with a machete, and after being hit by me, I took the machete and asked the two of them who was trying to harm me, and when I was about to call the police, you suddenly appeared from behind, Li Tianyu said. You see me as young and inexperienced trying to trick me? You're a little white boy. No, you're young and bone thin like that. You can beat up the two of them with knives, and snatch the knife? Shin Xiaoran said with an angry face. Li Tianyu is really too depressed. How can I see a female today and call myself a white boy? Am I that much of a white boy? Constable Shun, is it still wrong for me to be good at martial arts? You better not be cheating on me or I'll beat the out of you. Sheriff Shun, the two of them can testify for me. I really need to go to the convenience now. If I don't I'm really going to pee. Li Tianyu felt like his bladder was going to explode, and he felt like letting out a flood at any moment. Wait until I finish my cross-examination. Shin Xiaoran took out the comparator and asked, what's the name? Li Tianyu. Gender. Big sister. Are you kidding? Can't a masculine man like me see that? Really can't hold it in. Who are you calling big sister? Told you to be honest. Shin Xiaoran pulled out Li Tianyu's information, compared the photo is indeed myself, said, you stand still and do not move. I now go to ask these two people. Shin Xiaoran was just about to head over to Dashin and Xiao Chang when the two suddenly climbed up and wanted to run, but their bodies were very uncoordinated. Originally, their acupoints had already been sealed by Li Tianyu, but since the pinning needle technique had just made the body's blood circulate especially fast, the acupoints naturally had to be unlocked faster than usual. Both of them actually have a criminal record. Can they both not run as hard as they can when the police come? Stop right there, you guys! Shin Xiaoran shouted and started to catch up, not running a few steps before catching up with Xiao Chang first. A palm quickly blasted to Xiao Chang's back, feeling the air around him produce a resonating sound. Tai Chi Chuan? How could Li Tianyu not have thought that this Sheriff Shin would actually know Tai Chi Chuan? Although not considered an expert, but ordinary people could not really beat her. This palm can be said to be soft and strong. A little strong shot to the ground. Shin Xiaoran did not stop, lifted his foot to go after Dashin, flew to the air and kicked down directly. Shin Xiaoran took out her handcuffs and quickly cuffed Dashin and Xiao Chang together. If you guys aren't doing anything illegal, what are you running for? Shin Xiaoran asked. Dashin and Xiao Chang didn't say anything to anyone. They weren't afraid of this female constable because she didn't know the pinning needle technique. Shin Xiaoran did not talk nonsense with them, and directly took pictures and passed them to colleagues to help check, and the information was quickly passed back. Dashan's name is Zhang Shushan and Xiaochang's name is Zhang Shouqiang. Both of them are net fugitives, suspected of grave robbing cases. Shin Xiaoran was excited at once. I did not expect that this time. Just came out, caught 2 fugitives, but also the nationally wanted network fugitives. This time the leadership and the family cannot underestimate their own, right? Chapter 26 Where to go? Tell me exactly what happened today? Shin Xiaoran was happy to start interrogating now. She felt that these two must have another case on their hands, knowing that they could no longer run away. Zhang Shoshan and Zhang Shouqiang directly chose the approach of killing themselves and saying nothing. Do not speak, is it? Do not think that I have no way. I tell you, our Public Security Bureau policy has always been to confess in leniency. Shin Xiaoran kept talking on and on from where she was, but Li Tianyu next to him couldn't stand it. He now felt like he was going to pee already. A mother's? Answer Sheriff Shin's questioning. Hurry up. Li Tianyu yelled at the two of them. Zhang Shoshan and Zhang Shouqiang were both shivering with fear. They had already tried Li Tianyu's pinning needle technique just now, and hurriedly nodded their heads at the same time and said, we'll say everything. These two people told everything, starting from how Zhang Xiaowei found them, all the way to coming to kill Li Tianyu to robbing things. Shin Xiaoran looked at Li Tianyu with a confused face. In the end, who was the police? I asked half a day. They too did not say a word. Standing next to a mass actor, a voice after the two of them immediately said everything. This is again Invisible Face? Why do they listen to you? Shin Xiaoran asked Li Tianyu. How do I know? How come I'm a cop and why don't they answer when I ask? And how come they answer when you talk? Maybe men communicate well with men. Li Tianyu asked the two of them. Am I right? They both hurriedly nodded and said, yes, men communicate well with men. Shin Xiaoran didn't want to dwell on this topic with Li Tianyu because she had now caught 2 national-level wanted criminals. Shin Xiaoran reported the situation to his colleagues in the command center, and the nearest patrol car arrived at the first time. The 2 patrolmen and Shin Xiaoran both knew each other, and she said, these 2 people are national-level fugitives, so you two be careful and bring them back to the team. Aren't you coming back with us? A patrolman asked. I'm not going back. I still have things I need to take care of. I'll talk about it tomorrow at work, Shin Xiaoran said as she stood beside Li Tianyu. These 2 patrolmen thought that Li Tianyu was Shin Xiaoran's boyfriend, and presumed that they would have to go on a date in a while, so they didn't say much and directly took the prisoner away. Seeing that the 2 patrolmen had taken the people away, Li Tianyu said anxiously, Constable Shun, look how well I behaved just now. I need to facilitate now. It's fine to make it convenient, but you have to take me to catch the main criminal inside the antique city, Shin Xiaoran said. The only thing in her eyes right now is to get credit for solving the case and catching all the main culprits before it's considered a perfect closure. I was just in a hurry and forgot which store it was for a moment. Li Tianyu didn't want to go with Shin Xiaoran to find Zhang Xiaowei. His matters needed to be resolved on his own. Forgot? It's okay. I heard that holding urine can make people more awake. If you're not in a hurry, just hold off for a little while longer and think about it, just in case you can remember, Shin Xiaoran said to Li Tianyu with a playful smile on her face. Sheriff Shun, if you keep this up, I'm going to sue you for violating human rights. Li Tianyu was already covering his small stomach with his hand. How am I violating your human rights when I'm not hitting you or cursing you? If you don't think that's exciting enough, I can whistle, and it's pretty good. Shin Xiaoran started whistling after she finished speaking. Li Tianyu was already humanly unable to endure it and said angrily, Sheriff Shun, if you don't turn your head away, I'm going to pee in front of you. If you have the ability to urinate, there is no one else here either. I will leave evidence to sue you for intentionally molesting the female constable. See what you do then? Shin Xiaoran said playfully. Count on you. I'll take you to them after it's convenient for me now, Li Tianyu said helplessly. Wouldn't it have been done earlier? Why bother making it so troublesome? Shin Xiaoran said while turning her head away. Li Xiaoran had just turned around when she heard the sound of a powerful stream of water turbulently pounding against the wall, and Li Tianyu matched it with a sexy, oh, so good, Shin Xiaoran said with a shy face. Can't you go a little farther? No matter what, I'm still a girl. Constable, won't you tell me that constables are all the same and there is no distinction between men and women? Li Tianyu came up with a nice counterattack. Shin Xiaoran was momentarily speechless. This little policewoman had caused herself to hold her pee for such a long time. If she didn't get some face back, how could she do it? Alright, can we go now? Shin Xiaoran grabbed Li Tianyu's arm and walked towards the top of the police car. Sitting inside the car, Li Tianyu recalled how good it felt to finish peeing. Tell me, how should I go? Shin Xiaoran asked. Li Tianyu hadn't taken a close look at the policewoman just now because he had been holding his pee. He realized that the policewoman was really something. Not only was she good looking but her body was also first class. possibly sensing that Li Tianyu was observing himself with strange eyes. Shen Xiaoran unconsciously looked down at her chest and her face immediately flushed. As she grew up exercising and practicing martial arts, she kept her body's muscles exceptionally toned, big where they should be and lean where they should be. Shen Xiaoran angry cold snort, suddenly slammed on the emergency brake. Li Tianyu is in the middle of his own fantasy. What? A little bit of heart is not prepared. The whole person's face directly affixed to the windshield. Li Tianyu was also particularly helpless, dumbfounded and unable to speak, blaming himself for looking at positions he shouldn't have looked at and thinking about things he shouldn't have thought about. Where the hell are we going? Seeing Li Tianyu's wretched appearance, the corner of Shen Xiaoran's mouth raised slightly. Li Tianyu asked, "Where to? Where's what going? Now you take me to catch someone," Shen Xiaoran said. "This big sister." "No, Sheriff Shen, it's just the two of us now? Do you know if the other side has any ambush? Do you know how many people are waiting for us? Do you know if they have any weapons in their hands? Don't you think it's too much of a child's play for us to just barge in like this? You'd better call the SDU to come," Li Tianyu said. "No need. I am a girl is not afraid. You a man is afraid of that. Still not a man? You're just responsible for telling me which one. I'll go in alone." Shen Xiaoran now wants to hurry to solve the case, so that he can prove to the leadership and the family that he has the ability. The antique city, at this time of the day, was basically closed, but the lights were still on inside the manhwa. Jiang Xiaowei and her two siblings waited especially anxiously, neither sitting nor standing, as if a donkey pulling a mill around inside the house. Jiang Xiaowei asked, "How come Dashan and Xiuqiang haven't come back yet? How long has this been going on? And the two can't get through on their cell phones. There won't be any accidents, right?" Jiang Qingwen stroked his chin and said, "Normally there shouldn't be a problem. You and I know the stature of Dashan and Xiao Chang. There's still no problem in dealing with a little white boy." Chapter 27 Hide and Seek. Jiang Xiaowei said, "I have a particularly bad feeling. We should leave now. What if they are caught by a police car? Let's leave Nanjiang City now." Jiang Qingwen nodded his head in agreement. He also felt that it was taking a bit too long, and the two of them simply packed up their important things and were about to leave. Just at this time, Li Tianyu suddenly appeared in the doorway and said coldly, "Two bosses, are these getting ready to pack up and go on a trip? You're a human. A ghost?" Jiang Xiaowei couldn't speak well when she saw Li Tianyu's surprise. Li Tianyu actually did nothing. It is obvious that Dashan and Xiao Chang are finished. Jiang Xiaowei saw that there was a woman in police uniform behind him. "It is finished. The two of them must have been caught. You guys must be disappointed that I didn't die. Now I am taking you to your companions and signing you up for a long-term tour," Li Tianyu said. Seeing this, Jiang Qingwen flung himself on his knees and hugged Li Tianyu's thighs as he cried out, "This little brother. This matter has nothing to do with me." He hurriedly turned back to point at his sister and said, "It's all because of her. It's because she's been harboring a grudge against you that she let those two people kill you. It really has nothing to do with me at all." Jiang Xiaowei was directly mad after hearing this, and angrily scolded, "You still have a little bit of a prodigal heart. No, I'm your own sister. You wolfish thing. Killing and robbing goods are all your ideas. Dashan Xiuqiang was also called by you to go, and it doesn't have half a penny to do with me." Jiang Xiaowei also knelt down and pleaded to Li Tianyu, "Little brother, I apologize to you for what happened before, but the matter of finding someone to kill you today was definitely not my idea. It was because he saw that your compass was worth money, and only then did he think of letting Dashan and Xiao Chang go kill you to silence you." Li Tianyu looked at the siblings in each other tear. "Now you say what is too late, 'cause others to rob tombs, steal and sell lonely, 'cause others to rob and kill. Any one of them is enough for you to travel for a long time. Money, we have money. Just name a number if you spare us both." The two siblings fell to their knees and cried for mercy. "All your money will be treated as dirty money, and you have money left for him there." Shen Xiaoran took out the handcuffs and handcuffed the two siblings together, and the two of them sat dumbfounded on the ground. "Say, where have you put all your stolen goods?" Shen Xiaoran asked. "It's over. It's all over." Not a peep out of the two. Shen Xiaoran had no politeness to say to them, going up and kicking Jiang Qingwen directly in the shoulder. "Quickly, where are the stolen goods hidden?" Shen Xiaoran asked angrily. "I really don't know where to put it." Jiang Qingwen knew that there was still a chance to retract his confession if he didn't say anything now, but if he did, the evidence would be overwhelming. Li Tianyu saw Shen Xiaoran's behavior of the grin. Did not expect this chick is really quite violent. Who dares to marry in the future? Li Tianyu didn't want to waste time here and spoke. "Sheriff Shen, I know where to put it." Li Tianyu exuded yuan qi sensing and found all the antiques hidden behind the shelves. The things were not big, 2 pieces of ancient jade and a chime. When Li Tianyu saw these 3 things, he all sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Boy, these 3 years things can also be sold for more than $10 million. The reason why it wasn't sold is because it's not a good idea to get rid of grave robbing stuff, and it's not good to account for it when the source is finally found out. Jiang Xiaowei siblings are also confused. 13. How did this kid find out the things? Obviously hidden. You hurry up and give me the stuff. You mustn't think about it. These are stolen goods that must be surrendered. Shin Xiaoran warned. Constable Shun, I am a doctor. Don't treat me like a grave robber. Li Tianyu said reluctantly. Shin Xiaoran didn't know what to load it with, and turning back to see Li Tianyu carrying a bag, she said, put these things inside your bag first. Sheriff Shun, we agreed. I'm only responsible for bringing you here on the line. There's no need to still be a free laborer, right? Li Tianyu said. Don't talk nonsense. This is my trust in you. Shin Xiaoran directly put the antique inside Li Tianyu's backpack and said, I see that there are quite a lot of things inside this house. Let's see if there is anything else. Just these 3 pieces. Everything else is fake, Li Tianyu said. Shin Xiaoran thought for a moment, grabbed Jiang Qingwen's hair and said, tell me, do you have any more storerooms or anything like that? Shin Xiaoran was still very experienced. These people had opened antique stores for so many years. It was impossible to have just a few things. Don't grab the constable. It hurts me. I'll take you there now, Jiang Qingwen said. I can warn you, don't try to play tricks with me. When the time comes you'll be responsible for the consequences. Now take the initiative to take us to the treasury. I'll count you as a performance for your crimes, Shin Xiaoran said. After the 2 Jiang family siblings closed the door behind them, they cooperatively led Li Tianyu and Shin Xiaoran to the storehouse. Can you drive? Shin Xiaoran asked Li Tianyu. There is a license. Then you bring the car around. Shin Xiaoran was uneasy about leaving the 2 people with Li Tianyu to watch over them. She was worried that these 2 people would take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Sheriff Shun, I advise you to call a few more people over. Li Tianyu could see that there was definitely a problem here. At first these 2 people didn't explain anything, but suddenly they became so cooperative. And Jiang Xiaowei, who had always been a nuisance, actually didn't say a word. So there was definitely a problem here. What Shin Xiaoran thought in her heart was that she would be able to crack a big gang of grave robbers right away, and that she would ask others to share her credit. No need for you to manage. We are enough. Sheriff Shun, that's not right. I'm just a doctor. I can't help you solve the case? Cut the crap. I'll give you an outstanding good citizen award for you when you're done helping me solve this case. Li Tianyu had a helpless look on his face as he drove the car to the place Jiang Qingwen said. They drove to a small town on the outskirts of town, which was full of outdated bungalows, and actually didn't even have any streetlights, but the streets were bustling with barbecues, KTVs, foot massage parlors, small hotels and whatnot, and you could see a lot of hair-washing women waving at you. Shin Xiaoran said to Jiang Qingwen, are you here yet? Don't think of playing tricks with me. I can't. Absolutely not. And I was thinking I'd get a chance for a major meritorious performance. The darkness obscured Jiang Qingwen's eerie eyes. After this town, we came to a 5-year bungalow with a very spacious compound, as if it were a scrap collection place, with scrap piled up everywhere inside the yard. Jiang Qingwen took out a key and unlocked the door, stepping inside a bedroom and pushing a closet open to a basement entrance. He pointed to the blackened hole and said, Trapper, the stuff is all put in there. Chapter 28 Trauma. You 2 lead the way. Shin Xiaoran was quite smart, knowing that she let the 2 siblings hand in front of her, turned on her cell phone torch and walked inside the dark basement. The road leading to the basement was not long, and the area below was just 40 or 50 square meters. The grave robbers were really good, and this basement was not known how it was excavated. Jiang Qingwen turned on the lights inside the basement and the entire basement turned bright. Seeing clearly all the things inside the basement, Li Tianyu and Shin Xiaoran both were shocked. It was all ancient bronzes, all kinds of everything. In the innermost part were more than a dozen bronze musical instruments of different sizes, the largest of which could be half a meter high, while the smaller ones were not as big as the palm of a hand. The things pushed outside were even richer. All sorts of weapons, most of which carried a small amount of yuan qi, but the yin qi of these things was still relatively heavy, and it looked like they had just been excavated from the ground not long ago. Li Tianyu and Shin Xiaoran had been captivated by the scene in front of them and walked over to look at each of the antiquities. They thought that there was nothing wrong with the 2 siblings being handcuffed. Jiang Xiaowei and his own brother Jiang Qingwen locked eyes. A grim smile appeared on their faces as the 2 of them quietly moved towards the corner. Shin Xiaoran now has only solved the case in her heart. Now she has been happy in her heart. So many antique treasures, but also the stolen goods of the tomb robbers. If this has solved their own credit point, how much? This time to see who dares to look down on themselves in the future. Thinking beautifully on their own, suddenly there was a soccer ball-sized orb that rolled to Shin Xiaoran's feet. Looking not like what antique black, Shin Xiaoran said to Li Tianyu, look at what this is. It's black unlike an antique. Li Tianyu looked over obediently. This black iron ball did not have any yuan qi at all. Instead, it had a dangerous flavor. Not good. Go. Li Tianyu instantly protected his entire body with Xiangong yuan qi and wanted to fly over to pounce on Shin Xiaoran. But unfortunately, everything was already too late. Jiang Qingwen revealed a grim smile and used his foot to gently kick the mechanism out of the corner, and the black sphere under Shin Xiaoran's feet exploded. When Shin Xiaoran heard Li Tianyu shouting, she instinctively blocked her head and face with her hands while kicking the black ball forward with her foot, and instantly felt a sharp pain coming from her whole body, and directly fainted. This black sphere was the earth gunpowder that Jiang Qingwen had developed himself in order to one day leave himself alive, and he really didn't expect to use it so soon. Their siblings' seats were the dead center inside this house, and they had both carefully designed that after the earth powder had exploded, the two of them escaped while the smoke was rolling in. This earth gunpowder was not very powerful. Li Tianyu opened his Shenmen Yuan Qi just to feel that something hit it and vibrated a few times, and didn't cause much damage to himself. Li Tianyu was very fortunate in his heart. This was a homemade earth powder mine. All that was loaded inside were some steel balls and iron fixings. If it was a military grenade it would have been game over. Li Tianyu wasn't hurt at all, but Shin Xiaoran was miserable. She was the closest to the landmine, and the steel balls and iron nails exploded all over her. Bastard! Still being shaded by these two damned guys, Li Tianyu really wanted to capture the two of them back and get them killed. But the injuries on Shin Xiaoran's body were too heavy, so he could only let the two of them escape first. A mother's going to catch you both one day, Li Tianyu cursed, hurriedly picked up Shin Xiaoran, ran out of the basement or thick smoke, and then stayed down without being blown to death on the point of being suffocated by the smoke and died. Running to the inside of the courtyard to see clearly, Shin Xiaoran's front of the police uniform is almost blown away, the head and face with a hand to block no injuries. Other parts of the body are in a small amount of blood. Li Tianyu hurriedly put his jacket on Shin Xiaoran and drove outside. Li Tianyu did not drive to the hospital. One is far and still troublesome, and the second is afraid that the injury is too serious to come in a hurry. Drove the car quickly to the door of a small inn, hugged Li Xiaoran and walked in. The owner's wife under the dim light was fast asleep. Li Tianyu shouted anxiously, "Find me a clean room, quickly, give me your ID, need to register." The boss's wife said lazily. Li Tianyu directly dumped $1,000 at the front desk, and the boss's wife immediately got energized and said with a big smile, "Come with me." The boss's wife hurriedly opened a room for Li Tianyu and knowingly closed the door and left. Young people nowadays are really capricious with money, and an acute one at that, the boss's wife said as she walked away. Not sure if it was because she was sleepy or the lights were dimmer, but she only saw a young boy holding a woman and didn't see any blood on the girl. Li Tianyu hurriedly put Shin Xiaoran on the bed to check the wounds. This landmine damage is not very high. Most of them are traumatic injuries. Out of a lot of blood looks scary. Internal organs are not injured at all. Shin Xiaoran's clothes had been blown up in tatters. Not knowing exactly where she was injured, Li Tianyu could only take off all her clothes, leaking out the black underwear inside. Everything she had on her was placed on the nightstand and the broken pants were dragged off and thrown inside the trash can. The current Shin Xiaoran only retained her small clothes on her body, and many parts of her body were bleeding. So where did Li Tianyu have time to appreciate this ceilings figure? Li Tianyu took out his own configured injury medicine from inside the storage space. The last time he configured it in the boxing gym he kept a bottle for himself. Preparing everything, Li Tianyu urged the Shin Gong method to enter inside Shin Xiaoran's body and shook out all the steel balls and iron nails that were stuck inside her body. This is the best and fastest way to treat the problem without surgery and avoid scarring. Shocking out a steel ball with the Shin Gong method, Li Tianyu immediately applied it with the upper medicine and the bleeding was stopped instantly. In half an hour's time, Li Tianyu had basically finished treating all of his wounds, and there was only one wound left on his chest. It's not that Li Tianyu can't handle it, this position is a bit past sensitive. He's still a virgin, and his mouth keeps chanting, "Healer's heart, healer's heart." Li Tianyu chose to close his eyes and use his hands to apply medicine to a certain area by feel. As long as the injury medicine could stay in the wound for a minute, it could stop the blood from the wound, but now it seems to be unable to do. Li Tianyu hurriedly used silver needles to seal the bleeding several acupuncture points. The bleeding is reduced, but the wound medicine cannot stay in the wound. What happened? Looking at Shin Xiaoran's face getting whiter and whiter. In a hurry Li Tianyu could only put the medicine on his hand to block the bleeding point. Li Tianyu pressed hard on the wound with his hand so as to make the wound medicine stay in the wound, and after a minute the wound started to heal slowly. Just at this time, Shin Xiaoran suddenly woke up slowly, staring straight at Li Tianyu with both eyes. Chapter 29 Get out! Li Tianyu's hand, still pressed in Shin Xiaoran's chest. This is the most critical time, but also do not dare to easily take away. If the time did not come to the wound did not heal in vain. This, that, don't misunderstand, I'm all about treating your wounds, Li Tianyu explained at a distance, but realized that Shin Xiaoran had actually fainted again. Frightened Li Tianyu forehead on the cold sweat are out. He so obviously put his hand on people's breasts. The key is also seen by her. A moment if she woke up, but not point to find their own fight? To be honest, the feel is very good. One hand can't really control it. Shin Xiaoran's wounds are slowly healing. What Li Tianyu didn't pay attention to just now is now starting to slowly in retrospect. He raised his left hand and grasped it in the air, but in the end he didn't dare to do the same thing with his right hand, so he had to rely on his mind and his right hand to sense it. The wound is now completely healed. This right hand is really enviable. The last time I climbed Wang Dandan's peak is this hand. At that time because too nervous, and forgot what the feel of the hand is like. To be on the safe side, it is better to use your hand to press the wound for a while longer. After all, the healer is kind, so I can only give up my right hand for a while. After about a short while of appearance, Li Tianyu also dare not press too long, reluctant to take away the hand. Now Shin Xiaoran's wound has been clearly visible above a layer of scars. Blood will not flow out again. Li Tianyu really looked at it seriously for 2 more times, and finally went to the bathroom and brought it to cover up the beautiful piece of scenery. He went to the bathroom by himself to wash the blood on his hands, and when he came out, he found that there was still blood on the ground between Shin Xiaoran's legs. Did it mean that there were still wounds? Serious. Must quickly find the bleeding point. Shin Xiaoran just now blood flow has been enough, and then bleeding can really be a major injury. Li Tianyu found a pair of scissors, slowly cut open Shin Xiaoran's small inner. There is also a small white piece inside. No wounds? It's impossible. There was a lot of new blood just now. How could there possibly be none? Li Tianyu reacted in the next moment. Damn! This is not blood coming out of the wound. It is a relative coming to Shin Xiaoran's house. Damn it! When to come cannot. Why choose this time to come? This if Shin Xiaoran knew that Li Tianyu would behave so foolishly. Wait for it. At the very least, he would order the XX10 tortures again. Li Tianyu was now scared less and hurriedly put another bath towel over it. With a hand to Shin Xiaoran took a pulse. Everything is stable, there is no big problem. When to wake up all to time. The only thing that has no way to control is that Li Tianyu saw Shin Xiaoran's last bleeding point. Healer, healer, healer. Li Tianyu rushed to the supermarket to buy sanitary napkins. Just as he pushed the door open, a cold pair of scissors was pressed against Li Tianyu's neck. Don't move. Put your hands up. Li Tianyu hurriedly raised the hand holding the sanitary napkin and said, Sheriff Shen, you must not get excited. Wearing a bath towel, Shin Xiaoran grabbed Li Tianyu's collar with one hand and held Li Tianyu's neck with scissors with the other, and coldly asked, what did you do to me just now? Sheriff Shen, I'm a doctor you know. Just now I was saving you. What else could I do? Li Tianyu explained. Nonsense. I just saw your hand, clearly placed on my. Shin Xiaoran was embarrassed to say it, but Li Tianyu understood what it meant and explained. Sheriff Shen, I was just treating the wound for you. There was really no way I could do it before I pressed my hand on your chest. No, why do I feel pain where I am? You are, Shin Xiaoran said. Absolutely impossible. Li Tianyu hurriedly explained. It's your inner thigh that's injured. That's why you feel the pain. It's definitely not the pain you said there. Don't believe me. Feel it properly. Shin Xiaoran felt it from a new point of view and determined that it was the pain coming from her inner thighs. Her little face brushed red, and the scissors that were pressed against Li Tianyu's neck were loosened. Definitely, what did you do to me? Why else would I have so much blood coming out of my bottom? Shin Xiaoran asked. When she woke up, she felt a lot of pain down there, and also found a lot of blood. All the underwear on her body was cut open by scissors. Just now suddenly woke up the moment, clearly saw Li Tianyu's hand is placed on her breasts. Her first reaction is that Li Tianyu took the opportunity to put himself that what? She is now particularly angry. If it is not now the rule of law society, really want to a scissors want Li Tianyu's life. Didn't you see what I was holding in my hand? At first I thought there was still bleeding from the wound, but it turned out, said Li Tianyu. After Shin Xiaoran saw the sanitary napkin in Li Tianyu's hand, she suddenly realized that her face felt especially hot. This time she really misunderstood Li Tianyu. However, just now, after hearing Li Tianyu say that this asshole had been checking at her place for a long time, Shin Xiaoran was really about to go crazy. Suddenly, the bath towel on Li Xiaoran's body detached down. She just woke up when Li Tianyu came back, probably because she was in a hurry. The bath towel didn't enclose too tightly. Ah, a scream. Shin Xiaoran hurriedly dropped the scissors in her hand and used both hands to protect it, but blocking the top couldn't block the bottom. An infinite cycle of blocking. Li Tianyu, who didn't have scissors pressed against his neck, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel that Shin Xiaoran really wanted to kill herself just now. Hurry up and close your eyes. No peeking. Li Tianyu could only choose to close his eyes. The woman was really amazing. Just now when he was treating her injuries, where he hadn't seen it before, what was there to be afraid of looking at it twice more? Shin Xiaoran hurriedly put the bath towel from new around. His body has been seen by Li Tianyu. Know that it is because of saving himself, but the heart is still very uncomfortable. Said angrily, you can go. I never want to see you again. Can you be reasonable? In the beginning it was you who had to force me to come and arrest people with you, and after you were injured, it was me who personally saved you. A thank you is not said even if it's not. And now you actually say this kind of words without conscience, Li Tianyu said in a depressed manner. When Li Tianyu still had to open his mouth to say something, suddenly a pair of scissors was pressed against the top of his neck again. Okay, I'll go. I'll go now. Let's leave this for you to use. Help others to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Li Tianyu said as he gave the sanitary napkin to Shin Xiaoran. You get out of the room right now. Shin Xiaoran became even angrier. Li Tianyu is really helpless. I did not expect to be wronged for being a good person. Who will still be a good person in the future? He had just taken a few steps out of the room when the room's ask was opened and Shin Xiaoran said, "Come back for a moment." "No, you're the one who told me to get lost. Why should I go back?" Li Tianyu said angrily. Chapter 30 Sprouting. Big sister. I'm a man of blood. If you tell me to roll, I'll roll. If you tell me to return, I'll return. Beauty is also useless. Li Tianyu said. Shin Xiaoran said anxiously, I order you to come back now. What am I going to do if you leave on your own? Li Tianyu went crazy and said, Big sister, you're sick. You're still ordering me? I didn't do anything to you. I just looked at you a few times. And when I touched you, it was to heal your wounds, that's all. Li Tianyu finished saying that he was going to leave. Shin Xiaoran's attitude changed at once and said, I didn't say what you did. I don't have any clothes now. How can I go back? Li Tianyu understood what she meant and said, Your cell phone is inside the room. Can't you just give your friend a call? Shin Xiaoran said with embarrassment. No, in my current state, how can I explain to my friends? Li Tianyu thought about this. A girl in the middle of the night inside a small hotel. Nothing to wear. There is really no way to explain to others. But now just go back. Li Tianyu's heart is also not happy. He exhausted himself and still misunderstood by her. And also told himself to get out. Really cannot let her off easily. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and said, It's not impossible to let me go back. Beg me. This, Shin Xiaoran is going to be furious. A man to see himself naked. And also on the hand to touch. In turn, actually let himself to beg him? It's really too much of a bully. The opportunity is yours. I'm leaving. Li Tianyu turned around and left. I warn you, if you dare to go. Now, Shin Xiaoran didn't dare to be too loud. In case someone else woke up and it didn't end well. Li Tianyu wasn't afraid of any threats now and continued to walk forward. Just as Li Tianyu was about to walk downstairs, Shin Xiaoran got really anxious and shouted in a small voice, Count on me to beg you. Come back. At this time, next door there is a big brother naked out and said, What time is it now? Sleep does not sleep still. I'm sorry, big brother. I'm arguing with my girlfriend. I'm sorry to bother you. Shin Xiaoran was furious and itchy, but there was nothing she could do. Only Li Tianyu could help herself now. After Li Tianyu returned to the room, Shin Xiaoran said angrily, My clothes are all cut up by you now. What should I do? Sheriff Shin, this is the only clothes I have on me, and I also have a backpack right now, so you can use it first if you really can't. Li Tianyu said as he threw the bag on the bed. Are you playing with me? What's the point of a backpack? Shin Xiaoran has gone crazy now, not wearing clothes in the middle of the night, being a backpack out? Li Tianyu said, I don't have a solution. What do you say? You're going out to buy clothes for me right now. Shin Xiaoran said, Big sister, it's already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Where can I go to buy clothes? Li Tianyu said, I don't care. If you can't buy it you can borrow it. Shin Xiaoran said, Big sister, aren't you playing with people? You want me to borrow underwear from other girls in the middle of the night? Won't they sue me for hooliganism? Furthermore, among my friends, there is no model as big as you, Li Tianyu said. When he finished speaking, he even used his eyes to look at Shin Xiaoran for a few moments. Anyway, I don't care what method you use. Even if you are going to steal it, I still need to have clothes to wear. Shin Xiaoran said angrily, Big sister, have you got it wrong? I'm going to really go and steal. Turn around and you can send me inside the bureau. And the people who steal don't have a good life inside at all. I'm still an underwear stealer. They don't have a good point to eat me up? Li Tianyu said helplessly. I don't care. If I can't see my clothes today, I'll call the police right away and say you attempted rape. Since it's humiliating we'll both be together. Shin Xiaoran was really mad. Tough. Really tough. The innkeeper's wife can testify that the underwear that was cut is undocumented. There is no surveillance of their own reasoning. Li Tianyu can only be forced to agree. Convinced, I'll go figure out how to get you clothes. Tell me what size you wear. Li Tianyu said. This is a girl's privacy. How can you ask this kind of question? Shin Xiaoran said. Big sister, it's all because you threatened to let me go. How can I go find it if you don't tell me the size? Li Tianyu said. Shin Xiaoran whispered. Maximum size. I didn't get it. What code? Li Tianyu asked in surprise. It's just size 38E. Shin Xiaoran said. Didn't get it. What? Before Li Tianyu could ask for clarification, he only saw Shin Xiaoran turn around to get the scissors, and the latter instantly ran out of the room. Li Qiongwu walked out of the hotel, going there to buy clothes in the middle of the night? Having to choose the next best thing, Li Tianyu found a household goods store where the precautions were too simple. Li Tianyu did not bother to come in. Quickly find the largest size of the underwear. A color randomly take have found a set of clothes worn by women. Placed on the counter a stack of money rushed to run. Returning to the inn, Li Tianyu put a push of clothes on the bed and threw it away. Shen Xiaoran asked in surprise, "You actually really went and stole it? What if I don't steal it? I'm going to buy it there in the middle of the night? But I left the money on the counter. Count me unlucky today. All my hard-earned money is spent for you," Li Tianyu complained. Shen Xiaoran looked at Li Tianyu and thought to herself, "Why don't you say anything about you taking advantage of me? You can leave now, and from now on we'll pretend that we don't know anyone." Shen Xiaoran said, "You can really have no conscience. I saved you and also helped you to heal your injuries. Actually not a word of thanks. And now you want no one to. In the future." Seeing Shen Xiaoran turn around to get the scissors, Li Tianyu shouted, "You've gone too far. You're a girl who's so violent. How can you marry in the future? Are you rolling or not?" Shen Xiaoran shouted angrily. "Okay, I'll go now," Li Tianyu said and left. What happened today is really too coincidental. How is it like making a movie? But this chick's body is really excellent. And it's still ceiling level. Although it cost a little bit of money, but it's worth it. After Li Tianyu left, Shen Xiaoran sat on the bed and thought for half a day. This Li Tianyu gave her a feeling that she could not say. Obviously people saved themselves. They should be thankful. But he looked at his own body not to mention, but also touched himself with his hand, which left himself no way to forgive him. Thinking about the fact that Li Tianyu had searched for wounds underneath himself for half a day, Shen Xiaoran's face was hot enough to fry an egg. For this man, one doesn't know whether one should hate or be grateful. Really, the more one thinks about it, the more one can't understand. Since I can't think about it, I don't want to think about it. I've just said that I don't know anyone in the future. Shen Xiaoran put on her clothes and left the inn. That made her mood messy. She didn't want to stay here for one more minute. If she waited until dawn and was seen by people, she would have no way to explain it clearly. Chapter 31 Strange Diseases. The next morning, when the boss's wife came to clean up the room, she saw that the door to the room where Li Tianyu was staying was open, walked in and saw the underwear and panties that Shen Xiaoran had thrown away, and saw that there were bloodstains on the bedsheets, and said in surprise, "Nowadays, young people, are they all so hard?" Li Tianyu came back late so he slept a little more. Wang Dandan saw Li Tianyu and asked, "What time did you come back last night? Did you go on a date with Missy? Don't talk nonsense. Meet something. Where is there a young lady?" Li Tianyu said hesitantly, "What a pain in the ass. Are women's sixth senses that good?" Wang Dandan was just joking, but Li Tianyu's expression was particularly abnormal, which was worthy of her suspicion, and pursued, "Li Tianyu, did you go on a date with another girl behind my back?" Li Tianyu is really helpless. He is not married. Up to now he is still a fledgling. How can he go on a date with another girl? Just when he was thinking about how to explain it, his cell phone rang, took it out to see that it was Grandma Dong. This phone call came especially even. After picking up the point, Li Tianyu smiled and said to Wang Dandan, "Grandma Dong is looking for me for something. I must go over now." Without giving Wang Dandan a chance to open his mouth, Li Tianyu ran out of the restaurant in a puff of smoke. When Li Tianyu had just arrived at the entrance of Dong Mingyu's house, Zhang Liang, the butler, was standing at the entrance waiting for himself and said, "Young master, you're here." Although Li Tianyu was not Dong Mingyu's own grandson, it felt like Dong Mingyu treated Li Tianyu just like he treated his own grandson. So Zhang Liang had to respect it and didn't dare to neglect it. After Li Tianyu and Zhang Liang warmly greeted each other, he went into the house to find Dong Mingyu. "Grandma, is there something that you called me in such a hurry?" said he. Began to give Dong Mingyu's shoulder and cervical spine massage. People to a certain age, cervical spine and frozen shoulder disease are very serious. After Li Tianyu so press, Dong Mingyu feel the spirit of a body, eyes bright body relaxation. "There's one thing I'm looking for you to do," Dong Mingyu said. "What is it, Grandma, you say?" Li Tianyu said as he massaged her, while also slowly inputting yuan qi inside Dong Mingyu's body, helping her to comb through every vein. "I have an old friend, a little older than me. He is the palm trustee of the Ouyang's family gold store. His son died early, and now he only has a grandson by his side, and is the only heir to the Ouyang's gold store. This child is actually very good and also smart, and his ability to do things is very strong, so it can be said that he has the ability to support the Ouyang's family's industry. Unfortunately, no one has thought that this child has gotten a strange disease in recent years, looking around for famous experts to heal him, but no cure, and now his condition is getting more and more serious. You help me to go and take a look. If you can help this old brother of mine and cure his grandson, then you will be a great benefactor of the Ouyang clan." "Grandma, Are you talking about the Ouyang's jewelry brand on top of all the advertising signs in Nanjiang City? Li Tianyu asked. Yes, it's that Ouyang jewelry. Their family can be said to be the premier jewelry brand in China. Dong Mingyu said. I know. I'll help grandma with acupuncture once, and after that I'll go help his grandson. After Li Tianyu took out the silver needle, he began to treat Dong Mingyu. Half an hour later, Li Tianyu had taken Dong Mingyu's pulse once, smiled and said, Grandma, your illness is basically considered almost cured. 2 or 3 more acupuncture sessions and you'll be cured. It's so good. After you finished helping me with acupuncture last time, I never had a heart attack again. My heart isn't stuffy or short. Dong Mingyu said. The heart disease is not a big problem, but you have been sick for too long and have taken medicine for so many years. Your body has been seriously damaged. I'll write another prescription. You eat it on time for a month. Your body will slowly be toned up, and there is no problem to live at 100 years old first. Li Tianyu said. Good grandson. Grandma listens to you all the time. You are the lucky star in my life. Dong Mingyu said, handing the prescription to Zhang Liang's housekeeper. Li Tianyu explained once again, just grab the medicine as written above. 3 portions boiled in a bowl, 3 times a day. After all the explanations, Dong Mingyu asked the driver to send Li Tianyu to Ouyang Infinite's home. Ouyang Infinite's home is also in the Dongting Lake Villa area, although not far away but also to drive. Walking will take a while. At the entrance of the villa stood 2 bodyguard-like men, all in black suits in high spirits. A glance could tell that they were both from the military, and their hands must not be bad. Li Tianyu let the driver go back first when he arrived and walked to the door to explain his intentions to the bodyguard, who turned around at the door and went in to return the favor. Not a moment's effort. Inside the villa came out a middle-aged man. This man is called Ma Yu, is the chief butler of the Ouyang family, has been mainly responsible for is to take care of Ouyang Infinite's grandson Ouyang Feng. The old man valued Ma Yu's ability, resulting in him being full of arrogance. Butler Ma, he said he's here to see the eldest young master. The bodyguard said. Ma Yu looked at Li Tianyu with contempt and said, the little liar from there? Do you think anyone can treat our young master? Looking at the young man in front of him, there was no hint of a doctor. No matter his age or the way he was dressed, he couldn't be seen as a capable person. It's Grandma Dong who asked me to come and treat young Master Ouyang, Li Tianyu said indifferently. Li Tianyu didn't think it was necessary to say that he was Dong Mingyu's god-grandson. He wanted to rely on his own skills to treat and save people, and didn't want to use Dong Mingyu's identity to gain others' respect. Ma Yu frowned and asked, You're a doctor? Do you have a physician's license? I haven't graduated from college yet, but my specialty is Chinese medicine. Li Tianyu said, You take me for nothing? Have you ever seen such a young Chinese doctor? Is old Mrs. Dong senile? Can anyone treat our young master? Ma Yu said with an angry face. Ma Yu thought, the young man in front of him must be a trust relationship to find Mrs. Dong, want to come to the Ouyang family to cheat some money. Everyone knows that the Ouyang family and the Dong family is a family friend. Li Tianyu's face sank as he said coldly, Butler Ma, please watch what you say. Grandma Dong is not something you can just say. You kid. Ma Yu is used to being high and mighty, and did not expect such a young man to dare to contradict himself. But then he reacted. Just now his own words were indeed wrong. Dong Mingyu's value can only be higher than the Ouyang family, and the relationship between the two is as close as brother and sister. He is really not qualified to say anything here. Originally, Ma Yu in a fit of anger, wanted to let the bodyguards directly drive Li Tianyu out, but was afraid that it was really related to old lady Dong. He was not good at delivering the goods. While he was hesitating, behind him came out a steamed bun with white hair of an old man, but with an exceptionally good mental state. He was the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Unlimited. Chapter 32 Prof. Han, Xiao Ma, have Dr. Zhang and Elder Hua arrived yet? Ouyang Infinite asked anxiously. Ma Yu turned around to see it was old Mr. Ouyang, who originally had an expression of having died his own mother. After seeing Ouyang Infinite, he ran over with a smile on his face and said, It didn't arrive, but I've already called and asked about it, and said that it's almost there right away. He suddenly said, There is a young man outside the door, saying that he was introduced to the eldest young master by Mrs. Dong, claiming that he is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I look a little. Ma Yu wanted to use Master Ouyang's hand to get rid of Li Tianyu because he couldn't afford to offend Dong Mingyu. There is such a young man. Sister Dong said it when she called me just now. Ma Yu felt surprised. It was completely different from what he thought. Hello Grandpa Ouyang, Li Tianyu said as he came in directly. Ouyang Infinite was older than Dong Mingyu, so he couldn't mess up his manners. Ouyang Infinite was also very enthusiastic and said, Young man is really young. When you arrive here it's the same as when you arrive at your own home. Feel free to play. Just talk to Butler Ma if you need anything. Ouyang Infinite heard Dong Mingyu say that he had recognized a grandson who could cure diseases and asked him to help come over to show Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Infinite thought that Dong Mingyu must have known that he had invited two of the most famous experts in Nanjiang City to come and see his grandson. So he wanted her, his god-grandson, to come and learn. Ouyang Infinite said to Ma Yu, "You take this young man around. Just now Xiaofeng fell down again. I'll go in first and take a look. When Hua Lao and the others come, bring them directly to see Xiaofeng." Li Tianyu is also very helpless. I did not expect that Young will actually be looked down upon by people their own age no one believe will be Chinese medicine. Ouyang Infinite turned around and went back to the villa. Ma Yu thought that Elder Ouyang was just being polite and courteous, purely out of consideration for Dong Mingyu's face. So Ma Yu's attitude towards Li Tianyu was as bad as ever, and said with a mocking face, "Dr. Li, please come inside. I'll take you to have some tea." Ma Yu brought Li Tianyu to the living room and said, "The water inside Ouyang's house is all natural water that is transported from Changbai Mountain, and the tea is all good tea guanyin, which you haven't drank yet, so try it yourself. It's not easy to come here for once. Drink some more or I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to drink it in the future." Li Tianyu really want to be angry, has reached the point of intolerance. If not for the Ouyang family, and the Dong family is a family friend, this horse butler is a vicious dog of the Ouyang family. The old saying is good. The big dogs still need to look at the master. He or she had better endure it. At this time, a burst of car roar came from outside the door. A Buick's commercial car drove in. A 40-year-old wearing a suit, thieves pulling the head of the middle-aged man walked down, followed by two young people who wanted to assist when holding a variety of medical equipment. He was the most famous brain specialist in Nanjiang City, Han Yuman, who often did TV interview programs, and Li Tianyu had even listened to his lectures when he was in college. "Dr. Han, I'm glad you're here. There's no problem with you. Now our young master is really saved." Ma Yu's face is full of ass-kissing. Ma Yu also led Han Yumin to the hall and sat down. Serving tea and pouring water, he was busy. Not even a glance at Li Tianyu, as if treating him like air. "Butler Ma, don't get busy. My time is really valuable. It's better to treat the patient first. After all, I'm charging according to my time now." Han Yuman's words were so bullish. "Dr. Han, have a sip of tea and rest for a moment. Elder Hua will be arriving soon as well, so it's just as well that the two of you are treating our youngest master together," Ma Yu said with a smile. Han Yuman said reluctantly, "Butler Ma, I have an unwritten rule. I never see patients with others. I firmly believe that as long as I haven't cured a patient, no one else will be able to either. And since I was invited, there's no need to invite anyone else." Li Tianyu listened to the stunned. This 13 can pretend he did not cure the patient. It means that no one can cure. He took himself as a god? Han Yuman continued. "Also, if I fail to cure it, it's definitely because the patient is in an advanced stage of cancer, and it's definitely not a problem with my medical skills, and the $2 million can't be reduced by a single penny." Li Tianyu may be young, really a little listened to it. A moment did not hold back. Poof since laughed out. Or perhaps he has not seen what the world. Someone put 13 can be so perfect. What are you laughing at? What do you do? Han Yuman had sensed that Li Tianyu was mocking him with this smile. "I'm a small person not worth mentioning, mainly because you probably forgot who you are, right? I haven't really seen someone who didn't get a good look at the doctor and still asked for money from others. You might as well go and rob them. It's convenient and quick," Li Tianyu said indifferently. Han Yuman said angrily, "Don't you recognize me? I'm Dr. Han Yuman, an internationally renowned brain specialist. I've published more than 100 papers, and that's the price I'm offering. I know you, and I've read your papers, and I've even listened to your lectures," Li Tianyu said indifferently. "It's best that you know me. It's your honor," Han Yuman said with a smug look on his face. Li Tianyu paused for a moment and said, "But I seem to remember that you don't seem to have any successful classic cases, do you?" Li Tianyu's sentence seemed to hit Han Yuman's pain directly, and he shouted to Ma Yu in an agitated mood, "Who the hell is he? Is he here specifically to pick a fight? If you guys don't get rid of him, I'll leave immediately. There are plenty of people begging to see me," Ma Yu hurriedly explained. "Dr. Han, you mustn't be angry. He's just a brat who claims to know Chinese medicine," Han Yuman said to Li Tianyu with a disdainful face. "You're really wasting your time studying Chinese medicine at such a young age. Chinese medicine is not useful at all," Li Tianyu said reluctantly. "No one is asking you to believe it, but you can't denigrate the role of Chinese medicine. Does Chinese medicine work? That one disease wasn't cured by Western medicine," Han Yuman said, fearing that Li Tianyu would say something bad again. Ma Yu hurriedly said to Han Yuman, "Dr. Han, don't bother with children in general. Now let's go and treat the young master." Ma Yu also didn't believe that Western medicine could cure people, but Elder Hua was specially invited by Elder Ouyang, and since Han Yuman had asked himself to treat the patient alone, there was no need to wait any longer. Han Yuman huffed and puffed as he followed Ma Butler's back, just a few steps back to Li Tianyu. "You kid follow. Today I'll let you see what is the international expert level. Western medicine is just better than Chinese medicine. Li Tianyu is thinking about how to go to see the patient. Come cannot see the patient to go back. There is no way to explain to Dong Mingyu. Simply follow along. Chapter 33 TCM doesn't work? Ma Yu led Han Yumin and Li Tianyu to a very large bedroom. It was said to be a bedroom, but it was bigger than any ordinary residence. It could be more than 100 square meters, and it was especially well stocked. Elder Ouyang was sitting on the sofa chatting with a young man in his 20s, with a particularly clean and white look. This young man was the sole heir of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Feng. Li Tianyu looked at Ouyang Feng's condition and did not look like a sick person at all. Seeing Han Yumin arrive, Ouyang Infinite stood up and said, Dr. Han, please help me look at my grandson's illness. Old Mr. Ouyang, you are welcome. It is my duty to cure the disease and save people. Han Yumin shamelessly said. Li Tianyu listening to all want to vomit. Really, his mother shameless. Just said that he wanted 2 million medical fees, and now he is talking about the duties of the matter. Han Yumin didn't dare to pretend to be in front of Ouyang Infinite, because people's worth could crush him with money, and he was counting on earning more money in the Ouyang family. Does young Master Ouyang have any specific ailments? Han Yumin asked. Ouyang Infinite helplessly shook his head and said, this grandson of mine has always been in good health, and has never been sick since he was a child, but just one day 2 years ago, he suddenly fainted once. I hurriedly brought people to send him to the hospital to check. After checking said that the brain inside the growth of a thing, the most bizarre is the brain inside the growth of this thing will also move. And the location of the brain in the middle of the brain, there is no way to do craniotomy. Eat a lot of medicine also do not see any effect. Ouyang Infinite said. Only then did Li Tianyu realize what kind of disease Ouyang Feng really had. A living thing growing inside his brain. This was not an ordinary disease. Ouyang Feng suddenly spoke. I can feel it. As long as the thing inside my brain moves, I will faint. As long as it doesn't move, I will live like a normal person. This month I feel that the things inside my brain often move. Before I fainted once in 5 days at the most, now a day at least fainted 2 or 3 times. Just a moment ago when I fainted once again. Ouyang Feng continued. Li Tianyu watched Ouyang Feng speak calmly and freely, as if he was talking about someone else's business again. This kind of willpower was really admirable. Ouyang Infinite said. Just a few days ago, we also went to the capital north to check. The result of the things in the brain actually grew up. If you cannot get it out, let it slowly grow up inside. Then the result will be. Ouyang Feng said to his grandfather in a very unrestrained manner. It's alright grandpa. People's destiny is predestined by heaven. Heaven has its own arrangement. Didn't you find someone to calculate it for me? Said that my life is very hard. I must not die. And didn't Dr. Han come today? Han Yumin nodded and asked. Show me the films from the recent examination. Good. Ouyang Unlimited asked Butler Ma to go get it. Han Yumin received the film for more than 10 minutes. Originally he wanted to show his skills in front of Li Tianyu, but he did not expect to meet this strange disease. The world's rare long worm in the brain he also met, but this kind of thing seems to be more difficult to get than the brain cysts. He knows the treatment method Ouyang Infinite has been used, and there is no effect at all. Dr. Han, do you have any good ideas? Ouyang Infinite asked. I'm sorry, there's no good way. Your grandson's disease is really strange. There's no way to cure it with the current medical level. The worm-like thing in your grandson's brain. You guys might as well pray that this kind of thing grows slower. Han Yumin said powerlessly. Ouyang Infinite said with a disappointed face. Dr. Han, can you help think of another solution? There is no way how to think? This is already a terminal disease. My $2 million fee, please transfer it to me. Han Yumin said. Li Tianyu really couldn't look at it anymore and sneered. You really need to ask for it. Half an hour hasn't even arrived yet, and you dare to ask for so much money, telling people that it's a terminal disease without understanding anything. Is this how all you international experts treat people? Han Yumin said stiffly. I have a principle in treating patients. No matter if it's cured or not, my consultation fee must be given. This is my principle. Don't you feel that your principles are shameless? You can't cure a disease and you tell people it's terminal? Are all the diseases you can't cure with Western medicine terminal? Li Tianyu said with disdain. Mouthing off. Can you cure it? Han Yumin said angrily. You won't know until you try to cure it or not. Li Tianyu turned to Ouyang Infinite and said, Grandpa Ouyang, is it okay for me to show Brother Feng? Ouyang Unlimited hesitation. In fact, he is very dissatisfied with Li Tianyu nonsense this point. You a small trainee to learn a little on the line. How also an expert total call can it? But Ouyang family and Dong family so many years old relationship, he is not good to say anything. Just at this time, Ouyang Feng spoke. It's alright. Come over here little brother. Mayu could already tell that the expression on Elder Ouyang's face was a bit disgruntled, and as soon as he saw that the opportunity to kiss ass had come again, he said cynically to Li Tianyu, Look, What would you look at? Li Tianyu lazily ignored him. Ma Butler is obviously a person who only slips up. Quickly walked to Ouyang Feng's side and touched his wrist with his hand to take his pulse. Li Tianyu gently placed his hand towards Ouyang Feng's pulse, and in less than a minute he understood that the condition was basically the same as what Han Yuman had said. Li Tianyu slowly stood up and said to Ouyang Infinite, "Grandpa Ouyang, Feng's illness can be cured by Chinese medicine." But, Ouyang Infinite frowned. He actually believed in the techniques of Chinese medicine. Otherwise he wouldn't have specially invited Hua Lao to treat his grandson. Just now, Li Tianyu's hand only stayed on his grandson's wrist for a few moments and then finished. Which Chinese medicine practitioner can see the pathogen so quickly by taking the pulse? Isn't this nonsense? Expert-level Chinese medicine practitioners need to take the pulse for at least a few minutes in order to know how the condition is. Do you know how to take a pulse or not? You can tell what's wrong just by putting your hand on it? You're too much of a child's play, aren't you? Butler Ma could see a change in Elder Ouyang's face and hurriedly jumped out to flatter him. Li Tianyu saw that Ouyang Infinite didn't speak out to stop him, so he knew that he also agreed with Butler Ma that if he didn't look down on the fact that he was Dong Mingyu's god-grandson, I'm afraid that the bodyguards would have long since entered the door and thrown themselves out. Li Tianyu laughed bitterly. Obviously he came to help cure the disease without having to look at anyone's face to act. Now it seems that it can only be said that Ouyang Feng's destiny with himself has not yet arrived. When Li Tianyu was about to turn around and leave, a bodyguard quickly ran in outside the door and reported to Ouyang Infinite, "Master, Elder Hua has arrived." Ouyang Infinite quickly went out to greet him, and a few moments later led Hua Yangshan in. Chapter 34. No one believes. Han Yuman's face was ugly. When he came he was brought in by Ma Butler. When Hua Yangshan arrived, it was Ouyang Infinite who personally went out to greet him. This was clearly two treatments. "Elder Hua, I can finally expect you to come, as long as you old man makes a move. Our family's young master's illness is guaranteed to be no problem," Butler Ma said with a cheap smile on his face. Han Yuman's face became even more ugly. This grandson just said the same thing to himself, and said it again after seeing Hua Yangshan come. He actually wanted to leave right away, and finally chose to stay because he wanted to tell everyone that what Han Yuman, can't cure, none of you can cure. "Elder Hua, give my grandson a look," Ouyang Infinite said. In 2 years' time, he had seen almost the entire Western medicine. Now Ouyang Infinite had no hope for Western medicine. Now Chinese medicine was his last hope. "Good then, I'll take my pulse first." When Hua Yangshan turned his head, he happened to see Li Tianyu standing next to him, and said with a smile on his face, "Little friend Li is also here?" Hua Yangshan still admired this young man. To be able to cure Dong Mingyu's many years of heart disease in just one shot, his medical skills were definitely more powerful than his own. That's why he was so polite to Li Tianyu. "Hello Elder Hua," Li Tianyu said politely. "Did you take young Master Ouyang's pulse just now?" Hua Yangshan asked. Ma housekeeper heart drumming. This Hua Yangshan old fool it. Why has been talking to this brat? And the tone of speech is still very polite, and even had the intention to ask the diagnosis results. There is a kind of exchange of views in the same way. "I'm inexperienced. No one will believe me if I'm not old enough. It's better for Elder Hua to give a look," Li Tianyu said. Hua Yangshan didn't know what kind of things were happening in front of him and said, "Okay, I'll take a look first, and if it's not possible, I'll ask Little Friendly to help with the diagnosis and treatment." Ouyang Infinite was also helpless. What was wrong with this Hua Yangshan today? Was it to flatter Dong Mingyu? He didn't know that Hua Yangshan didn't know about Li Tianyu being Dong Mingyu's god-grandson, and his politeness towards Li Tianyu was completely out of his admiration for his medical skills. Hua Yangshan gave Ouyang Feng a whole 5 minutes of pulse. Ouyang Infinite secretly nodded. This is the real Chinese medicine expert should have the quality. Hu and Li Tianyu, touch 2 even finished. "Elder Hua, how is my grandson's illness?" Ouyang Infinite asked anxiously. Hua Yangshan was a patriarchal-level figure in the Chinese medicine industry, and he had pinned all his hopes on Hua Yangshan. Hua Yangshan shook his head and said, "Your grandson's brain has a thing that moves like a worm. This kind of strange disease is rarely seen in Chinese medicine. I can manage to slow down the growth rate of this kind of thing with traditional Chinese medicine. To be cured old man can't do it." Ouyang Infinite faced sadness. The heart actually did not report much hope at the beginning, but after hearing the results, or a little acceptance, after all, his grandson is the only heir of the Ouyang family. Han Yuman said disdainfully. "I've said before, if I, Han Yuman, can't cure a disease, no one can. Chinese medicine? Don't kid yourself. All the real diseases have to be treated by Western medicine." They were all experts in the medical field, and Hua Yangshan knew of Han Yuman's reputation, but when he was so sarcastic about Chinese medicine, Hua Lao said coldly, "Who told you that Chinese medicine doesn't work?" Han Yuman said mockingly, "Old Mr. Hua, is it possible that you are not awake from your wine today? Or are you just senile? Weren't you the one who said you couldn't be cured just now?" have you forgotten so soon? I haven't forgotten. I did say that the old man can't be cured, but it doesn't mean that others can't be cured. Hua Yangshan said, it seems that I have met so many jokes today. Do you mean that there are still people in the Chinese medicine industry who are more skillful than you? No means no. Don't say it so beautifully. Han Yuman said mockingly. Of course there is someone who is even better than my medical skills. It's this little friendly. This little miracle doctor is many times better than my medical skills. Hua Yangshan said. Who? You said this kid? After Han Yuman looked at Hua Yangshan and pointed at Li Tianyu, he gave a wild laugh to the sky and said sarcastically, Old man Hua, you're saying that this kid is countless times more powerful than your medical skills? I'm afraid his hair hasn't even grown yet, right? Are you joking with all of us? When Hua Yangshan said that there was someone who could cure his grandson's illness, Ouyang Infinite's eyes instantly turned bright, but after hearing that it was Li Tianyu, they immediately turned dark again. Elder Hua, you really spoke out. This kid taking a pulse has not learned yet. Butler Ma was usually so used to being arrogant and domineering that he had already forgotten that he couldn't talk nonsense at this time, and he had also forgotten what his status was. Hua Yangshan angrily scolded, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Tianyu has been inherited by a famous teacher, and his hand of Yuan Qi acupuncture is unmatched. In the field of Chinese medicine, he is much more powerful than Lao Fu. I believe that there are not many people in the field of Chinese medicine who can be more powerful than him. Li Tianyu never expected that this old man would actually worship himself so much and at the same time push into the front line. Blow, you just keep blowing. Is there no one left in your Chinese medicine sector? Taking a brat to say something? Don't say I don't believe in your Chinese medicine. If this brat can cure Mr. Ouyang's disease, I don't want a penny of my $2 million of consultation fee. I'll give him another million even. Han Yuman said with disdain. Hua Yangshan said faintly, Dong Mingyu Dong old lady's heart disease. You also gave a look at it. I was also treating the symptoms but not the root cause of the problem. Your medical skills are not much better. But, it is this Li Xiaoyu cured. Listen clearly, not a temporary suspension, but healing cured. Han Yuman heard froze for a moment. Cardiovascular, this is a family. He really went to Dong Mingyu saw. Just Hua Yangshan said right. He did not cure. This old man boy can cure? This old man can cure it? Ouyang Infinite suddenly reacted. He and Dong Mingyu were family friends, knowing that this little old lady was calm and steady, and wouldn't just find someone who dared to come to see her grandson. He didn't expect that this young man's medical skills were really high, but his own attitude just now was really a bit of a disgrace. Hua Yangshan turned to Li Tianyu and said, Junior friendly, why don't you help show Mr. Ouyang? I'm sorry Elder Hua, it's not that I'm not willing to look, but they simply don't believe me, Li Tianyu said indifferently. Ouyang Infinite's face was very embarrassed. He wanted to give Li Tianyu an apology, but could not speak up due to his own face. But then considering his grandson's illness, he could only walk over to Li Tianyu and say, Young man, don't be angry with Grandpa Ouyang, it's all because of my old age. I'm blind and don't recognize MT. Tai. I still hope that you will give my family Fenger a look. Yes, let some people see that the diseases that Western medicine can't cure, we Chinese medicine can cure. Since the day there was Western medicine, the dispute between Chinese medicine and Western medicine had never stopped, and the last thing Hua Yangshan wanted to see was Western medicine looking down on Chinese medicine. Chapter 35 The Immortal Guide. In fact, Li Tianyu really didn't want to help today, but Hua Yangshan actually said that he would let himself represent Chinese medicine, which if he didn't show his hand, he would also be sorry for the Xianmen inheritance that he had received. To come today, it was also Dong Mingyu who asked himself to come to help. And just now Elder Ouyang also apologized in public, so it would be unreasonable not to make another move. Now the hand is certain, but this hand cannot be in vain. Just now you did not look up to me? Li Tianyu said to Han Yuman. Prof. Han, did you mean what you just said? Seriously, if you can cure Mr. Ouyang's disease, I don't want a single cent of the diagnosis fee of 2 million. I'll give you another million directly. Han Yuman said with a ho-hum. Han Yuman killed also do not believe that this young man will be more powerful medical skills. Just Hua Yangshan said that this kid cured Dong Mingyu's disease. It is possible that it is just a coincidence. This time the disease themselves have not seen the strange disease. Han Yuman paused for a moment and said, What if you can't cure it? What do you want? Li Tianyu asked. You are definitely not going to be able to come up with this much money, and if you don't get cured, you'll apologize to me on behalf of Western medicine and learn a few barks. Han Yuman said, No problem. I don't like to take advantage of others when I do things. If I lose, the money will be given to you without a single cent. If you lose, you will also have to learn how to bark in front of me. Li Tianyu said. Li Tianyu secretly said, You his mother is really unlucky. I do not provoke you, but I am looking for death here. Kid, don't talk too much. Do you have that much money? Look at you with this poor look. Han Yuman said mockingly. He doesn't have it, I do. I'll pay for this. Hua Yangshan see not of Han Yuman so polluted Chinese medicine. Really fast to be exasperated. No problem. I'll accept this bet. I hope Mr. Ouyang will act as a notary for us once. Han Yuman said. Han Yuman is confident. Because this is a sure win. If Li Tianyu really know two tricks. But Ouyang Feng's disease is a terminal disease. The gods cannot be saved even if they come. I can't believe that the bet has been established. Li Tianyu said to Ouyang Infinite lightly. Ouyang grandpa, in fact, Brother Feng's disease is not difficult for me to cure at all. And it will be cured immediately. More bragging 13 than me? Watch out for your tongue. Han Yuman said with a disdainful face. Li Tianyu just pretend not to hear. How meaningless to fight. A moment I let you look good. Li Tianyu asked. Do you have any blue flower brand scented oil at home? With a glance from Ouyang Infinite, Ma Butler hurriedly ran into the kitchen to rummage. Hua Yangzhong frowned and said, Little friendly, are you trying to use the fragrant oil to lure the worm-like things inside? Out. That's right. This species is the same thing as worms that are attracted to the scent of scented oil as soon as they smell it. Never. If this kind of weird worm is inside the stomach or inner chest cavity it's okay. Now this weird worm is inside the brain. If it smells the question of scented oil, it will surely scurry around with excitement. At that time, even if Mr. Ouyang is fortunate enough not to die, he will still be in a deep coma. And there is not much difference between it and a vegetative person. Hua Yangshan said anxiously. Li Tianyu smiled and said, I still know this kind of common sense. I have my ways. Elder Hua, have you ever heard of an immortal pointing the way? Hua Yangshan said, I've heard of immortal pointing. Remember the book is recorded in the immortal pointing is to gas as a hand. Through the hands of the yuan qi injected into the patient's body, in the form of gas to lead the way, and the same as the Western medicine minimally invasive surgery, except that this trick immortal pointing can only be used by yuan qi masters, has been lost for a long time. I don't dare to deceive Elder Hua, I just happen to have learned a little bit. I'm just going to use the immortal's guidance to protect Mr. Ouyang's brain, while using yuan qi to make this strange insect follow, neither harming the brain, but also luring it out. Hua Yangshan said with an excited face. I didn't think that you, little friendly, would still know the long-lost immortal's guidance? This time, Mr. Ouyang must be saved. The human brain is the most complex and sophisticated composition. Can't you be allowed to try it out randomly? Old Mr. Ouyang, if you don't stop it as soon as possible, I'm afraid your grandson's life won't be guaranteed? Han Yuman said coldly. Hua Yangshan said angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Little friend Li's technique is the pinnacle of Chinese medicine. If you can, you cure the disease and show it to me. Han Yuman did not take care of Hua Yangshan. Continued to say to Ouyang Infinite, Ouyang old gentleman you see, this is no longer what Chinese medicine range of technology. I see more like ghosts and God's evil spells, no scientific reasoning at all. This Ouyang Infinite began to hesitate. The death or life of his grandson was a matter of great importance. Ouyang Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, It's alright grandpa, I want to give it a try. Life and death have their own destinies. Wealth and riches are in the sky, and I believe in this little brother. Ouyang Infinite knew that his grandson wanted to gamble once, and if he won, he could live for the rest of his life, or else he wouldn't know that he would suddenly die that day. Li Tianyu let Ouyang Feng lie on the edge of the sofa, face down 50 centimeters from the ground, and the fragrant oil was placed underneath. Immediately after that, Li Tianyu pressed his temples with both hands and released yuan qi to keep observing the movements of the strange bugs while injecting yuan qi with both hands to protect all the tissues of Ouyang Feng's brain. The people in the room didn't dare to breathe a bit. They were afraid to startle the strange insects inside Ouyang Feng's brain. Time was passing a little bit. 5 minutes had passed, and the strange insects hadn't crawled out yet. Old man Hua, these spells of yours aren't good either. Han Yuman scoffed. Keep your mouth shut. Ouyang Infinite let out a low roar. What time is it now that he still dares to flirt with his grandson's life? Han Yuman can only dryly laugh without making a sound. Ouyang Infinite old man initiated anger. Not many people can catch it. Li Tianyu was fully concentrated. He didn't even listen to what Han Yuman said again. He was now sweating a lot all over his body. The immortal pointing to the way move was very costly in terms of yuan qi power. He was only in the first form of the Xian Gongfu method now, and couldn't use his yuan qi power for a long period of time yet. Another 5 minutes passed, and when Li Tianyu felt that he was about to be unable to stand it, a bug that could be roughly 3 centimeters in size and red all over its body slowly crawled out from inside Ouyang Feng's nose. When the people on the scene were just about to cheer, Hua Yangshan hurriedly stepped in to stop it. If this time this strange insect was frightened back, then it would really be a lost cause. The bug seemed to be very wary, and looked around as it came out, and jumped right inside the bottle of scented oil after it thought everything was safe. Li Tianyu gasped loudly and said, It worked! Grandpa, I don't have a headache anymore. Not at all. Well, Well, my grandson is well. Ouyang Infinite hurriedly hugged Ouyang Feng's head and cried bitterly, knowing that it was this bug that had tormented the Ouyang family for 2 whole years, almost destroying the entire Ouyang family. The grandparents and grandchildren cried for what could be 5 minutes, and Ouyang Infinite led his grandson and directly knelt in front of Li Tianyu, saying with tears in his eyes, "Divine Doctor, you really are a divine doctor. You saved our entire Ouyang family." Chapter 36 Willingness to Gamble. Han Yuman was dumbfounded on the spot. The smile on his face was gone. Just a bottle of sesame oil? Just a bottle of sesame oil? What kind of scientific reasoning is this to be able to lure the bugs out? After the moment when the worms crawled out, Ma Butler whole person also followed the truth. Just now he did not speak out to denigrate this young man, and now really regret it. His behavior is not a dog's eye view of the law. He is a real doctor in name only, and he has not been able to see it. Now he could only put his hopes on Li Tianyu. Hopefully he wouldn't pursue him for this kind of bad behavior, or else his job in the Ouyang family would be considered to be at an end. Grandpa Ouyang, what are you doing? Isn't it my duty as a healer to cure the sick and save people? And you are also my grandmother's elder brother. How can we say that we are all considered family? Li Tianyu said. He hurriedly assisted the 2 Ouyang grandparents and grandchildren. With Dong Mingyu in the middle, he couldn't do too much. Besides, Ouyang Infinite, this old man is still a good person. Grandma? Horse housekeeper time confused. This kid is actually Dong Mingyu's grandson. This time they are finished. If they find to know, even if they borrow their own 10 guts do not offend Li Tianyu. How cattle, but also just a dog of the Ouyang family. People are grandsons of the 2 relations with the difference between heaven and earth. Sir Li, please sit down and have a drink of water and rest. Butler Ma immediately appeared attentive, pleading for Li Tianyu to forgive him. No need. I'm afraid I can't afford to drink it. If and when I get used to it, I'm afraid I'll die of gluttony. Li Tianyu said. Ouyang Infinite old man heard and understood. It must be Ma Yu dog fighting again. It has always been him taking care of Ouyang Feng's life. The feelings he has already begun to drift. If he doesn't handle it well, not only will he offend Li Tianyu, but he has no way to explain it to his own Dong sister. People old sharp, horse old slippery. Ouyang Infinite at a glance. Li Tianyu is a high person with a city. Maybe in the future we'll have to ask for others. Today Ouyang family must be connected to Li Tianyu. Housekeeper Ma, during this period of time you've been taking care of Fenger every day. I can see that you're exhausted as well, so I'm going to give you a long vacation to rest and relax. Ouyang Infinite said. Ma you heard, almost on his knees. This sentence has been very obvious. Ouyang family work their own work cannot go on. Before on the basis of their own special status did not less offend people. If there is no housekeeper this name, their days can be how to boil. The face of Han Yumin standing next to him became even more wonderful, with an expression like eating back the poop he had pooped, just now betting that he had lost. Losing some money was a small matter. He hadn't made a lot of money in medicine in the past few years, but there was also an apology and learning how to bark like a dog. If he really learns to bark in front of so many people today, how can he meet people when he goes out in the future? But if you don't keep your promise, so many people have heard it, and old Mr. Ouyang is still a notary, and you don't dare to cheat. Ouyang's grandparents and grandchildren both kneel down to Li Tianyu. If he wants to unite with Ouyang's family to get himself, it would really be as easy as crushing an ant. Li Tianyu sneered. Professor Han, WeChat PayPal or bank card transfer? Almost forgot. And make amends and apologize for learning to bark like a dog. Han Yuman's face was redder than a monkey's butt, and he begged bitterly. Dr. Li, I apologize to you for what I said before. You are generous. Don't be general with me. In this way, on top of the bet, I'll add 2 million, and the barking dog will be exempted from us. Okay? Oh, a dog's bark can be worth $1 million. A professor is a professor, but I have always been a person with principles. It's my money that can't be less. It's not my money that I don't ask for more than a penny. The money, the apology, and the dog's bark can't be less. Li Tianyu said coldly. Li Tianyu wouldn't have pity for this kind of dog-eyed person, and if he had lost just now, Han Yumin would have gotten himself killed in every way possible. Han Yumin, are you trying to cheat? Li Tianyu sneered. It won't. I still understand the principle of admitting defeat when you bet. Han Yumin didn't dare to cheat in front of Ouyang Infinite, and hurriedly let the assistant next to him transfer $3 million to Li Tianyu, and after learning 2 dog barks in an extremely lousy manner, he angrily left Ouyang's house. Hua Yanshan saw that Li Tianyu had helped the Chinese medicine practitioner out of this bad anger. His heart had been very happy. With excitement also said goodbye. Ouyang Infinite smiled and said to Li Tianyu, you cured Fenger's illness, which is equal to saving our Ouyang family. If I don't make a gesture, I will be laughed at by your grandmother Dong Mingyu. The Maserati I entrusted someone to buy was just shipped over yesterday, so I'll give it to you as the consultation fee this time. Ouyang Infinite said. Li Tianyu originally didn't want it, but Ouyang Infinite said, "It's just a car, so don't postpone it. If my sister knows about it, well, say that I'm too cheap." Ouyang Feng said, "Li Tianyu, you cured me. I'll treat you as my own brother from now on. Let's both go and take a look at this new car now, and drive it straight out for a spin." Li Tianyu also stopped postponing and followed Ouyang Feng right to the underground garage. Coming to the underground garage of Ouyang's house, Li Tianyu was a bit sweaty. It seems like a car show here, all luxury cars, Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, Maserati, more than 10 cars parked inside the garage, and all of them are brand new cars. Ouyang Feng said, "My usual biggest hobby is to collect luxury cars. My grandfather loves me very much and basically buys me a new car in a year. But I don't dare to drive since I often faint after being sick for the past few years." He led Li Tianyu to the front of a brand new Maserati with a silver body that seemed like a brave knight. Ouyang Feng introduced, "The speed of the Maserati can definitely be ranked in the front section of the world, and this sports car is just put on sale out. There are only 10 of them in the world, and my grandpa is dragging a lot of relations to buy it." Li Tianyu knows, this car must be Ouyang Infinite in order to coax their grandson happy to buy. Know that their grandson's disease cannot be cured. But since the disease has now been cured, then simply gave to Li Tianyu, said that when the diagnosis fee and the money is not money for Ouyang Infinite, not at all useful, as long as you can cure their grandson's disease, more money does not matter. Li Tianyu had seen this car on the top of the website. It cost more than 40 million Chinese dollars. The main thing is that money is not necessarily able to buy it. "Buddy, do you know how to drive? Let's both go out for a drive," Ouyang Feng said cheerfully. "I can drive," Li Tianyu said. Most men like cars. Li Tianyu could only read the introduction on the internet or above magazines in the past, and did not expect that he could drive such an expensive car today. Chapter 37 Auction. Li Tianyu sat in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, his heart already unable to control his excitement. One button start, blasted the gas pedal. The Maserati MC20 an instant start and left the underground garage with a roar. Li Tianyu's car skills were very good, and his perception in all aspects after receiving the inheritance exceeded that of a normal person by dozens of times, and he instantly utilized the Maserati's speed to the fullest. The car has not been photographed. Li Tianyu is not afraid of the speed limit detection equipment. He skillfully drove the Maserati galloped on the fast arterial road. Sometimes you can meet a few two Ferrari sports car. These people also want to compare the speed of Li Tianyu, but unfortunately their speed Li Tianyu can only leave them a beautiful taillight. "Damn, that's ing fast. Who's driving the car?" the owner of a Ferrari said as he pinched the passenger chick's ass. "Fast, really fast, too much fun." After Ouyang Feng sat on the car, the whole person's character has changed. The usual stable and mature image is completely gone. Now shouting that is called a passion. After driving for what could have been over an hour, the two were already feeling great and slowly slowed down to drive back. "Exciting, really exciting. Old brother, I did not expect you not only high medical skills, car skills are also so cool. In fact, big brother, I like to stimulate. I'm not as high as your skills. Today if I change to drive, our dinner is almost all point and yen wang eat together." "Brother Feng, where are we going to go now?" Li Tianyu asked. Li Tianyu was just an ordinary college student before. He didn't have any friends in the society, and now that he and Ouyang Feng were so close, he recognized him as his brother. "Let's go to Guohua Exchange now. Tomorrow there will be a grand jade auction held here. Our Ouyang jewelry merchants will also participate. Before I was sick, Grandpa didn't let me participate. Now that I'm now well, I'm ready to go to the auction to auction off some better processing of the raw stone, so that it's also good to help Grandpa to share his family's business." Ouyang Feng said. "Aren't good raw stones only found in MD country? How come they are traded in our Nanjing city?" Li Tianyu asked. "I've seen raw stone auctions on TV or inside TV shows before. I really haven't seen them myself. They transported the raw stone over this time. It is in our South River to auction. If you have nothing to do, these days you will be with Big Brother. You casually pick Brother to get you money, in case you open out the good jadeite stone or onyx stone, as Big Brother to give you a meet and greet gift," Ouyang Feng said. Li Tianyu followed Ouyang Feng's guidance, and the two of them started school and came directly to the suburbs, where an iron gate blocked the way, and an access control device stood next to it. The gate was surrounded by a very high fence all around, and there was a camera 10 meters or so above it. Ouyang Feng took out an access card and after brushing it, the door slowly opened wide, and the door closed immediately after the car looked in. Maserati driving can be more than 100 meters away, in front of another large iron gate, but there is a small house next to it. Should be the inside of the doorpost. There are 4 wearing uniforms where the men stand. The body is straight, looks to be professionally trained security personnel. Please present your VIP invitation cards. A security officer, dressed in a suit, walked over to the co-pilot to signal Ouyang Feng. "Hello sir, This is the special VIP invitation card. Please go and wait in the No. 1 rest hall. Ouyang Feng took out a black card out, and the security officer took the card reader and returned it to Ouyang Feng after verifying his identity. Li Tianyu asked, Brother Feng, is this an exchange? How come it's made as strict as a secret state base? Ouyang Feng said with a smile, this is the largest and most formal one trading club in our Nanjiang city. No matter the facilities and safety are first class. And this is a one-stop shop for food, drink and fun. Only you can't think of. No, they can't do it. Wait for that day, brother, I'll do a card for you too. When it's okay, you can bring your friends to play. As Li Tianyu parked his car in the exclusive parking space, Ouyang Feng took out his phone and called out, brothers, where are you guys? Lounge number 1? Okay, I'll be right over. Li Tianyu followed Ouyang Feng to a private room in the No. 1 rest hall and saw a young man around his own age who was sitting on a leather sofa with a cynical expression. Seeing Ouyang Feng and Li Tianyu walk in, the young man hurriedly stood up and directly gave Ouyang Feng a bear hug. The two separated instantly, and Ouyang Feng said, come, let me introduce you guys. This is my younger brother, Li Tianyu, and he's my best brother that I've played with since we were young. The Shangwan family's youngest master, Shangwan Qiuyang. Li Tianyu took the initiative to reach out and said, hello, hello. Shangwan Qiuyang nodded his head in greeting and took it with a light touch of his hand, neither enthusiastic nor losing his bowler hat. Li Tianyu understood in his heart that those who could get in touch with Ouyang Feng were all families with money and background, and he himself was an exception. Shangwan Qiuyang don't look too old, but the basic education and insight is not the average person can compare. It is also possible that the elders inside the family is the leadership of Nanjiang City. Ouyang Feng was very atmospheric and put his arm around Li Tianyu and Shangwan Qiuyang's shoulders and said, we three will be blood brothers from now on. Let's have a good celebration today. The dishes inside the Guohua Trading Club are very rich. Ouyang Feng is really not bad. Directly opened a bottle of 82 years Lafite red wine. Brother Feng, you can't drink wine with your illness. If the bugs inside play drunk, I'll still point to carry you back to your grandfather. It seemed that Shangwan Qiuyang knew about Ouyang Feng's condition. I came here today. I want to tell you the good news. From today onwards, I, Hu Han-san, am back again. That bed bug can no longer threaten me. Ha 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 ha. Shangwan Qiuyang looked at Ouyang Feng suspiciously. This wine was drunk before he even started drinking? Or did that bug directly drive him crazy? Ouyang Feng could see that Shangwan Qiuyang didn't know about his recovery from his illness right now, and said with a smile, brothers, my illness has already been cured. It was my younger brother, Li Tianyu, who helped me to cure it. Really? Then it's really worth celebrating today. Come on, let's drink up. Shangwan Qiuyang raised his glass and said, as a friend of Ouyang Feng who played together from childhood to adulthood, he really is genuinely happy for him. Even looking at Li Tianyu's eyes have become much gentler, and he can cure Ouyang Feng's disease, and he definitely has real skills. This brother Li is studying medicine? Shangwan Qiuyang said after finishing a cup. I'm a college student in medicine. I know a bit about Chinese medicine. Li Tianyu said, Chinese medicine is good. I also like Chinese medicine. Brother Li can cure Ouyang Feng's disease. Absolutely medical skill. You also help brother to take a look. Shangwan Qiuyang said and stretched his arm over. Chapter 38. You're going to break the bank. There's no need. Shangwan Gongzi, you're not sick and you're still healthy. Li Tianyu said. Shangwan Qiuyang's face changed. This pulse did not touch a little. Directly told himself no disease. He also think there is no disease, but rebuffed a little too directly. This completely a little face does not give himself awe. The most important thing in Chinese medicine is to look, smell, ask and cut. It's the same without taking the pulse. Li Tianyu explained. Shangwan Qiuyang's expression eased a bit, but he was still a bit unconvinced that he could tell if someone was sick or not without taking his pulse. If he could tell with his eyes, what would he need instruments for? Li Tianyu carefully looked at Shangwan Qiuyang for a while, but did not know whether to say it or not, and after further hesitation decided that it would be better to tell him, because Shangwan Qiuyang and Ouyang Feng are good brothers. Lord Shangwan, you are in good health, but your destiny is not very good, and now it looks like there is a plague of financial ruin. Li Tianyu said. Once this was said, Shangwan Qiuyang did not believe it at once. Isn't this a Jianghu trick to cheat people? Just now, I felt that this kid was okay. He must have known the family situation through Ouyang Feng, and wanted to cheat himself of a sum of money through Ouyang Feng's relationship. Let's just drink. In the past 2 years, Feng has been sick and we haven't had the chance to drink together. Today we must have a good drink. Shangwan Qiuyang raised his glass and drank, not continuing to communicate with Li Tianyu on this issue. If it wasn't for the fact that today was the day his brother Ouyang Feng recovered from his serious illness, he would probably have kicked Li Tianyu out of the door a long time ago. Li Tianyu had already seen that Shangwan Qiuyang didn't believe in himself, shook his head and didn't say another word, no matter if it was reading fortunes or seeing a doctor. Li Tianyu was all about a destiny. Li Tianyu just drank a small mouthful. Ouyang Feng already felt that the atmosphere was not right, and hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Older brother, take this opportunity for you to also give Brother Feng a look. How is my destiny?" Li Tianyu smiled and said, "Brother Feng, you have no problem with your destiny. Is that there is a robbery in the life, but has been cured by me. In the future will certainly be red, and I can see that Brother Feng marriage seems to be fast approaching. It will not be long before there may be a big wedding joy. Older brother, this you can read wrong. It seems that your skill in reading faces is not as powerful as your medical skill. Your Brother Feng, I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Where can I go to get married?" Ouyang Feng said with a smile. Ouyang Feng was also trying to ease the atmosphere, not wanting to embarrass both Li Tianyu and Shangguan Qiuyang. Just at this time, Shangguan Qiuyang's phone rang. He picked it up and answered it, and instantly his face changed drastically, shouting, "A mother's? Are you guys pigs? How dare you buy such illegal stocks?" Shangguan Qiuyang's old man, called Shangguan Yi, is the earliest batch of people who went to the sea to do business, and is now the tycoon of mineral resources in Nanjiang City, and is worth more than $10 billion, and Shangguan Yi's own brother Shangguan Chang, or the first leader of Nanjiang City. Although there is no personal gain for the family, after all, the status of the position in that put, who dares not give face to the Shangguan family? So Shangguan Yi's business is getting better and better. To the Shangguan Qiuyang young people in this area, although there is no real knowledge of learning, but from a young age, contact with the way of business, know how to start to come out to do business, their own to get a financing company, with the money to make their own company into a listed company. There are also their own trader. A few years in the stock industry did not make a lot of money, but just now this phone is the head of their own studio called. They manipulate a stock has been continuously down. Is now the collapse of the state. 50 million all lost in. What's wrong? Ouyang Feng asked. It's fine. One of the stocks I manipulated lost $50 million and there's no hair left. Shangguan Qiuyang said in a depressed manner. $50 million for the Shangguan family does not pass the itch, but Shangguan Qiuyang is still very heartbroken. Elder brother Li, just now, my brother has offended a lot. I still hope you can forgive me. Shangguan Qiuyang said sincerely. Shangguan Qiuyang also did not expect that Li Tianyu had just finished saying that he had a disaster, and immediately lost $15 million, and finished himself and then took a sip of the wine inside the wine glass. Li Tianyu didn't take it seriously and drained his drink as well. Ouyang Feng saw the two so quickly reconciled, very happy to say, "Older brother, just now you look at the Shangguan facing very accurate, but you Feng brother me this can be difficult to say, because I up to now, not even a girlfriend. There is no me out of this door can meet a girlfriend it. Ha 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 ha." Li Tianyu also smiled without answering Ouyang Feng's words. Suddenly, Ouyang Feng's phone rang, and picked it up to see that it was Grandpa Ouyang Infinite calling. Ouyang Feng answered and said, "Grandpa, I and Li old brother together in Guohua Trading Club. Tomorrow is not a raw stone auction? You don't have to come over tomorrow. You can rest assured that I am here to watch over you. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of old brother Li." Ouyang Infinite was especially pleased that after his grandson got well, he immediately helped him share the business of the family business. A really understanding child. Ouyang Infinite said, "Feng era, Grandpa want to tell you something. In your very small time, Grandpa himself made the decision to give you a doll marriage. Last week people also asked there is time for everyone to meet. Before Grandpa thought of your disease is not good. I did not dare to promise. Our Ouyang family cannot harm the girl, but your disease is now completely cured. And so that the end of the auction of the original stone, you and this girl to meet. If you feel quite good, we will directly marry. You can also earlier to Grandpa to give birth to a big fat boy out." The expression on Ouyang Feng's face was particularly surprised, both eyes staring dead at Li Tianyu, causing him to forget what Ouyang Infinite said later. Shangguan Qiuyang felt patted his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you still straight?" Ouyang Feng froze for a while and said, "This old brother of mine is really too god, and really popped out a girlfriend all of a sudden." Ouyang Feng told what his grandfather said just now. Shangguan Qiuyang began to admire Li Tianyu. It seems that today is really considered to have met a man of God. Shangguan Qiuyang patted Li Tianyu's shoulder and said, "Li old brother, before the things we brother two turn over, this time you give brother a good look. How is my destiny?" Li Tianyu didn't say anything after looking at it for a while. "Elder brother Li, you wouldn't be so petty, would you? Still angry with your brother?" Shangguan Qiuyang asked. Li Tianyu shook his head and said, "I was just thinking, I don't know how to tell Shangguan Gongzi." Seeing Li Tianyu's hesitation, Ouyang Feng hurriedly asked, "Older brother, Shangguan Qiuyang is my best buddy. If something really happened to him, you have to step in and help out." Li Tianyu said, "It's really not good to talk. Just now I said that Shangguan Gongzi's broken fortune is a small matter, just so that he can believe what I said." Chapter 39 Opening your mouth is $500,000? $50 million gone is still a small thing? Then what can be considered a big deal? Ouyang Feng asked. Li Tianyu said, let me make it clear. Lord Shangguan, you have had a great calamity recently. It shouldn't take more than a month. And it's a great calamity that involves your life. No way? Ouyang Feng and Shangguan Xiaoyang were surprised at the same time. Elder brother Li, you must help brother. Shangguan Xiaoyang was already making pleading sounds. If he hadn't confirmed just now that Li Tianyu's words were true, Shangguan Xiaoyang would have found someone to get Li Tianyu killed, actually daring to say that he would be in some kind of danger. But it was different now. He already knew just now that Li Tianyu's words weren't a lie, and that the two things that he had said just now had come true. Yes, old brother, you must help your brother Qiaoyang. Ouyang Feng also persuaded. Li Tianyu saw Shangguan Xiaoyang wearing a piece of jade around his neck and asked him to remove it. This was Ouyang Feng's birthday gift to Shangguan Xiaoyang. It was top-quality Hetian jade. The price, needless to say, must be very expensive. After Li Tianyu took the jade into his hands, he didn't even avoid the fact that the two would see it, and the fingers of his right hand kept changing their finger techniques, making a 10,000 difficulties elimination not on this piece of jade, and after that, he returned it to Shangguan Xiaoyang. This piece of jade must be worn close to the body and cannot be taken off no matter what happens, Li Tianyu emphasized again and again. Shangguan Xiaoyang carefully received the piece of jade as if he had received an imperial decree, as carefully as if he had received an imperial decree. He brought the jade back to his neck again. He wouldn't take it off without Li Tianyu's reminder. Rich people, they believe in these things. Shangguan Xiaoyang said gratefully. Li, old brother, I don't know how to thank you. This kind of thing brother also know. Heaven's opportunity can't be leaked. This reasoning. How much you want to say casually? Wait until it's done. Li Tianyu said indifferently. He did not say that he wanted money, and likewise did not say that he did not want money. Feng Shui gentlemen to read people's fortune must charge a fee, and it is common sense to take people's money for people's disaster. You want money now? How much is the right amount? Is there a price that can be set for a person's life? It depends on how much Shangguan Xiaoyang himself thinks his life is worth. The three of them continued to drink and chat. Shangguan Xiaoyang had a much more solid heart with the mana jade that Li Tianyu had helped enchant. Now that the backbone of the three of them had fallen on Li Tianyu all of a sudden, Shangguan Xiaoyang no longer had the arrogance that he had when they first met, but instead, he became more and more respectful towards Li Tianyu. It's not surprising. The richer a person is, the more they value their life. No matter how powerful the family is, if the person is gone, everything is for nothing. The more these three brothers talked, the more they hit it off. And after a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite was gone, another case of beer came in. Ouyang Feng's argument is that red wine can only be used to pretend to be 13 with brothers together or and beer addiction. The three of them quickly drank a case of beer, and Li Tianyu's stomach was a little too full to hold it, so he stood up and wanted to go outside for a quickie. Older brother, we have a bathroom inside the house. What's the point of going outside? Ouyang Feng said. This one is too small. I like it to be more spacious. And by the way, let's see if there are any pretty young ladies. Li Tianyu said. Want to miss sister and brother said. A moment brother to find you 10 or 8. At that time it depends on whether your kidney is enough or not. Ouyang Feng teased. Li Tianyu actually just wanted to come out for a walk and drink as little as possible. As a doctor, alcohol is the most deadly weapon. The senior club is different. The bathroom are installed so luxurious. Probably can have 70 to 80 square meters in size. Li Tianyu casually found a urinal and started to enjoy life's pleasures when a man in a black suit suddenly walked in, looking like he should be the bodyguard of that family's son. He walked directly next to Li Tianyu, patted Li Tianyu with his hand, and pointed outside. Li Tianyu glanced at this bodyguard and thought in his heart, are you sick? There are so many places to pee here. Do you have to rob me of this? There was no way to do more than one thing, so Li Tianyu switched to the next seat. I didn't expect this bodyguard to tap Li Tianyu's shoulder again, which really made Li Tianyu angry. What do you want to do? Do you care about peeing? The bodyguard man said coldly. I mean to tell you to hurry up and get out. Our Dukelang needs to use the restroom. This place must be cleared. This bodyguard see Li Tianyu dressed in general, at a glance is not a rich family of the son of the boy. Offend on offend. And their own family Lang Gongzi is love to pretend 13. Private room inside obviously have a bathroom, do not go. Have to go to the public bathroom to pretend. Li Tianyu is really depressed. The forest is big. What birds have to go to the bathroom also with a clearing. They are still the first time to meet, in order to get into less trouble. Said, I know, urinate after going out. Li Tianyu was all ready to unbuckle his pants when the bodyguard grabbed Li Tianyu's arm and pulled it out. Li Tianyu really angry. Now society are how? He is just pissing. Who invites who? Do not want to cause trouble cannot. Li Tianyu grabbed the bodyguard man's wrist and directly twisted it with force. Clicking with a crunch, the bodyguard man screamed miserably, followed by Li Tianyu lifting his foot and kicking him out, turning around and preparing to pee. Little brother is quite angry. How dare you touch my people? Do you want to die? Li Tianyu turned back to look, wearing a rather flirty red suit, mouth holding a cigarette, strutting into the bathroom, followed by a dozen bodyguard look-alike. It is obvious. This douchebag is just now the bodyguard's mouth of the Lang Gongzi. Lang Gongzi, called Xin Lang, is not famous in Nanjiang City family inside the rich second generation, relying on their own family a little money, like to pick up a girl, engage in rows and so on. To say a little cheesy is to love to pretend 13. Li Tianyu is now really going to be driven crazy. The last time was also because of the trouble encountered in peeing. It is necessary to solve the problem quickly, or else in the future, his prostate will have problems, Li Tianyu said as he finished his pants. What are you doing? Shen Lang inhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, my name is Shen Lang. You actually dare to touch my people. It's useless for you to be afraid now. Li Tianyu thought to himself, are all the people he met idiots? When did I say I was afraid? Shen Lang continued, don't worry, I won't bully the weak. Just now you beat up my men, so just let my men beat you up. How much he hurt? How much you hurt? Li Tianyu looked at Shen Lang as if he were a fool. Is it over? Seeing that you kid is so understanding, I'll just say it directly. You can get me another $500,000 in medical bills, and after kneeling down to make amends and apologize, you can get out, Shen Lang said in a very bullish manner. I feel it's a bit expensive. Having a few $1,000s for his little injury is enough. Li Tianyu glanced at the bodyguard lying on the ground. Looks like this bodyguard wrist folded, but Li Tianyu know nothing big. Their hands on ordinary people is still very measured, is to give him a bit of color to see only. This too actually open to ask for 500,000. A bit blackmail. Chapter 40. I don't have a card. Now $500,000 won't work. It needs $1 million to settle this matter, Shen Lang said with an arrogant face. I manage quite a lot if you hit others, but it is absolutely not okay to move my Shen Lang's people. You are not hitting my people again, but you are hitting my Duke Shen's face again. If other people know that you give less, where do I put this face? Unfortunately, you are no different from a dog in my eyes. I even want to beat you up now. Is that okay? Li Tianyu sneered. Only then did Shen Lang react to the flavor. This kid had been playing with himself. Give me on. Maimed is on me. Beat him so much that he can't get up position. Shen Lang angrily pointed at Li Tianyu and said. After saying that, he took big steps inside the bathroom. The group of bodyguards swarmed up and viciously pounced towards Li Tianyu. Shen Lang mouth dangling cigarette humming a little song. Feel very cool to pee a urine, while peeing while listening to the outside of the very chaotic fighting sound. The heart of this kid do not give too bad beat. The sounds of chaotic fighting soon stopped. Shen Lang immediately became unhappy. Just now he gave the order to beat that boy disabled. How to stop so quickly? These men still want wages. This bastard turned around and was ready to curse. But in an instant the expression on his face froze, and his mouth didn't close in surprise. In the time it took to pee, more than a dozen of his own men were lying on the ground. Only the kid in front of him is standing. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? These bodyguards have hired themselves at great expense. What the hell is going on here? Shen Lang was completely confused. You guess? Li Tianyu laughed coldly. It seems that this douchebag is really stupid. It's already obvious that the men he brought with him have been knocked down, and he still asked like 213. Shen Lang had gotten scared. There was no one to protect him now. What could be done? Don't look stupid here. Thank yourself. It's just a piss. Li Tianyu directly grabbed Shen Lang with one hand. More than 100 pounds of a person. Was Li Tianyu carry chickens like picking up? Directly a big head down, thrown into the inside of the toilet where he peed. I'll let you taste your own piss first. There's an old saying, take a piss and take a good look at yourself. Shen Lang was choking on several mouthfuls anyway, and there was urine on top of his cow 13 handsome hairstyle. Li Tianyu threw him aside and said, get lost. Li Tianyu peed comfortably this time. How is it that every time he wants to pee he always encounters trouble? There is really no heavenly reason. Security. Help. Ah. Shen Lang cried and crawled out of the bathroom. Wowo Trading Club security captain called Tian Weibo, with a group of men rushed over. We all know that this Shen Lang son of IQ is not high, like to want to save face to engage in rows, out of a very generous, privately not less to Tian Weibo benefits, heard Shen Lang shouted on the life. He rushed to bring people to see what happened. Sir Shen, what's wrong? Tian Weibo hurriedly picked up Shen Lang who was lying on the ground. Instantly a pungent smell of urine came. He smelled what turned out to be Shen Lang's head. Wet hair coming out of the flavor when he hurriedly backed up a few steps. Just who did this? Truly impatient with life, touching our Duke Shun. After Tian Weibo finished speaking, he took out his flinging stick, with the intention of taking revenge on Shen Lang, which was also completely acted out for Shen Lang to see. At this time, Li Tianyu just walked out of the bathroom and said indifferently, I played. What's the problem? Li Tianyu pointed at Shen Lang and said, This person 13 pretends to be too explosive. He is only allowed to pee alone. Let me ask. This public restroom, is it your Guowat exchange that prepared it for him privately? I have a day a jerk. You beat me up and still so arrogant. Look at Captain Tian. Give me to beat him to death. There is something I bear. Shenlang lying to Tian Weibo what scolded. Tian Weibo here when the security captain for many years. You know can enter the trade club inside the people are not ordinary people. How can he easily offend anyone? Looking at the young man in front of him wearing a simple and ordinary, and now the rich family's son is very low profile. In case the other party is to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, they can be finished. Tian Weibo said. This little brother, please show your VIP card here. Li Tianyu said. I don't have a card. A friend brought me in. Tian Weibo played a little smart. The other party does not have a VIP card is good. This dress can be decided that he is a driver or assistant or something. Should not have any background in background. Sir Shen, please don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. Let's see how I'll take it out on you. Without saying a word, Tian Weibo waved his hand and shouted, beat him up for me. Security personnel in the hands of the throne stick have been thrown out. Ferocious God surrounded Li Tianyu in the center. Li Tianyu coldly said, I did not expect your kind of high-class club. Actually we'll look at the people under the dish. The same are guests. Have to be divided into 3, 6, 9, and so on? Young man, there's no way to compare you to Dukshan. What is Dukshan's status and what is your status? Can you two be treated the same? Tian Weibo finished speaking and directly smashed Li Tianyu's head with a fling. Li Tianyu most cannot see is the dog-eyed minion. Gently raised his hand to catch the incoming ferocious flinging stick. At the same time a foot directly kicked Tian Weibo flew out. Tian Weibo covered his stomach with one hand and said with a pained expression to his men, are you all blind? I've taken a beating. You guys get together and beat him up. Yes boss. The security personnel agreed at the same time and were about to surround Li Tianyu together. Suddenly there was an outburst of anger. What are you doing? Don't you want to live? You dare to make a move on my brother? Shangguan Shouyang kicked down a security officer as Ouyang Feng walked behind. Older brother. No injuries, right? The two asked at the same time. The two of them had been drinking in the private room for half a day and didn't see Li Tianyu come back, so they came out to look for him, fearing that he might be in some kind of trouble. Just in time to see the security personnel besieging Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu shook his head, representing that nothing was wrong. Shangguan Gongzi. Tian Weibo recognized Shangguan Shouyang at a glance. This time he was confused. 13. Shangguan Shouyang who do not know. Nanjiang City are people who say, together with Ouyang Feng is even more powerful. Is Ouyang's first heir. Today originally thought to pat Shenlang's ass. Want to teach this new young man a good lesson. Did not expect a kick to the iron plate. This young man actually in Shangguan Shouyang and Ouyang Feng is a friend. It seems that today they have to be unlucky. This two masters at random a person can play to death their own. Tian Weibo. Have you eaten your heart out? You dare to touch my younger brother too, don't you? Shangguan Shouyang said angrily. Chapter 41 Heavenly Fury Lone In? Tian Weibo was scared and hurriedly knelt down and said, Shangguan Gongzi I was wrong. I really do not know that he is your younger brother. If I know, you lend me 10 guts I would not dare to do so. Don't blame Captain Tian. It was me who told him to do that. Shenlang stood up this time and said. This time he even shook the urine on his head, causing the security personnel standing next to him to run away. Yo, who did I think it was? So it's Mr. Shen. Your head style that's done. It's really flirty. Ouyang Feng laughed. Ouyang Feng and Shangguan Shouyang had never been able to look at this Shenlang. Shenlang's family is not as powerful as Shangguan's family, but the younger generation doesn't obey anyone, as long as they don't make a big deal out of it. The elders inside the family don't care, so Shenlang isn't afraid of Shangguan Shouyang. Shenlang's aura at this time could still be faked and said, you can't care about my business. Look at the taste of you two. What kind of friends do you have? Shangguan Shouyang said, you he a mother. What kind of friends we have? And you have nothing to do with you. You won't love to pretend 13 I do not care, but you do not pretend in front of the old man. Be careful that I will get you dead. Shangguan Shouyang had become very convinced of Li Tianyu as a brother, and as long as he recognized his brother, he must go all out to help. This fool hit me. What do you say? I must have an argument today, Shenlang said defiantly. Blame me. I struck a bit lightly just now, Li Tianyu said indifferently. Mother of God, who the hell are you? Talking crazier than me? Shenlang said. What does it matter to you who he is? Just remember that he is my Shangguan Shouyang's brother. What's up? Shangguan Shouyang said. There were more and more people watching now, and Li Tianyu now belonged to the center of the storm. Just at this time, an extremely sweet voice said, what's going on here? Who has upset a few gentlemen? Sister Jade is here. Everyone voluntarily moved out of the way, feeling as if a flooding beast had arrived. Li Tianyu looked over with the source of the voice and a very elegant young woman walked towards him. Li Tianyu saw this very elegant young woman. Not that she was so beautiful, it was that she gave the impression that she dared to wear it. All the clothes he wore on his body didn't have as much fabric as one of Li Tianyu's shirts. Li Tianyu also found a strange phenomenon. When a young woman of such character appeared, everyone should have flocked to her. But why did everyone hide far away? The young woman had stepped into the middle of the crowd. Xinlang was the first to duck to the side, followed by Ouyang Feng pulling Li Tianyu also retreated to the side. And the center point of the storm changed to this young woman. The young woman ghostly smiled towards Shangwan Xiaoyang and said, Shangwan Gongzi, which one of these guys who doesn't open his eyes has made you angry? Talk to my sister. My sister will help you fix him. Shangwan Xiaoyang politely nodded his head and said, Sister your security is really powerful now. My brother and the others dared to hit him? The young woman turned her head to look at Tian Weibo, and the ghostly smile that was on her face just now instantly turned cold. Captain Tian, did you do this? Tian Weibo kneeling has not been up. A face of injustice pleading said, Sister please give me another chance. I already know wrong. You're really a dogfighting thing. After so many years, the reputation of Guowo Trading Club was ruined by people like you. You actually do private bullying of guests. No need to say anymore. Give me the asshole right away. If you open your mouth and say a word, I'll break your dog's legs. The young woman said coldly. The young woman's cold, unfeeling aura was so hard, and it really didn't go well with her all-out body at all. Tian Weibo froze and did not dare to say a word, climbed up and ran quickly without a trace. Lord Shangwan, is Sis satisfied with this treatment? It was as if the young woman had changed her face in Sichuan, and in an instant, an incomparably delicate smile was raised on her face. Without waiting for Shangwan Xiaoyang to reply, Xinlang opened his mouth and said, This matter isn't over yet. This kid just hit me. I'm not satisfied. The young woman turned her head to look at Xinlang and said, Mr. Xin, come to Guohua are my sister Yu's friends. You guys quarrel around to make my sister Yu in a difficult situation. Why don't you give your sister Yu a face? Today's matter even ends here. Can it be good? Sister Yu, Xinlang is unconvinced. Originally, today he was beaten is already very humiliating. If not to ask for a statement, how to pretend 13 again in Guohua in the future. Mr. Xin, what are you still hesitating for? If you really can't, how about sister Yu accompany you tonight? The young woman said while walking toward Xinlang. Xinlang sweated and hurriedly jumped to the side, waving his hand in rejection and said, Forget it, then give sister Yu a face. This matter ends here. After dropping this, he also strides away from the place that broke his heart. Li Tianyu wondered, was this Sister Jade toxic? It felt like no one wanted to approach her. While he was pondering the question in his mind, the young woman walked towards Li Tianyu and smiled. This little brother, you look a bit strange. Is this your first time here? My name is Li Tianyu. I'm a college student studying medicine. And this is my first time coming to Guowo Trading Club. Li Tianyu said, It's little brother Tianyu. Welcome to play at your sister's place often. After the young woman finished speaking, she put her small, white, tender hand and reached out to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu obviously felt around him. Ouyang Feng and Shangwan Xiaoyang nervous expression. He was very incomprehensible. Shaking a hand is so terrible? Li Tianyu's hand and the young woman's hand lying together, obviously felt a kind of alienation attacked. If not for Li Tianyu's Xianmen Kung Fu, he really could not feel this kind of alienation. This kind of strange Li Tianyu can feel out as bad stuff. Who abstained guaranteed bad luck for life. Suddenly this strange stuff was sucked into the storage space inside. Immediately after, Li Tianyu felt that the young woman's hand became particularly cold, and the feeling was that it was emanating uncontrollably from deep inside her heart. Feeling bad, Li Tianyu hurriedly launched the Xian Gong method to resist this kind of cold gas attack. Xian Gong method is a masculine gas. Once the Yuan Qi is out of the Yin Qi, immediately the breath becomes normal. The young woman never thought that the young man in front of her would shake her hand. After so many years, no one dared to touch herself head-on. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had touched the feeling of flesh. This young man really dared to shake her hand? What made the young woman feel even more surprised was that the moment the two hands were clasped together, Li Tianyu's hand was so warm that it felt like it could warm her heart. At the same time, she felt the warm breath coming from Li Tianyu's hand that could give her an uncontrollable impulse. An impulse so strong that it made her want to hug the other party tightly, as if this warmth could relieve the pain in her mind. Chapter 42 Demon Woman. The young woman restrained her inner urges and reluctantly took her hand over. The young woman looked at Li Tianyu with deep affection. How can I have this urge? Li Tianyu has felt that this young woman has a different normal people in general. Immediately opened the Xianmen Dafa perspective eye. Look at the young woman after. Li Tianyu heart waves like, how is it possible? The female yin's body that is not encountered in 1,000 years. Actually, and the fate of the heaven and earth's fatalities both appeared in this young woman. It is really unbelievable. This kind of chance is almost impossible to appear. Li Tianyu is now beginning to doubt that his Shinmen Gongfu is not a problem. Older brother, we have things to talk about when we go back. Yang Feng hurriedly pulled Li Tianyu away. I'm sorry Jade, we haven't finished our wine yet. There's time to talk, Shangguan Qiuyang said with a smile and turned to trot away. After the young woman pondered for a while, her voice was ghostly as she said to Li Tianyu's back, little brother Tianyu, elder sister will come to you. Li Tianyu felt that everyone's eyes changed when they looked at him. There was pity, and an element of looking at jokes. The two of them, Yang Feng and Shangguan Qiuyang, hurriedly pulled Li Tianyu back to the private room, and Li Tianyu felt a sense of being a deserter. Yang Feng closed the door tightly at the first time and anxiously said to Li Tianyu, older brother, you're in trouble now. You just shook hands with Zhao Ruyu. Li Tianyu said, it's just a handshake. Why are you nervous like this? Shangguan Qiuyang said, elder brother Li, you don't know this Zhao Ruyu. That's why you dared to shake hands with her. What's wrong with her? Li Tianyu asked. What's wrong with her? She's the owner of the Guohua Trading Club, Zhao Ruyu. Shangguan Qiuyang explained. What's so scary about the boss? Is she a demon? I feel like you all are scared of her. Li Tianyu asked. Yang Feng said. This woman is really a demon. Listen to me. Zhao Ruyu and the demon is no different, and all the people close to her are dead, less than 10 years old. The family all kinds of bizarre deaths. There are walking and falling to death. There are choking to death by drinking water. There are also watching TV to die of fright. And then other people sent her into the city orphanage. Before and after the 7 or 8 years of the time, the dean and the teacher died of no less than 10 people. Everyone is talking about it, saying that this Zhao Ruyu is not a hard life to kill everyone else. As long as anyone is a little close to her, it won't be long before they die a strange death. But she is getting prettier and prettier, which makes a lot of men think about her, and a lot of men start to pursue her like crazy. As a result, one of the 10 men did not live. The first 6 did not contact a few days died. 2 insisted on 3 months also died. 1 just after the engagement died. The last one is the most powerful. Engaged to get married are fine. The night of the wedding just lying on the bed died. From then on, Sister Jade and the same as a demon. Everyone saw all around. After the introduction of Yang Feng, Li Tianyu more sure of his own mind. Zhao Ruyu is the fate of the heaven and earth bogeyman. Even if she is not the fate of the heaven and earth bogeyman, on the body of a female Yin as a man cannot be resisted. She can be described as the Yin energy of the Yin gas and the heaviest of the dominant body. To put it in a cheesy point, that is, you just go in the moment to turn into a cold stick. Li Tianyu threw the records inside the inheritance, to find out the female Yin body of the people. None of them can live past the age of 20. Looking at Zhao Ruyu's age has exceeded many years. Could it be that his Shin Gong method has problems? Confused, Li Tianyu asked. How can she have such a big trading club? That's what makes this woman so powerful. Yang Feng said. The Guohua Trading Club was originally the Zhao family's business, and since all the people inside the family died when she was still young, the local authorities above helped bring her into charge for a few years. When Zhao Ruyu comes out of the orphanage at the age of 18, she wants to get her family's estate back. What era is it? You're a little girl and you still want to get back such a big estate? Dream on. Later there was no way. She went from place to place. As long as who did not sign, she followed this person. Not out of 5 days do not sign the person or natural death. After replacing 3 or 5 stewards, no one dared to stand in the way of this anymore, and it was just a matter of course to get the estate back. Really? Li Tianyu was surprised, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, if it's really so magical, no one should dare to come to this trading club of hers, so why are there still so many people here? Shangguan Qiuyang said, this is where the secret lies. Zhao Ruyu's life is hard everyone knows, but she only grams and their relatives. The main and she did not have deep contact are nothing. This is also at the same time as the value of her existence, but also a means of her business. How is it still valuable? What means? Li Tianyu listened in confusion. Shangguan Qiuyang said, the principle of Guohua Trading Club is fairness, openness and justice. No one dares to get too close to Sister Jade's relationship because whoever does will surely die. And with the friction between you and Shenling just now, he won't believe that Sister Jade is intentionally helping you. That's why this raw stone auction was chosen to be held here. Because there was no trust in who dared to team up with Zhao Ruyu to deceive others. As word gets around, the business here gets better and better, and the word Zhao Ruyu stands for justice. Yang Feng said, we can't rule out the possibility that some people wanted to make an issue out of Zhao Ruyu and found many capable people to try to see if they could control her. But it's a pity that these people died a miserable death in the end. My brother advises you that this woman is dangerous. You must stay away from her, and I know you're good, but after all, she's really evil. Shangguan Qiuyang said. Just now I can see that Zhao Ruyu seems to have some intentions towards you, but you don't have to worry, brother will take you away in a while. One thing was also quite strange about Zhao Ruyu. She never left the Guowo Trading Club. There seemed to be nothing outside that could attract her, and she could only be seen here. Li Tianyu said, "Don't worry, two brothers, we only met once. She won't remember me as a college student." Ouyang Feng said, "Alright, it's rare for us to be so happy today. Let's drink some more." The three of them had started drinking. A few rounds of drinks went down and it got dark. Li Tianyu really did not drink a lot today, and now he felt his head spinning a little bit, and did not go in the two of them to take a bath and karaoke, but returned to the room that Shangguan Xiaoyang had booked for him to rest by himself. As soon as Li Tianyu entered the room, he hurriedly operated the Xianmen Kung Fu, quickly discharged the wine, took a painful bath, and felt that his body was soothed all over. Li Tianyu had just put on his bathrobe and was about to lie down on the bed for a while, and before his butt sat on the bed, the sound of a knocking on the door resounded outside the door. Chapter 43. It's not for nothing. Li Tianyu thought it was his two older brothers looking for him to say something else, and without even thinking about it, he directly opened the door. "This handsome man, do you need a massage?" Two girls dressed very coolly directly pushed the door and came in. Li Tianyu was a bit confused. 13. Did such a high-class clubhouse still have this kind of low-level service? No need. I'm going to rest. You guys get out. Li Tianyu doesn't really like the idea of a girl making a living in this way, but he doesn't resent the behavior either. After all, people have their own aspirations, and every profession deserves the respect of our men. The two girls didn't even hear what Li Tianyu said, as if they were back in their own homes, casually placing their bags on the sofa. It should be said or not, these two girls are really quite pretty, young and tall, and there's nothing to say that they have a good body. A girl with yellow hair came up to take Li Tianyu's arm, and Li Tianyu dodged the girl directly with a sideways turn. "Little brother, why are you still shy? We are simply looking at your good looks. We want to call you a friend. We are all young people. There must be a lot of common topics to talk about in the evening," the yellow-haired girl said. The green-haired girl also looked at Li Tianyu's somewhat coy face and said, "Little handsome, you don't have to be so formal. The two of us promise to let you reacquaint yourself with life." Li Tianyu frowned and said, "You guys hurry up and get out. I'm going to rest." "Little handsome, we are just looking for you to play. How meaningless for you to rest so early by yourself." The two girls spoke to each other. Li Tianyu really couldn't stand it and hurriedly turned around, took out a stack of money from his clothes pocket and directly dumped it on the sofa and said, "You two take the money and hurry up." These two girls looked at each other. It was really strange. They hadn't seen someone like Li Tianyu, who was so oily that he could still give money. The yellow-haired girl said daintily, "Little handsome, we can't take your money. We really want to have fun with you, and you won't feel good in your heart if you humiliate us with money here." The green-haired girl said, "Yeah, little brother, you're kind of looking down on us." Oh. After saying that, these two girls continued to scowl at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu could only choose to dodge. His Xianmen Kung Fu was even more powerful, but at this time, he could only vegetate his hands and do nothing. "You guys are still not reasonable. The money is given to you. Hurry up and go, or I will call security." Li Tianyu is also really no way to hurry how he is like being harassed by these two girls. The two of them felt that they failed to coax Li Tianyu, and directly put away their gentle smiles and said, "You little white boy, today, my sister has to do a good fight with you. My sister can give you a sum of money." The green-haired girl said, "You still dare to shout for someone? Try shouting for one. When someone comes we'll say that you molested both of us. Let's see how you can make it clear." Li Tianyu didn't really have anything too good to do for a while. If you give Ouyang Feng and the two of them to find back, see yourself being bullied by two girls engaged in the media industry into despair, not point to be the two of them to laugh at themselves for life? Just when Li Tianyu was in a dilemma, suddenly a very cold voice pierced through the doorway. "I don't want to see the two of you again. I'll count to 3. Hurry up and get out of here." The door to the room was opened from the outside, and Zhao Ruyu walked in graciously. The two girls who were arrogant and incomparable just now, after seeing that it was Zhao Ruyu, they were scared as if they were rats meeting cats, and hurriedly grabbed their coats and picked up their bags and ran outside. Their shoes didn't even have time to put them on. "Stand still." Zhao Ruyu grabbed the bag in both of their hands and quickly found the pinhole camera, throwing it on the ground and stomping on it directly. Zhao Ruyu coldly said, "Tell Shenlang that the next time he dares to use such despicable tactics to make things happen in my territory, I will directly block him, so that he can never set foot in our country's Hua Trading Club for half a step." The two girls were so scared that they didn't dare to reply. They just nodded their heads a few times before quickly running out of the room. Li Tianyu then realized that it was Shenlang who had found someone to frame himself. If something really happened with those two girls just now, the headlines of all the major websites in Nanjing City would be the wonderful videos of himself. "I didn't realize that I would be so careless. It seems that in the future I will have to keep an eye out for everything. Thank you so much, Sister Jade." This thank you from Li Tianyu was genuine, as he really had nothing better to do with these two girls. The two girls had just left. Zhao Ruyu's face instantly revealed an overflowing smile, followed by a bit of churlishness in the gray light. How do you plan to thank me for doing you such a big favor? Zhao Ruyu's young woman level of lethality was not comparable to the two little girls just now, and her every move could make a man's mouth go dry. Without any reaction at all, Li Tianyu said, I'll feel how Sister Jade feels about Sister Jade, however she needs me to thank her. Zhao Ruyu gently ruffled her long hair, letting her snow-white neck show, and Li Tianyu felt that his mouth was now dry. Zhao Ruyu walked over to Li Tianyu's side, close beside his ear, and whispered, Little brother, will you spend the night with your sister tonight? No, absolutely not. Zhao Ruyu took a step back and laughed. See how nervous you are. I was just joking with you. You're not still a fledgling male, are you? Li Qianwu was really helpless. He was a fledgling male. Was it so obvious that he was seen? Zhao Ruyu also couldn't believe it, immediately smiled and said, Little brother, I didn't think you were really a pure love boy. If you don't mind, how about taking a look at my sister? Forget about it. Li Tianyu's throat rolled a few times quickly after glancing at Zhao Ruyu. Tonight was actually teased by 3 women, and he was still helpless to do anything about it. What a wimpy softy. Zhao Ruyu took another step forward and said in Li Tianyu's ear, Neither of us will suffer. Li Tianyu's face was on fire for a moment, instantly feeling his body was hot. His mouth was dry as hell. The woman in front of him kind of made the man a little bit hurt, as if no one could resist Zhao Ruyu's temptation. Forget it, sister, I won't bully you. I know myself that I'm a very karmic woman. No one dares to approach me. Zhao Ruyu said helplessly. The words were so feeble, and it felt as if her whole being looked, now, particularly pathetic to look at, as if she had gone over to give her a hug. Actually, Sister Jade also has a way. Li Tianyu swallowed and said half a day, but did not understand what came out. Chapter 44 The Way to Crack. Forget it, sister knows you're nice. I know my own things clearly. I don't need you to worry about them. I'm used to it. Zhao Ruyu said. Sister, you don't have to worry too much. Li Tianyu kindly comforted. I used to have a cute little brother who I really loved, but unfortunately he died when he was 5. Zhao Ruyu said while the expression on her face was particularly painful and desperate, which made Li Tianyu feel even more compassionate. If a person lived in the big world without a single family member or friend, then how lonely would that person be? Sister, Li Tianyu suddenly called out. In his heart, he knew clearly that Zhao Ruyu's heaven and earth severing star chi had all been sucked away by the storage space, completely posing no threat to himself, and in all these years, Li Tianyu was the first person who dared to call Zhao Ruyu's sister. Sister? Zhao Ruyu was confused. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone had called her a sister. Although Zhao Ruyu was very happy, after a moment she shook her head and cried and laughed. Next time you can't scream, otherwise you'll lose your life. It's okay sis, I have a way to block your heaven and earth fate, Li Tianyu said. Suddenly, Zhao Ruyu gave a bear hug and hugged Li Tianyu, just bawling. Brother, I have a brother. I finally have a relative. Li Tianyu could feel that Zhao Ruyu's body was as cold as ice, and large chills came towards Li Tianyu's body. Li Tianyu hurriedly ran his Xian Men Gongfu to resist this intense cold. There could be about 10 minutes. Zhao Ruyu finally finished crying and reluctantly left Li Tianyu's warm embrace. Li Tianyu let Zhao Ruyu make it to the sofa and asked, Sister, why did you come to me? Zhao Ruyu said, Brother, do you believe in fate? I believe in fate. Not only am I a Chinese medicine practitioner, I also know feng shui. Li Tianyu said, Doctors know feng shui techniques too? Zhao Ruyu asked suspiciously. From ancient times to the present, Xian sect kung fu involves many fields, and I know a little bit of many things. Li Tianyu said, so the two of us are really especially fated. I think you already know about my sister's situation. Many years ago I unintentionally saved a Taoist man who told me that I was a rare femaline body and the heaven and earth fate have both fallen on me alone. The old Taoist told me that there was nothing he could do for me in my current situation, and he did a fortune telling for me, telling me not to leave this Guowo trade fair, and that I might be able to change my destiny if I ran into a fated person one day. Li Tianyu felt especially incredible, actually being able to calculate a certain day in the future. Sister, according to my understanding, the femaline body can't live for several years. Li Tianyu asked. It's the old Taoist I saved who helped me. He gave me some kind of Xin Yun bead that can help me absorb the excessive yin qi in my body, and it can slow down my life expectancy by 10 years. Zhao Ruyu said. 10 years later, the Shen Yunju will be filled with all the yin qi. If I didn't meet the fated person in this 10 years, I will die for sure. There are less than 2 months' time is my 30th birthday. This is also the Shen Yunju positive 10 years of the day. In fact, I have already given up hope, but today when I shook hands with you I know that you are the fated person that I have to wait for. Zhao Ruyu continued. It was only after Li Tianyu heard this that he saw a beautiful round bead on Zhao Ruyu's chest, At first he thought that it was a nice-looking ornament, but he didn't think that it was actually the Xianyun bead. The Xianyun bead that Zhao Ruyu wore around her neck was on the verge of being filled with yin qi, and it had a crystalline feel to it. As Li Tianyu knew, the Xianyun bead that was full of yin qi was a very good magic treasure that could treat the fire-clearing and heat-relieving effects. Brother, can you save your sister? Zhao Ruyu looked at Li Tianyu with a longing face. She was convinced that Li Tianyu was the person of destiny that the old Taoist said in his mouth. Sis, let me take your pulse first, Li Tianyu said. Zhao Ruyu stretched out her white wrist and Li Tianyu gently placed his hand on her pulse. Gradually, Li Tianyu frowned deeper and deeper. Zhao Ruyu's whole body has been filled with yin qi. Only one vein is still normal. It may be that the Shen Yunju played a role in the efficacy. If all the veins are filled with cold qi, she will die. The gods came also useless. After 5 minutes, Li Tianyu withdrew his hand, closed his eyes and began to meditate. He wanted to find the solution to the female yin body from amongst all the inheritances. Zhao Ruyu was very understanding and didn't say a word. She was afraid of disturbing Li Tianyu's thinking, while her eyes were full of expectation and hope that Li Tianyu would bring her good news. Time passes little by little like this. Li Tianyu seems like an old abbot who has settled down. Suddenly opened his eyes. There, Shenmen Gongfu really has a way that can unlock the female yin's body. But Li Tianyu some very difficult. This approach is a little too outrageous. First of all, you must first know the Shenmen Kung Fu, and must still be a man. The most outrageous is that it must be a child's body. The only way to break the female yin body is to have the caster be with the female yin body, and at the most critical time, use the masculine energy to break the female yin body's yin poison. Most things are half and half. The female yin body is supposed to be the fate of 9 deaths. If you are lucky enough not to die, it will be a step up to the sky, gaining the ability to cultivate yin qi techniques. It was recorded in the ancient inheritance that the holy maiden in the yin-yang sword sect had to be a female yin body. The Shin sect's kung fu could save people from water and fire, and it was mixed with top secret martial arts from various sects, and it just so happened that there was the yin-yang sword sect's kung fu, the yin-yang heart sutra. Shenmen Gongfu will be. Li Tianyu happens to also be a child's body. Now the beauty is that the Shenmen Gongfu must be able to know the second style, so as to be able to and to crack the yin poison of the female yin's body. In order to truly crack the female yin body, while reaching the second stance of the Xian Gong method, one must be at the time when the yang energy of the virgin body is at its highest, which is at noon every day. Li Tianyu counted with his fingers. This month's yang qi is at its peak at noon in 7 days. Can crack Zhao Ruyu female yin's body? That's if can look at the will of the heavens. If Li Tianyu can't train the Xian Gong method to the second style within 7 days, Zhao Ruyu's female yin's body has no way to crack. From the day Li Tianyu received the inheritance, it was already the breakthrough period for the first style of the Xian Gong method, but through so many days of cultivation, there was no way to make a breakthrough even now. Having already figured out a way to deal with it, Li Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and thought about telling Zhao Ruyu what had happened, but looking at her eager eyes, Li Tianyu suddenly changed his statement. Sister, don't worry, I can crack your female yin body, Li Tianyu said. Is it true what you say? Can you really help cure my sister? Zhao Ruyu asked in surprise. Li Tianyu nodded firmly, and Zhao Ruyu burst into tears. Chapter 45 Stone. 30 years of female yin body had tormented Zhao Ruyu's mind. Every day was a torment. And now that someone had told him that he could help cure her disease, how could she not be so excited that she cried bitter tears? Zhao Ruyu couldn't believe it and grabbed Li Tianyu's hand and said, "Quickly pinch my sister to let me know that this is all true." Li Tianyu was very embarrassed. Zhao Ruyu put his hand in front of his body. How could he put his hand down? Li Tianyu smiled awkwardly and took his hand back and said, "Don't worry, sister. This is definitely not a dream. I'm now telling you some basic gongfu. You try practicing it first, and I'll help you heal after 7 days. But this gong method is a bit special, so you have to have a heart to prepare for it." Zhao Ruyu resumed her normality and smiled, saying to Li Tianyu, "How special is it? Like what they show inside the TV? Do you need to pass on the power without wearing a costume? It's fine. Sister is all cooperating with you. This is not necessary." Li Tianyu had a helpless face. This sister was a bit too much. Li Tianyu used his hands to gently press Zhao Ruyu's forehead, and his own forehead together. Li Tianyu's heart is still wondering, this method of transmitting power, who researched it? A little too ambiguous. For the appearance of the best young woman is okay. If you change a pig teeth fangs of the sister, it is estimated that Li Tianyu will be on the spot to vomit blood and go into the fire. Don't look at Zhao Ruyu's words as very open. In fact, she hadn't really come into contact with a man. At this time her heartbeat was accelerating very fast, and at the same time, she was also very nervous. Control your mind and let yourself slowly quiet down, Li Tianyu said. Li Tianyu looked to be slowly running the Xian Gong method, transferring all the yin-yang heart sutra he knew to Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and it seemed like there were a lot more things inside her brain all of a sudden. What is that thing? Zhao Ruyu subconsciously asked, hesitating that the two were too close. Zhao Ruyu spoke with a somewhat strange voice, as if she had been electrocuted. Zhao Ruyu instantly threw her head back. Sister, I didn't realize that you're even more of a wimp than me, Li Tianyu said flirtatiously. Previously, Li Tianyu had the experience with Wang Dandan, so he was now significantly more calm than Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu blankly glanced at Li Tianyu, but it felt like her heart was going to jump out. She was 30 years old. She had no experience at all in contact with men. Looking at the usual dress so mature, in fact, it was all caused by the femaline body. No matter how cold the weather was, that was not as cold as the cold chi in her body. Right at this moment, Zhao Ruyu's face was particularly ugly, and her entire body's breath began to be disorganized, as if a person was locked inside a cold storage room. So cold. Once a day, this experience occurs. The and cold energy of the body is out of control, and the body is tormented by this condition as if it were alive or dead. In a few short seconds, Zhao Ruyu's face turned white and her lips began to tremble. Li Tianyu read it. His heart was very uncomfortable. Such a good woman. Endured how many years of pain, he told himself, must cure Zhao Ruyu. Li Tianyu put his hand on Zhao Ruyu's shoulder at once and hurriedly operated the Xiangong method, slowly transferring his masculine energy into her body. Brother Tianyu, your arms are really too warm. Zhao Ruyu hugged Li Tianyu tightly, itching to want to become one with him. After 5 minutes had passed, Zhao Ruyu's body temperature recovered and her face gradually normalized. The Xianmen technique was just awesome. Thank you, my Tianyu. I feel much better now. I seem to be fine. Zhao Ruyu, with a shy face, moved away from Li Tianyu's hand on his shoulder with fondness. Who would have thought that as soon as the two of them were separated, the coldness in Zhao Ruyu's body started to attack again. Li Tianyu once again put his hand on Zhao Ruyu's shoulder. It seems that this is the rhythm of not being able to separate for a minute. How can I spend this long night? Zhao Ruyu, who was ice cold and smart, had already guessed what Li Tianyu was thinking and said in a low voice, Brother Tianyu, isn't this not too good? In hindsight, it's kind of the best thing to do. You can't have two people making out on the couch like the big dummy. Inside the room was a double bed, so it wouldn't be crowded even if Li Tianyu hugged Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu was still relying on this warm palm of Li Tianyu's hand, but her expression was still very odd. But unknowingly after a while, her breathing was steady and she slowly fell asleep lying in front of Li Tianyu's body. In 30 years, she'd never once gotten a good night's sleep because the damn odd body didn't know when it would strike. Zhao Ruyu slept very well. Li Tianyu hard bad, to know that he is a bloody normal man. Imagine which man can withstand such torture. Li Tianyu had even utilized his Xiangong method later on, trying to suppress his discomfort. Later on, there was really no better way to force himself not to think about the chaotic and enter the state of emptiness, and single-mindedly began to cultivate the first style of the Xiangong method. But what made him feel strange was that he had not made any progress at all when he was cultivating the top of the first style of the Xiangong method before, and now there was a feeling of a breakthrough. The Xiangong technique was a masculine technique, and it was hard to break through at the top of the first style, but with Zhao Ruyu's yin qi in her arms, there were actually signs of a breakthrough. Li Tianyu cultivated all night with full attention, feeling that he was just a little bit away from breaking through the first style of the Xiangong technique. After he opened his eyes he realized that Zhao Ruyu had long since disappeared. Li Tianyu didn't think much about it, and after getting up and washing up, he went to find his two older brothers to eat with him and prepare for today's auction of raw stones. The Ouyang family had their own appraisers, and after Ouyang Feng met up with them, he began to select suitable raw stones. Shangguan Xiaoyang also invited two appraisers. He also wanted to make a small profit in the raw stone auction. Ouyang Feng said to Li Tianyu, Older brother, do you want to casually turn around on your own, or with big brother? I won't bother you guys. I'll just take a look around. Li Tianyu said, that's fine, as long as you like it, buy it, it all counts as a gift from brother to you. Ouyang Feng finished and took out a card to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu directly refused and said, I'll just take a look. I won't buy it. If I really like it, I'll call out to you then. Li Tianyu was principled in his work. Before he treated him in Ouyang's house, he had already received tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars as consultation fees, and now he was still receiving money from others. It was not so much. Seeing that Li Tianyu was dead set on not wanting it, Ouyang Feng said helplessly, remember, you are now my own brother. If you have a favorite, it all counts for the Ouyang family. The three of them are each fighting for their own. Li Tianyu carelessly and casually slipping around. Inside each display table there are several kinds of primitive on display there. There are betting on the original stone nothing can be seen. There are also betting on the half betting on the original stone that is cut with a small opening. Chapter 46 Amusing Fools. Li Tianyu slipped to a raw stone booth. which contained a huge raw stone that looked like it could weigh hundreds of pounds. There weren't a lot of people around this raw stone booth, and Li Tianyu came to a middle-aged man who was studying the good material that could be inside that piece of raw stone. Suddenly the owner of the raw stone booth said, "Little old brother, it looks like you're a novice. Come over here. I'll introduce you to a few pieces of good wool. How about it?" The so-called rough material is the raw stone that has not been cut. Li Tianyu walked over to the owner of the booth selling the raw stone and sat down, saying, "This owner, how do you know that I am a novice?" This raw stone boss looked at his age, not a few years older than Li Tianyu, smiled and said, "There is a rule for picking raw stones, first come first served. Whoever sees it first goes to whoever. Unless people don't want it, you can only be able to pick it. You just got here and you're standing behind people. Everyone can tell you're a novice at a glance." The raw stone owner said. Li Tianyu said with embarrassment, "It's really my first time to attend a raw stone trade fair. I came over to visit out of curiosity. Please forgive me if I've done anything wrong." The owner of the raw stone smiled and said, "It's okay, my name is Han Xia. Since we can get to know each other today, even if it's a kind of fate, can we make a friend? My name is Li Tianyu." Li Tianyu shook Han's hand briefly, and the two of them started chatting. "How can you tell the good and bad from the rough of these raw stones? I see it on the floor and inside the counter as well?" Li Tianyu asked. Li Tianyu is not a self-righteous person. Do not understand to ask. This is his principle of dealing with people, and this boss in his own age is about the same age. Communication should be very convenient. Han Xia really started to popularize the basics of raw stones to Li Tianyu, saying, "Although technology is advanced nowadays, there is no kind of machine that can penetrate the raw stone and accurately see exactly what grade of jade is inside. By raw stone, in fact, is gambling stone. Who do not know inside in the end cannot open a good jade." Gambling stone is divided into two kinds. One is full gambling, one is half gambling. The so-called semi-gambling stone is to cut a small piece of the original stone first, also known as opening the back door, so that the original stone to reveal a little green out first. As long as there is green, on behalf of the inside must be jade. You can first see that this kind of jade is a few grades. This kind of betting method is semi-gambling. Han Xia took over the soccer size of the original stone, pointing to be cut a little green place said, "This piece of original stone is half gambling. This original stone has revealed the green. Looking at the grade can be, the center of the original stone are green. That is the jade grade, the best place. Of course, nothing is absolute. The exterior may be a good grade of Hatian jade, maybe the inside is a variety of glass jade, but overall this piece of raw stone is full of jade. This is not going to be false, depending on what variety of jade it is." Han Xia explained. Semi-gambling, that is, betting on the size and variety of the jade inside. Li Tianyu asked, "Brother Han, how do you sell this piece of raw stone wool in your hand?" Although there was no instrument to see through the original stone, Li Tianyu could see everything inside clearly. He could see through this piece of raw stone held inside Han Xia's hand. Although the outside had already shown green, there was nothing inside. This piece of wool was just ordinary jade 5 centimeters thick on top, and the remaining part was all stone. Han Xia weighed the raw stone in his hand and said, "This piece of raw stone appearance is very good. Looking at the grade is not low. Inside to be all jadeite jade. If you make a dozen rings no problem, or do a few pairs of jade bracelets also no problem. This piece of raw stone eye pricing, 3 million. Li Tianyu thought to himself, really his mother's bluff, but also 3 million, 3,000 are not worth. I did not expect that the risk of gambling on stones is actually so high. It is really a step to heaven, a step to hell." Han Xia carefully put the raw stones back inside the display cabinet, pointing to the underground push of raw stones, said, "See, these are the raw materials for betting on raw stones. The price is relatively low, and no one knows what can be opened inside. To put it bluntly, it all depends on one's luck. The raw wool also depends on the grade. Not all raw stones can be seen jade. Some raw stones with lines, no less than the price of semi-gambling stones." "Little old brother, want to try your luck?" Han Xia said. Li Tianyu shook his head in silence. Just now he looked over the raw stones on Han Xia's stall. None of them were good. Only a few individual ones had so much green, but the grade was very poor. Li Tianyu was about to prepare to leave when in the distance, Shenlang brought 2 appraisers and a push of bodyguards towards Han Xia's stall. Shenlang froze for a moment when he saw Li Tianyu and said with a sarcastic face, "What's wrong with this society now? How can anyone come to this kind of high-class animal place? Can you afford these things? Are you trying to rely on your face? You also don't say. I really know a few ants who like your kind of fine-skinned white boy. Do you need me to help explain it to you?" Li Tianyu was speechless. How could this kind of be found everywhere? Shenlang saw that Li Tianyu didn't reply and said directly to Han Xia, "This boss, you must pay attention. Certain people are not here to buy raw stones. You must keep an eye on these woolen materials of yours." Han Xia could hear that Shenlang and Li Tianyu must not get along, and said with a smile, I'm here to do business, and since I'm destined to come to my place, then everyone is my guest. Li Tianyu originally had a fire in his heart. Yesterday it was Shenlang who found two female chickens who wanted to set themselves up. If not for Zhao Ruyu even rushed to the scene, he might become the most explosive video male #1 today. And now he dares to clamor with himself in front of his face. Today, if I don't let you spend some before going out, I am really sorry for this 13 mouth of yours. That eye of yours sees that I can't afford it. I'll buy it for you now. Pretending to be very angry, Li Tianyu said to Han Xia, "This boss, I'll take the raw stone inside the counter. You can make it cheaper." Li Tianyu pointed to the stone inside the counter that had just shown green and said. Han Xia said with great difficulty, "Little brother Li, didn't I already tell you just now? $3 million can't be less than a penny." Knowing that this stone can be worth at least $5 million, $1 million, I'll buy it, Li Tianyu said. 3 million can't be a penny less, Han Xia returned. Li Tianyu walked to Han Xia's ear and whispered, "Brother Han, give my little brother face. I can only take out $1 million in my hand. Do my little brother a favor and sell it to me?" Li Tianyu deliberately whispered, but this whisper happened to be something that Shenlang could also hear. Suddenly, Shenlang let out a loud laugh and said, "I see that your two brothers aren't doing much for you. Two people just get you $1 million? What a bit too stingy." In Shenlang's eyes, Li Tianyu was a poor man, and just this 1 million should also be given by Ouyang Feng and Shangwan Shouyang. Li Tianyu said angrily, "Don't denigrate my two brothers. Are you more generous than the two of them?" Chapter 47 Megaliths. Shenlang said, "Everyone knows that my son Shen is the most generous, which is like you so abrasive. No money still learn others to gamble? $5 million cannot take out. Hurry to go home to sleep." Immediately afterward, he said to Han Xia, "This boss, show me this stone. He's just a poor man who can't afford it." Shenlang took the stone and said, "Look, how good this stone is. Such a large piece of green has been cut out, coupled with my Shingongzi's good luck. Inside must be a good emerald jade. Luck and money compared to also very powerless thing. No money will not even have luck." Shenlang also has a jewelry industry within his family, but there is no way to compare it with Ouyang's family. He is not doing his job all day long, and he doesn't know anything about gambling on stones, but the set of pretending to be 13 is a younger brother of others. But Shenlang is not stupid. Knowing that he can't do it, he brought the two best appraisers in the family, and to be on the safe side, he took it to the appraiser next to him, Zhao Kai, to take a look at it. Zhao Kai is also a glance at this piece of raw stone, has been cut to show green, bright eyes look good color. This stone should be collected back from the old pit, as long as the green is 3 centimeters more inside. 3 million can definitely earn back. He nodded to Shenlang to indicate that the stone could be bought. Shenlang smiled faintly, with a bottom in his heart, and after looking at Li Tianyu with contempt, he said to Han Xia, "Boss, I'll take this piece of raw stone." When he finished speaking, he took out a bank card and gave it to Han Xia. "Swipe an extra $10,000 directly, and consider it your hard-earned money." Shenlang took the money to play a good hand. $3 million to buy a rotten stone not to mention, but also gave people an extra 10,000. Han Xia is particularly happy. "I did not expect the first business can be so smooth, and the other side can also give an additional $10,000. Hurriedly swiped the card to collect the money. Less than a minute to return the card to Shenlang. "This gentleman brother, you see whether I help you open the stone on the spot, or you bring it back to open it yourself. I have all the equipment here. I can open the stone for you for free." Han Xia said, "Then there's no need to ask. The stone must be opened live, and since certain people can't afford it, I'll let him raise his eyes to what constitutes an eye for gambling stones." Li Tianyu did not say a word, "Just to see you keep pretending to be 13, hoping that in a moment when the stone is opened, your arrogant flames can still be maintained." People heard that someone was going to open the stone live and ran over to many people ready to watch the fun. The pattern is very pure. There is not a single stray crumb on the skin. It is definitely worth $3 million. There is a stone gambling businessman, after Shenlang's consent, took a strong flashlight and looked at it for half a day and said, "This little brother, I also fancy this stone of yours. How about selling it to me for $3,500,000? A big brother next to him said, "How much money is not for sale? Shenlang is not a poor person. I just buy a happy." After saying that, Shenlang still didn't forget to defy Li Tianyu, and the air of pretending to be 13 was now brought into full play for him. Here a lot of people want to buy this stone in his hand. Shenlang now mood has been the beauty of the sky. Hurry to signal Han Xia open stone. Open stone is not an easy thing. Even if your hand's shaking so a little bit, it is easy to good jade cut. Obviously can be worth 5 million stone. A knife down on the value of $1 million. So Shenlang didn't dare to let Han Xia come to open the stone, but to let Zhao Kai personally. Zhao Kai took over the original stone and looked at it for half a day. and finally chose to draw a white line in the center of the original stone, turned on the machine and started to cut down at the place where the white line was drawn, and with a burst of ear-piercing sound through, suddenly there was a crunching sound of clicking, and this piece of original stone was directly in two halves. A booing sound came. The people surrounding the back have known the result. The stone is ruined. Shen Lang's expression is particularly wonderful. A dead mother's face. Just two eyes staring straight at the two halves of the original stone. Zhao Kai is also very helpless. The surface seems to be very good quality of the original stone. Actually inside all empty. But no surprise, gambling stone is like this. There are losses and wins are called gambling. Just out of 3.5 million middle-aged man went over to look at the green raw stone, shook his head and said, "This small piece can do a few small pendants. Can only count on you to look away, young people. Spend some money to buy experience is also very normal." Li Tianyu stood next to him and said, "Mr. Shin is really powerful. Buying experience actually drew more than $3 million. How luxurious." Shen Lang couldn't stand it after hearing it. It was a small matter that the money was gone, but Shen Lang's face couldn't be lost. Go up and grab the stone cutting machine in Zhao Kai's hand, and directly cut the stone with the green half over there. But unfortunately, it was a total of 3 centimeters thick of green, and the rest of it was empty stone. Shen Lang more angry, a little bit along the green cut down, busy half a day. Finally only palm size 3 centimeters thick green is jade. Just now the middle-aged businessman said right, can only do a few simple pendants, and the grade of jade is not very high. 4 or 5 pendants can be sold for $50,000 is already very good. Shen Lang failed perfectly in this pretense of 13. He no longer had the face to stay here and turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. Shen, big male brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. Your $3 million of jade has not been taken away. Really can hang in your bathroom as a decoration is also good. Otherwise this $3 million of experience is not bought in vain? Li Tianyu said. Zhao Kai could only shake his head and picked up the palm-sized jade to follow behind Shen Lang. After teasing Shen Lang, Li Tianyu's mood turned happy and he leisurely walked in the middle of the original stone exhibition hall. Walked almost 10 stalls. Li Tianyu did not see a decent raw stone. Either there is nothing inside, or the price is more expensive than the raw stone. Buy it is not appropriate. Just at this time, Li Tianyu's eyes lit up. A huge and incomparable green color appeared in front of his eyes. Li Tianyu excitedly walked towards the original stone. Good guy. This piece of raw stone was 1 meter 8 high. It should be the biggest piece that Li Tianyu had seen here. From the outside it looked like this was a different piece of stone. There were no obvious patterns or lines on it, but it was emitting a dazzling green light inside. Seeing Li Tianyu looking around the stone, the attendant next to him came over and said with a smile, "This gentleman, are you eyeing this piece of raw stone? Such a large piece of raw stone, how did you sell it?" Li Tianyu asked. The waiter laughed. $20 million. How? How much? Li Tianyu asked with a surprised face. This stone gave off too much of an ordinary feeling to actually dare to sell it for such a high price. The reason why this stone was sold for so much was because it was big enough. The waiter laughed. It's a bit of a scam. There are no obvious patterns, and it's a raw stone for gambling, but still dare to sell it for so much? Li Tianyu asked. I don't really understand. The boss said that it's a good item inside the real old pit of MD. Because it's big it's sold as the treasure of the store. The waiter explained. Li Tianyu has already seen through this piece of raw stone. There is a piece of jade in the middle of the raw stone that is the same size as a basketball, and the concentration of green is very large. His own unknowledgeable eyes to see. The jade in this can also be worth $50 million. $10 million I'll buy it. Li Tianyu said. Chapter 48 I can vouch for. I'm sorry sir. Our boss has a rule that this raw stone is sold for $20 million. The waiter said. It's already quite a lot for me to give you $10 million. If I don't sell it I don't think anyone will buy it. Li Tianyu wanted to see a bargain. But unfortunately, the other waiter firmly said, sorry, our boss said, not a penny less. Li Tianyu pretended to be angry and said, your boss is really stubborn. It's already good enough to sell such a big raw stone for $10 million. Now all of Li Tianyu's belongings add up to $10 million. If the money is enough there is no need to talk nonsense with the waiter here. As long as the boulder is bought, it is guaranteed to double the price. The quality of the waiter is very good. No matter how softly Li Tianyu face is always with a smile. How to say it is useless. Is a penny cannot be less. Li Tianyu is also forced to face. Embarrassed in Ouyang Feng to borrow money. This beautiful girl, can't you sense that he's teasing you? Shen Lang suddenly opened his mouth and said, not knowing where this little guy popped out from. Li Tianyu was already in a bad mood right now. And this disgusting guy Shen Lang came back to make trouble. How come I can meet you everywhere? Hasn't the experience of $3 million just now taught you a lesson? Li Tianyu said. Zhao Kai pulled Shen Lang and said, Grand Duke, let's go somewhere else to look at the raw stones. Shen Lang reluctantly said, time to come and I just can't stand this two-bit bastard here pretending to be rich. Obviously want to pick up other people's little girls. Non-point pretend to say by the original stone. Lee Tianyu scolded. You is not sick. Nothing to eat? Why always with me? You hurry to me to roll. Don't pretend. I don't know how much money you have in your pocket. Pocket up and down on the Ouyang phone gave you that $1 million. But also pretend to buy the original stone here. Clearly is again to pick up girls. $10 million you can take out? Shenlong said. Shenling turned his head to the waitress and said, Beauty, just buy this poor guy for $10 million and see if he can get it out. Shenling didn't care about the more than $3 million that he had just lost, but losing face made him very uncomfortable. And for people who loved to pretend to be 13, losing face was 100 times more difficult than killing him. There was just a chance to humiliate Lee Tianyu. How could Shenling let him go? I'm sorry sir, 10 million can't be sold. Our boss said 20 million, not a penny less. The waiter thought to himself, are you stupid? Do you think you're our boss when you say 1,000? Lee Tianyu saw that the waiter was not hanging Shenling either and laughed. Hear that? It's not that I don't have money, it's that they are not willing to sell me. Shenling relentlessly said to the waitress, this little beauty, can't you see? He can't afford it even if you sell him $10 million. Just here to pick you up. I'm sorry sir, 20 million can't be less than a penny. The waiter could see that this Shenlong seemed to be in league with Lee Tianyu, and was deliberately coming to bargain. Shenlong said angrily, you don't believe me do you? I'll take the rest of the $10 million and you sell it to him. The waiter really couldn't believe that Shenlong was really brain dead, but seeing the bodyguards and Zhao Kai's appraiser behind him, he didn't want to look like a fool, right? This gentleman, please swipe your card first. The waiter said, why am I the one paying first? If he doesn't have $10 million, then isn't my $10 million for nothing? You are to be able to give me a guaranteed refund. I can pay first. Shenlong said, if you have cash, I can refund you. You can't if you swipe your card. The waiter said. Shenlong said angrily, have you ever seen anyone go out with $10 million in cash? Have you ever seen how much of a push of paper 10 million has? The waiter said, then I'm sorry sir. I'm just an ordinary waiter. I'm not the boss. The waiter's attitude is still so good. The smile on the face is not reduced, but in the heart thought, not brain really into the water. Other people buy raw stone, and you have to do with it? You're jumping around here like a monkey. Lee Tianyu said flirtatiously. Mr. Shen, please believe me, I really have $10 million. Shenlong was really almost mad with anger, and anxiously said to the waiter, I'll use my life to guarantee that if he can come up with $10 million, I'll pay for the rest of the $10 million. I'm sorry sir, we're not here to take lives, we only recognize money. Your life is not worth this price, the waiter said still smiling. Shenlong was going to be pissed off by this waiter. Wasn't his life worth $10 million? Just at this time, a gentle yet sexy voice rang out. His $10 million? I can vouch for that. Such a gentle voice was spoken by Zhao Ruyu. Today, Zhao Ruyu, the boss of Guohua, was wearing a very fine lace cheongsam, and there was no second person in Huaxia other than Zhang Yuman who wore a sexier and prettier dress than Zhao Ruyu. As long as they were within the Guohua trading club, there wasn't a single person who dared to say that they didn't recognize Zhao Ruyu, and instantly the crowd of onlookers took the initiative to make way. Sister Jade is good. The waiter had to recognize Zhao Ruyu. The boss had specially explained before that this great god should never be messed with. When he saw it, when he offered it up, Mr. Shen, is it okay if I come and act as a notary for you? Zhao Ruyu asked. Shenlong was about to be exasperated by this waiter. Zhao Ruyu stepped forward to be able to act as a notary. This matter would be better, he said. No problem. Sister Jade's character is obvious to everyone, and I, Shenlong, definitely count on my words, Zhao Ruyu said to the waiter. Mr. Shen said that he's out the rest of the $10 million. I'm the notary. If he doesn't give this $10 million, I will. The waiter still had to call and ask for instructions from his boss, and hung up the phone and said, the boss has ordered it, and what Sister Yu says is a guarantee. Shenlong said to Lee Tianyu with a smug look on his face. Silly 13, now you're finished. Let's see how you're going to pay up later. Zhao Ruyu smiled at Lee Tianyu and said, this little brother, are you still really here to pick up the waitresses here? Why don't you follow sis in the future? The price is negotiable. Zhao Ruyu had stood on the periphery for a while before. She didn't believe that someone as capable as Lee Tianyu would not be able to take out $10 million. And now she just wanted to help Lee Tianyu out and make this Shenlong guy take out more money. Lee Tianyu nodded his head and smiled. Thank you, Sister Yu, for your words of help. Turning his head to Shenlong, he said, it seems that Mr. Shen's luck isn't very good today. Just now you spent more than $3 million to buy an experience. Do you still want to spend $10 million more to buy a lesson now? I advise you to hurry home and read more books now, or else you will lose all your family's money in the future. With so many people around, Li Tianyu wouldn't show how good his relationship with Zhao Ruyu was, or else the entire Nanjing city would feel shocked. Chapter 49 Heavenly Ancient Jade. You poor bastard. If you can't get the money, just say you can't get the money, and you can actually pretend to be so calm. Xinlang killed also do not believe that Li Tianyu can take out so much money. That is called 10 million As an ordinary person, several lifetimes cannot earn money. Li Tianyu calmly handed the bank card to the waiter, and now the people who are watching are following the excitement. And I don't know if this kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, or he is deliberately pretending to be so calm. Li Tianyu made more than $5 million by picking up leaks in the antique store, and he also won $3 million by betting with Han Yuman at Ouyang's house yesterday, and he still has more than $1 million of his own money to pay off his bills, which is exactly $10 million. This gentleman, please keep your card. It has just been swiped for 10 million. The waiter turned to Xinlang and asked, this gentleman, now it's just short of your 10 million. Xinlang confused 13, two eyes straight hooked frozen in place, mouth open as to say no words. How this kid will have 10 million? He should not be a poor man? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay. Didn't you say just now that if they put up $10 million, you'd pay for the rest of the 10 million? This time 13 pretend bigot. Pretend 13 is to pay the price. The people who are watching the scene are not too big. They are talking a lot, and most of them do not like Xinlang's style of pretending to be 13. Xinlang reacted and said to Zhao Ruyu, you guys lied to me. You and this little white boy are in cahoots and sneaked the money to him ahead of time. Otherwise he wouldn't have come up with so much money even if he was poor. The watching crowd was abuzz. Your brain has been kicked by a donkey. Just now it was people who wanted to buy the original stone. It was you who took the initiative to come up and say that they didn't have the money. How could it be that the two of them cheated you? This person must have something wrong with his brain. Pretending to be 13 is not good enough. Blaming others. How dare you say that Boss Zhao is conspiring with others to cheat people? His brain is really in the water. Who can't get $10 million from the people who are here? If you don't have it, go home and read more. Zhao Ruyu's face immediately sank and said coldly, Xinlang, do you doubt my Zhao Ruyu's fairness? If you doubt me, from now on, your Xin family won't come to my Guohua trading club in the future. Xinlang finally reacted. What kind of person was Zhao Ruyu? Far from it. There was really no one in Nanjing City who dared to stand against Zhao Ruyu. First put aside Zhao Ruyu, this person. Now the State China Trade Fair is the largest and most luxurious in Nanjing City, the exchange of high society people. There are a lot of big business and meetings are held here. If the Xin family because of their own 13 did not pretend to understand the State China Trade Fair under the ban, go back to not be killed by their own father, also point to hit the disabled. I'm sorry Sister Jade. Just now maybe my brain got a little short-circuited. Please be generous. Xinlang was apologizing to Zhao Ruyu while saying that he was really scared, afraid that Zhao Ruyulan would disqualify their Xin family from coming here. You early, this is not finished. Other I do not dare to guarantee. As long as in our country Hua Trading Club inside, must guarantee openness, fairness, impartiality, 3 major principles. Just now you said that I and this little brother is a gang. If you are willing to, from now on, how about I and your Xin family start a gang? Zhao Ruyu said. Zhao Ruyu was smiling this time, but this smile caused goosebumps to rise all over Xinlang's body. With a flutter, Xinlang down knelt on the ground. I'm sorry Sister Yu. You have a large amount of adults. My little brother really knows what's wrong. Please let me off this time. Everyone knows how much Zhao Ruyu is a Grim Reaper, and those who go against her die quickly, and likewise those who are good to her die quickly. Zhao Ruyu coldly said, hurry up and pay the money. Remember to less pretend 13 here in my place. What words can be said? What words can't be said? In the future, control your mouth. Get out of my way. Frightened that Xinlang hurriedly swiped his card and left, the waiter turned to Li Tianyu and said, this gentleman, now that this boulder is yours, do you intend to bring it back and open it yourself? Or do you want to let us open it for you on the spot? Open it. Let us all see if there is anything in the $20 million original stone or not. Yeah, they say it's their town treasure. Let's see what's inside. The people who were watching the scene were persuaded by you and him. Zhao Ruyu said, this little brother, why don't you just open it and let everyone see what's inside? But I can't drive such a big boulder. Li Tianyu said, I can help you. There is a top stone opening master inside the Guohua Trading Club. Zhao Ruyu signaled and a man in his 50s walked out. He was Guohua Trading Club's top appraiser, Gao Mingyuan. Master Gao, please, help this little brother open the raw stone. Zhao Ruyu said, don't worry, boss. Gao Mingyuan walked towards this boulder with his tools. Gao Mingyuan, a very experienced appraiser, carefully drew white lines on the top of the boulder, let the people under his hand help to transport it to the top of the stone decomposition machine, and began to cut the stone according to the drawn white lines. Xinlang have left, but heard Li Tianyu to open the stone on the spot. He was extremely shameless back to sea. He lost 10 million for nothing. Death also want to die to understand. As the stone cutting machine ran quickly and went a little deeper, a layer of green mist slowly sprayed out. There's green. The crowd of people watching was getting bigger and bigger, and everyone was looking at the boulder with wide eyes. There's green, and it seems to be full green. It can't be Tiangu jade, can it? My god. It's really a rare piece of heavenly ancient jade. Such a big piece of heavenly ancient jade. How much is it going to be worth? This is a silly fork. Is this something that can be measured with money? You should know that the heavenly ancient jade is something that can't be found. Shenlang felt a burst of dizziness. Just now he was helping this guy to buy this piece of raw stone. If this was known by his family, then he would really become a stupid fork. How did Li Tianyu recognize any Tiangu jade? He just saw that the green inside this huge stone was very pure and thought that it would be worth a lot of money. Don't look. I'll offer $30 million. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You want to get on and pick up a bargain? I'll offer $50 million. Don't open it. If you don't sell it now, be careful of cutting it short in a while. It's better to sell it quickly. Watching the fun, there were kind people advising Li Tianyu as if this boulder was theirs. The stone opening machine was still cutting a little bit, and Yao Mingyuan was very excited to be able to open the Tiangu jade. And after 5 minutes, the whole piece of Tiangu jade appeared in front of everyone. Slowly wipe away the debris. Pour a little water. Basketball-sized Tiangu jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This kind of green eye-catching dazzling, as if all can blind people's eyeballs a little. The entire room was incredibly quiet. This piece of heavenly ancient jade was too big for the average person to afford. Zhao Ruyu said happily, "Little brother, it seems like you're really lucky. You were actually able to open such a large, very rare piece of heavenly ancient jade. This is something that has never happened before in the Guowo Trading Club." Chapter 50. You're really not afraid of death, aren't you? Li Tianyu still wanted to thank Zhao Ruyu. If she hadn't come over in time to help herself just now, there would have been no way to pitch Shenlang's $10 million, and he wouldn't have been able to open this big guy called what is called the heavenly ancient jade. After the entire room was quiet for a while, a middle-aged man said, $70 million. This price is already the highest. How about it, little brother? Li Tianyu knew nothing about jade and didn't know how much it would be good to sell. Older brother, this piece of jade of yours is brother's. Ouyang Feng led his men towards Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu turned around to see that it was Ouyang Feng and said with a smile, "No problem, big brother." Ouyang Feng's mouth smile has been fast closed. With a hand touching such a large piece of heavenly ancient jade, said happily, "I have not seen such a large piece of heavenly ancient jade until now. My own brother, how did you find out? Brother, I give you 100 million. Can it?" Shenlang now want to kill Li Tianyu. If he did not look at Zhao Ruyu standing here, he would have let the bodyguard snatch the Tiangu jade. Just now he paid money to help buy the Tiangu jade, and in the twinkling of an eye sold $100 million. His own really TMD stupid 13. Not wanting to stay here and go for a minute, after a spiteful glance at Li Tianyu, he turned around and left with his men. When the scene heard Ouyang Feng give a price of $100 million, no one dared to bid anymore and could only look at the Tiangu jade fondly for a few moments before walking away regretfully. Jade speculation in recent years is very hot, but 100 million is indeed already the limit of the price. If not well-known big jewelers, other small stores to buy back also cannot earn back the capital. Ouyang family is different. Their family was originally a well-known brand of the old store. There are branches across the country. By such a good day, ancient jade, looking for expert carving masters into packing, held an auction of what? Or do a few of the treasure of the town store a sale, not likely to be able to double the price. Li Tianyu said, "Okay, but I hope to make good jewelry to share a few with me. I'll keep it to give away as a gift, and the wages will just be deducted from this heavenly ancient jade." Ouyang Feng said atmospherically, "It's all a small matter. Just take it as a gift from your brother." Ouyang Feng finished, directly arranged for special people to transport the thing back. Put it here so as not to have a long night's sleep, afraid of how many people will miss this rare heavenly ancient jade. After the matter of the heavenly ancient jade was finished, Ouyang Feng said to Li Tianyu, "Older brother, the auction will start in a while. I'll take you to see the action." Turning to Zhao Ruyu, he asked, "Sister, you want to go together?" Zhao Ruyu politely said, "No, I'm afraid of affecting everyone's mood if I go." A man would be attracted to Zhao Ruyu, but no man dared to really go for it. Everyone had the feeling of looking at plums to quench their thirst. Zhao Ruyu whispered as she passed by Li Tianyu, "Brother, remember to come and hug your sister to sleep at night." Li Tianyu was really especially helpless. How did he still become a third party? Zhao Ruyu was gone, but the people watching were surprised. Everyone didn't hear what Zhao Ruyu had just said, but they could all see that the two of them had an unusual relationship. One could only say that this young man really wasn't afraid of death, and no one who dared to make deep contact with Zhao Ruyu would have a good ending. Just now Shenlang suspected that the two of them were in cahoots. Could it be true? It seems that this young man is still too young. A rose with thorns will stab people, and Zhao Ruyu is a poisonous thorny rose. Ouyang Feng asked Li Tianyu with great concern at this time. Older brother, didn't I tell you to stay away from this Zhao Ruyu? Don't you want to live? Li Tianyu had a helpless look on his face. It was not really easy to explain to Ouyang Feng. You must take care of yourself. This woman's curse is really powerful. If you're not careful you'll die without a body. After Ouyang Feng finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled Li Tianyu to the auction site. The auction was inside a closed hall inside. Ouyang Feng took out his VIP card and opened it to the staff at the door before walking in with Li Tianyu. Nowadays, jade is being speculated very hot, causing the number of raw stones to become less and less, and the price is also particularly high. I heard that there is a stone king today, and the starting price is $30 million. Ouyang Feng said helplessly. It doesn't look like there are many people. Li Tianyu said, now that the entrance fee has gone up, you must first press a deposit of $5 million to enter the door. And if you want to participate in the auction qualification you have to pay $10 million, so there are fewer and fewer people, Ouyang Feng explained. Just at this time, Xinlang walked in with the appraiser as well. Xinlang now saw that Li Tianyu hated his teeth, just because he himself spent more than $13 million for nothing. Xinlang walked to the side of Li Tianyu and said sinisterly, if you have the patience, you should not leave Guohua for the rest of your life. We will wait and see. Try moving, Ouyang Feng said coldly. Li Tianyu coldly replied back. I dare not walk out of Guohua for a while before saying anything, but I realized that you have a fortune-breaking phase today, so it's better to worry about yourself first. Xinlang glared fiercely at Li Tianyu and went to find a seat to sit down. In Guohua he really did not dare to move Li Tianyu a little. Li Tianyu and Ouyang Feng walked toward the Stone King. Today this piece of Stone King is not small. Feel in Li Tianyu just that piece of small circle, but has been cut out of the green. It is obvious that it is half gambling stone. Big brother, is this piece of raw stone worth money? Li Tianyu asked. The starting price of $20 million is justified. Ouyang Feng looked carefully. This vast Stone King actually had green cut out in two places. Ouyang Feng continued. A stone can be out of two green. Probably not too much difference. You see, the green cut above is at the top, along the direction of the green. Inside the color is getting deeper and deeper. Just now our appraiser also looked at the Stone King 2/3 or jadeite jade. Everyone can see and understand. This piece of raw stone can earn cannot lose, but stare at it there are a lot of people. A moment when the auction price is not low, Ouyang Feng said. Li Tianyu used Xian Gong method has seen through this Stone King. Really cannot believe. This is a bluffing illusion. Cut out the place on a layer is jadeite. Inside all the solid boulder. This is if buy who buy back. Absolutely lose money. Big brother, I feel that this stone is not good. You'd better look at something else. Li Tianyu said. Fix it later. If the price is reasonable, it's not impossible to buy it. Jade is getting less and less these years. I'm thinking of getting some stock to keep. Ouyang Feng did not care about the meaning of Li Tianyu's words. He thought that Li Tianyu did not know anything, and just now he was able to open the heavenly ancient jade was completely a blind mongoloid bumping into a dead rat. Li Tianyu could see that Ouyang Feng wouldn't break the bank, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. There were a lot of people who started to gather over, all wanting to see if the Stone King was worth anything. Li Tianyu and Ouyang Feng returned to their seats after looking at it. Chapter 51 spent $1 billion. The auction started on time. A middle-aged man in his 40s slowly walked to the stage, reaching out and pointing to today's Stone King, said, Big bosses, I believe that everyone has already seen. This is a piece of pure Burmese old pit species. I dry auctioneer for many years, or the first time I have seen such a good semi-gambling stone. The auctioneer on the stage grated for 10 minutes, and finally shouted, now the auction officially begins. The low price of 30 million from, each call for 1 million, 30 million, 35 million, 36 million. When the auction started, the price of the Stone King rose rapidly. 50 million, Shen Lang, the fool, suddenly shouted $50 million at the top of his voice. But the people sitting here, all of them are at the level of big bosses. Who will be intimidated by him? Ouyang Feng slowly raised the sign and shouted, $60 million, $80 million. Shen Lang did not even think about it, directly shouted out, stood up and also deliberately scanned the whole scene. This stupid fork just now was pretending to be 13 big face so quickly forgotten. Ouyang Feng was helpless. He thought that this piece of raw stone was worth 60 million. When he came, he did not prepare more, and only brought less than 200 million. Just now he bought Li Tianyu's heavenly ancient jade and spent 100 million. The value of the money and bought a little bit of other raw stone. The money in his hand was not enough for a while, but this accidental purchase of the heavenly ancient jade was already considered a success. The auctioneer was thrilled and shouted excitedly, wow, $80 million. This gentleman shouted out $80 million. Are there any more bids from the bosses on the scene? $80 million once. $80 million twice. Today, this Stone King 80 million price is already high enough, and many big bosses secretly shook their heads. Just as Shenlang was about to sign on the stage, someone behind him suddenly shouted, $81 million. The one who shouted was of course Li Tianyu. Who else could it be but him? He was here to make Shenlang lose everything. Shenlang saw that Li Tianyu was fighting against himself and said viciously, "Damn, you also dare to fight with me? Do you believe that I will kill you?" Everyone heard it. He's going to get me killed. Do you still let me participate in this auction? Do you have anyone here to care anymore? Li Tianyu said with an innocent face. The auctioneer stood on the stage and said to Shenlang with a kind face, "This gentleman, don't get excited. It's fine to shout the price. It's not right to threaten others. We can completely disqualify you." Shenlang was not speaking, and an angry Li Tianyu shouted, $85 million, $90 million. Li Tianyu shouted, "This guy doesn't have that much money. I'm reporting him for maliciously disrupting the auction site." Shenlang shouted. Shenlang looked at Li Tianyu very smugly, thinking to himself, "Are you the only one who can sue? I will too." The auctioneer looked at Li Tianyu suspiciously, and Ouyang Feng spoke, "He is my own brother. He is representing our Ouyang family's jewelry house. Do you guys doubt that our Ouyang family doesn't have any money?" Ouyang Feng didn't understand what Li Tianyu did. Just now didn't he advise himself not to buy the Stone King? How come he started bidding with Shenlang here now? It can't be that he is fighting with Shenlang, right? No matter what, Ouyang Feng would trust Li Tianyu unconditionally. The auctioneer said on the stage, "No one will doubt the Ouyang family's financial problems. This gentleman, do you still want to bid up? 91 million. Shenlang gritted his teeth and shouted. And he didn't dare to call up the price in large quantities. Just now he and his own appraiser has finished looking at this Stone King, guaranteed to be only earn no loss of stone. Shenlang also deliberately asked the old man at home, get notified after the family sent 2 more appraisers, and ultimately decided that we must shoot this piece of raw stone. The Shen family's jewelry house is also seriously short of jadeite jade. 99 million. Li Tianyu said, 100 million. The sweat on Shenlang's face came down when he finished speaking. He only had so much money now. Li Tianyu, if you call 1 more million, he will be able to choose to withdraw. The Shen family is waiting to use this piece of jade processing for sale. If you know that he is screwing this thing up, go back to their own old man will definitely break their legs. Here you go. Li Tianyu had already seen that Shenlangji could take out so much money, and directly chose to give up. The purpose was to let Shenlang break a little more money. If this Stone King sold itself for $10 million, Li Tianyu couldn't even buy it. Shenlang was now very through with Li Tianyu. If he hadn't jumped out and killed the price, he would have been able to buy the Stone King back for $60 million, and now he had spent an extra 40 million huaxia coins for nothing. Fortunately, in the end, Li Tianyu gave up, and this Stone King was ultimately the Shen family's, and it was considered to be the completion of the main task that he came here for today. Auctioneer excited. He did not expect the Stone King can be auctioned at such a high price. The higher the price he gets more commission. Quickly shouted 3 times. No one to raise the price after the rapid fall of the hammer directly announced that the Stone King belongs to Shenlang. Today's auction has ended. Everyone is ready to leave the field. Shenlang, this 2-bit nonce live open stone. Want to let everyone see him to get the treasure. All the people holding the heart of watching the game have stayed down. Shenlang had been upset in his heart, thinking that he was thinking in case he could open a Tiangu jade that was even better than Li Tianyu. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Shenlang. They look away from this piece of raw stone cut out of the green, who all think that this is definitely a large piece of complete jade. After all, every day with the raw stone to deal with them, they are very rich in experience. Ouyang Feng was also very curious at this time and asked Li Tianyu to stay together to see. Li Tianyu knew in his heart that there was nothing inside this Stone King. Who made this idiot Shenlang so love to pretend to be 13 every day? Zhao Kai and a few others struggled to get the Stone King onto the stone opener and prepared to open the stone. Open stone and cut stone is not the same. Open stone is a cut in 2 halves. Cut stone is to cut a little bit. This kind of start live look or more addictive. But there is another procedure in this called unraveling the stone, which requires good jade material that needs to be polished a little bit with a grinding wheel. Zhao Kai started polishing from the first cut. About half a day has been due green, which makes him start to worry. After the water clean, he began to carefully observe. After seeing such a large piece of green, Shenlang said to Zhao Kai with a smile, Lao Zhao, our stone is bigger than the one Li Tianyu just had, right? Li Tianyu smiled without saying anything. You are a piece, not a piece of jade. There is no comparison at all with his own heavenly ancient jade. Zhao Kai didn't reply, but his eyebrows frowned deeper and deeper. There was a saying circulating inside the jade industry that it was better to buy a piece than a piece, and the surface layer of the greenish eerie Stone King made Zhao Kai vaguely have a bad premonition. Shenlang saw that Zhao Kai didn't respond to his own words of pretending to be 13 just now and said with dissatisfaction, What are you waiting for? Feel the solution and let everyone see what kind of treasure we have here. Chapter 52 Unspeakable Diseases. Zhao Kai couldn't speak well of the apprehension in his heart right now, and could only continue to decipher the stone with a stiff upper hand. The grinding wheels have been changed several times, and finally all the skin of the Stone King has been sanded out, reflected in front of everyone's eyes. Actually 2/3 of the surface of the Stone King all green, can really be described as radiant. Mr. Shin, congratulations, such a big piece of jade can be a real treasure. It can carve a lot of big ornaments. This time your Shin family can count on making a lot of money. A businessman who knew Shin Lang complimented. Shin Long was immediately bullish. His eyes were looking at the sky, and there was no one else in sight. Yang Feng is still very depressed. Said, "It's all my fault. I didn't bring enough money today. Otherwise such a big piece of jade. It is definitely our Yang family. Big brother, be at ease. The truth will soon be known," Li Tianyu said indifferently. Older brother. You mean? Yang Feng questioned. In this world, many things look good, but they are not necessarily a good thing, Li Tianyu said. Yang Feng asked, then why did you and Shin Lang, just now, crazily spike the price? It's okay, I'm teasing him just to make him spend more money. Li Tianyu laughed. Yang Feng sweated. Li Tianyu, this one tease. Shin Lang spent $40 million for nothing. Zhao Kai did not stop the action of the hands, still deciphering the stone. All the people again look is staring closely. No, how did you miss the bottom? Zhao Kai finally stopped the grinding wheel in his hands. Shin Lang rushed over at the first opportunity, and many people followed over to take a closer look. A jeweler said, no big deal. There's no way that such a large stone could be all jade. Mr. Shin, cut straight through the leaky bottom and keep the half with jade first, Zhao Kai said advisedly. Just do as you say, Shin Lang said. Shin Lang's knowledge of jade was the same as Li Tianyu's, and both of them were clueless, but he could pretend more than Li Tianyu, so he had to listen to Zhao Kai's appraiser's opinion. Zhao Kai gradually also got excited. If such a large piece of jade, his own hands to unravel, in the future his value will also follow up. Drilled about 5 minutes of time, has drilled this Stone King into the depth of 1/3, froze without a bit of green out. Zhao Kai's expression is becoming more and more difficult to see. Although Shin Lang didn't understand anything, he knew that the situation was a bit bad when he saw the expression on Zhao Kai's face. 10 minutes had passed, the drill had hollowed out the raw stone, and nothing seemed miraculous. In just a few minutes, Shin Lang seems to change from joy to shock. The whole 100 million Chinese dollars to buy the original stone. Actually nothing, this time it is no longer a matter of face. 100 million is not a small amount for anyone. This time Shin Lang's face is even more ugly than eating dog. Shin Lang suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and bared a mouthful of blood, instantly fainting on the ground with 2 black eyes. Call 120. Call an ambulance. The ambulance has already been prepared in front of the door of the trading hall. This kind of gambling scene is supposed to be 1 step to heaven and 1 step to hell. Since it's a gamble, then there is bound to be a winner and a loser. Fainting and spitting out blood is normal. Zhao Kai hurriedly let people send Shin Lang to the ambulance. He wants to bring back the rest of the original stone jade that can be used. How can it be sold for more than a few $1,000,000? Crap, what the hell? Shangwan Xiaoyan leisurely asked. What with a young woman still following? Yang Feng explained, it is Shin Lang, this unenlightened thing. Today an old brother fought a few times. As a result, just now the whole loss of 100 million. Directly spit blood fainted. Just can't stand the way he pretends to be 13. Feeling that Nanjiang City is his family say the same, Shangguan Xiaoyang said. When the two of them were conversing, Li Tianyu began to observe the woman who came with Shangguan Xiaoyang, and at a glance, he could tell that this woman was not ordinary. A woman from an ordinary family definitely didn't have the temperament as she did, and also this kind of gesture of hers was definitely a woman out of a luxurious family. Aunt Yun, why are you here? Yang Feng saw the woman beside Shangguan Xiaoyang and asked in surprise. Little Feng, I don't have anything to do, casually come out and turn around. She and Yang Feng knew each other and said. Li Tianyu observed very carefully. This woman definitely had something that was not good to say out loud. Shangguan Xiaoyang explained to Li Tianyu. Elder brother Tianyu, this is my own aunt, and this is my younger brother Tianyu. This woman is Shangguan Xiaoyang's aunt, that is, the first leader of Nanjiang City, Shangguan Hui's own sister, the current deputy director of the health bureau position, Shangguan Yunju. Hello Aunt Yunju. Li Tianyu opened his mouth. Li Tianyu still thought for a moment about this name. It is not good to follow them and call them aunt. It looks like he has a kind of sweet dog feeling, the first time they meet and call them so close, as if they are very intentional. Shangguan Yunju didn't reply. She just nodded her head to Li Tianyu, after which she started to look Li Tianyu up and down in a large amount. She still has some understanding of her great nephew, unruly character, usually always loved to be superior. Only Yang Feng is considered his best friend. Can let Shangguan Xiaoyang take the initiative to introduce the person in front of this young man, definitely has the strength of a person. The Stone King had already been auctioned off, and the few of them continued to skulk around the raw stone hall. This time the few of them didn't split up, but had the appraisers of the two families work together to find good raw stones. Shangguan Yunju walked alone at the very front. This time she came here completely just to take a break and sneak around, not caring to look at anything. As if Ouyang Feng could see something, his mouth went up and asked, "Aunt Yunju, are you unhappy about something? Then there's no need to ask. My aunt has been married for so many years, and the two of them have never been able to have a child. And coincidentally, my aunt's family only has one boy, and her sister has a big push." Shangguan Qiuyang explained. "In fact, my aunt is even more stressed than my aunt. Their elderly family members have always been patriarchal and have always forced the two of them to divorce. But the two of them, my aunt and my uncle, have a particularly good relationship." Shangguan Qiuyang continued. "Why don't you go to the hospital and find out what's going on?" Ouyang Feng said. "Go to the hospital? All the authoritative infertility hospitals in Huaxia have all gone. Just can't conceive a child. Aunt will soon be almost 40 years old. Are anxious to die. Every day is too embarrassed to face their husbands. Come here today. Is completely avoiding my aunt?" Shangguan Qiuyang said. Ouyang Feng said, "I see that you are also not thinking straight. We have a ready-made miracle doctor here. Let my old brother give your aunt a look." Shangguan Qiuyang slapped his thighs. "Look at this brain of mine. How could I forget about old brother Tianyu?" Turning his head to Li Tianyu, he shouted, "Elder brother Tianyu, please help my aunt take a look. If you can make my aunt conceive a child, our Shangguan family will be indebted to you." Li Tianyu said, "I've already looked at Aunt Yunju just now. There's nothing else wrong with her. It's just that her veins aren't smooth and there's a bit of a lack of blood qi." Shangguan Qiuyang was overjoyed and asked, "My aunt can give birth? Auntie, she is not sick?" Chapter 53. Do TCM practitioners have to have beards? More than 10 years Shangguan Yunju failed to conceive a child. The Shangguan family also topped a lot of pressure. If it is not because of the strong power of the Shangguan family, the Shangguan Yunju really may be forced to divorce. Just under the Li Tianyu said that his own aunt did not have a disease, that the source of the disease is out of the body of my aunt. The Shangguan family does not need to carry such a big pressure. I'm not sure yet. There are a lot of strange diseases right now. I need to see both of them at the same time to find out what the real problem is. Li Tianyu said, "Old brother Tianyu, is it convenient for you now? How about you come with me to find my aunt?" Shangguan Qiuyang said anxiously. Shangguan Yunju cannot have a child thing. Now make the Shangguan family is very passive. Shangguan Yunju do not have their own children, so she is better for Shangguan Qiuyang. Shangguan Qiuyang is also very concerned about his aunt. "No problem. You can leave at any time," Li Tianyu said. "Okay, I'll go talk to my aunt now." Shangguan Qiuyang excitedly ran beside his aunt. "What has made you so anxious?" Shangguan Yunju asked. Shangguan Qiuyang said with a happy face, "Auntie, I have good news for you. Your and your aunt's illness. My old brother Tianyu can help cure you." "Brother Tianyu? Whose kid is he?" Shangguan Yunju glanced at Ouyang Feng and then looked back at Li Tianyu who was walking behind. "Could it be him? It doesn't look like it." I and Ouyang Feng's newly recognized blood brother Li Tianyu. "Aunt, you are not aware of. This kid's medical skills are particularly powerful. Ouyang Feng's disease is that he gave a cure. Yesterday the three of us drank a lot of long time. Ouyang Feng nothing. As long as the old brother Tianyu is willing to make a move, you and aunt's disease is guaranteed to be no problem," Shangguan Qiuyang said. Shangguan Qiuyang has now taken Li Tianyu as a fairy. As long as Li Tianyu promised, Shangguan Qiuyang think aunt and uncle's disease can be guaranteed to be cured. Other than that he did not dare to say more, for fear that his aunt does not quite believe. Shangguan Yunju looked at Li Tianyu with a puzzled face. He was the deputy director of the health bureau. How come he hadn't heard that there was such a young and powerful Chinese medicine practitioner? However, she still has some understanding of Ouyang Feng's disease. She also helped to find many doctors in the previous years, but none of them could cure Ouyang Feng's disease. Since Li Tianyu could cure Ouyang Feng's disease, it means that this young man's medical skills are definitely not ordinary. "Try it. You tell your friend to trouble him," Shangguan Yunju said. In Shangguan Yunju's heart still do not quite believe this Li Tianyu, due to the pressure of not being able to have a child, resulting in Shangguan Yunju's mental state are a little bit of a trance. The main someone said that it can cure the infertility of the disease. She is willing to spend how much money is willing to try. In fact, this is not entirely her fault. Soon 40 people, their husband Wang Yingjia has more than 40 points. This age if the disease is not cured, with the age of more and more, want to have children in the future are difficult. Shangguan Qiuyang heard his aunt agree, and directly handed over the two appraisers he brought to Ouyang Feng, and directly took Li Tianyu and his aunt with him to go home to find his aunt. Worthy of the rich, live in the same place. The Shangguan family also live in the villa inside the Dongting Lake. Come, Shangguan Qiuyang himself said. This piece of high-grade district is his aunt Wang Yingjia development. He is a famous real estate developer in Nanjiang City. Just entering the villa, Li Tianyu realized that the style of Wang Yingjie's villa was different from Dong Mingyu's villa. Dong Mingyu's was antique Chinese style and Wang Yingjie's was luxury European and American style. The area was also much larger than Dong Mingyu's villa, and it might have been purposely designed by himself at that time. After all, he was the developer. Wang Yingjie should also have been a handsome and gorgeous man when he was young, very elegant and instantly recognizable as a successful man. Yingjie, this is our great-nephew's friend, Dr. Li, who is helping to come and take a look at us, Shangguan Yunju said. Wang Yingjie very politely shook hands with Li Tianyu, but his eyes clearly didn't trust Li Tianyu. There had to be still too few doctors that young. Shangguan Xiaoyang saw his aunt's distrust and said, "Aunt, you don't look at my old brother Tianyu Young. He is a famous miracle doctor. Ouyang Feng's disease is he gave a cure." Yes, little Feng's illness was cured by him? Wang Yingjie was also aware of how difficult it was to cure Ouyang Feng's disease. Yes, it was my old brother Tianyu who cured him in the premise, Shangguan Xiaoyang said. That's really great medical skill. Great, great, Wang Yingjie praised. His trust in Li Tianyu now improved. Li Tianyu first took Shangguan Yunju's pulse, and his physical condition was the same as what he had said before. Li Tianyu was just about to take Wang Yingjie's pulse when someone suddenly came in from outside and said, "Son, come and take a look. I've invited Dr. Huang to come and see you." The first one to come in was an old lady of 70 or so, dressed in a gorgeous tang suit, followed by an old man carrying a special medicine box for Chinese medicine practitioners. This very dignified old lady is Wang Yingjie's mother, Zhao Shuji, and the old man is a famous titan of Chinese medicine, Huang Guangfa. Huang Guangfa is a famous Chinese medicine Li Tianyu know, claiming to be the family's ancestral Chinese medicine medical skills. The reputation is indeed fired very loud, and even in the Chinese medicine sector in China is also considered a number one. But the medical skills are more powerful, that no one can say clearly. Huang Guangfa typical pig waist face, deliberately grow a long beard, wearing a long coat, feel a few old Chinese medicine faction. "Mom, why did you come over?" Wang Yingjie asked. "Silly son, Mom is inviting Dr. Huang divine doctor alone for you to help cure you. Now our old Wang family will be able to hold a big grandchild," Zhao Shuji said. "Mom, you and Mr. Huang go inside to take a rest first." Yunju and Xiaoyang also helped find a doctor. Wang Yingjie's meaning is very clear. Li Tianyu came first. How to wait for others to finish the pulse. Zhao Shuji glanced at Li Tianyu and said, "He's a doctor? Isn't he still a child?" "Yes, I'm a college student from a medical university, but I know a little bit about Chinese medicine," Li Tianyu said. "Traditional Chinese medicine? This kid can really talk nonsense. He doesn't even have a beard and he can be a Chinese medicine practitioner?" Zhao Shuji asked doubtfully. Li Tianyu was really speechless. "Nowadays you have to have a beard to be a Chinese medicine practitioner?" Zhao Shuji continued. "How can there be such a young Chinese medicine practitioner? I think it's obvious that he just wants to cheat some money." "Silly son, you're over 40 years old. How can you let a child cheat you out of it?" Once this was said, the atmosphere of the scene changed. Not only was Li Tianyu's face ugly, Shangguan Yunju and Shangguan Xiaoyang's two faces were not good looking either, saying Li Tianyu was a liar. Then what about Shangguan Yunju's mother and father who had invited him here? Shangguan Xiaoyang wanted to open his mouth to speak, but was stopped by his own aunt. Now if he explicitly contradicted his wife's wife, Shangguan Yunju, the daughter-in-law, would not be able to get along in the Wang family. Chapter 54 Returning to Old Age. Just at this time, Huang Guangfa also said in a conspiratorial manner, "Nowadays, young people really dare to do anything. Knowing a little knowledge of Chinese medicine, they dare to say that they know Chinese medicine. Having read a few books on Chinese medicine, they think that they can cure people. That's right, son, come over, let Dr. Huang take your pulse. People are the real miracle doctor. What TV and newspaper Dr. Huang have been on? Definitely not a fraud." Zhao Shuji finished speaking with her eyes and also blanked Li Tianyu for a bit, and as soon as she pulled Wang Yingjie over, she let divine Dr. Huang take her pulse. Shangguan Xiaoyang looked at Li Tianyu with an apologetic face. Li Tianyu gently shook his head. Expression is fine. His medical skills is to cure the sick to save lives, not to let everyone in order to tout their own to save lives. Li Tianyu's principle is that as long as the letter of my, I'll give you a cure. If you don't believe it, it only proves that the two of us do not have the edge. Li Tianyu also gave Shangguan Xiaoyang a face and did not leave immediately. This Huang Guangfa got it in style, and after taking Wang Yingjie's pulse, he took the pulse of the officer Yunju. "Divine Dr. Huang, how do you think my son and my daughter-in-law's illnesses are doing? And is there any hope of conceiving a child?" Zhao Shuji asked anxiously. Huang Guangfa stroked his long beard and pretended to say, "It's not a big problem. As long as you take the medicine I prescribed, you're guaranteed to get pregnant within a month." Zhao Shuji shouted excitedly, "That's great. Thank you so much, divine Dr. Huang. You've kind of done our Wang family a big favor." Huang Guangfa wrote 2 prescriptions and gave them to Wang Yingjie first, who asked, Dr. Huang, what's wrong with me? It's fine, the lack of masculinity. There is a phenomenon of kidney deficiency. As long as you take the prescription I gave you, I guarantee that the medicine will get rid of the disease. Huang Guangfa said with a strong bottom. Shangguan Yunju asked, what about me? What's wrong with me? You suffer from severe antibody positivity, but taking my specially configured medicine guarantees that you'll get pregnant within a month. Huang Guangfa said as he handed Shangguan Yunju the formula. Li Tianyu gently shook his head. It seems that this Huang Guangfa is also just like the beginning, although it cannot be said that it is not a deception, but the medical path is really very poor. The man is infertile and then say kidney loss. The woman is infertile and then say that the uterus is affected. It is a little bit low level. Shangguan Yunju was originally in the health bureau as a leader. A little medical common sense or not? And she also looked for many experts have seen in these years, their own and husband's physical condition than anyone knows. Just now Huang Guangfa said the source of the disease, simply in their own does not happen a little relationship. Shangguan Yunju said, Dr. Huang, what you said about the disease is not right, and also my husband is definitely not kidney deficient. We didn't take a lot of this kind of medicine before, but there was no improvement at all. Huang Guangfa's face changed as he said, what do you mean? You guys don't believe in my Chinese medical skills? He deliberately glanced at Li Tianyu and said, although I'm not a miracle doctor, I'm still much better than some youngsters who rely on deception. Dr. Huang is right. You should listen to him. He is a famous old Chinese doctor. It is correct, Zhao Shuji said from the side. Shangguan Yunju didn't believe in gods, demons and monsters, and turned her head to hand the prescription to Li Tianyu and said, Dr. Li, help take a look at what prescription is written on it. Seeing Shangguan Yunju do so, his old face sank and he said coldly, all right, then please ask this divine doctor to open my eyes. Li Tianyu really do not like to see Huang Guangfa this kind of bullish appearance. TMD. Today I let you see what is the technical flow of Chinese medicine. Li Tianyu didn't even look at it and said directly, I don't need to look, I know what divine Dr. Huang wrote above. 5 grams of each of epimedium, cinnamon, fennel, dry ginger, aconite, and peppercorns. These are all formulas for treating antibody positivity. But if you guys think that Aunt Yunju can't get pregnant because of the antibody positivity, just pretend that I didn't say anything and say fine. Shangguan Yunju first stunned. She does not understand Chinese medicine, but the words written above the prescription in the hand can still be understood. Li Tianyu just said and Huang Guangfa wrote the same. Even the grams are not with the difference. Huang Guangfa's face is even more difficult to see. This is to hit his own face. How did he know what he wrote the formula? Writing was peeped at. Absolutely impossible. The distance is not to mention. The key in the middle of the old lady Zhao Shuji stood, as if what Huang Guangfa was thinking in his heart was seen through. Li Tianyu laughed and said lightly, Dr. Huang's name is very loud, but his medical skills are average. I used your kind of method to cure you as early as 10 years ago. Hearing Li Tianyu's words, Huang Guangfa's face was green and purple. Any fool could understand the meaning of Li Tianyu's words, saying that Huang Guangfa's medical skills were not as good as a small child's. Good. You guys don't believe in old me? Then I can only take my leave. If this young man misdiagnoses and cures anything, it has nothing to do with me. How could Huang Guangfa still have the face to stay here? Speaking a few threatening words, he stood up and was ready to head out. Zhao Shuji spoke up at this time. Yunju, you're not too old. You don't believe in Dr. Huang's words, you actually believe in what a child says. I think this kid is just trying to come over to cheat some money. After saying that, he turned to Li Tianyu and said, don't you just want to cheat some money? Our Wang family doesn't need you to come to see us. You can leave now. Li Tianyu coldly said, this old lady, I can leave, but you can't say that I'm here to cheat. There's also the fact that you're bleeding abnormally from your lower body. Do you think that you can still have the function of menstruation? It's because you've been tricked into eating some fake nutritional products indiscriminately. If you still insist on eating it, congratulations, you can now prepare for the aftermath. Zhao Shuji directly confused. They have been eating called a kind of rejuvenation of the nutrients. Ate a few months later. Suddenly the lower body began to appear bleeding phenomenon. Rushed to contact the manufacturer. The side replied that it is a good performance. Only young people can have menstrual manifestations. I didn't tell anyone about this. How does this kid know so much about it? Huang Guangfa was holding his own prescription in his hand. Now standing here was especially unnatural. The arrogance he had at the beginning was all gone. Now everyone could see that Li Tianyu's medical skills were too much superior to his. Shangguan Qiuyang is a violent temper. From the beginning of Huang Guangfa entered the door to endure. Now finally cannot help but scolded, a mother's. Now hurry up to the old man to get out, but also claim to be a miracle doctor. You even to my old brother's shoes are not worthy of. Okay or not, I'm looking for someone to break your legs. Huang Guangfa how dare to stay any longer. Carrying his own medicine box ran out of the Wang family villa in a puff of smoke. As if Shangguan Qiuyang's fire is not finished, turned around and said to Zhao Shuji, are you old and confused? Usually tolerate because you are the elder. 3 days and 2 days to say that my aunt can't have a child. After seeing my aunt today, nothing is wrong with her. It's not easy for me to invite a divine doctor to see her. Almost you guys were angry. In the future you dare to take the child's matter to say that my aunt. I have 10,000 ways to fix you. Chapter 55. Do I look poor? Zhao Shuji, although already more than 70 years old, but not to the point of old age, she has now reacted. Li Tianyu is the real god doctor. Actually with the eyes to see can know what symptoms appear in their body. If this is not considered to be a god doctor, what talent can be considered a god doctor? Zhao Shuji now already knew that Li Tianyu was a miracle doctor. Now must not have any fame. Give him some more money. He will naturally obediently cure his son. When she thought of this, Zhao Shuji said, it's okay, young people are short of money. Call him back and give him more money. Won't it be over? Money? I'll see how much money you can use to bring him back. Shangguan Qiuyang said angrily. Alright Qiuyang, you'd better go and shout Li Tianyu back. Shangguan Yunju said, my silly aunt, do you think Li Tianyu is an ordinary person? With your attitudes just now, I don't have the face to ask someone to come back again. Shangguan Qiuyang said. Zhao Shuji snorted coldly and said, how big a deal? I'll call him back now. Turning to her son, she said, Jie, go and bring the check. I still don't believe it. Using money can't make him come back obediently. Wang Jie was also helpless against his old mom's approach, and could only pick up his own handbag and follow his old mother. Li Tianyu was almost all the way to the parking lot when Zhao Shuji and Wang Jie, mother and son, chased after him. Divine Dr. Li, please wait, Wang Jie shouted. Li Tianyu turned around and asked, Mr. Wang, is something wrong? Divine Dr. Li, don't be angry. Just now it was my mom's momentary confusion. Please also let you help my wife and I look at the disease. The two of us truly want a child. Wang Jie said sincerely. Li Tianyu laughed coldly. Mr. Wang, you may have misunderstood. My medical skills are used to save people, not to flatter anyone. I was not able to help you. It may be that our destiny has not yet arrived. Zhao Shuji said with a disdainful face, I didn't expect you to be able to pretend to be high and mighty, and call it fate to put it nicely. But in fact, it's just that you want to ask for more money? Give you 200,000 enough? Li Tianyu didn't want to interact with this kind of old lady and turned his head away. I'll give you $2 million. Okay? Zhao Shuji shouted. She thought that when Li Tianyu heard such a large amount of money, he would run back himself with a smile on his face. Since you're so rich, how nice to adopt a child. Li Tianyu said without even turning his head back. 5 million, 10 million, how much you want? Just name it. Zhao Shuji shouted from behind. 1 billion. Li Tianyu turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Zhao Shuji and said coldly, since you want to use money to buy me off, I'll give you a chance. As long as you give me 1 billion, I promise to make Aunt Yunju pregnant within a month. You poor boy, how can you Leoneize me? Zhao Shuji shouted. Li Tianyu had already walked to the door of the Maserati. He slowly opened the door and coldly said to Zhao Shuji, I'm a college student, but I'm not necessarily poor. Zhao Shuji is a very fashionable old lady. Famous cars and watches all naturally know this Maserati, and also know that this is the latest model is worth a lot of money. Just now she gave the price, not enough to change a tire money. Zhao Shuji finally gave in and said to Li Tianyu bitterly, Divine Dr. Li, just now it was me who had no eyes. Please you must help my son. Let the two of them have a child out. I'm just here to cheat money. I don't really have much skill. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, one foot had already stepped inside the car door. I don't know Zhao Shuji's strength. Instantly pounced towards Li Tianyu, holding Li Tianyu's other thigh that hadn't stepped into the car door, crying her heartbreaking cry, Dr. Li, please, it's all my fault for being an old man. Have mercy. I'm already 70 years old this year, and I want to take a look at my own grandchildren, and even if I die, I'll be able to die in peace. I can die in peace even if I die. Zhao Shuji cried a crippled. So many years she for her son to find a lot of miracle doctors to cure, but none of them can make their grandchildren. See Li Tianyu's medical skills. This is her Wang family's last hope. Li Tianyu's brows were tightly locked. He really wanted to kick this old woman, but he really couldn't bear it. His anger slowly started to loosen up. Forget it. Who let himself be a good person? She's almost in the ground. Why bother with her? Li Tianyu returned to the Wang family with them and began to take Wang Yingjia's pulse from a new location. After 2 minutes, Li Tianyu withdrew his hand. Shangguan Yunju anxiously asked, Divine Dr. Li, how exactly is it? What exactly is wrong with my husband's and my body? Instead of answering Shangguan Yunju's words directly, Li Tianyu asked, Can you take me to show the two of you your bedroom? Good. Shangguan Yunju didn't know what Li Tianyu was up to. but agreed without any hesitation at all. Li Tianyu came to the bedroom of the two of them to look at. Really is the developer's own house. A bedroom to get almost 70 square meters of space. After looking at the bedroom, Li Tianyu knew what was going on and went back to the living room to sit down. Li Tianyu said to Wang Yingjie and Shangguan Yunju, the two of you can rest assured that your bodies are healthy. It is because the body's vital energy is not sufficient, as well as the flow of qi and blood is not very smooth. The slowness of the circulation of qi and blood has a lot to do with the two of you worrying about not having a child, and the lack of vital energy in the two of you is directly related to the bedroom. Li Tianyu said, there's still a relationship between Yuan Qi and the bedroom? Wang Yingjie asked suspiciously. It's because the bedroom is too big. Li Tianyu said, isn't it bad to have big bedrooms? At that time when we developed this house, we intentionally left our bedrooms large. What does it matter? Shangguan Yunju asked. Li Tianyu smiled and said, have you guys been to the Imperial Palace in Kyoto? Wang Yingjie returned, been to all of them. The two of them were still confused as to why Li Qiongwu was asking about it. Let me ask you, who under the ancient heavens was as rich as the emperor? But the bedroom of the two of you is bigger than the emperor's bedroom, Li Tianyu said. Wang Yingjie and Shangguan Yunju thought back for a moment as if it was such a thing, and Shangguan Qiuyang, who was standing next to them, asked, what in the world is the relationship between a big bedroom and Yuan Qi? Li Tianyu explained, there is a limit to a person's vital energy, that is, the heat emitted by the body. Heat is energy. The energy released by a person needs to replenish such a large room. Imagine how much energy is needed for that point. If a person's own energy consumption is too large, it will deplete the vital energy, and over time, it will affect fertility. Wang Yingjie and Shangguan Yunju had the dawning realization that influencing their inability to have children for so many years would actually be the oversized bedroom that they had carefully designed. Chapter 56 Sick. Shangguan Yunju said, can't we just make the bedroom smaller? Change is a must. The size of the bedroom should not exceed 50 square meters. The bedroom as big is one of the problems. In fact, there is another problem, Li Tianyu said. Wang Yingjie hurriedly asked, Divine Dr. Li, what other questions do we have? If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Wang, you should be a summer-born fire life. Aunt Yunju should be a winter-born water life. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth restrain each other. And Aunt Yunju's water life is just right for Mr. Wang's fire life. Shangguan Yunju asked with a horrified look on her face. What do you mean? I'm the one who's kidded my husband? Li Tianyu shook his head and laughed. You're either a grudge holder or your attributes aren't very suitable. If the two of you hadn't bonded together, you should have already had children all over the streets. You're already together. It's not that you can't have children, but the chances are slightly smaller. Shangguan Qiuyan knew that Li Tianyu knew Xian Kung Fu technique and asked anxiously, can it be cracked? Li Tianyu took out 2 jade tablets from the storage space and gave a piece to Wang Yingjie and Shangguan Yunju respectively, saying, the two of you will have a piece each and carry it close to your body for 20 hours, so that you can suppress your own aura to the lowest point, and your attributes will naturally dissolve. After the bedroom is changed to a smaller size, follow the prescription I gave you, drink the medicine 3 times a day on time, and you'll be guaranteed to get pregnant within a month. Li Tianyu continued. Wang Yingjie was particularly excited and said, Divine Dr. Li, if we can have a child of our own this time, the Wang family will surely return to be grateful to you. Zhao Shuji suddenly said, Divine Dr. Li, can you help me take a look? The old lady just now in the heart has been entangled for a long time. Thought of many reasons, do not know how to beg Li Tianyu to give himself a look. He should have been poisoned very deeply. It is not easy to look forward to their own a big fat grandchildren. Their own because of the poisoning of the death of how regrettable. So very entangled to beg Li Tianyu to give himself a look. Li Tianyu wouldn't be bothered with people in their 70s in general, and didn't take the opportunity to count down this old lady, but was generous in treating her. Li Tianyu wrote a prescription to Zhao Shuji and said, in accordance with the prescription I wrote to grab the medicine, once 2 times, within a week is almost good, but every day will go to the bathroom a few more times. Don't worry about it as detoxification. Irregular nutritional products in the future must be cautious. Most of them are cheating things. Wang Yingjie didn't expect that Li Tianyu actually didn't count with his mother at all. He said with great respect, Divine Dr. Li, I really don't know how to thank you properly. Not only did you help us as a couple, but you also saved my mother. Feel free to open your mouth and ask for as much money as you want. I guarantee that I won't wrinkle my brow a bit. There's no rush on the money. Wait until the two of you are pregnant, Li Tianyu said. After Li Tianyu was all done, he said goodbye to Wang Yingjie's family and finally prepared to go see Grandma Dong Mingyu after chatting with Shangguan Qiuyang. Just at this time the phone rang. After answering the phone, Zhang Yanli said anxiously, Li Tianyu, you come back quickly, Dandan is sick. Li Tianyu heard that Wang Dandan was sick, felt especially bad in his heart. A deep sense of guilt came in a burst. This dashing shirker is really a bit very irresponsible. Give such a big hotel to a little girl to manage. She is not tired of being sick is strange. Li Tianyu drove the Maserati all the way and rushed back to the 5 flavors in the fastest possible time. Li Tianyu just entered the door and saw Wang Dandan weakly lying on the bed. Zhang Yanli sat on the chair next to guard. Now Wang Dandan's face is very white. The old happy and cheerful smile has long disappeared. Li Tianyu asked relationally, Dandan, how are you doing? Zhang Yanli said, Dandan, she's been running a high fever and hasn't eaten anything for a day. Li Tianyu chided, why did you just call me? It was Dandan who kept not letting me call you, and now that I had no choice, I decided to call you. Zhang Yanli said. Li Tianyu came to Wang Dandan's bedside and used his hand to gently take her pulse. Zhang Yanli anxiously asked, is Dandan seriously ill? It's not a big deal. It's just a high fever due to severe fire. I'll give her acupuncture and she'll be fine. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he took out a silver needle and gently stabbed it into Wang Dandan's body, holding Wang Dandan's hand with his hand, slowly feeding her yuan qi, so that her veins could circulate a little faster. In about 20 minutes, Wang Dandan's fever had subsided and her face slowly became red. Li Tianyu took back all the silver needles, and Wang Dandan slowly opened her eyes at this time. The moment she saw Li Tianyu, her nose instantly soured and she hugged Li Tianyu and cried out at once. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yanli understood and left the room. The wattage of her light bulb was a little too high at this time. Li Tianyu saw Wang Dandan crying especially sad. The heart is really very upset. Hugged Wang Dandan said, what exactly happened? Tell me who dares to bully you. I hit him in piggy bank. Tianyu, I'm sorry. You trusted me and gave 5 flavors to me to manage, but I didn't do a good job. Wang Dandan blamed herself. What's going on? I see you're managing quite well. What happened? Li Tianyu asked. Before everything went well, the money owed has been asked back. The financial problems have been solved. Waiting for tomorrow from the new opening. But today at noon, our head chef Jean Vita, with all the back kitchen staff all resigned away. Wang Dandan cried and said, all resigned? What's the situation? Didn't we agree to give them all a raise before? Li Tianyu said. Before Li Tianyu and the 5 flavors of the fast part-time job know the importance of a restaurant chef. 5 flavors of the fast can have such a red hot today. Really all engaged chef Jean Vita's palace secret private dishes to attract individuals. These secret recipes are Jean Vita's personal. Take over the first day of the 5 flavors of fast. Li Tianyu let Wang Dandan find the head chef Jean Vita talked about, and so on from the new business. To him and his apprentice all the wage increase. When Jean Vita full of promise, and suddenly resigned at noon today. No wonder Wang Dandan will be on such a big fire. I'm not sure because of what's going on, but I can guarantee that it's definitely the 4-eyed beast that's behind this. Wang Dandan said, if there is no Jean Wei Da's secret private food, 5 flavors fast tomorrow will not be able to open from the new. Did not think that the 4-eyed beast this trick kettle play really absolute. 4-eyed beast this beast is not as good as the guy. If you do not take care of him first, in the future the things inside the 5 flavors Jai is guaranteed to be less. Li Tianyu thought in his heart. You don't need to care. Get yourself physically well first. Li Tianyu comforted Wang Dandan and said, Chapter 57 Scumbag. Seeing Li Tianyu say so confidently, the big stone in Wang Dandan's heart could finally be put down. Zhang Yanli just said to me that you haven't eaten anything for a day. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll arrange for someone to make it for you now. Li Tianyu asked. No, I want to eat the porridge you made with your own hands. Wang Dandan snuggled into Li Tianyu's embrace, having a kind of birdie being a pampered little woman. No problem. You lie down for a while. I'll go do it for you now. Li Tianyu gently pinched Wang Dandan's small face and walked out of the room after putting her down. Half an hour hadn't arrived when Li Tianyu returned with a bowl of steaming hot porridge. Okay, little beauty, get up and have some porridge. Wow, that smells so good. Wang Dandan instantly felt very hungry, did up and started eating Li Tianyu's porridge. In fact, Li Tianyu's porridge is not ordinary white rice porridge. In order to give Wang Dandan supplemental nutrition, Li Tianyu deliberately added many kinds of great tonic herbs in it, referred to as nutritional porridge. Wang Dandan hadn't eaten anything for a day, and now that she had gotten better, she drank a big bowl of medicinal porridge in less than 3 minutes. Li Tianyu brought her another bowl. Wang Dandan took it back and said, It's really too delicious. I feel that your porridge is even better than Jean Wei Da's secret private food. Suddenly, Wang Dandan let out a scream, her eyes glaring round, looking straight at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu looked at Wang Dandan with a surprised face and said, What's wrong? Wang Dandan shouted excitedly, Tianyu, I suddenly thought of a good idea. What's the good idea? Li Tianyu asked. Just now you said to me that this is not an ordinary porridge, right? What's it called? Advanced nutritional kanji? It's not accurate. I can make many kinds of porridge, medicinal porridge, nutritional porridge and so on. It's just that the materials inside the kitchen are simple and easy to find. so I made this kind of nutritional porridge for you, Li Tianyu said. Wang Dandan said happily, since your porridge is better than Jean Baida's secret private food, simple, convenient and quick, we don't have to go through so much trouble to invite him back, and directly change the 5 flavors into a nutritious and matching variety of porridge, which can definitely be more than a restaurant fire. Li Tianyu is also a bright eye. This good way how they did not think of the inheritance inside a lot of secret recipes for medicinal food. They add a little more beneficial to the body of the aura. Together can cure the disease is also delicious. At that time want to not make money is difficult. Wang Dandan said, in this way, we will have a unique recipe and never have to worry about the cook. I think it's fine. Then we'll change Wu Wei Zhai into a health kanji store. Li Tianyu said. Having already chosen their target, the two got to work, with Wang Dandan in charge of all the hardware, including decorations, purchases, and the outside stores to be replaced. Li Tianyu took a book and wrote down a lot of things on it, all of which were the practices of some medicinal porridges as well as the recipes and what ailments they could cure. In ancient times, medicinal cuisine was very prevalent, especially inside the imperial palace, where every herbalist had a handful of secret recipes, using Chinese herbs and exquisite food combinations with wonderful color and flavor characteristics. Today's society is developing more and more, but everyone is under pressure. The whole money is mostly given to the hospital. Many people are now very concerned about health. Nanjiang City now has a lot of health clubs, which have the so-called medicinal recipes, but those medicinal recipes are very general. To put it bluntly, by their own materials at home can be simmered, and simply cannot achieve the role of the cure. Li Tianyu's medicinal kanji is definitely different from theirs. The healing effect is not only remarkable but also particularly delicious. The inheritance inside Li Tianyu's brain was a collection of all the secret recipes for medicinal meals from ancient times to the present day. And the most important thing was that he also knew how to create aura with formations, and after combining it with the medicinal meals, it greatly enhanced the healing effect. After Li Tianyu had organized all the methods of production, the raw materials that Wang Dandan had procured back from outside were also in place. Li Tianyu began to experiment up in the kitchen, making each and every nutritious porridge all over again before handing over to all the chef staff. Soon, all the medicinal porridge and nutritional porridge set slowly a large table. Everyone gathered up. Do not know what the boss wants to do. Really fragrant. Are you going to prepare to invite all of us to try the dishes? Wang Dandan said smilingly. Yes, this is the nutritious kanji full of flavor that I have specially prepared for you all. Everyone quickly all come and taste it and give your valuable opinions. Li Tianyu said. Everyone saw that Li Tianyu made the color and flavor, but no one knew whether it was good or not. Listening to Li Tianyu, everyone took a bowl each and started to taste it. It's so delicious. Boss, you can be my master with your cooking skills. Boss, you didn't used to be a chef, did you? Ha ha. Boss, how does this ordinary tofu taste better than pork? Everyone ate while kissing the owner's ass, but the food was genuinely delicious. Wang Dandan pretended to be angry and said, I said, do you have any rules? The boss is letting you taste it. Did not say that you all eat it. Leave some for me. Tianyu, what is the name of this dish? It looks so pretty. Wang Dandan said as she pointed at a plate of bamboo shoots. This dish is called Jiangnan Four Beauties. Women eat it to nourish yin and replenish qi. It serves to beautify and nourish the skin, and it's a great tonic for women. Li Tianyu explained. Wow, no one is allowed to grab it from me. This dish is mine. Wang Dandan said smilingly. After giving the practice and configuration list to the new chef, Li Tianyu went out and ran to the four-eyed beast's house. Just as Li Tianyu thought, the four-eyed beast was sitting at home leisurely drinking tea, knowing that Li Tianyu would take the initiative to find him. I can wait for you for a long time. I didn't realize that your ability is quite big. The money owed outside can actually come back. But without the chef, let's see what you do. Four-eyed beast crossed his legs and said, I didn't realize that the head chef, Kim Vida, resigning really had something to do with you? Li Tianyu asked. The four-eyed beast said with a smug look on his face, that's right, I'm the one who did it. How about this trick to get rid of the paycheck? You made me lose my job. Can I make you feel better? One thing I can't figure out right now is how you managed to get them all to quit. After firing you, I promised to give all of them a pay raise. Li Tianyu said. The four-eyed beast took a sip of tea and said, simple, nothing is as important as his family, right? I'll find someone to kidnap his wife and child. If he dares to stay in the 5 flavors, then I'll make it so that he won't even be able to find the bodies of his wife and child. Li Tianyu was really angry. How could he not think that this four-eyed beast actually used such despicable means? No wonder everyone called him a four-eyed beast. Daring to kidnap Jean Weida's family. Chapter 58 Healing at Night? This Jean Weida's person is still very upright. At first I was trying to get him to put poison inside the dish. He was dead set against it, and finally chose the path of resignation, which I feel is also fine, so that your 5 flavors restaurant can't be opened. Four-eyed beast said, poison me? Li Tianyu's fists had clenched. This damn four-eyed beast has no bottom line at all as a human being? This kind of thing that harms others and oneself can also be done. If we don't get rid of him today, in the future, our own hotel may make some time slots again. Four-eyed beast, you've done so many bad things. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Li Tianyu said coldly. The four-eyed beast looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Said, retribution? It's really a ing joke. I've done all the bad things over the years. Let's not talk about the distant ones. How many waitresses have I slept with in the 5 flavors fast? And how many waitresses have been pregnant? I can't even remember it myself. But so what? Old me isn't still alive and well all the same. For a bad guy like me, the heavens wouldn't dare to do anything to me. The four-eyed beast said arrogantly. Li Tianyu said indifferently. Justice may be late, but it is never absent. Four-eyed beast said. Less ing and my nonsense. Today we are straight to the point. You asked me to go back to be the general manager. I guarantee that your 5 flavors of fast normal business. Gene Vita I a phone call can let him come back to work obediently. If you kid do not listen to me, I accompany you to play in the end. I don't need Gene Wei now. To be precise, I don't need a chef anymore. In the future, Wu Wei Zhai will be changed into a medicinal food workshop. Li Tianyu said indifferently. Okay, you kid is good. This didn't even make you kid soften. The four-eyed beast said. Then what did you come to find me today? The four-eyed beast had all planned out that without Gene Wei Li Tianyu would definitely come over to beg for himself. What made him feel surprised was that Li Tianyu didn't come to beg for himself this time. Li Tianyu walked to the side of the four-eyed beast, wanted to use his hand to pat the four-eyed beast, but his hand just lifted up. The four-eyed beast said nervously, You want to? What for? I can warn you, there can be a surveillance inside my house. If you dare to move me a little bit, I will immediately call the police to send you to eat the old rice. Li Tianyu said indifferently. See how nervous you are. Now is a civilized society. Already does not talk about fighting and killing that set of things. This time to come I want to tell you. Evil people have bad karma. Do not do things to accumulate virtues and do good deeds. When you die it will be a lot of pain. The four-eyed beast laughed. What am I afraid of? If you're scared, just beg me back obediently. And it's okay to pay less in wages. Recently, the four-eyed beast is really living a wretched life. Go to which restaurant no one dares to take him. The past few years his person we all have some understanding, usually is not to save money, has long been out of ammunition. Li Tianyu glanced at the four-eyed beast and said coldly, I have a feeling that you won't be able to become a manager in your life. Pray that you reincarnate as a good person in your next life. After saying that, Li Tianyu turned around and left. Li Tianyu, if you don't let me go back to be the general manager, it is useless for you to change the restaurant into anything. We will see each other. The four-eyed beast continuously growled behind him, but Li Tianyu didn't even return his head. At noon the next day, the hotel received word that the four-eyed beast had died at home. When Wang Dandan found out, she hurried over to tell Li Tianyu and said, Tianyu, the four-eyed beast is dead. I see. Are you preparing for our restaurant to celebrate? Li Tianyu laughed. Wang Dandan asked, Don't you feel surprised? Is it related to you or not? Li Tianyu returned. What can it have to do with me? You don't suspect that I killed him, do you? Killing is something that is against the law, and I'm not stupid? He should have gotten his retribution. Retribution? Wang Dandan said in surprise. Yes, he has done all the unscrupulous things, not to mention scourging many waitresses. He actually dared to kidnap Jin Weida's family and threatened him to poison the inside of our hotel. Li Tianyu said, to be able to do such a thing as poisoning, he is truly crazy. Wang Dandan said in genuine disbelief. He did not agree, and in the end, Jin Weida chose to resign. If the four-eyed beast does not die, our hotel will not necessarily appear in the future. What kind of threatening things to come? Li Tianyu said. But I'm worried that the police will suspect that the death of the four-eyed beast has something to do with you. Although there are a lot of people who hated him for his death. But yesterday you went inside his house and were the most suspicious. Wang Dandan said worriedly. It's fine. It's a legal society now. Everything is about evidence. Li Tianyu said. Wang Dandan was right. Everyone suspected that the death of the four-eyed beast had something to do with Li Tianyu. The four-eyed beast's daughter-in-law is dead set on saying that it was Li Tianyu who killed her husband, demanding that Li Tianyu must pay for his life. The police investigated the whole thing clearly, accessed the surveillance video of the four-eyed beast's home. Li Tianyu did not cause any harm to him. At that time Li Tianyu's hand was raised over a bit, but did not touch the four-eyed beast's body. The four-eyed beast's daughter-in-law is not relentless, must let the police to do an autopsy. The medical examiner gave the results of high blood pressure caused by anger, is a natural disease death. Li Tianyu's medicinal cuisine workshop didn't suffer in any way because of the death of the four-eyed beast. Li Tianyu had been busy modulating the recipes and teaching the chefs how to make each dish well, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was busy until nightfall. It was not easy to finish everything. Li Tianyu just sat down to rest, the phone suddenly rang. Brother Tianyu, what are you doing? Last night you promised me to come over and sleep together. What can I do if you don't come, sister? Zhao Ruyu's voice was really sweet and demonic, and hearing it gave Li Tianyu a feeling of electric shock all over his body. Li Tianyu slapped his thighs. He had been busy with the medicinal food workshop and forgot about Zhao Ruyu, although Zhao Ruyu had just said that she was very calm, but the onset of the femaline body was still very painful. Sorry sis, I've been busy with my own business coming in, Li Tianyu explained. I don't need your apology. Hurry up and come warm up your sister's comforter, Zhao Ruyu said. Okay, I'm on my way. Li Tianyu came to Wang Dandan's office and said, Dandan, I have something I need to go out for the night. I shouldn't be back. What are you doing this late? Wang Dandan asked. Healing people, Li Tianyu said. Healing? Does it have to be at night? Wang Dandan asked doubtfully. This patient's illness is a bit different and must be healed at night, Li Tianyu said helplessly. The patient is female, right? Wang Dandan's sixth sense was still very strong. Don't think too much. Healing people doesn't discriminate between men and women, Li Tianyu said with a righteous face. You mean you admit to being a woman, and you go at night to cure people's insomnia, don't you? I also have insomnia. Why don't you cure me at night? I work for you during the day and let me sleep alone at night. Aren't you worried that I'll let some waiter accompany me? Chapter 59 Road Traffic. Li Tianyu smiled awkwardly. Insomnia is a disease that seems to be present in every woman. Zhao Ruyu's disease has nothing to do with insomnia. This is not the time to reason with women. Wang Dandan said, I won't stop you from leaving, but since our hotel is going to be changed into a medicinal food workshop, we always need to come up with a novel name. Whatever, you're the boss, you call the shots. Li Tianyu turned around and left after saying that. Wang Dandan blankly glanced at Li Tianyu and said, You heartless, knowing that you went on a date with a beautiful woman, you don't have to leave in such a hurry, right? Li Tianyu drove to the Guohua Trading Club and was actually stopped outside the door without a membership card. For such upscale establishments, safety is assured, but it does get a little breathless at times. Quickly took out his cell phone and called Zhao Ruyu. Not long after, the new security captain Yang Liang took Li Tianyu in. Yang Liang knew that he was fired by Sister Yu after offending this young man in his previous term, so after seeing Li Tianyu, he received him carefully. Li Tianyu was directly brought to Zhao Ruyu's private residence inside a small villa. 200 or 300 square meters of villa, actually only she lives alone. Occasionally there will be cleaning ants over to give cleaning. Zhao Ruyu was still dressed exquisitely. Her figure was good beyond words. After seeing Li Tianyu, she said, Brother Tianyu is really embarrassed. Letting you come to accompany me actually didn't come in the gate. What sister did was really not in place. After saying that, took out a gold card. Li Tianyu received the card when his hand trembled in fear. Almost did not fall on the ground. This gold card is actually really deposited into the creation of the above engraved with Zhao Ruyu's own signature. Others should not have. Why are you frozen? Did your sister charm you? Zhao Ruyu asked as she held Li Tianyu's arm. Seeing Li Tianyu's frozen look, she was still satisfied that she had made such a beautiful card. Pretty is pretty. Li Tianyu was holding this gold card in his hand. It was really too eye-catching. Zhao Ruyu laughed. I'm up and down hundreds of people here. Can't let them all remember you, but I can let them remember this card. You can walk horizontally in Guohua Club with it. As long as you take out this card, everything is free of charge. Even if you find 10 or 8 little beauties to accompany you, they won't dare to ask for money with you. Li Tianyu are rushed to embarrassment. Jade sister or very open well, Zhao Ruyu said. Put it away. When you have nothing to think about your sister, you can take it out and look at it. Although Li Tianyu was touched, Zhao Ruyu's real purpose was to make sure he didn't forget her. Zhao Ruyu pointed at the large red bed and said, Brother Tianyu, a beautiful woman in your arms is something that every man looks forward to every day. So let's both just hurry up and go to sleep. Just because you didn't come last night, it caused my sister to not sleep well. Sister, you'd better put your pajamas on the trench, Li Tianyu said. Zhao Ruyu, because of the serious internal yin and yang imbalance, usually wear especially little, if so holding her sleep, but also cannot do anything. That is not more torturous than to take a man's life? Last time, Li Tianyu was just in excruciating pain, which was why he suggested that Zhao Ruyu wear a dress so that he could not think about it too much. Zhao Ruyu said, It's not comfortable to wear pajamas. Sister, I always sleep extraordinarily well so that I can sleep, otherwise the quality of my sleep will be poor. In fact, Zhao Ruyu was not joking with Li Tianyu. She was originally a femaline body. Sleeping without clothes was the most comfortable, but my brother has already said that I should wear an extra one anyways. Zhao Ruyu turned around and went to the check room, and came out in a short while. Brother Tianyu, do you think this is okay? I'm okay with just this one. My god. Li Tianyu almost ejected a nosebleed. Is Zhao Ruyu wearing clothes? Isn't this just a layer of black veil? But Li Tianyu couldn't say anything. Seeing that it was about to be the best time to give Zhao Ruyu the best treatment for the female Yin's body, he could only force Zhao Ruyu to get ready because the treatment process would be very painful for her, and now she had to adjust her state to the best. Brother Tianyu, you're a bit weak, sweating so much. Zhao Ruyu couldn't help but open her mouth to tease Li Tianyu when she looked at his somewhat nervous appearance. I didn't realize that such a good and handsome man was so simple and naive behind his back. Li Tianyu is now red in the face. Feel a little embarrassed, but the first time well, normal. In order to prevent embarrassment directly to the lights off. When Zhao Ruyu saw Li Tianyu's movements, she shook her head and laughed lightly twice, not preparing to speak. Brother Tianyu, don't be so far away from me, I feel cold all over now. Zhao Ruyu called out to Li Tianyu in the darkness. Li Tianyu was especially helpless right now, and this treatment was really very torturous to him. Brother Tianyu, what are you afraid of? After you are cured, sister is all yours, so don't fail your sister's expectations of you at that time. Zhao Ruyu said softly. Zhao Ruyu herself knew that after so many years, Li Tianyu was the only one who could sympathize, and she would have only Li Tianyu as a relative in this world in the future. Don't have a burden in your heart, since you called me a sister, then I'm your sister for life, Zhao Ruyu said. This kind of aspect, this kind of environment, at this moment, Li Tianyu was really a younger brother. He really couldn't stand Zhao Ruyu using this kind of words, and hurriedly ran the Xiangong method to stabilize his mind, and Zhao Ruyu also began to cultivate. In the morning of the next day, after the two of them finished their breakfast, Li Tianyu hurriedly drove back to the hotel. Wowo Trade Fair is located in a mountain on the outskirts of Nanjiang. The geographical location is very remote, otherwise how can there be such a large floor space? In the morning this side of the world there is nothing to come. Li Tianyu drove the Maserati to the limit. Seeing that the front was a downhill curve, Li Tianyu had long ago reduced his speed in advance, and suddenly an old man ran out from the grass by the side of the road and lay directly in the middle of the road. Li Tianyu decisively stepped on the brakes, fortunately just now in advance to reduce the speed. The Maserati's brake pads are very good. Squeak, the wheel stopped. The car is still 4 or 5 meters away from the old man. He has long been calculated Li Tianyu's speed and distance, chose a good time to jump out, but he ignored Li Tianyu's braking performance is too good. The difference can be 3 meters away, but it does not affect the old man's acting. Crawling forward quickly 3 meters, with the head of their own mounted, the front hood directly fell to the ground. Oops, hit someone, help, the old man shouted with his hand over his head, rolling all over the ground to strive for a realistic effect. Li Tianyu face from the car down, heart secretly a burst of laughter, did not want to go out today, so bad luck, even ran into a so professional bumper old man. Chapter 60 Settlement. The old man lying on the ground looking at Li Tianyu did not care about him, shouted, look at you rich people, open a luxury car is no scruples, the eyes simply do not take our poor people as a matter of fact. You see all the bumped me into what kind of? Goo. I'm dizzy, my arms and legs where it hurts. It should be said that the old man's acting was particularly good, and the yelling attracted a lot of people watching, but fortunately, this was a suburb, and there weren't that many people. Li Tianyu always saw all the bumper stickers on the internet, but he didn't think that he would actually run into them today. Li Tianyu looked at the old man lying on the ground and said, stop shouting, let me hear how much money you are prepared to ask for. Li Tianyu didn't want to waste time with him. If the old man didn't want much, just give him the money. The old man heard that Li Tianyu was ready to give money, immediately came to the spirit, and did not shout about this pain and that pain, very skillfully took out a piece of paper from inside the trouser pocket, and carefully read it. Li Tianyu felt very strange, also came over to take a look. Good guy, it is full of all kinds of car signs and prices. The old man in the end finally found written Maserati's price, said, I never charge indiscriminately, after all, I'm a professional. Your car should be more than 40 million. I'll give you the installation of a discount on the standard calculation, 400,000 finished. Li Tianyu really do not understand. Now in this society, in the end is the bad man became old, or the old people are bad, so old, still dare to come out to touch the porcelain, actually open mouth to ask for so much money, really more than what the industry to earn money. Li Tianyu slowly squatted down and said to the old man, 400,000 I think is a bit less, how about I give you more? Give a little more is fine, after all, you are rich, and I see you this is still a new car, I guess the procedures are not necessarily complete, give me a little more money we are even private chat, the old man said. The old man was kinda happy that he ran into a fool today, good to talk and good to do. This old gentleman, give me your son's phone number, Li Tianyu said. What do you want my son's phone number for? The old man asked. Li Tianyu said coldly, don't you want more money? In a moment, I'll directly drive you to death, and the insurance company can pay out a lot of money to your son. Are you crazy? The old man almost jumped up and shouted, but it felt like he was getting a little scared. Didn't you just say I'm rich? Don't care about your this amount of money. You also know that my car is worth more than $40 million. Do I still care about running you over? Li Tianyu finished, took out the phone and called out saying, now immediately prepare 2 million in cash. Send it over to me? Yes, call lawyer Han again. Tell him I ran someone over in the suburbs. Li Tianyu finished speaking and walked towards the driver's side. The old man instantly climbed up from the ground, pointing at Li Tianyu's back and cursing, you little son of a... I didn't expect you to be quite ruthless, but this isn't over. You can't leave. Someone shouted, the police are coming. The traffic police are coming. Li Tianyu also expects the police to hurry to come. He is anxious to return to the hotel today. Hurry to deal with their own good to go. Only to see the traffic police riding a motorcycle with a helmet stopped beside Li Tianyu. Looking at the figure should be a female police officer. What's going on and why are you pulling off the road? You've been blocking traffic, the policewoman said. Li Tianyu, how to listen to this female traffic police talk so familiar? But for a moment did not remember where he had seen. He returned, not I deliberately parked here. This old man suddenly jumped out to touch the porcelain. Said I bumped him. Who did you just say touched the porcelain? The policewoman said. Here. When Li Tianyu turned around, the old man who had just touched the porcelain was gone. Where is everyone? The policewoman asked. Obviously it was here just now. How come it's suddenly gone? Well, I'll take the car away now. I can't delay your work. Li Tianyu turned around and was about to get into the car when the policewoman said, don't move. Give me the paperwork of your car. And why your car doesn't have a license plate. Li Tianyu also just reacted to the fact that a new car has not yet been on the car license plate. This officer, I just bought this car, because something came up at home in the past few days. I'll go and get a replacement license plate right away. Li Tianyu explained. You're busy? Who isn't busy? Driver's license, give me the car keys. The female police officer said very firmly, feeling very angry. Look, Li Tianyu feel very wronged. How to feel is his own offended this police officer like. The female officer took her helmet and sunglasses off at this time, and Li Tianyu was stunned that she was actually Shin Xiaoran, who had arrested the antique store with himself. Big sister? Li Tianyu shouted out unexpectedly. Who are you calling big sister? Shin Xiaoran said reluctantly. She was also surprised that she didn't expect to meet Li Tianyu here as well. The last time he met Li Tianyu himself was taken advantage of. He swore that he would never want to see him again. Things have not yet passed 5 days. Actually met again. It is really particularly strange. Enemy narrow road. Big sister, aren't you a criminal police officer? Why are you suddenly a traffic cop? Li Tianyu asked. Shin Xiaoran originally saw Li Tianyu depressed. Listening to him say so more angry, said, I'll blame you. If it is not because you put the two selling antiques away, I will not be transferred to the traffic police. The last antique case. Shin Xiaoran eager to take credit for his own unauthorized action, violating the case process, resulting in the escape of the two main criminals. If it were not for Shin Xiaoran's connections, her treatment would not have been so light, plus the fact that she caught 2 fugitives and her merits and demerits were offset, so that she was not disciplined. Shin Xiaoran's dad came back to know about her injury, and directly find a relationship to transfer her from the criminal police to the traffic police. At first Shin Xiaoran was reluctant, but take her mistakes, she can only passively accept. Li Tianyu really very wrong said, how can still blame me? Originally I am not a police officer, catching prisoners and I have no relationship. They ran away even more is not my responsibility. At that time I also persuade you to let you find someone to help, and then I also saved your life, but also give you to buy underwear. You, Shin Xiaoran was angry. Finding that Shin Xiaoran was going to be furious, Li Tianyu hurriedly said, we don't know anyone. Go through the normal procedures. Going through the procedure will only result in your car being towed away. Your car doesn't have a license plate and can't be on the road. Shin Xiaoran said. Li Tianyu is also depressed. How is this chick not at all emotional? Going through the normal procedures must be trailer? I don't care if you're a new car. No license plate. Deduct 12 points from your driver's license according to the regulations. Shin Xiaoran said. Big sister, I'm a new car. Always point to give me time to get a license plate. And there are a lot of cars on the road without a license plate. You go to catch someone else. Li Tianyu said. I only see your car without a license plate now. No one else's. Shin Xiaoran said. Just at this time across the street drove over a Mercedes-Benz. There is no license plate. Li Tianyu said to Shin Xiaoran, police officer you look. He also has no license plate. If you tow my car, you also point him to tow away. Cannot differentiate between it. Chapter 61 Tooth. My tooth has fallen out. After Shin Xiaoran blanked Li Tianyu, she directly turned around and hit the car to let the Mercedes stop gesture. But the Mercedes didn't seem to see her as if the speed did not decrease to continue driving. Shin Xiaoran's temper came up, directly stood to the Mercedes-Benz driving road. Mercedes-Benz see this female police officer did not mean to get out of the way. and finally chose to stop. Just 2 meters short of Shin Xiaoran bumped into the distance. Do you want to die? Are you blind? Can't you see that this is Mr. Han's car? The young man in the Mercedes driver's cab stuck his head out and shouted. Shin Xiaoran's face sank as she said coldly, "Didn't you see me gesturing just now? Are you blind or am I blind?" The car came down 4 people. The leader is wearing a brand name suit of young people, wearing black sunglasses, a big young man's faction. He is the driver just said in the mouth of Mr. Han Tianyu. Nanjiang City ranked in the second-rate family's son. The driver stood behind Han Tianyu and angrily rebuked Shin Xiaoran. Do you not want to do it? You dare to stop our son Han's car? Han Tianyu was shocked after seeing how pretty Shin Xiaoran was, and a pair of shameless eyes swam around Shin Xiaoran's body. Shin Xiaoran's fiery temper. She had restrained herself from exploding. Li Tianyu stood by and watched with a gloating face, but he was still smart enough to take his cell phone and keep recording all of this, knowing that Shin Xiaoran would definitely suffer this time, because there is no one who drives a limousine who is as nice as Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu was trying to record Shin Xiaoran's defeat, waiting for the time when she was mean to him again in the future, so that he could take it out and tease her a little bit. Remembering the time when he treated Shin Xiaoran's injuries that night, Li Tianyu instantly felt his blood turn over. Please show your driver's license and the license for this car. Shin Xiaoran said coldly. I think you're really blind. Didn't I already tell you just now that this is Duke Han's car? Hurry up and get out of the way, don't delay our business. Be careful of getting you laid off. The young driver threatened. Han Tianyu turned around and glared at the young driver, saying, Shut up, how can you be so fierce with a beautiful woman? Won't you be gentle when you say nice things? With me for such a long time, why don't you know how to be compassionate at all? The young driver nodded and said, Mr. Han is right. I will definitely correct myself in the future. Han Tianyu walked a few steps forward, stopped a step away from Shin Xiaoran, and said with a smile on his face, This beautiful woman, you are so good looking and have a good figure. It's really a pity to work in such a dangerous industry as traffic police, sucking in car exhaust every day. How harmful to the body. Why don't you follow this son of mine, guaranteed to let you eat and drink every day. Brand name clothes and bags at your choice. Han Tianyu said. The young driver in the back conformed. Yes, this beautiful woman you just listened to our Mr. Han. We guarantee that you will try a different life. Shin Xiaoran said coldly. Pay attention to the way you speak. I'm on official business now. Bring me all the formalities. Your cars must be impounded without license plates. Want to check us? You show us your papers first. The young driver said playfully. I'm already dressing for law enforcement now. Shin Xiaoran said. Han Tianyu pointed his finger at the clothes on Shin Xiaoran's body and said, Don't tease. You can just buy this outfit online. Who knows if it's real or fake? Shin Xiaoran was already angry and reached out to take out her papers from her jacket pocket. Really? Then brother help you get it. After Han Tianyu finished speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed towards Shin Xiaoran's shoulder. Shin Xiaoran hadn't thought that they actually dared to blatantly move their hands with the police and hurriedly dodged backwards, but still slowed down that little bit. The top pocket had been grabbed by Han Tianyu. Shin Xiaoran retreated at the same time, dodging the other party's attack. Her feet stepped in a strange pace, obviously a petite girl, but she was not caught by the other party. How could Li Tianyu miss such a critical moment? The cell phone constantly changing angles, but also intentionally pulled the camera especially close. Watching the crowd of so many people, no one will care about a Li Tianyu with a cell phone. Shin Xiaoran was really enraged. Stepping forward was a slap. Under the anger and inertia, directly Han Tianyu jerked flying to the ground. Blood flowed down the corner of the mouth. The people watching the scene are a little bit unable to look at it. In broad daylight still dare to bully the policewoman. We all feel that the fight is relieved. Mr. Han, how are you? Are you alright? The 3 henchmen rushed over to help Han Tianyu up. Han Tianyu spat out too and shouted, Teeth? I lost my teeth. He angrily pointed at Shin Xiaoran and cursed. See man, you his mother dare to hit me. You guys get together and sell this stinking cousin's clothes. I'm going to bang her in the car. Li Tianyu never thought Han Tianyu, such rich second generation, actually dare to do anything. Most of the rich family's son is nothing more than a bit of money spent haphazardly. There is a controllable range, but just blatantly bullying the police. He can really be the so-called first person. With so many people watching, he still dared to be unscrupulous and say such treacherous words. In fact, Han Tianyu was also considered very unlucky. Shin Xiaoran was not an ordinary woman. Li Tianyu could only pray that he would not be killed. Han Tianyu thought that Shin Xiaoran was just a weak little woman. When his men pressed her to the ground, he so wanted to come and take advantage of it, not waiting for him to walk over. The 3 men he brought were actually all beaten to the ground by Shin Xiaoran. At that time, Han Tianyu was dumbfounded. How could he not think that Shin Xiaoran was actually so powerful? He turned around and wanted to run back to the car. Shin Xiaoran was already furious to the extreme. How could she give him this opportunity? In 2 steps, he caught up with Han Tianyu, directly grabbed his left hand, kicked on his knee. Flopping sound, Han Tianyu kneeled on the ground. Shin Xiaoran twisted with force. Click. Han Tianyu's arm was twisted off. Shin Xiaoran felt that she hadn't relieved her anger yet, and kicked Han Tianyu between his legs again, wailing and screaming miserably. The three henchmen climbed up and tried to help their master up. Han Tianyu, who was rolling around on the ground in pain, shouted, "Hurry up and send me to the hospital." Without saying a word, the three henchmen carried Han Tianyu and hurriedly got into the car, and sped away with a kick of the gas. Li Tianyu see no hustle and bustle, take advantage of the chaos and hurry to run. People have not yet reached the car. Shin Xiaoran's voice came from behind, coldly said, "What are you doing to go? I see that it's over. Their unlicensed cars have already driven away. I'll also hurry to withdraw," Li Tianyu said playfully. Shin Xiaoran said, "Their arms were broken before they left. If you want to go down the same way, you a woman can't be so violent. Who would dare to marry you in the future?" Li Tianyu whispered. Chapter 62 Going to the door. Shin Xiaoran frowned and drank. "What did you just say?" "What I mean by that is that I have to cooperate with you and do whatever you tell me to do." Li Tianyu wouldn't dare to mess with such a violent woman. "Give me the car keys. I'm going to have your car towed," Shin Xiaoran said. "Don't. Can't I drive myself?" Li Tianyu said. "No. What if you drive off? Where can I find you?" Shin Xiaoran said with a stern face. Li Tianyu thought to himself, "Today is really unlucky. How did he run into this violent goddess? I didn't expect the tow truck to come so quickly." And in a few minutes, it pulled Li Tianyu's car away. Unable to do anything about it, Li Tianyu could only walk back. At this time, Shin Xiaoran suddenly said, "Stop, you can't leave now. Big sister, my car has been towed away by you. What else do you want?" Li Tianyu said, "You have to come with me." Shin Xiaoran said, "I'm not going with you. Can't I just go to the traffic police myself to complete the formalities?" Li Tianyu said, "No, you must go back with me to be investigated. I suspect that this car of yours is of unknown origin." Shin Xiaoran said, "This woman is so troublesome." Li Tianyu really has no choice but to choose to obey. "Officer Shin, with just one motorcycle, how can I go back with you?" Li Tianyu said, "You do the back, and I'll wear you on the bike." Shin Xiaoran said, "There is no way." Li Tianyu can only sit behind Shin Xiaoran. His heart is particularly aggrieved. Today is really an unlucky day. It must be said that Shin Xiaoran's car skills are very good. The two quickly rode to the traffic police brigade in Nanjiang City. Catch also coincidentally, today there are leaders to inspect the work of the traffic police team, which is the most important work they are currently speaking. If the leadership inspection is not satisfied, this year the city's evaluation of the unit is no good. This honor is very important for Chang Jianghai. Chang Jianghai was busy with the reception outside, suddenly saw a trailer pulling back a Maserati, and immediately felt particularly uncomfortable in his heart. He has a deep old traffic police. How can he not know the value of this car? This kind of luxury car is not money can buy. Can afford to buy such an expensive car? In the city of Nanjiang with one hand can be counted over. Who is at such a critical time to find things for themselves? Just at this time, Shin Xiaoran pulled Li Tianyu arrived. Chang Jianghai saw Shin Xiaoran's heart tightened when the ant and the whole bureau are famous for the disturbing people. Just a few days ago from the criminal police team trouble transferred to the traffic police team. I did not think that they are so unlucky. The city's traffic police 10 brigade, directly to their own brigade was divided into the brigade. Shin Xiaoran's background is particularly deep. Not he can mess up. From the day Shin Xiaoran came, Chang Jianghai does not seek Shin Xiaoran merit, only that she does not give himself what trouble on the good. How would not expect, at such a critical time, actually buckle a so expensive Maserati back to himself. I really do not know that she has offended the brother of the Gongji, or which rich people, that. Xiaoran did you impound this car? Chang Jianghai asked cautiously. Right Chang team, this car has no license plate on the road. Normal regulations I gave a tow back. Shin Xiaoran said. Chang Jianghai thought in his heart, my aunt this kind of luxury car has a few licenses. This kind of rich people we simply cannot afford to offend. He saw a young man following behind him and asked, who is this? He's the owner of this car. I brought it back for a statement. Shin Xiaoran said. Chang Jianghai saw that Li Tianyu wasn't dressed that flamboyantly, so it might be that rich kid who likes to play the role of a poor man to pick up girls. This young man, have you already realized your mistake? Chang Jianghai asked sternly. In fact, Li Tianyu wanted to say that he had wanted to do the license plate to come, but unfortunately he wanted to come to the road to handle it and was detained. But after seeing Shin Xiaoran's fierce eyes, he said, I know, deeply aware of their own mistakes. Chang Jianghai is to test the attitude of Li Tianyu. Listening to him say so, they all understand. This is clearly deliberately to pick up Shin Xiaoran. Chang Jianghai is not in the mood to care about these things now. As long as Shin Xiaoran does not cause trouble for herself, Just how she tosses. Xiao Ran. Look at this young man's sincere attitude. Just mean it. Chang Jianghai finished speaking and went to prepare for the reception. Shen Xiaoran gave Li Tianyu a blank look and said, "Follow me." Taking Li Tianyu back to his office, he wanted to ask Li Tianyu about his car and realized that all the chairs inside the office were gone. Just in Shen Xiaoran and office Wang came back to call Shen Xiaoran to go to the welcome ceremony to meet the leaders. Shen Xiaoran asked, "Wang, how come the chairs inside our house are gone?" "Sister Xiaoran, the chairs have all been taken to the conference room. Captain Chang called me to let you go to the welcoming ceremony. Everyone else has already arrived, and now you're the only one left," Xiao Wang said. Shen Xiaoran glared at Li Tianyu and said, "Don't go, wait for me back in the office." Li Tianyu thought in his heart, only a fool would not leave and wait to come back for you to torture me? After seeing Shen Xiaoran and Xiao Wang leave, Li Tianyu secretly followed behind and walked out of the office. Traffic police team in front of the gate is particularly lively. For coaster and more than a dozen cars parked inside the compound. Inspection of the leadership and entourage, television reporters, enough to have 100 or so people. Li Tianyu realized that there are too many people. There is no way to sneak away. Can only choose an unoccupied corner to stand and wait for the opportunity, wait for them to enter the building and immediately bugger off. The delegation was a large one, with Zhang Chao, leader of the Public Security Association, Wu Xiaojun, superintendent of public security, and Wang Chao, the detachment chief in charge of traffic police, among others. Chang Jianghai thoughtfully followed the report. Here any person is much higher than his position. When the leader immediately walked into the office building, suddenly more than a dozen automobile people came outside, and dozens of people came down from above, with slogans in their hands and shouting slogans in their mouths. The police know the law and beat people indiscriminately. Traffic police abuse their power and enforce the law indiscriminately. The leaders are asked to step in to solve the problem and do justice to the people. From the top of the car down a limping young man, Han Tianyu directly sat in the wheelchair, behind pushing his mother Lu Caixia. Li Tianyu saw, this kid moves quite fast so quickly organized so many people, want to come to bite back. There was a lot of talk inside the mission, and the TV cameras and the long guns of various reporters were all aimed this way. Wu Xiaojun hurriedly said to Chang Jianghai, quickly go and see what's going on. Chang Jianghai is now really afraid of what will come. How suddenly appeared such a big thing? Without waiting for him to go over and ask about the situation, Lu Caixia had already pushed the injured Han Tianyu over, and she shouted at the inside of the expedition, Han Guoliang, you come out and see what kind of a beating your son has been given. Chapter 63 Bite Back. Korea Liang, the representative of this expedition, a well-known entrepreneurial representative of Nanjing City, was still chatting with the people next to him and didn't care about what was happening outside. Suddenly heard someone call his name, looked up to see actually his daughter-in-law Lu Caixia, sitting in a wheelchair is actually his son Han Tianyu. This South Korea Liang belongs to the old to get a son. The family is such a son, usually spoiled a little bit of people are not, or would not have happened today's events out. Seeing his son sitting in a wheelchair, Korea Liang directly ran to him and asked, eldest son, what's wrong? Who hit you? Dad, in the morning there is a female biker police, directly stopped my car, without saying anything came up and beat me like this. Dad, you have to do justice for me Han Tianyu said while crying. This kid grew up so big, really the first time to be beaten. Not only the teeth were knocked out too, arms and legs were also broken. Korea Liang turned back and pointed at Chang Jianghai's face and said, is this how you traffic police enforce the law? Seeing as how my son was seriously injured, and it's a female mounted police officer, you'd better hurry up and hand the person over. Chang Jianghai heart tightened. Today went out on patrol female mounted police on Shin Xiaoran a person. This thing is not good. South Korea Liang cannot offend themselves. Shin Xiaoran's background themselves even more cannot afford to mess with. Chang Jianghai quickly reacted. What he could not do, hurriedly handed over to the leadership to solve. He did not have to take this black pot. He turned around and ran to Wu Xiaojun, reported the matter once again, and clearly said that Shin Xiaoran is the one who went out to the police today, and what to do specifically to wait for the leadership instructions. Wu Xiaojun is also very helpless. This is really a troublesome thing. If the ordinary traffic police, their own words can be dealt with, only this Shin Xiaoran cannot. The background is really too big. People have now come to the door. Not to deal with it is not good. And the observer mission, so many people watching, and television stations and journalists, in case of bad handling, to the network above cannot be good. At this time, Korea Liang ran to the association leader Zhang Chao, exaggerated things said again, and also deliberately squeeze out 2 tears, said he is only a son, so old has a child is not easy, today must seek justice, otherwise this representative cannot be down. Li Tianyu hid in the corner and heard everything. This time Shin Xiaoran can really be in trouble. Forced to save face, Zhang Chao found Wu Xiaojun and said, Superintendent Wu, I hope you can give a satisfactory result. Wu Xiaojun said, I will definitely deal with this matter seriously. Let's just go to the conference room first and wait for me to investigate the matter clearly. He was trying to settle the matter behind his back. After all, it's not easy to deal with too many people. Without waiting for Zhang Chao to open his mouth to speak, Korea Liang, who was standing next to him, said, I demand that this be dealt with now. I'm the victim's father, and the assailant is inside the team, so let's all give a judgment. There was also a lot of chatter at this time, and it was clear that everyone wanted to see a fair outcome. Wu Xiaojun asked Chang Jianghai to bring Shen Xiaoran here, and he wanted to personally ask what was going on. Shen Xiaoran felt bad when she saw Han Tianyu at that time, but she didn't care because the wrong person was Han Tianyu. Shen Xiaoran walked to Wu Xiaojun with great generosity, and Wu Xiaojun asked, Shen Xiaoran, what's going on? Boss, I admit it, I'm the one who hit the person. Shen Xiaoran didn't try to hide it. Just after Shen Xiaoran finished her words, Korea Liang directly jumped out and said, I didn't expect you to be a girl's family, but your hands are actually so vicious. Immediately after that, he said to Zhang Chao and Wu Xiaojun, today, both of you leaders are here, so I want to demand justice for my son. You can't know the law and violate it, and you absolutely can't harbor this assailant. Wu Xiaojun frowned tightly. This Shen Xiaoran is still too young. Came up and admitted all the things. He wanted to help or not too good to talk. Shen Xiaoran said, Leader, I'm not hitting people for no reason. He drove a car without a license plate. I gestured for him to stop, actually pretended not to see. The most serious thing is to also attack my safety, which I just shot him. Wu Xiaojun heard and understood. If Shen Xiaoran did not lie, this matter would be much better. Law enforcement officers have no problem at all. The responsibility is all on Han Tianyu's body. You little girl, don't talk nonsense. Okay, you can't hit someone and then slander my son. Lu Caixia pushed Han Tianyu and came over. Shen Xiaoran said angrily, what I said is the truth. Korea Liang said, son, tell us what is going on. At that time, we were driving normally, and when we saw this female officer stopping the car, I let Xiao Wei pull over, and she said she wanted to tow my car. And I said, you take out your papers and I'll take a look at them. And she came up and knocked my teeth out. Han Tianyu cried and cried. What are you talking nonsense about while you're resting here? Shen Xiaoran didn't expect Han Tianyu to take things out of context. Both of them are saying different things. We'll discuss it after I've investigated. Wu Xiaojun said. He still wanted to keep things down. After all, he didn't want to offend anyone on either side. Korea Liang reluctantly said, absolutely not. Superintendent Wu, you are clearly harboring one of your own. We must be open and fair today. We have witnesses. Korea Liang is not afraid of anything today, as long as it can give himself an out of anger whatever. The young driver and the two henchmen in the back came out to testify, and the three of them said exactly the same thing, that Han Tianyu was a law-abiding citizen, and Shen Xiaoran was a violent law enforcement officer. Superintendent Wu, you heard me. All three of them can prove that it was this female biker who beat up my son. You must give us an explanation today. Korea Liang said. You guys are bloodthirsty and shall not die. Shen Xiaoran could no longer control her emotions. Korea Liang sneered. You've heard it too. Superintendent Wu, how can she be inside the police force with this kind of quality? She must be held criminally responsible. Do you have any witnesses? Wu Xiaojun asked Shen Xiaoran. As long as Shen Xiaoran could find witnesses, Wu Xiaojun would still have a way to deal with this matter. Shen Xiaoran instantly thought of Li Tianyu, but her attitude towards Li Tianyu today was really bad. She had a love of face and didn't want to bow her head to beg Li Tianyu. I didn't, Shen Xiaoran said directly. Wu Xiaojun's heart tightened after hearing this. This is a big trouble. Standing next to the traffic control detachment leader Wang Chao, who has not said anything, said, Mr. Han, you see this matter. Can we settle this matter privately? And can we compensate you more for your medical expenses? You see, our Han family is poor in money, Korea Liang said. Han Guoliang said coldly, Superintendent Wu, the certified physical evidence is there, and I don't need to go private, so let's go through the normal procedure. Chapter 64. The truth comes out. Korario doesn't give an inch, and there are TV machines and many reporters' cameras, all pointed at himself. Wu Xiaojun said, then I will deal with it seriously. Chang Jianghai, you send Shen Xiaoran to the Discipline Inspection Commission office for me. Roger boss, promise to complete the mission. Chang Jianghai promised and grabbed Shen Xiaoran's arm to leave. Wait a minute. Korea Liang stood out to stop and said, Superintendent Wu, my son's teeth were knocked out twice, and his leg and arm were broken. It seems that the Discipline Inspection Committee doesn't care about such things, right? This is a society of law and order. You can't harbor your own men. Wu Xiaojun really cannot do anything. The way to think of all thought. It seems to have been powerless to return to heaven. Helplessly said, let the people of the criminal police team to come to pick up. first detained to go through the normal procedures. Superior. This, said Chang Jianghai, still trying to fight for it. Zhang Chao, who hadn't said anything, said, Captain Chang, haven't your superior's words been clear enough? I'll arrange for someone to follow up on this criminal case. Zhang Chao's words left Wu Xiaojun with no way back but to go through the normal procedures. The whole room was instantly quiet. Shen Xiaoran's face was ugly. Inside her eyes were all aggrieved. In her heart she had always wanted to be a righteous police officer. But when she met such an unfair thing, she was actually powerless to refute it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take the assailant away, Korea Liang said with a smug look on his face. Just as Wu Xiaojun's hand was raised, suddenly someone from behind shouted, Wait, I have evidence here. Everyone turned their heads to look at the person who spoke, only to see a young man walk out from inside the corner. He has been secretly observing. If he doesn't come forward, Shen Xiaoran will really be taken away. Although the two of them have a lot of pleasant misunderstandings, but it does not prevent Li Tianyu from helping Shen Xiaoran. He knows that Li Xiaoran is a very righteous police officer, so he must protect her from the bottom of his heart. Korea Rio said, What do you do? Immediately the person who hit his son was about to be taken away. Suddenly a person popped up saying that there was evidence, which made Korea Liang feel very upset. Shen Xiaoran took a look at it was Li Tianyu. Her icy mood was warmed up at once. She never thought that Li Tianyu would take the initiative to come forward to prove something for herself. Things have already developed to such a point now. Whether there is Li Tianyu or not is no longer helpful. Li Tianyu looked at Korea Liang and said with a smile, Don't get me wrong. I'm just an ordinary citizen, not someone from their public security bureau. When you say that, it has the meaning of no silver here. No silver there. Just now she herself said that there are no witnesses. Now you suddenly jumped out. What's going on? Korea Liang asked. Lu Caixia said at this time, No matter what you say, there are only two of you. There are 4 of us on our side. And there are more of us. Li Tianyu sneered. There are times when more people don't necessarily work. Li Tianyu walked over to everyone and took out his cell phone and released the video he had recorded earlier. Everyone stared at the phone, wondering what this young man was going to show them all. The video begins. The first to come out is a Mercedes-Benz without a license plate. Shen Xiaoran used a very standard gesture to signal the Mercedes-Benz to stop, but the Mercedes-Benz rushed directly to Shen Xiaoran's side before stopping. Everyone watched the discussion. I did not expect this car actually dare to ram the traffic police. Did not wait for everyone to finish the generalization. The next scene appeared. The young driver came down and started to abuse Shen Xiaoran. Han Tianyu humiliated Shen Xiaoran, ripped 2 buttons of her blouse with his hands, and had his men attack Shen Xiaoran's clothes, saying that he wanted to talk to her in the car again, before Shen Xiaoran ended up injuring them with his hands. Dead silence. A dead silence. Everyone's expression was different. Shen Xiaoran's tears stayed in her eyes, and the video proved her innocence. But she didn't know when Li Tianyu had recorded the video. Wu Xiaojun was particularly happy after watching this video, knowing that Shen Xiaoran was wrongly accused. But then his face sank, before Korea Liang inch by inch his own particular anger. This is not bullying Shen Xiaoran personally, but in the challenge of the authority of the public security organs. Zhang Chao's face was also particularly ugly. Just now he had helped Korea Liang out, which made it too embarrassing. The most wonderful expression or Korea Liang and Lu Caixia couple. They also did not expect their son will do such a hurtful thing. They know clearly in their hearts that today this thing is not good. Han Tianyu and his men directly confused 13Q. How will not believe that their inferiority will be recorded? To know that there is this video in. Killing them would not dare to come here to make trouble. This is not heaven has a road you do not go. Hell has no door to break in. The reporters and TV stations gathered outside were all furious, instantly screaming and cursing. Bastard! How dare you lay hands on a policewoman? Green Day, do you still want to be ashamed? It's true that what kind of old man you have, what kind of son you have, your family are all scum. If this young man hadn't come up with the video, such a good policewoman would have been falsely accused by you. Wu Xiaojun coldly said to Han Guliang, Mr. Han, how do you explain this video? Korea Liang smiled awkwardly and said, There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. I'll take the child back to be educated now. After saying that, he hurriedly took his daughter-in-law Lu Caixia and pushed Han Tianyu to go back. Wu Xiaojun coldly said, Wait a minute, Mr. Han, after such a big incident, it's not as simple as asking you to bring your son back for education, is it? Your son has already constituted a criminal offense, and from now on, he is no longer under your control. Wu Xiaojun said coldly. Korea Liang panicked to 13, and begged bitterly, Superintendent Wu, it's all because I didn't educate the child well. Please give the child a chance. I promise to go home and teach him strictly. Wu Xiaojun said coldly, A child? A chance? Do you still need a chance for your son's behavior? Even if I give you a chance, the people present will not give you a chance. No promises. This kind of animal behavior must be punished by law. Yeah, might as well just shoot them. There is a crusade against them everywhere. Take them all away and tell the criminal police team that they must be dealt with seriously. Wu Xiaojun waved his hand, and instantly came up a group of police to take them all away on the exam. Korea Liang hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, Superintendent Wu. My son is seriously injured right now and needs to be hospitalized. Mr. Han, it's not up to you to say whether or not we need treatment. We'll take care of it ourselves," Wu Xiaojun said coldly. Lu Caixia cried out and blocked from taking away her son. Wu Xiaojun coldly shouted, "If you dare to block a bit more, I will take you away as well according to your willful obstruction of official duties." Chapter 65 Breaking Up. Just now it was because the couple did not allow a single step. Wu Xiaojun had already endured them for such a long time, and now he finally had the opportunity to vent the anger in his heart. "Leader Zhang, help me." Korea Liang still wanted to beg Zhang Chao for help, but Zhang Chao said coldly, "Sorry, you have now been removed from the list of the expedition." Wu Xiaojun called Li Tianyu to his side and said, "Young man, thank you for your bravery in coming forward and proving that our Public Security Bureau's police officers are good policemen who enforce the law impartially." The truth of the matter came out. Shin Xiaoran was not only not dealt with, but also set up as a typical good police officer who dared to resist pressure to strictly enforce the law. But Shin Xiaoran still brought Li Tianyu back to the office, and Li Tianyu asked, "What else did you bring me back for? Please let go of my car." "No, your car can't go on the road without a license plate," Shin Xiaoran said. What can Li Tianyu say? His favor is considered to be in vain, not giving face at all. "Give me your driver's license and ID card," Shin Xiaoran said. Is there an end to this? Li Tianyu was really going crazy, but also obediently took it all to Shin Xiaoran. "Wait here for me and don't move. You're not allowed to leave until I come back," Shin Xiaoran said. "Please, leave me some points," Li Tianyu said. About an hour or so, Li Tianyu waited a little to collapse. If not for the ID card was taken away by Shin Xiaoran, he would have left. Just at this time, Shin Xiaoran came back and was holding a new license plate. "I've already finished the license plate for you, so you can drive the car away after installing it, even if I repay you for helping me today." Shin Xiaoran still pulled a face and said, but again, it seemed like she was deliberately giving Li Tianyu a look. Li Tianyu turned out the cards and took a look. Crap, 8 consecutive numbers. Too good. This set of cards can be sold for quite a lot of money. I didn't think that this chick was still very capable. Really too happy. Overexcited Li Tianyu directly picked up Shin Xiaoran and spun around several times, and finally ghosted on her forehead and also kissed. After it was all over, Li Tianyu reacted. Finished? Isn't this the rhythm of seeking death by himself? Let a person is very surprised. Shin Xiaoran actually did not get angry, but said, "Today is over. We too clear, after or who do not know who." Li said, "Did you call me for something else?" Shin Xiaoran asked quickly, but her heart was especially nervous. If he asked for WeChat with himself, should I give it to this guy? Li Tianyu is also considered a talent. Actually did not ask for WeChat, but asked a beaten question. "This sub-license plate will not be a fake to tease me, right? Scram!" Shin Xiaoran said with an angry face. She walked out of the office directly without looking back, quickly walked into the office next door, and directly closed the door behind her, touching her hot little face. This asshole just kissed himself. How come she didn't do anything to beat him up? Couldn't it be that he helped himself out just now? Well, that must be it. It was made clear just now that no one would know anyone in the future. But how did the feeling in her heart never existed before? And how was the rhythm of her heart beating so fast? Shin Xiaoran touched her feverish forehead. If I can't see this asshole anymore, why do I suddenly feel a sense of loss? Of course, Li Tianyu didn't know that Shin Xiaoran would have so many thoughts, and he took the bullseye sign and wanted to hurry to load it onto the car. Such a handsome sign. Shin Xiaoran in the end from where to get. Just saw Wu Xiaojun has been in the dark to help her speak. This chick definitely has a background. How would Li Tianyu know? This license plate is the traffic control department deliberately set aside. Otherwise now that there are 5 consecutive numbers. Now that Li Tianyu has this handsome license plate, it's like adding wings to his Maserati. This cargo is in the heart of the beautiful drive will be 5 flavors. Suddenly the phone rang. Picking up his cell phone and taking a look at the number, it was Fong Tong Tong, his girlfriend whom he had not been able to contact before. Hurrying to pull over and park the car, he answered the phone and said, "Tong Tong, why has your phone been disconnected? What are you doing? Why did you take so long to answer the phone?" Fong Tong Tong said reluctantly, "I was driving just now and answered your call after I parked the car," Li Tianyu explained. Fong Tong Tong said in a disdainful tone, "Yo, you're a food delivery riding a broken electric car, and you have to pull over to answer the phone? Speaking as if you are driving a car. Really can't understand you. No money and still pretending to be rich." "No, Li Tianyu was trying to tell her that he already had a car. But unfortunately Feng Tongtong didn't give him this opportunity. Straight away, he said, "I'll tell you Li Tianyu, today I'm talking to you about breaking up." "What? You're breaking up with me?" Li Tianyu really couldn't believe it and thought that the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time and Feng Tongtong was joking with herself. "Yes, you heard it right. We are breaking up from now on," Feng Tongtong said impatiently. "Because of what?" Li Tianyu asked without understanding. Too many things had happened during this period of time. Li Tianyu simply did not have the opportunity to tell Feng Tongtong. Li Tianyu wanted to tell her that now that he had money, he was able to let her live a carefree and happy life. Unfortunately, without waiting to share this good news with his girlfriend, Feng Tongtong actually called to say that the thing was actually a breakup. "You still have the nerve to ask because of what?" Feng Tongtong said. "Then you have to tell me why, right?" Li Tianyu asked. "You're a poor, jingling college student, who would look at you?" Feng Tongtong said. "Li Tianyu, we're not kids anymore. How are we going to get by after college? Can you afford a house? You have no money and no background. Go to that hospital that will want you, and by the time you get mixed up with the attending, the cucumber dishes will be a little cold. Do you still want me to follow you every day to squeeze the bus and do the subway to and from work? I'm telling you not to dream. I, Feng Tongtong, am still young and I'm going to find a rich son to marry, so let's call it a day." What Feng Tongtong said was too heartbreaking and deeply pierced Li Tianyu's true heart. "I am now." Li Tianyu wanted to tell her that he was now a rich man and that he cherished the relationship between the two of them, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Feng Tongtong. "I don't want to hear any more of that useless crap about your mom having problems making ends meet, and your sister just being a part-timer. I can't have relatives like that who have no money. I can't get along with them, and if you don't think they're a disgrace, I think they're a disgrace. If you're willing to sever your relationship with them, I might be able to consider it," Feng Tongtong said ruthlessly. "Feng Tongtong, you are too shameless. Are such words even for you to say?" Li Tianyu said angrily. Chapter 66 My bottom line. Being a person who has a bottom line, Li Tianyu's bottom line is his own mother and sister. Before Feng Tongtong arrogant and unreasonable, Li Tianyu can let her, but today she actually dared to denigrate his own mother and sister. Li Tianyu absolutely cannot tolerate. Feng Tongtong sneered. "I know that the two of them are more important than me in your heart. To tell you the truth, during this period of time, I just deliberately let you not be able to find me because I have a new boyfriend, so I changed all my phone numbers. I haven't gone home during this time either. I've been living with my new boyfriend," Feng Tongtong said. Li Tianyu was really pained. How could he not think that Feng Tongtong was actually such a shallow woman? "You don't have to think about not understanding. This is all normal. In the past when we were good it was just for fun. You don't have to be too sad. Until now I didn't let you touch me, just to take my first time and leave it to a rich cockney," Feng Tongtong said. "I didn't expect that I really found a rich boyfriend. He has money and status, and his status is also very high. You are really a world of difference compared to him," Feng Tongtong said. Li Tianyu said coldly. "Congratulations, you successfully sold yourself. You don't have to laugh at me. What era is it now? It has long been laughing at the poor and not laughing at prostitutes. I don't understand even if I talk to you. You are just a poor person. In the future, we go our own way. Bye-bye," Feng Tongtong said. She directly hung up the phone. Li Tianyu really especially sad. How could he not think that his girlfriend who had been with him for 3 years would actually be this kind of materialistic woman? But soon Li Tianyu felt very fortunate again. If she hadn't taken the initiative to say it, he wouldn't necessarily have been hoodwinked for much longer. A bad end is a very good beginning. Li Tianyu figured this out in a moment. He should now cherish what is in front of him. Li Tianyu first returned to the hotel and prepared some more matching herbs. Busy have forgotten the time. Li Tianyu wanted to take out his cell phone to see what time it was, but at once touched the gold card given to him by Zhao Ruyu. Busy day seems like he hasn't eaten yet. Just to taste the taste of the dishes of the Guowo restaurant. How is it? Li Tianyu drove to the Guowo trading club and realized after getting out of the car that he had put his work clothes on. Li Tianyu was too focused on his work, but he didn't really care too much about what he was wearing, and he wasn't here for a dating convention, so he didn't care too much. He went to the door and flashed his gold card and came in. Most people were surprised to see him in his overalls, coming to such a high-class establishment. Everyone assumed he was here to deliver food. Guowo dining place is divided into 3 floors. The 3rd floor is the supreme VIP users can only dine here. Li Tianyu with a gold card directly came in, casually choose a corner floor to do down. And here can also see the neon lights of the city of Nanjiang. Beautiful scenery. The dishes inside Guowo looked beautiful, and as Li Tianyu was eating his way through it, someone behind him suddenly shouted, "Hey, get out of my way." Li Tianyu looked back and there was a young man in a blue suit with his hair done up in oil. Li Tianyu knew this douchebag. He was from the same university as himself, and everyone called them one of the 4 biggest scumbags in medical school. Yang Gang. Followed by Yang Gang, actually is the ex-girlfriend Fong Tongtong who just called herself to break up in the daytime. And the rich and prestigious gentleman in her mouth is Yang Gang of the four scumbags. Yang Gang's family is indeed a little money, and his uncle is still the vice president of the medical university. He has toyed with a lot of female college students over the years. Fong Tongtong will actually choose to be with him, really has seen a certain degree. For the sake of money can do anything? Li Tianyu? Fong Tongtong first froze for a moment when she saw Li Tianyu. Then her face immediately changed and she said angrily, Li Tianyu, do you still want to have a face? Haven't I already told you that the two of us have broken up? Why do you still want to come and find me? Li Tianyu sneered. You might have misunderstood. I'm just hungry for something to eat. I'm not here to look for you. Now you guys can stay away from me. Don't affect my mood to eat. Fong Tongtong said with a mocking face, Li Tianyu, what are you pretending in front of me? I am the one who knows you best. Your living expenses are all given to you by those two women at home. When have you ever had $100 inside your pants pocket? You come to this kind of high-class club to eat? Can you afford to eat? Li Tianyu's brows furrowed up and said, I'm warning you Fong Tongtong, if you dare to say a word about my mom and my sister, don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. Come on you, stop acting in front of me. I don't care about the two women in your house. You totally came here because you were looking for me, and gave yourself a reason to eat here. Listen carefully, in the future, you don't look for me anymore. Fong Tongtong said, don't ink it, I want to finish my meal in peace. Li Tianyu said coldly, he was not in the mood to say one more word of nonsense with this kind of woman. Tong Tong, is he Li Tianyu from our school? Is he the poor guy who chased after you and wouldn't let go? Yang Gang said mockingly, yes, it's him. I didn't expect to come here looking for me. How annoying. Fong Tongtong said, I'm telling you, hurry up and get out of the way. This is the seat I booked. Such a high-class place is not something you poor people can afford to come to. Yang Gang angrily shouted, get lost. Li Tianyu scolded. He really didn't love talking to the two of them he saw right now. It affected the mood of the meal. Did you boys eat mad dog meat? Do you know who I am? Yang Gang said angrily. Fong Tongtong shouted from the side, Li Tianyu, hurry up and get out of here. Why are you so shameless, taking the money that the two women in your family have worked so hard to earn, and coming to such an upscale place to eat? Fong Tongtong finally succeeded in angering Li Tianyu. Her mother and sister were her own bottom line. No matter who she was, she could not touch them. Fong Tongtong, do you dare to say that again? Li Tianyu glared angrily at Fong Tongtong, his eyes full of killing intent. Fong Tongtong had never seen Li Tianyu so fierce before, and she unconsciously took a few steps back in fear. Ams, you kid seeks death. Yang Gang thought that Li Tianyu was just an ordinary college student and slammed his fist towards Li Tianyu's face, but his body has long been corrupted by alcohol and color without strength. In Li Tianyu's serious he is no different from a trash. His fist has not yet smashed down. Li Tianyu back to his hand is a hit mouth. Directly Yang Gang slapped flying out. Several teeth and blood mixed with a mouth spit out. Come to people. Hurry to come to people. Security. Yang Gang shouted with his hand over his face. Mr. Yang, what's going on? Chow Yun, the manager of the restaurant in charge, heard the sound and hurriedly ran over, slowly picking up Yang Gang and asked, Chapter 67 Doing Things the Right Way. How did this poor boy mix in, and he a mother's hands dare to hit me? Hurry up and call all the security over. Let them waste him for me. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Yang Gang arrogantly shouted. Fong Tongtong also followed and shouted, he's just we've already broken up and he actually found his way here to pester me. Look at the way he's dressed. He's also not someone who can come to this kind of high-class restaurant and spend money. Fong Tongtong felt that it was not enough. She pointed at Li Tianyu's nose again and said, look at your kind of violent behavior. You have to hit someone when you can't say it. Do you think that I will make up with you? I dare say that in this life you will never be able to find a girlfriend as beautiful as me. Just at this time, a petite voice pierced through. Gu, my Tianyu brother, to be so disliked by others. Li Tianyu didn't need to look. He knew from the sound that it was Zhao Ruyu who had come. Everyone looked over at the sound, and in the distance, Zhao Ruyu walked slowly with an incomparably stylish stride. What made people outside was that Zhao Ruyu directly walked to Li Tianyu's side and actually sat on Li Tianyu's lap at once, and without hesitation, she kissed him on the face and said with a smile, Brother Tianyu, don't be sad. Other people dislike you. Sister doesn't dislike you. Li Tianyu a little helpless, but still understand in his heart. Zhao Ruyu do this is to support their own face to come. Fong Tongtong long belongs to the young and beautiful type, but in Zhao Ruyu this kind of extreme young woman compared to, the difference is not a star and a half a point. Li Tianyu, you are really out of your league. In order to be angry with me, you actually paid money to hire this kind of Kiri to be angry with me? Fong Tongtong said, women why make things difficult for women? Fong Tongtong was actually jealous of Zhao Ruyu's aura. and her figure was also better than Feng Tongtong's, and her dress was very revealing, so Feng Tongtong thought that she was introducing Miss Kirikou. This little sister, do you think I paid for Kirikou? Zhao Ruyu didn't get angry at all and asked with a smiling face. Feng Tongtong said coldly, women like you know at a glance that you are for sale, wearing so little just to seduce men. No matter how pretty you look, you are still for sale. Zhao Ruyu looked at Yang Gang and said, handsome. She said I'm Kiri, would you like to have it? Seeing a superb young woman like Zhao Ruyu, he had long been enamored and stammered. Not, want to make a friend with you. Yang Gang took out his cell phone and said, can I add a WeChat? I am Yang Gang, the great son of Yang Group. Beautiful girl, you make friends with me, definitely better than with him. I definitely have the strength. Yang Gang's mouth was watering when he saw Zhao Ruyu's charming figure, and seeing her sitting on Li Tianyu's lap, he couldn't wait to rush up and kick Li Tianyu off and directly take the beauty into his arms. Feng Tongtong saw Yang Gang's obsessed expression and was furious, but she couldn't do anything about it. You're the eldest son of the Yang Group? Zhao Ruyu said daintily. Beauty knows this male? Yang Gang gloated. Since he knew his identity, it would be easier to pick her up. Zhao Ruyu continued. You want to make friends with me, so do you want to make friends between the two of us in bed for a short period of time? Or are you planning to marry me back home to make friends in the long run? As long as you are willing, beautiful woman. Tomorrow morning when the door opens we can both go to get a license, and the day after tomorrow we can hold a grand wedding. Yang Gang said as he wiped away the saliva around his mouth with his hand. Feng Tongtong's face was particularly ugly. If Yang Gang married this Kirika to his family, then what was she? Zhao Ruyu laughed. It's okay, but you have to call Yang Hongliang and ask him if he can agree to marrying me. Zhao Ruyu, into your Yang family? You're, Zhao Ruyu? Zhao Ruyu's great name, no one in the upper-class circle in Nanjiang City knows. Only Yang Gang, this douchebag has not yet seen the present. Zhao Ruyu laughed. Yes, I'm Zhao Ruyu. Are you going to marry me or pay for me? Yang Gang immediately came to his senses and said, sorry Sister Yu. This is definitely a misunderstanding. If I knew you were Sister Yu, I wouldn't dare to joke with you even if I had 100 guts. Zhao Ruyu's face sank. The dainty smile from earlier instantly disappeared, and she said coldly, you brought a shameless little see-it-all. Dare to bully my brother in my place, and also dare to blatantly pick me up? How can this misunderstanding be resolved? This. Yang Gang didn't know how to answer well for a moment. Zhao Ruyu said, Zhao Yun, you will now cancel his membership card, and all the Yang family are not allowed to enter our club again, and all activities in the future prohibit their Yang group to participate. Yang Gang was almost pissed off. It didn't matter if he cancelled his membership card. It would be a big deal if it required the Yang family to come here for all their activities. Originally, their Yang family was a third-rate family in Nanjiang City. If they couldn't participate in the activities organized by such a high-class club as Guohua, it would be the same as having no business dealings and intercourse with other families, and soon the Yang family group would be mercilessly wiped out. Yang Gang didn't hesitate at all and knelt down, crying and begging to Zhao Ruyu, Sister Yu, please forgive me once. I really don't dare anymore. Please give me another chance. Give you a chance? It's not impossible. This woman you brought in talks too stinky and just now called me a Kirikou. It's really hard to hear. Zhao Ruyu said. Yang Gang didn't even think about it. He directly jumped up and gave Feng Tongtong a smack on the mouth, scolding, see people, hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Sister Yu. Feng Tongtong was dumbfounded 13 and stunned by the beating, but when she saw Yang Gang's current fierce appearance, she could only obediently kneel down and apologize to Zhao Ruyu. I'm sorry Sister Yu. What I said just now was wrong. Please forgive me. Just now, she seemed to have humiliated my brother. Is one mouth enough? Zhao Ruyu wouldn't let Feng Tongtong off the hook so easily. Yang Gang directly grabbed Feng Tongtong's long hair and opened his big mouth left and right, beating the corners of his mouth and bleeding downwards. Li Tianyu was embarrassed. People don't do things too desperately. Things were chosen by Feng Tongtong herself. Who could blame her? Okay, Zhao Ruyu said. Yang Gang let go of Feng Tongtong and respectfully said to Zhao Ruyu, Sister Yu, are you still satisfied? You haven't apologized on my brother's side. Kneel down, Zhao Ruyu said coldly. Yang Gang glanced at Li Tianyu and hesitated for a moment, but finally knelt down and said, I'm sorry. Feng Tongtong seemed to be scared of being beaten just now and instinctively followed suit, kneeling down and saying, I'm sorry. Feng Tongtong's heart is particularly difficult. The previous Li Tianyu she was at the beck and call, never dreamed that she would one day kneel to apologize to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu looked at the man and woman in front of him, feeling that it was completely pointless to bother with this kind of person, and said indifferently, get lost. Chapter 68 A 100-year-old ginseng. Yang Gang looked up at Zhao Ruyu, who said indifferently, my brother's words are the same as mine, so you guys can get lost. Yang Gang felt as if he had retrieved a life and hurriedly ran out of the Guohua Trading Club with Feng Tongtong in a very sorry state. This matter caused Li Tianyu to have no desire to eat anymore and followed Zhao Ruyu back to her place. As usual, Li Tianyu spent another torturous night, and the next day's breakfast was still with Zhao Ruyu. After eating, Li Tianyu set up a yang gathering 8 trigrams formation inside the hall of Zhao Ruyu's villa. This kind of formation could slowly absorb yang qi. After the setup was completed, Li Tianyu didn't drive, but took a taxi to the largest medicinal herb wholesale market in Nanjiang City. The day from Zhao Ruyu's onset was getting closer and closer. Li Tianyu's Xiangong method had not yet broken through to the second style. In fact, there were already signs of a breakthrough, but it always felt like it was a little bit short. Li Tianyu had rummaged through a lot of information inside his inheritance last night, and there was a kind of elixir called Booster Dan, which could quickly boost a large amount of yuan qi value during breakthroughs. In order to quickly break through to the second style of the Xiangong technique, Li Tianyu decided to go and collect the materials for the booster pills and refine them so that he could help himself break through to the second style. Nanjiang City wholesale herb market is particularly large. What kind of herbs are there? Really fake depends on whether you know the line. Li Tianyu wandered around for half a day and collected many materials for power boosting pills, but all of these herbs had only been picked recently, and there were no old herbs of the kind that had a longer vintage. The elixir of the booster Dan needs the longer the year the better the herbs. More than 10 years of ginseng, more than 20 years of sha wu is better. The most let Li Tianyu helpless is that the main medicine of the refining of the booster Dan is best to use more than 100 years of ginseng, which he mother where to find. More than 10 years of ginseng is considered a rare thing. Li Tianyu was about to transform the medicinal herb market and didn't find several good medicinal herbs that were more than 10 years old, but there were several crooks shouting that they had ginseng that was more than 100 years old in their hands. Fooling others was fine. Li Tianyu was able to see it at a glance. There was no aura at all. How could it be 100-year-old ginseng? There are also very real herb merchants. Told Li Tianyu here are no years of good herbs. Most of the good herbs are in the major Chinese medicine stores, but the price is also a little expensive. Money is not a problem. Li Tianyu could say that he was no longer short of money now, and today, he had intentionally brought $2 million in cash just so that he could collect herbs with longer vintages. Time passed quickly. Near noon, Li Tianyu had already collected all the medicinal herbs, except for the 100-year ginseng. He has been to all the large and small Chinese medicine stores in Nanjiang City, and the best ginseng he met was only 50 years old. When Li Tianyu was fretting, he suddenly saw a Chinese medicine store called Wan Chao Tang. There were no people in the store, only a young man at the entire counter. Seeing someone come in, the young man asked very enthusiastically, "This customer, what do you need to order?" "Excuse me, do you have a 100-year-old ginseng in your store?" Li Tianyu asked. The young clerk's face immediately sank and he said coldly, "Are you here to joke with me? I'm not joking with you. I need a 100-year-old ginseng in an emergency. The price is negotiable." Li Tianyu said. The young clerk said with a face of anger, "I think you are here to deliberately find fault, but also the price of any open. I want $1 million you can get out? Also are young people. I hope you do not go around bragging about 13, okay?" Li Tianyu still came in yesterday's delivery clothes. He didn't look like a rich man in any way, and he was surely thought to be a crook. Now it is a society that looks at the line. You don't have money to say anything is false. Li Tianyu also has no intention to calculate with him, after knowing that there is no 100-years-old ginseng here either. It is ready to leave. Just at this time, an old man dressed like a farmer walked in from outside and asked, "Let me ask, do you have ginseng on hand here? You can take it, but do you have it?" The young clerk saw that the old man who came in didn't look like a rich man either, and spoke in a nonchalant manner. "Yes, I'm in a hurry to pay my old partner's hospital bill, so you give see how much you can pay for this ginseng of mine," the old man asked. After the old man finished speaking, he carefully opened a small box wrapped in rags. The young clerk opened it and cursed with her mouth open. "You old thing, you're so old, you really don't have any face at all." The old man was dumbfounded. 13. How did this young man open his mouth to scold others? And said angrily, "Young man, what right do you have to scold me? Cursing you is considered light. If hitting someone isn't against the law, I'd want to beat you up. Others who cheat people at least get a fake radish, or a broken tree root. What is this? Are you out of your mind?" The young shopkeeper shouted angrily. I, this is a good ginseng. It was picked from the White Long Mountain with great effort," the old man said. The old man looked like an old man with quality, and although he was already angry, he was still trying his best to explain, instead of opening his mouth to curse like the clerk. "Get out, get out, get out. Just dispatched a small crook. Here comes another old crook. Today is really damn unlucky. I warn you too, if you don't leave I'll call the police to arrest you," the store clerk said. The old man was still trying to argue with the clerk when Li Tianyu suddenly said, "Old man, can I take a look at your ginseng?" "See, but you have to be careful. Don't drop it on the ground and break it. The old man carefully handed it to Li Tianyu. Good guy. It can be 5 centimeters thick, the length of 16 or 17 centimeters of a flesh-colored thing. The most critical is the shape has been as a baby. No wonder just now the young clerk scolded the old man shameless. Just because this young clerk didn't understand, it didn't mean that Li Tianyu didn't understand. He could tell at a glance that this was a fine ginseng. Chinese medicine records that ginseng is the fastest and most effective thing to replenish yang qi. Many aphrodisiac effect is excellent. This kind of 100-years-old ginseng on the market is really not. Today Li Tianyu met is definitely a kind of fate. Looking at the thick form, this ginseng at least a few hundred years. Boss, where did you dig this ginseng from? Li Tianyu asked. The old man calmed his angry mood just now and said, my family has been picking medicines for generations for a living. This ginseng was dug out by me 5 years ago on Baichang Mountain. There was a very thick and long python watching around me at that time. I quietly squatted next to it for a day and a night, and watched as it went outside to find something to eat before I dug out the ginseng. The more the old man talked, the more excited he became, as if he was talking about his own glorious history, and the expression on his face when he was able to dig out this ginseng was definitely happier than winning the lottery. Chapter 69 Second Level. Boss, how much did you interrupt to sell it for? Li Tianyu asked. The old man said a little reluctantly, my partner is sick and hospitalized, in a hurry to pay the hospital fees, otherwise I would not put it out for sale. 100,000. You give me 100,000 on the line. Less a point cannot be. The old partner hospitalization needs so much money. Boss master, don't be anxious. I still have 500,000 left here. It's for preparing to buy medicinal herbs. Now I'll give it all to you. Leave the extra money for the boss lady to buy some nutritious food, and the two of you will keep it for your life. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he took out the 5 bundles of money that hadn't been unopened yet. The old man had a face of disbelief. He wanted 100,000. This kid actually took the initiative to give an extra 400,000. Boss, just feel free to take it. The money is newly withdrawn from the bank. I originally came here to look for the finest ginseng. It just so happens that you have what I need. This ginseng is also very important to me. I think it is worth this amount of money, Li Tianyu said. The old man took the money and looked at it many times, and after finally confirming that it was real money, he put it inside the bag and put it away. Young man, thank you so much. The old man left after thanking Li Tianyu with tears in his eyes. The old man thinks that his ginseng has been sold at a very high price, but he does not know that this ginseng for Li Tianyu is really unattainable good treasure. 500,000 only. 500 million Li Tianyu now cannot come out. 50 million eyes without blinking Li Tianyu also dared to buy. Several hundred years of the old ginseng. Is not the money can be measured out of the good things. After the old man left, Li Tianyu took this old ginseng. His heart couldn't be more excited. This ginseng can not only refine the power-boosting Dan, but also constantly replenish Li Tianyu's yang qi. With it there is no difficulty at all in treating Zhao Ruyu's femaline body. What a motherer can pretend. What's next for you? Are you trying to sell it to me for $600,000? The young clerk said. He could already tell that Li Tianyu and that old man were definitely in cahoots, just wanting to come and cheat the pharmacy. Li Tianyu is now in a particularly good mood, unlike in his general knowledge. Said, 600,000? You don't know anything. This is a good thing that can't be bought with money. You buy it with $60 million. You see if I sell it. I don't understand. My daily specialty is organizing all kinds of medicinal herbs. I've seen more medicinal herbs than you can eat, and I'm actually saying that I don't understand? The young clerk said disdainfully. Li Tianyu lazily ignored him and prepared to put away the old ginseng and put it away to leave. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from the inside of the house. The owner of this store, Feng Jianfeng. Ah Fu. I'm going out to run some errands. You keep an eye on it. Feng Jianfeng said. Don't worry boss. The young clerk promised cheerfully. Feng Jianfeng glanced at the old ginseng that Li Tianyu was holding as he walked. Young man, what you're holding in your hand, can I take a look? Feng Jianfeng asked with 2 glowing eyes. Sorry, it's okay to look, but it has to be placed in my hand. This old ginseng Li Tianyu would not let it be placed inside someone else's hand. It could only be looked at but not touched. Feng Jianfeng brought over a magnifying glass and looked at the old ginseng inside Li Tianyu's hand for a long time. Ah Fu was dumbfounded. 13. He had rarely seen his boss could pay so much attention to see something. It couldn't be that the thing this kid was holding was really a treasure, right? Yang Buddha Giant Ginseng. Yes, it's Yang Buddha Giant Ginseng. Looking at this character it should be a few hundred years old. It's really a great tonic good treasure. Feng Jianfeng said excitedly. I didn't realize that you are really an insightful person, boss. Li Tianyu put the old ginseng away when he finished speaking. Little old brother, can you sell this old ginseng to me? Feng Jianfeng said. I can't sell it. I have an urgent need, and as you know, this kind of thing is uncommon and very precious. Li Tianyu said. I'll offer $10 million. Feng Jianfeng could see that Li Tianyu knew the value of this old ginseng, so he did not dare to give less money. After hearing the price that his boss uttered, Ah Fu, who was standing next to him, almost didn't fall to the ground in shock. Give yourself $10 million of treasure to send in front of the front did not want 10 minutes less than the boss himself to take the initiative to sell. A mother of, cut his own life root also cannot sell so much money. Sorry boss, I can't sell it for any amount of money you offer. Li Tianyu said. $15 million. Feng Jianfeng said without giving up. Li Tianyu shook his head in disbelief. $20 million. Feng Jianfeng gritted his teeth and said, this was all the money he could get out. I'm really sorry boss, I'm using this old ginseng to save my life. It's not a matter of money, Li Tianyu explained. Li Tianyu actually received the old ginseng inside the storage space, so good treasure in case of loss can be finished. In this case, little old brother, I will give you $20 million. Will you share half of it with me? Feng Jianfeng said insistently. Li Tianyu smiled and said, boss, in fact this kind of good thing is karmic. Just now an old man came to sell this ginseng. Your clerk not only confiscated it, but also scolded the person to run away. So that means this old man is not karmic with you. Li Tianyu didn't want to waste time here. After saying that, he turned around and left. Feng Jianfeng angrily looked at Ah Fu, who was so scared that he peed. Old boss, you, listen to me explain to you. Not waiting for Ah Fu to finish his sentence, Feng Jianfeng went up and kicked, asshole with no eyes, such a good thing is just gone. Pack up and get out. The most important material has been found. Li Tianyu cannot wait. All the materials are ready. Close to find a good hotel. Gave the waiter $500. Do not disturb him for anything. Preparing everything, Li Tianyu began to refine the booster pills. The first few styles of Xin Tiangong do not need to use too high-level booster dan. So Li Tianyu just cut off a small slice of the old ginseng, but it is also enough to make his heart ache for a long time. This is a few hundred years old ginseng that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Because it was the first time to refine pills, Li Tianyu didn't have any experience to talk about, and followed all the steps inside the inheritance step by step. In about an hour or so, the aroma of herbs was everywhere inside the room, and Li Tianyu had successfully refined 10 primary booster pills on his first try. Li Tianyu took out the container bottle he had bought earlier and put in the booster dan 9 pills. This kind of booster dan that could enhance the realm was a supreme treasure for every martial artist. Li Tianyu picked up the booster dan and tried to see if he could break through to the second style now. He slowly quieted his mind and operated the first stance of the Xian Gong technique to its peak period, not hesitating at all to directly consume the booster dan. The booster dan transformed into a warm current at the entrance and directly entered inside the dantian. Li Tianyu hurriedly took advantage of this hot current and stormed towards the barrier of the breakthrough. This layer of barrier Li Tianyu has impacted countless times, but unfortunately how not broken through. But with this powerful heat flow, it feels like it is not blocked at all. I do not know when. Li Tianyu heard a wave sound. The barrier was broken through at once. Chapter 70 Chinese Dry Red. Li Tianyu had successfully broken through to the second style of the Xian Gong method. Previously, the Yuan Qi inside the Xianmen technique was as pitiful as tap water. But now there was a kind of river-like wide surge, and Li Tianyu felt that his body was obviously much stronger again, and that the human body's 6 senses were much clearer and sharper. It's possible that the yang energy is so strong that he's now hot and dry. Normal reaction. Li Tianyu can only choose to take a cold shower to cool down. Li Tianyu checked out of the hotel, feeling refreshed, and saw a tribal bar not far away, covering a large area. Li Tianyu decided to have a drink to celebrate. Today was really a wonderful day. Not only did he obtain the old ginseng that could not be encountered for 1,000 years, but he also successfully broke through to the second style of the Xian Gong technique. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the first time Li Tianyu has ever been in a bar. Ordering a red kirigami cocktail to sit in front of the bar and slowly sip it. Li Tianyu's handsome appearance, tall height exudes sunshine gas. I have to say is another beautiful scenery line in the bar. This handsome man, can you buy me a drink? At this time, the woman who came over and was dressed more fashionably sat beside Li Tianyu and said. Li Qianwu smiled politely and shook his head slightly to represent a refusal. Only from the contact with Zhao Ruyu, this kind of temptation didn't seem to have any killing power on Li Tianyu anymore. Handsome guy, don't be so petty. Okay, as long as you buy me a drink, I'll go with you tonight, the delicate-faced woman said. Li Tianyu smiled and said, I'm sorry, the money my wife gave me is only enough for me to drink alone. The petite woman looked at Li Tianyu, who was not at all understanding, and walked away after giving a cold snort. In a short while, 4 or 5 beautiful women actually came to hit on him, but they were all rejected by Li Tianyu. After draining the rest of his drink in one gulp, Li Tianyu put down 2 bills and left. Places like bars are just a so-so. The staff is in charge, not to mention that it's definitely expensive for people who don't know anyone to come here. When Li Tianyu was just about to walk out the door, Suddenly a girl ran downstairs, feeling as if she had drunk too much, and ran straight into Li Tianyu's arms. Li Tianyu hurriedly held her. This girl was obviously a little bit unconscious, constantly exerting herself to try to drill into Li Tianyu's arms, her hands uncontrollably clawing in the air, her mouth constantly shouting, "Hurry up! Save me! I can't stand it!" Already saw that the girl was not normal. Li Tianyu held her shoulders, the other hand quickly rolled over the eyes to see. The girl's eye holes are now particularly large. The sanity is not at all lucid. The mouth kept begging for help. It is obvious that it is being drugged by someone who has the intention to do so. "I can't. Fast. Fast. I want to." The girl kept on shouting. It seemed that the drug had taken effect and her will was already completely blurred. Her hands kept on messing around on Li Tianyu's body. Li Tianyu saw that the girl was underage. She shouldn't have reached her 20s yet, so he decided to treat her first. Li Tianyu took the girl and walked up. The second floor are all private rooms. "What do you do inside?" "No need to think, Li Tianyu, no." A waiter walked up quickly, looking at Li Tianyu holding a girl with an all-knowing expression. "This gentleman, are you in need of a private room?" Li Tianyu said. "Find me a private room at random." The waiter said, "I'm sorry, sir, there are a lot of guests tonight. We only have one VIP for a private room left here, offsetting 3,888. "Okay, hurry up," Li Tianyu said. He just wants to save people quickly now. Money is a small matter. The waiter led Li Tianyu into a very large private room. It looked like it could be as big as 30 to 40 square meters. The waiter knew that this gentleman did not want anyone to disturb him and obediently closed the door and left. Give it to me. Eon, give it to me." The girl's will had been completely controlled by the drug, constantly rushing towards Li Tianyu. Although the drug was very strong, but she hadn't been through the human body yet. She didn't have any experience at all, and didn't know what she should do. After Li Tianyu put the girl down, he quickly began to line up the needles. This kind of ecstasy is very strong. If you use ordinary drugs to relieve it will be very slow. Li Tianyu also don't have this kind of drugs to fight against ecstasy. Li Tianyu can only use the detoxification method to detoxify this girl, so that she can vomit out all the things. After about a few minutes of this, the girl started slumping on the couch and throwing up violently. The smell of what came out was strong. It is estimated that the girl has to vomit out all the bile. Already cannot remember how many times she vomited. Li Tianyu see half a day did not move. Bring a bottle of mineral water handed over. Better? Still want to throw up? Seeing that a bottle of water was not enough, Li Tianyu handed the girl another bottle. "It's okay. My god, I feel like throwing up everything I ate yesterday to eat it. It's so painful." Looks like the girl is okay. "Oba, were you the one who saved me just now?" The girl blinked her big watery eyes and said. Li Tianyu smiled without saying anything. "Oba, you're amazing. I was just drugged. Are you a doctor?" "Aha." Li Tianyu nodded. "Thank you, Oba," the girl said with a smile. Li Tianyu asked, "What's your name?" "Sun Shaowan." "Oba, what's your name?" the girl asked. "My name is Li Tianyu. Do you know that it's dangerous for a person to come to a place like this?" Li Tianyu asked. "It's okay. I'm an adult and today happens to be my birthday." The girl had completely regained her sanity, with a pair of big watery eyes, and at first glance, she was a girl with a very cheerful personality. "You're alone?" Li Tianyu asked. "I'm an adult now and must live to be independent," Sun Shaowan said with a smile and pride. "This kind of place, it is better for a girl to come less often in the future," Li Tianyu said. "Doesn't matter." After Sun Shaobols finished speaking, the loneliness and helplessness that flowed out of his eyes was not seen by Li Tianyu under this kind of dim lighting. "It's already late. Let me send you back," Li Tianyu said. "No, my birthday isn't over yet," Sun Shaowan said. "Why?" Li Tianyu asked. Li Tianyu didn't want to stay here anymore, but he didn't feel comfortable leaving Sun Shaowan alone here, because a girl here was still a dangerous thing after all. "Appa, why don't you accompany me to finish my birthday, okay?" Sun Shaowan said with an expectant face. Li Tianyu glanced at the time, accompanied Zhao Ruyu to bedtime is still to come and said, "Okay, but we can say goodbye. After drinking immediately go home." "Listen to you, Oba, you're so nice," Sun Shaowan said happily. "What kind of drink?" Li Tianyu asked. 82-year-old Lafitte, Sun Shaowan said casually. "Big sister, do you know how expensive this wine is? Are you punking me?" Li Tianyu said. "Oba, you have to be so stingy. How can you find a girlfriend like this?" Sun Shaowan said. "Drinking red wine is fine, but Lafitte is absolutely not. And how expensive it is not to mention. There is no real 82-year-old Lafitte here." There was no way that Li Tianyu would listen to this little brat, and directly ordered a bottle of 82-year-old Dasha brand dry red with the waiter. Chapter 71 Wigs. Domestic wine is good, affordable tastes the same, and is mostly fidelity. Li Tianyu felt that red wine of any amount of money had the same flavor. "Oba, I didn't expect you to be so petty. there won't be any girls who will like you, Sun Xiaowan complained. This kind of thing is not within the scope of your worry. Hurry up and drink. Finish drinking so that you can go home. In a while I still have very important things to do, Li Tianyu said. Something important? How important? Is it going on a date with Missy? Big handsome guy. Is your girlfriend pretty? Sun Xiaowan instantly forgot the unhappiness she had just experienced and began to turn into 100,000 reasons. Li Tianyu was embarrassed. His girlfriend Feng Tongtong had already broken up with him, and he hadn't established a relationship with Wang Dandan and Zhao Ruyu. Don't you have a girlfriend? It's not true, is it? What era is it? You're handsome and a doctor. If you were in our university, you'd be guaranteed to have more girlfriends than you can handle, Sun Xiaowan said. Sun Xiaowan said with a helpless face, Oba, if I hadn't made a poisonous oath haphazardly, I would be willing to be your girlfriend. Li Tianyu shook his head in embarrassment. Are young people so open nowadays? Just as the waiter brought the red wine in, followed by a yellow-haired delinquent youth, standing in fear at the entrance of the private room looking in, when he saw that it was Sun Xiaowan, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face and shouted, Big brother is here. This chick hid here. A man with a flat head, all tattooed with dragons and phoenixes walked in, followed by 7 or 8 minions in his wake, all of them still holding various kinds of weapons in their hands. Pinto's arm was bandaged with gauze, and the blood was still visible, presumably from a recent cut. After seeing Sun Xiaowan, Brother Pingtu cursed, "Amuse, you little cousin, you ran away after taking the medicine, and you even scratched my hand. If I don't put you on the spot today, I won't be called Brother Pingtu." As soon as Sun Xiaowan saw that it was an enemy coming to her door, she hurriedly hid behind Li Tianyu and shouted, Oba, hurry up and save me, they are the ones who drugged me. Brother Pingtu turned his head to the yellow hair beside him and asked, Didn't you say to me that this drug is purely imported? The drug is strong and long-lasting. Look at the state of this chick. Do you want to be drugged? If you dare to lie to me, see if I don't get you killed. Yellow hair hurriedly explained, Boss, how dare I lie to you? The medicine is absolutely real. I even used it last night. It's especially effective. Flathead said, Measure, you kid wouldn't dare fool me. Go pull that chick over and try feeding her some more. Yellow hair very arrogantly walked to Li Tianyu, pointed at his nose and said, My boss wants to do something here. You hurry up and get out. If you go late, you will break your dog's legs. You guys are a bit too arrogant, bro, Li Tianyu said. Sun Xiaowan gave Li Tianyu a good impression, although a little pretentious, but very naive. Such an innocent little girl. If she is scourged by this group of scum, it is estimated that in the future, it is not suicide or not, so Li Tianyu is still a good person to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Yellow hair continued to arrogantly say, We arrogant have arrogant reason. Know my boss flathead brother who is? Say it to scare you to death. I'm warning you, there are some things you can manage. There are some things you can't manage. Hurry up and get lost. Li Tianyu took a step in front of Sun Xiaowan and said, I still have to be in charge of this matter because he is my girlfriend. Sun Xiaowan froze for a moment, obediently hiding behind Li Tianyu. Hula came in so many fierce men. He a little girl cannot be afraid of it? Yellow hair said, Your girlfriend is also useless. As long as my boss looks at it, you must also hand it over. But my boss is absolutely righteous. After using it will return it to you. Ha ha. The punks in the back of the room all followed with a burst of laughter. It's really quite righteous. Have you guys borrowed your wives to play with your bosses as well? I also heard that the wives of your punks are universally available. So this thing is still true. Li Tianyu scoffed. You're ing looking for death. Brothers, waste him for me. Yellow hair led the charge with his weapon. Li Tianyu directly a whip leg. Directly whip yellow hair fly out. Li Tianyu's movements do not stop. As if the wolf into the sheep rushed into the group of punks inside the crowd. In less than 2 minutes, the group of punks were lying on the ground screaming, Oba, you are so handsome, Sun Xiaowan said as she cheered from behind. Flathead had been standing at the back watching the fun, not realizing that the people he had brought with him had all been put down so quickly, and now he was the only one left who was still standing. Ams, who the hell are you? Pinto asked. Li Tianyu said, I'm your father. You don't want to live. You know who I am. Not waiting for Pingtu brother to finish his words, Li Tianyu went up and was a big mouth. What do I care who you are? Li Tianyu, this force is very big. A slap to the flathead brother slapped to the ground. He barely stood up to Li Tianyu roared, You dare to hit me? You waste. Words again did not finish. Li Tianyu went up another big mouth. After being hit twice, Pingtu brother finally learned smart. After standing up, directly ran to the door and said, You his mothers give me wait. My big brother is Wang Kai. You wait for death. After saying harsh words turned around and ran away, afraid that Li Tianyu would go up and give him another big mouth. The group of gangsters saw their bosses running away, and quickly climbed up and quickly followed. Oba, you're amazing. Without waiting for Li Tianyu to walk back and sit down, Sun Xiaowan directly gave Li Tianyu a bear hug and quickly pecked him on the cheek. Li Tianyu didn't take it much seriously. Sun Xiaowan kissing herself was purely a child's urge to worship an idol. Oba, I didn't realize you knew martial arts? Sun Xiaowan asked with an excited face. Li Tianyu gently patted Sun Xiaowan's head and said, hurry up and go. It will not be easy if they come back later. Sun Xiaowan said, what are you afraid of? You are so powerful. Come and fight as many as you can. You say that lightly. 10 or 8 I can fight. 20 I can deal with. What if they come with more than 100 people? And you're still a little liability. There are more of them and I won't have time to take care of you. So that means hurry up and go. Li Tianyu said. Whoa, let's go then. Sun Xiaowan was surprisingly obedient this time. As she stood up and was just about to leave, she suddenly felt the heavens spinning and leaned backward and fell directly on top of the sofa. Fainting. When Sun Xiaowan fainted, the long dark yellow hair on her head divinely shed. It turned out that what she had been wearing was a wig. What made Li Tianyu feel other than that was that this hair of Sun Xiaowan was actually a short white color. It was actually not black at all. Chapter 72 Master Combatant. Li Tianyu hurriedly took Sun Xiaowan's pulse. In a short while, Li Tianyu finally knew what the situation was. This Sun Xiaowan suffered from congenital kidney failure, so her hair was white. Sun Xiaowan had just been drugged with ecstasy. Most of it had been spat out, and a small portion of it remained in her body, something that could be solved by a single pea if it was an ordinary person. But her kidney function was poor and there were still residual toxins in her body, so it caused her to faint. After knowing what the cause of the disease was, Li Tianyu took out a different set of silver needles from inside the storage space. This set of silver needles was called yin and yang needles. The human body is divided into 2 kidneys, one to replenish yang and one to replenish yin, and the yin and yang acupuncture is specialized in treating kidney deficiency. Li Tianyu hurried to Sun Xiaowan line needle, but need to lift up the clothes on her back, or pants also point down a little bit, although she has just become an adult, but I have to say that the body has been good without bounds. Through Zhao Ruyu's torture every night, Li Tianyu had already practiced the realm of a beautiful person's heart not being disturbed. He quickly stabbed the yin and yang needle into all the acupoints of Sun Xiaowan's back. Around 20 minutes or so, Li Tianyu retrieved the yin and yang needles and was just about to prepare to pull down Sun Xiaowan's clothes when this chick suddenly woke up. What are you doing? Sun Xiaoyuan rolled over and did so, using her fastest speed to put her clothes and pants in order, looking at Li Tianyu with a horrified face. Suddenly, she felt a powerful urge to urinate and rushed into the bathroom. Li Tianyu knew that the venom in Sun Xiaowan's kidneys was drained out through her bladder, so it seemed that she was already fine. After coming over for a while, Sun Xiaowan slowly walked out from the bathroom. Looking at Li Tianyu with a hostile face, she was really a bit scared. You don't need to look at me so vigilantly. If I want to do something to you, I guarantee that you won't have a chance to resist. Just now I was healing you. Otherwise you wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Li Tianyu said. After hearing this, the hostility in Sun Xiaowan's eyes slowly disappeared and she said, you saved me again just now? Your kidney failure is particularly severe, and you're not allowed to drink until the disease is cured, Li Tianyu said. After listening to Li Tianyu, Sun Xiaowan could no longer control her inner emotions, wowed and let out a loud cry. As she cried aggrievedly. Oba, the doctor told me that I can't live past the age of 19. I have just turned 18 today, so maybe I will just die one day. That's why I came to this bar today. I also haven't come to this kind of place even once. I just wanted to see what it's like inside, and I haven't drank any alcohol either. I don't want to die without even trying the taste of alcohol. Sun Xiaowan cried and said, just now you said that you can't drink if you're not cured. Then I probably won't even know what wine tastes like when I'm dying. My disease is terminal. There's no cure for it. The more Sun Xiaowan said, the louder she cried. What a poor child. Li Tianyu instantly hugged Sun Xiaowan in his arms. When Sun Xiaowan cried a little less, Li Tianyu gently patted her head and said, silly girl, who said that your terminal illness can't be cured? I can cure it. Sun Xiaowan touched her tears and said, you don't have to comfort me. My father invited many foreign experts over to me, and they all said that they can't be cured, and that they won't be able to live with all of their kidneys replaced. Li Tianyu said, are foreign doctors necessarily very good? I am much more powerful than them. Just now I have treated you once. You then matched the herbal prescription I gave you. Later I will give you acupuncture after a few times. I guarantee that I will cure you within 2 months. Oba, you won't lie to me, right? Sun Xiaowan asked in disbelief. I won't lie to you. Feel it now. Isn't it much more comfortable than before? Li Tianyu said. Sun Xiaowan began to move all over her body, hurrying to have much more strength than before, and the usual swollen calves now felt not as serious as before. Just acupuncture so once. The effect is so obvious. Sun Xiaowan believed what Li Tianyu said. I'm not going to die? I really don't have to die. Ah! Sun Xiaoyuan shouted in excitement and collapsed onto Li Tianyu's body in one go. Alright, let's hurry up and go or there will be trouble, Li Tianyu said. There's no need to leave. There's no chance left, a chilly voice said. Li Tianyu looked back, only to see the doorway walked in a man in his 30s, high not very high, but surprisingly strong. The white shirt he wore on his body are feeling fast by the muscles inside to split. Eyes are also particularly sinister. After the muscular man came in, the back followed and a lot of people. The whole private room is almost unable to fit, and there are also from the outside did not squeeze in. Li Tianyu estimated that there can probably be less than 100 people. Young man, I've heard that you're very good with your hands and have a lot of guts. You dare to touch my Wang Kai's people? Wang Kai said. Li Tianyu said, you are the Wang Kai that Ping Tu said. Looking for someone after the fight. I want to know who you are looking for in a while. Wang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, I didn't expect you kid to really have the balls. Anyone who dares to talk to me like this doesn't have a good ending. Let's see how capable you are. If you want to know how capable I am, you can try it yourself, Li Tianyu said indifferently. Wang Kai said, the young man is really arrogant. I practice free sparring, and I haven't met an opponent in so many years. Today if you can beat me, immediately leave. Absolutely no one dares to stop you. If you lose today, I will waste your limbs, and the chick behind you must also stay. Li Tianyu shook his head without saying anything. Wang Kai sneered, are you afraid? Unfortunately it's already too late. You only have one choice unless you can win against me. It's not true that I'm afraid. I don't like it when people threaten me, Li Tianyu said. At this time no one noticed. Sun Xiaowan took out her cell phone and did not know and said speech again. Everyone is concerned about this Li Tianyu and Wang Kai's duel. Young people are really crazy. I hope that you can still keep your crazy arrogance in a while, Wang Kai said. Wang Kai took his shirt off and began to move various joints on his body. Suddenly a swinging fist blasted at Li Tianyu, which was fast as lightning. A master of free sparring, where any position of the body can be used as a weapon, and both speed and strength are unmatched by normal people. Free sparring is now prevalent and is used as a basic training method, including by every country's special forces. Li Tianyu knows how awesome free sparring is and has always wanted to try how awesome it really is. Wang Kai was indeed an expert. Both his speed and strength were amazing, and a quick strike was directly blasted towards Li Tianyu's head. Chapter 73 Sudden Accident. Li Tianyu hurriedly took a step back and raised his hand to block this heavy punch from him. Wang Kai didn't stop to sweep his elbow directly to Li Tianyu's head. This move was really fast and fierce. Li Tianyu quickly crouched and easily dodged the elbow strike. Wang Kai's knee quickly lifted up and fiercely attacked Li Tianyu's face. Li Tianyu pressed hard with both hands and blocked the knee attack, using the force to take a few steps backward. Wang Kai's combination punch was particularly beautiful, fast, steady, accurate and ruthless, used to the fullest. He is indeed a master of combat. Wang Kai thought that Li Tianyu could only passively defend, and after a light laugh, he directly rushed up, lifting his leg as a foot-positive stomp straight to Li Tianyu's chest. Li Tianyu slowly made a sidestep and dodged Wang Kai's attack again. Li Tianyu's inherited Shinmen Kung Fu is a divine technique. It is too powerful than this kind of modern martial arts. The only thing he has now is that he doesn't have a whole set of attacking style and experience against the enemy. Li Tianyu didn't want to quickly knock down Wang Kai at all, but he wanted to see what kind of attacking strokes he actually has. I don't know how many rounds. Wang Kai has been actively attacking. Li Tianyu has been passively defending. Everyone thought that Wang Kai was getting the upper hand, but in fact, he didn't attack Li Tianyu even once. Sun Xiaowan had been cheering on Li Tianyu. Wang Kai let out a roar of anger, once again going towards Li Tianyu. Another perfect combination of punches. This time the coordination of his fists and legs was perfect. He just didn't want Li Tianyu to dodge his attack again. He finally forced Li Tianyu to stop dodging, and it was still a powerful counterattack. Li Tianyu reached out and directly dislodged the force of one of his heavy punches, taking the opportunity to blast Wang Kai's chest with a punch. Wang Kai felt bad and tried to close his fist in defense. How could Li Tianyu give him this chance? A quick jab, directly to his chest. Wang Kai felt as if his chest had been hit by a locomotive, and his entire body flew directly backwards. Wow, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Wang Kai could clearly feel that several bones in his chest had been broken. Without waiting for Wang Kai to react, Li Tianyu quickly rushed to his side, picked Wang Kai up with one hand, and the other hand turned his finger against his throat. If you don't want your boss to die, none of you move. Li Tianyu had long thought of a plan. As long as he knocked Wang Kai down, he grabbed him in his hands as a hostage, because there were too many of them. Not that he was worried about himself, but he was afraid that Sun Xiaowan would be in danger. Just now, Wang Kai said that as long as he beat him, he could leave. Li Tianyu will never believe what he said. This kind of social mixing, how many are the rules? Kid, hurry up and let go of our boss or I'll kill you. A small punk with a privately made shotgun in his hand aimed at Li Tianyu said. Li Tianyu wasn't scared at all and said, shoot if you can, and see if your steel balls hit inside your boss's body a little bit more. or inside my body a little bit more. The power of this kind of privately made shotgun is not very big. It is the same as the landmines built by Zhang Xiaowei's siblings in the antique store. Li Tianyu's Xiangong method of true chi protection will be able to block it. And now that he has practiced his own Xiangong method into the second style, put the gun down for me, Wang Kai shouted angrily. Not to mention whether or not Li Tianyu's finger could pierce his own throat. With him in Li Tianyu's way, the first one to fall after the gunshot would definitely be him. The punk put his gun away, and Wang Kai said, "Little brother, don't be impulsive. Something we can discuss." Li Tianyu said, "Have all of your men exit and let me lead them out of here. I'll release you once we get outside." Wang Kai said, "Absolutely not. There are more than 100 people outside, and we still have guns. Where will I put my face after you all leave? You can go, but this little girl must stay. Aren't you afraid of death?" Li Tianyu said coldly, "Who is not afraid of death? But you don't dare to kill me. Murder is a capital offense. You can't run away. Although I have a gun, it's just to scare you and force you to give your legs to be disabled. Besides, you and this chick aren't familiar with each other. You won't kill for her at all," Wang Kai said. Wang Kai looks like he is very experienced after so many years in society and wants to use heart tactics to attack Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu said, "It's true that I can't kill you, but I have 100 ways to make you disabled. And the police still can't get the evidence early. Do you believe me?" Wang Kai began to think about it. What Li Tianyu said cannot be fully believed, but also cannot not be disbelieved. Now he began to regret. He brought more than 100 people to come. There are still guns in his hands. Why did he have to go up to pretend 13? And was broken several ribs, not to mention that. And now he is actually being used as a hostage to block the front of his gun. Li Tianyu said, "If you are not in a hurry, we will wait here. A long time your bones cannot be connected. Do not blame me. They dare to move a little. I will waste you. I see who will follow a disabled boss in the future to mix." Wang Kai began to hesitate. He is really also afraid. If it is really like Li Tianyu said, he later became disabled. Who will still follow him to mix? No longer have the present scenery scene. Think about it, is really worse than death. But if you really want to let Li Tianyu go today, what about your face in the future? Time just passes a little bit. They just stand here and consume. The punks outside the door who do not dare to come in. Li Tianyu also do not dare to break out. The owner of the bar, Su Pingtian, was upstairs inside his own office, talking about life with the waiter who had come from the heart, and the two of them were already on the verge of reaching a critical moment when the door of the office was knocked. "Ams, who?" Su Pingtian was very upset. He didn't know who was so unkind as to disturb his good deed. "Boss, it's me, Lu," the security captain watching the venue, roughly shouted. "What's the matter?" Su Pingtian asked. "Boss, someone old came to smash the venue," Lu said roughly. "Can't you fix this kind of thing? What do I need you for?" Su Pingtian said. "Boss, there are just too many of them," Lu said roughly. "What the heck, no. I don't know what raising a bunch of you losers can do. Who is so bold to come to our tribal bar to smash the scene?" Su Pingtian said. "Boss, it's Wang Kai who personally brought over 100 people here, just inside the VIP room on the second floor," Lu roughly said. "What exactly is the situation?" Su Pingtian asked. "A young guy, and a chick." Looking at both of them, they don't have any background, and they don't look like rich people. "It seems like it's the first time they've come to our bar," Lu roughly said. "Alright, I already know," Su Pingtian said. "What kind of person could it be? Can Wang Kai bring so many people here? Then boss, should we bring someone over to take a look?" Lu roughly asked. Chapter 74 Reversal. Normally, whenever there is a disturbance in a bar, the bar will definitely send out someone to deal with it, or else who will come to your bar to spend money in the future. Don't worry about it for now. When they have made enough noise, they will naturally leave, Su Pingtian said. It was definitely not worth it to offend Wang Kai for the sake of two little youngsters. Lu walked downstairs after roughly agreeing. "Someone came to our bar to break up a fight?" the new waitress in Su Pingtian's arms asked. "It's okay. Who dares to come to my place to smash the place? Get dressed and go down. I'll pick you up for a barbecue after work." Su Pingtian patted her buttocks, finished putting on his clothes and walked out of the office first. He always felt uneasy in his heart, and decided that he should go and take a look in person to rest assured. In case it was one of the family's big male friends who had an accident in his bar, then he would have to be out of luck. Su Pingtian just came to the second floor, saw the corridor inside the black pressure of a piece of people, blocked in the door of the private room does not go in. He didn't even stop and went straight down to the first floor, wanting to go outside to see if there were any luxury cars. If there were, they must have been driven by the two young men. If not, he didn't bother himself. Just as he was about to push the glass door open with his hand, two bright lights shone through. The moment these two strong lights shone over, it caused Su Pingtian's eyes to directly experience a short period of blindness. When he was able to see the image in front of him clearly, his jaw directly dropped to the ground in shock. A military raptor, 5 military trucks, toppled right up to the door of his bar, and heavily armed soldiers quickly jumped down and stood at attention. There was no sound of talking, all neat and quick footsteps, but this sound brought an endless sense of oppression. 2 men came down from the back seat of the raptor. A man in a green uniform with a grim face, but the general star on his shoulder shone gold. Standing next to him was a beautiful young woman, dressed in a particularly atmospheric fashion, with the same anxious face. An officer ran to the middle-aged man and saluted before saying, "Reporting to the superiors, the first company has finished assembling. Please give your instructions." Huang Haiba, the commander of the first company, "Hurry up and get my daughter out," the middle-aged man said. "Captain Huang Lian, if anyone dares to bully our family Shawan, you'll give me the skin off his back," the young woman said, guaranteed to complete the mission. After Huang Haiba replied, he said to the rows and rows of soldiers standing neatly, "Today's mission, rescue the superior's daughter. Forward, use me in the first battle. Use me and you will win." The 100 men of the armed forces shouted, anger rising behind this loud voice. With a wave of Huang Haiba's hand, all of the armed police fighters quickly rushed inside the tribal bar. Su Pingtian was the owner of the bar, so by all rights he should have gone up and asked. However, looking at so many real guns and bullets of the armed police warriors, each person's eyes are as fierce as the god of killing, scared him froze and did not dare to ask a word. What are so many soldiers doing in their own bar? Su Pingtian thought in his heart. Saving your boss's daughter? Crap! The moment this thought came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he almost fell to the ground with his legs weak. It can't be related to this Wang Kai, right? Then he's going to be screwed today. Su Pingtian thought correctly. Sun Shaowan is the middle-aged man's daughter, the first leader of a military district in Nanjing City, Sun Jini, and the young woman standing next to her is Sun Shaowan's mother, Chen Xiaoyun. The well-trained armed police fighters quickly rushed to the second floor. Sun Jingyi and Chen Xiaoyun followed the back toward the bar inside. Su Pingtian fart ran over, a face to see a smile, said, "Leadership, hello, I'm the boss of this store. May I ask what can I help you order?" These two didn't even look at Su Pingtian and directly walked towards the second floor with quick steps. In the VIP room on the second floor, Li Tianyu was still confronting the punks at the door, and Wang Kai was still in pain in his chest, but he forced himself not to give in, feeling that going on like this for a long time was not a solution, and that Zhao Ruyu was still waiting for him to cure her. Li Tianyu opened his mouth and said, "Shaowan, hurry up and call the police." "There's no need, I called and already sent someone over," Sun Shaowan said. Wang Kai said coldly, "It's useless to call whoever you call. If I don't give the word today, no one will want to walk out of this door and obediently listen to the words of the old man, or not." Without waiting for Wang Kai to finish his harsh words, he heard a big mess outside. A bite came from the sound of many women screaming, followed by the sound of many heavy footsteps. When the more than 100 punks in the corridor saw the heavily armed police fighters with guns in their hands, they were almost scared out of their pants. Huang Haiba saw a lot of punks with weapons in their hands, and there were also people on the other side with guns, and shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle. Card, card, card." When the armed fighters heard the order, they immediately loaded all their guns. Where had this group of punks seen such a spectacular scene? Scared and hurriedly dropped the weapons in their hands, and voluntarily squatted down to hold their heads in their hands. Huang Haiba shouted for them to give up resistance and crouch facing the wall with their hands on their heads, leaving a passageway open for the corridor. "Uncle Huang, I'm in here," Sun Shaowan shouted. Li Tianyu has already loosened Wang Kai. This bastard is also very conscious of squatting in the middle of the private room, seeing that it is the troops, but also do not dare to be arrogant again. Sun Jingyi and Chen Xiaoyun walked in and said after seeing Sun Xiaoyun, "Baby, don't be afraid. Mom is here." Chen Xiaoyun pointed at Sun Shaowan and said, "You're such a disobedient child. You don't stay at home properly and run to this kind of place to fool around. You're really pissing me off." Li Tianyu looked at Chen Xiaoyan. This woman was frighteningly young and had white skin, like Sun Shaowan's eyes. They were big and beautiful, and one could definitely not tell her age from her looks alone. Sun Zhengyi, who was standing next to him, said with a serious face, "Little one, you're so unintelligent. How can you sneak into a place like this all by yourself?" Sun Xiaoyuan sneaked a glance at Sun Zhengyi. She didn't dare to reply back. It seemed that she was still afraid of her father. Chen Xiaoyan asked anxiously, "Xiaowan, you told Mom on the phone. Someone wants to rape you. Really scared Mom to death. You tell who it is." "Today my mother peeled his skin. It is a few of them to me under the drug. I have run out. They bring people to block me in this inside not let go." Sun Shaowan pointed to the yellow hair squatting in the doorway and Ping Two brother said, "Ams, dare to touch my daughter. You've eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall." Chen Xiaoyan picked up the crying handbag she was holding and started smashing it towards their heads. Although the bag is small, but a good bag is not the same. The top corner of the place has 10% of the metal. Wang Kai, Ping two brother and yellow hair. The head do not know how many big bags were smashed. The three of them who do not dare to resist. Standing next to all the real guns armed police. The slightest inadvertence a gun bye-bye, smashed half a day is considered to be relieved. The three of them thought that all of them were nothing. Chen Xiaowen suddenly gave one each, breaking the foot. Chapter 75 I am a famous Chinese medicine practitioner. Flathead is the worst one. If nothing else he should not be able to have children in his life, and marriage is a problem. During this period, Sun Jingyi asked Huang Haiba to send all of this group of punks to the Public Security Bureau. Wang Kai, Ping two brother and yellow hair. These leaders, all brought back to the army to deal with them, and sent all of them to the military court, intentionally injuring the daughter of the boss. This one is enough for them to sit through the bottom of the prison. After things were all arranged, only Li Tianyu and the three members of the Sun family remained inside the private room. Sun Jingyi asked, Xiaowan, what exactly happened? Sun Xiaowan told all the things that happened in the bar tonight and said, if it wasn't for this Oompa Loompa today, I would really be done for. Sun Jingyi extended his hand to Li Tianyu and said, I am Xiaowan's father. Sun Jingyi. Li Tianyu stretched out his hands to shake hands with Sun Jingyi and said, good day leader. My name is Li Tianyu. I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. Sun Jingyi said, there is no need to be so polite. Actually you saved our family Xiaowan. You are our family's relatives. If you don't suggest it, in the future you call me uncle. Chen Xiaowen said, yes, thank you for saving our family Xiaowan. From now on we are family. You can call me sister. Li Tianyu is really embarrassed. Sun Xiaowan's mom is also too strange. This generation is a little bit messed up. Sun Jingyi such a serious leader. How could he find such a strange daughter-in-law? Mom, don't joke. How old are you? And you still let people call you sister. Sun Xiaowan said reluctantly, it's fine. This looks like your mom. I'm young. Just call me sister. People say we're like kissing sisters. Chen Xiaowen said, that's what they said in jest. Do you believe this too? Sun Xiaowan said. Li Tianyu realized that Sun Jingyi didn't speak out to stop him, and was still watching from the sidelines with eyes full of dull smiles. What should I do if I let him call you sister? Won't this generation be messed up? Sun Xiaowan said. It's fine. Calling each other is not messy at all. Chen Xiaowen said. Then you insist that he call you sister, so I'll call him uncle. This dead girl. Are you looking forward to your mom getting old? Just can't call you sister anyway. Why can't you call me sister? Because he is my boyfriend. Quiet. The entire private room did not have any sound at all. The three of them froze after Sun Xiaowan finished her sentence. In fact, Sun Xiaowan's illness doesn't allow her to have sex with men. So when Sun Jingyi found out about it, he rushed to bring someone to rescue his daughter. After seeing the eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jingyi, Li Tianyu hurriedly explained, Uncle Sun, you mustn't misunderstand. Sun Xiaowan and I have only known each other for a few hours. It's impossible for anything to happen. Besides, she's still very small. Masayoshi-san's expression eased a bit. Sun Xiaowan reluctantly said, how am I small? Where am I not small? I am already an adult. Xiaowan, don't talk nonsense. Sun Jingyi said, but his eyes were full of intolerance and sadness for his own daughter. It was because of his own daughter's illness that she lost a lot of things that normal people do. I'm not talking nonsense. I took a poisonous oath. No matter who it is, as long as I can cure my illness, I'm willing to marry him. Sun Xiaowan said. Chen Xiaowan said, my silly daughter, you're not going crazy with the disease, are you? He is so young that he can cure you? You can't be looking at the man's handsome face and have to fall for him. Mom, please believe me. He can really cure me. Sun Xiaowan said as she held Li Tianyu's arm. I can really cure Xiaowan's illness. Li Tianyu said helplessly. Although he was able to cure Sun Xiaowan's disease, it was not for the purpose of letting her marry him. With a look of disbelief, Sun Jingyi asked, can you really cure my daughter's illness? Dad, if you don't believe me, take a look. Just now he gave me acupuncture once, and my calves are no longer puffy now. Sun Xiaowan said. After Sun Xiaowan finished speaking, she lit up her white shiny calves. The smooth skin on them did not have a trace of puffiness. Sun Jingyi excitedly grabbed Li Tianyu's arm and said, Xiaowan's disease, can you really cure it? Li Tianyu nodded without saying anything. Sun Jingyi, a rigid man, tears brushed down his eyes, and there is no shame in shedding tears for his own daughter. Uncle Sun, not only can I cure Sun Xiaowan's disease, I can also cure the disease on you, Li Tianyu said indifferently. What? How did you know that I'm also sick? Sun Jingyi asked with a horrified look on his face. I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. What Chinese medicine emphasizes the most is looking, smelling, asking and cutting, to be precise. What you are suffering from, Uncle Sun, is not a disease, but an injury. Is it getting worse lately? Li Tianyu asked. Chen Xiaowen asked. Li Tianyu, can you really cure it? No problem, let me double check. Li Tianyu made Sun Jingyi sit down and started to take his pulse. Uncle Sun, that thing inside your chest, it should be shrapnel, right? Li Tianyu asked. Yes, in the past, I was a special warrior. Once I was injured during a mission. I was injured by a grenade, because it was too close to my heart. I couldn't do surgery to take it out. Sun Jingyi said, if you trust me, Uncle Sun, I can help you take out the shrapnel and guarantee that your life is not in danger. Li Tianyu said with conviction. Sun Jingyi was originally a soldier and said without any hesitation at all, I believe you. Sun Jingyi is also no way. After so many years the shrapnel are about to kill their own life, and see their daughter so serious terminal illness Li Tianyu can cure. What they do not believe him. Since Uncle Sun trusts me, then I will personally go and treat you two tomorrow. Sun Jingyi's courage is still very admirable to Li Tianyu. He dares to believe that he is so young. If someone else would never believe it. After leaving each other's contact information and agreeing on a meeting time, several of them left the private room together. Leader, this is a little bit of my heart. Missy is in trouble with me. I'm really sorry. Su Pingtian, who had been waiting outside, said as he handed over a bank card with both hands. Without waiting for Sun Jingyi to speak, Sun Shaowan directly said, Dad, he's not a good person either. Su Pingtian almost didn't break his guts. What happened to Wang Kai and the others? He witnessed it with his own eyes. Su Pingtian hurriedly explained for himself, there's definitely some kind of misunderstanding here. I don't know Wang Kai and his gang at all. I'm just a businessman who runs a bar. At first when I was drugged by them, I looked for you security personnel, but they all refused to help. And in the end, it was Li Tianyu who saved me. Sun Shaowan said, this group of punks blocked me and Li Tianyu inside the private room. None of the security personnel came, and they didn't call the police. If Li Tianyu wasn't powerful, I might have been raped. So you're all in cahoots, Sun Shaowan said. Chapter 76 The Growth of Black Hair. Su Pingtian's heart had come up in his throat. Can't, absolutely impossible. Sun Jingyi didn't say a word. Striding towards the outside, Su Pingtian just walked after them, seeing that they had all gotten into the car, and no one took care of themselves, thinking that he could still escape. Su Pingtian celebrated. Just as the car was about to drive away, Sun Jingyi said to Huang Haiba, Captain Huang, seal this bar. Yes boss, promise to complete the mission. Huang Haiba said with a salute. Now Su Pingtian was dumbfounded. It was all over. Li Tianyu didn't let Sun Jingyi send a car to send himself, but hurriedly took a taxi back to the Duowo Trading Club. The next morning, Li Tianyu arrived in front of the sanatorium of a military district in Nanjing City. There were guards standing at the entrance. He took out his cell phone and made a call to Sun Jingyi, and in a short while, Sun Jingyi personally took Li Tianyu in. Sun Jingyi brought Li Tianyu to his temporary residence. Because old injuries always recur, he can only live inside the sanatorium for the time being. Oba, you're finally here. I've missed you. Sun Shaowan bounced over and took Li Tianyu's arm as she let him in. Sun Jingyi walked in front and Sun Shaowan followed behind with her arm around Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu didn't want to be watched by Sun Jingyi. It would be easy for people to misunderstand, as if he had come to seduce other girls. The harder Li Tianyu tried to take his arm out, the tighter Sun Shaowan wrapped her arms around him. Oba, if you always move around like this, I'll tell Dad that you took advantage of me, Sun Shaowan said mischievously. Shaowan, it's bad for you to be seen like this, Li Tianyu said. What are you afraid of? I'm your girlfriend. Isn't it normal to put your arms around me? Sun Xiaowa said indifferently. This made Li Tianyu very embarrassed. How did he become his girlfriend when he hadn't even known each other for a day? After walking inside the house, a few people casually chatted for a few moments before Li Tianyu said, Uncle Sun, should I treat you first or little one? Sun Jingyi said, it's better to treat Shaowan first. This one of mine will be fine for a while. Li Tianyu let Sun Shaowan lie down on the bed and prepare for acupuncture. But he looked back at Sun Jingyi. After all, he had to take off his clothes during acupuncture, and it wasn't very good for other men to see it. Chen Xiaowan saw Li Tianyu's meaning and said to her husband and Huang Haiba, now we have to treat Shaowan. We must not be able to wear clothes. It's not appropriate for you two big men to stand here. Li Tianyu is Shaowan's boyfriend. The two of them will get married in the future, and I'm her old lady, so the two of you can go out now. After this sentence, Li Tianyu's silver needle held in his hand almost fell to the ground. Shaowan's mother spoke too directly. This moment of effort to say that it means to get married immediately. That, Aunt Shen, I actually have a girlfriend. Li Tianyu still wanted to explain. Chen Xiaowan waved her hand and said, it doesn't matter. It's normal for you to play around when you're young. In the future, they are no match for my daughter. Just look at my daughter's looks and charming figure, all inherited from my good genes. How can they compare with my daughter? And look at your old husband's position. Li Tianyu really had a black line on his face. He might as well not have said anything just now. facing this kind of ceiling-level woman. After the two big men had gone out, Li Tianyu began to prepare to give Sun Xiaowan acupuncture. Aunt Chen, give me a hand, roll up Xiaowan's clothes, and pull down her pants a bit, so I can do acupuncture, Li Tianyu said. Xiaowan's own mother was watching from the side, so it would be inconvenient for Li Tianyu to do this kind of thing. No problem, Chen Xiaowan said and started to take off Sun Xiaowan's clothes. Lao Miang ah. People said to roll the clothes up. What are you doing throwing my clothes away? Sun Xiaowan shouted. Chen Xiaowan was also ruthless enough to directly throw Sun Xiaowan's clothes and pants to the side and said, "You child, what is so shameful about being appalled at this time? Li Tianyu isn't someone else. You're going to marry someone else in the future. Aunt Chen, there's really no need to be this real." Li Tianyu a little blushing said, "His future if not marry Sun Xiaowan, Chen Xiaowan not to play with his life? Look at the two of you, where is a bit of young man's vigor?" Chen Xiaowan said. Chen Xiaowan then said, "Shall we listen to Aunt Chen and you say, I am a very open, very able to accept the reality of a person. The two cohabiting live together are all right, but must do a good job of protection measures. Must Xiaowan her age is still small, too early to have a baby is still not very good." After hearing this, Li Tianyu almost crooked the silver needle. "Mom, don't you dare ink these here." Sun Xiaowan was all a bit shy. If it wasn't for the fact that the needle was now stuck in her body, she would have stood up and run away. In the past, Li Tianyu's acupuncture was fast and steady, but now it was slow and unsteady, and every word Chen Xiaowan said could stimulate Li Tianyu's heart. Obviously 10 minutes could be finished, but now it actually turned into half an hour, and I didn't expect Li Tianyu's palms to actually sweat, so I could see how irritating Chen Xiaowan's words were. Sun Xiaowan put on her clothes and went down to the ground to move around, and the last time the feeling was still different. This time not only was her body full of strength, but her essence felt especially abundant. She walked to the front of the mirror and looked at her rosy cheeks. Suddenly her expression froze and she just stared straight at herself inside the mirror. With a sudden squeal of excitement, he shouted, "Mom, come over here and look. This child, what's all the fuss about? Mom knows that you look pretty. That's not all because it follows me?" Chen Xiaowan said. "No, Mom, look, I've grown black hair." "Black?" Sun Xiaowan shouted excitedly. "Really? Quickly show me where it is?" Chen Xiaowan asked in amazement. Sun Xiaowan is congenital renal failure. Playing small is full of white hair. Did not grow a black hair. Sun Xiaowan pushed her short white hair upward with force. Chen Xiaowan clearly saw the very short black hair inside. Although it was very short, it was especially obvious when mixed with the white color. "It's wonderful. My daughter finally has black hair. Now you're really cured." Chen Xiaowan excitedly hugged Sun Xiaowan and shed tears of excitement. "I'm going to let Dad know." Sun Xiaowan ran straight out of the room. "Truly a blessing for our Sun family. I've decided that you're my son-in-law. Now Xiaowan's illness is completely cured, right? Aunt Chen, I really have a girlfriend." Li Tianyu wanted to explain a bit more. "I don't care about that. Just tell me about Xiaowan's illness. Is it really all healed?" Chen Xiaowan asked. Seeing that there were still teardrops on Chen Xiaowan's face, Li Tianyu was really conquered by this strange woman. She was a woman who was comparable to Zhao Ruyu. Li Tianyu was really good at being powerless in the face of these two women. Chapter 77 Experts? I can't say it's completely fine. At least it has recovered about 80%. I still need to come for acupuncture a few times to stabilize it. I'll write you a prescription now. Drink the medicine according to the ratio on it, and you'll be almost fine in a month. Li Tianyu finished speaking and started writing a prescription for Sun Xiaowan. I said son-in-law. What percent I don't understand. Just tell me if Xiaowan can live with you now? Li Tianyu's pen poked a hole right through the paper. Chen Xiaowan looked at Li Tianyu with an expectant face, just waiting for his answer. Normally there is no problem. Li Tianyu said. Alright, I know. No problem then. Chen Xiaowan said. Just at this time Sun Jingyi walked in with great strides, pulling Li Tianyu's said, Comrade Shaoli, I really don't know how to thank you well. You cured Xiaowan's disease. You are the benefactor of our Sun family. I'm originally a doctor. It's only right to treat the sick and save people. Li Tianyu said. What's with the blind politeness? Little Li will be your son-in-law from now on. Really? Chen Xiaowan said. Shall you hurry to show your old husband? I'll cook for you now. Aunt Shen's craftsmanship is especially good. Chen Xiaowan finished speaking and left directly. Li Tianyu really had a lot of pressure when facing this kind of ceiling-level woman. Then, Uncle Sun, let's get started. Li Tianyu thought about hurrying to cure Sun Zhengyi's illness so that he could bolt before Chen Xiaowan returned, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Come in, Sun Zhengyi said. From the door walked in several doctors. Walking in the forefront a middle-aged man with little hair on his head. He was the director of the sanatorium here, Zhao Daji. He said to Sun Jingyi with a smile on his face, Supervisor Sun, everyone is very concerned about your condition, and I don't know if you're still living well. If you have any requests, Just mention them and we will correct them. Sun Jingyi was the main leader of the troops, and Sun Jingyi's old man was also the founding minister of the Great Summer Kingdom, and had a very high status, so Zhao Daji had to take care of Sun Jingyi. Sun Jingyi said, Dean Zhao is so polite. I've caused you a lot of trouble by living here. Nonsense, it's our honor to have you here. Zhao Daji sidled up and introduced, this is our sanatorium's expert, Dr. Gao Feiyang. Gao Feiyang is a famous internal medicine expert in the Daxia military region, and this time he was brought here to give you a cure. Zhao Daji said, Sun Jingyi is not yet 50 years old, is already a superior. According to insiders, he will soon may be promoted to lieutenant general. Know that he now has a disease in the lungs. Zhao Daji specially find Gao Feiyang to Sun Jingyi treatment, so that in the future can follow the Sun family this big boat. But Sun Jingyi shook his head and said, I'm really sorry, someone has already cured me. Thank you for taking the trouble. As soon as this sentence was said, Zhao Daji's expression stiffened a bit. The service of the sanatorium was to arrange for the leader's food, clothing, housing, and treatment, but Sun Jingyi having his own doctor made him feel surprised. Gao Feiyang's face behind Zhao Daji sank. It could be said that no one in the military region was more skilled in medicine than him. Normally, Sun Jingyi should have curried favor with himself. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to use himself now? Dare I ask Supervisor Sun, was it that expert from Daxia who treated you? Gao Feiyang asked. If the person who came was more powerful than himself, Gao Feiyang would not say anything. Sun Jingyi turned back and pointed at Li Tianyu. It's this young man. Zhao Daji and Gao Feiyang's two faces were particularly ugly, if not for the fact that Sun Jingyi's official position was higher than the two of them. It was estimated that the two of them were both pointing to curse their mother. Could such a young man treat such a serious disease? And put the big summer session of experts do not use, clearly is looking down on people. Can you cure Superior Sun's injury? Gao Feiyang asked unconvincingly. Can. Li Tianyu said. Gao Feiyang scoffed. How do you treat it? How far can you ease the injury? Traditional Chinese medicine. Direct root cure. Li Tianyu said indifferently. Li Tianyu looked at Gao Feiyang, who was also unhappy. It was obvious that he was looking down on himself and wanted to show off his medical skills. Gao Feiyang said, it's just a bunch of nonsense. You're so young to know Chinese medicine? And do you know what kind of disease Mr. Sun is suffering from? His shrapnel was 5 centimeters away from his heart, and no matter what he did, it would have touched his heart. And can Chinese medicine do internal surgery? All Chinese medicine treatments are just tricking people into drinking tonics, and I don't know how many people have been bluffed already. Please don't slander Chinese medicine practitioners and watch your words, Li Tianyu said coldly. I'm just telling the truth. Chinese medicine just doesn't work. Gao Feiyang said. Are you a Daxia account? Li Tianyu asked. Of course it is. All 18 generations of my ancestors are Daxia people. Gao Feiyang said. That's better. Please tell me how your ancestors lived down? Did they know the techniques of Western medicine back then? Or did your 18 generations of ancestors never get sick? Li Tianyu said indifferently. You, Gao Feiyang simply couldn't pick up the words. Daxia up and down 5,000 years. Medical skills are based on Chinese medicine. To your mouth, Chinese medicine are liars. You are not afraid of your ancestors climbed out to beat you? Li Tianyu's words were so invigorating that Gao Feiyang simply had nothing to say. There's no point in lip service. I'm an expert in internal medicine, and I have my word on the medical side of things. Gao Feiyang hurriedly changed the topic and said that he was still very proud of his strong points. Alright, Dr. Gao, tell me what should be done to cure Uncle Sun's illness? Li Tianyu asked. Please address me as an expert. Gao Feiyang said arrogantly. Gao Feiyang didn't like to hear the word doctor. After so many years of people calling themselves experts, Li Tianyu laughed coldly. Expert is just a title. Healing the sick and saving people is the duty of a doctor. You are being overwhelmed by the word expert and forgetting the mission of the doctor itself. You, Gao Feiyang was once again dumbfounded by Li Tianyu. Zhao Daji realized that Gao Feiyang couldn't speak to Li Tianyu and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Expert Gao, tell everyone how our son's superior's condition is. Gao Feiyang glared at Li Tianyu and said, Kid, listen up. Today I'll let you see what an expert is. Gao Feiyang had long since seen Sun Jingyi's film and said, the shrapnel bit of Supervisor Sun is very bad, and if he is not careful, it will touch his heart, resulting in Supervisor Sun not being able to get off the operating table directly. This condition can only be treated conservatively, with medication to kill the virus and electrotherapy to control the deterioration. What was the final result of the conservative treatment? Li Tianyu asked. It can reduce the rate of progression and control the possibility of lesions. Gao Feiyang said. The end result can't be cured, right? Li Tianyu asked. That's a given. This kind of disease can't be cured by anyone. It can only let the condition ease the development. It's good to be able to control the condition in the future. Gao Feiyang said. Chapter 78 Worship. Li Tianyu said angrily. Bull *******. Is this the best outcome? Watching a patient slowly die is a doctor's incompetence. Sun Boss's shrapnel is deteriorating a little bit. The location of the shrapnel is very special. If the surgery, the patient has a 99% chance that he won't be able to get off the operating table. Gao Feiyong immediately retorted and said, "Is this the conclusion your expert gave out?" Li Tianyu had already tried his best to control the anger in his heart, pointing at Gao Feiyong's nose and cursing. "I can make Uncle Sun's body heal with Chinese medicine's methods, while you can only make people alleviate their attacks with Western medicine's methods. What are you if not a quack?" "A quack? Who are you calling a quack?" Gao Feiyong's face sank. His medical skills in the whole of Daxia didn't have a few people who were better than him. Now someone dared to say that he was a quack. How could this make him suffer? Doctors don't say how great they are if they can't save people. You go around proclaiming how brilliant your medical skills are. But in the end, if you can't cure people, what's the difference between you and a liar? Li Tianyu said coldly. Gao Feiyong angrily said, "My medical skills are certificates issued by Daxia Recognition. It's not for you, a brat with no hair growing, to question it indiscriminately. A famous specialist in internal medicine? What a joke." Li Tianyu pointed at Gao Feiyong with a sneer and said, "You haven't cured your own internal disease yet. How can you treat others? You still suffer from migraine right now, right?" "You, how did you know?" Gao Feiyong asked in surprise. "We Chinese medicine practitioners emphasize on looking, smelling, questioning, and cutting, and we can see that your illness is visible with looking." Li Tianyu said, "What can that be? Migraine can't be cured at all. It can only be relieved a little bit by medication. Although I have migraine, but it doesn't affect that I am a very good internal medicine specialist." Gao Feiyong said, "If you can't be cured, that's just because you're incompetent in Western medicine. We Chinese medicine practitioners can make you cured. The so-called migraine symptoms, is the head of the veins are wrong? You Western medicine simply cannot be poor. That's why you say it is a nerve problem. This disease, as long as the use of acupuncture to open up the veins inside, can be completely cured." Li said Tianyu. Gao Feiyong laughed up to the sky and said, "Liar, you will just brag. You cheat, the Sun Boss is still good? You don't believe what I said? If you are really that powerful or can cure me, I, Gao Feiyong, am willing to quit the medical profession from now on, and never be a doctor in my life." Gao Feiyong said, "No need. Your technique is still useful to flow, and you can still do something for the people. If I cure your migraine today, you just need to publicly apologize to the Chinese medicine practitioners on the net." Li Tianyu said. Gao Feiyong said, "Yes, if you really cure my migraine, I am willing to apologize to you Chinese medicine practitioners on various websites and newspapers." "What if you can't treat it?" Li Tianyu said. "If I can't cure it, I'll kowtow and apologize to you on the spot." Li Tianyu turned to Sun Jingyi and said, "Uncle Sun, please wait for me. Just give me 10 minutes. Sun Jingyi also wanted to see who was the best of the two of them and said, "No problem. You can treat expert Gao first. I can wait." Li Tianyu made Gao Feiyong do it and prepared to start treating him with acupuncture. More than 10 slightly longer silver needles, all of them stabbed into the large acupuncture points on Gao Feiyong's head. Li Tianyu operated the Xiangong method, injecting true qi little by little from the silver needles into his head. In less than 10 minutes, Li Tianyu retrieved all the silver needles and asked, "Dr. Gao, how do you feel now? Does your head still hurt?" Just now, Gao Feiyong's face was still very bad from the headache, but now his face was obviously much more rosy, and everyone could already see that Li Tianyu had cured his migraine. Gao Feiyong thought for a moment, stood up and bowed to Li Tianyu, saying, "Just now it was me who offended more. Please forgive me. I will keep my promise and publicly apologize to the Chinese medicine practitioners. From today onwards I will not call myself an expert anymore, and will only be an ordinary doctor who sincerely treats the common people." Li Tianyu nodded. In fact, Gao Feiyong's nature is not bad, just a little too proud. If just now he said that he would die without admitting that he was cured, Li Tianyu really did not have any way to do anything, because there is no basis for this kind of disease can be checked. Gao Feiyong continued, "Dr. Li, I have a small request. I hope you can let me watch the whole process of treating the Sun's boss. Can you?" He followed up by explaining, "I don't mean anything else, and please don't misunderstand me, because I just want to sincerely learn how you Chinese medicine practitioners do surgeries that we Western medicine practitioners are not sure of." Hearing Gao Feiyong speak so sincerely, Li Tianyu agreed to his request. Now told to prepare to cure Sun Jingyi, the current Sun Jingyi had even more faith in Li Tianyu's medical skills. Li Tianyu told Sun Jingyi to lie down and stabilized all the major points on his chest with silver needles, and the next step was to prepare to remove the shrapnel. The shrapnel is actually very easy to take out. The hardest part for Sun Yat-sen is that it can't touch the heart, but for Li Tianyu it was all trivial. He first used the guanyin hand to protect Sun Jingyi's heart, and then he used his yuan qi to shock. This shrapnel flew out directly from the front chest, and under the powerful yuan qi push, It caused the shrapnel to bounce off the roof at once. Having already controlled the various nerves in his forehead with silver needles in advance, Sun Jingyi didn't feel any pain. Li Tianyu hurriedly took out his configuration of good gold wound medicine to stop bleeding, and soon the front chest wound stopped bleeding and scarred. Li Tianyu said, "Uncle Sun, you can get up and slowly move around." Sun Jingyi slowly did up, took a deep breath, felt that the chest is not so tight, and the arms also dare to power up. Under the excitement actually punched a few times. Gao Feiyang and Zhao Daji were dumbfounded. Their jaws were almost on the ground. The disease that they thought was impossible to cure, Li Tianyu less than 10 minutes, actually cured it. How could they not believe that a Chinese medicine practitioner could be so capable? But just now they all witnessed with their own eyes that not only was Sun Zhengyi's shrapnel taken out, but his heart seemed to be fine at all. It was really an incredible medical technique maneuver. Gao Feiyang pulled Li Tianyu's arm and said, "Dr. Li, please, can you teach me how exactly you did it just now?" Li Tianyu said, "The hardest part of this kind of surgery is not touching the heart. I just use the guanyin hand to protect the heart. Taking out the shrapnel will be simple." "Dr. Li, I want to be your teacher. Is it okay to learn guanyin hand from you?" Gao Feiyang said. Chapter 79 Treatment. Gao Feiyang was convinced by Li Tianyu's hand of guanyin hand and loudly praised and shouted. This kind of medical skill was beyond his knowledge. If he also knew the guanyin hand, the improvement in his medical skills could be said to be leaps and bounds. Li Tianyu shook his head and didn't say anything, which made Gao Feiyang disappointed. But thinking about it was right. Like this kind of medical skill, how could it be casually handed over to others? Li Tianyu said, "It's not that I'm stingy not to teach you. It's because you can't learn this kind of medical skill. To be honest with you, nowadays Chinese medicine technology, it's no longer as peak as it was in the ancient period. The guanyin hand I used just now, if there are no accidents, I'm the only one in the whole of Daxia who can do it. This kind of guanyin hand has to be able to use qigong, and it's still necessary to practice martial arts from a young age. So Dr. Gao, you don't have the chance to learn it anymore." After hearing this, Gao Feiyang had a disappointed look on his face, but he still politely saluted Li Tianyu and said goodbye, turning to leave. After Gao Feiyang left, Dean Zhao Daji followed with several interns. In fact, these doctors wanted to come to learn Gao Feiyang's medical skills, but instead of learning Gao Feiyang's medical skills, they saw the divine skills of Chinese medicine technology. "Big handsome, you're amazing. Thank you for helping my dad get better." Sun Shaowan gave another bear hug, followed by a quick peck on Li Tianyu's face. Li Tianyu looked at Sun Zhengtian with an embarrassed face, meaning, "You saw it it was your daughter who took the initiative. I didn't do anything to your daughter." Sun Jingyi stood upright, saluted a very standard military salute towards Li Tianyu, and said, "Comrade Little Li, I really thank you in particular for allowing me to still be able to wear this uniform. If you hadn't cured me of my illness, I'm afraid that I would have chosen to be discharged from the army early. You are equivalent to giving me a second life, and a benefactor of our Sun family. If one day you need help, all of us in the Sun family will definitely do our best." Sun Jingyi said seriously. Li Tianyu thought that Sun Jingyi was talking about the three of them. In fact, it is not. Sun Jingyi's Sun family is a big family in Tiancheng City. The military and government have this very high status. This is Chen Xiaoan came over. After knowing that her husband's illness is cured, she was overjoyed, and looked at Li Tianyu differently. That is, the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the better she looked. Li Tianyu actually wanted to bolt, but then he was hard-pressed by Chen Xiaoan to stay for dinner. "Little Li, listen to Aunt Chen. You eat more. It's a great tonic for men." Chen Xiaoan specially fried 2 lamb cashews for Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu is really helpless. "Do I look that weak?" Li Tianyu, afraid of embarrassment, opened his mouth and said to Sun Jingyi, "Uncle Sun, I also know a little bit of feng shui physiognomy. I can see that your career path is very good. You should be able to go further soon, probably to Tiancheng City, right?" Sun Jingyi was stunned. He didn't realize that, in addition to Li Tianyu's excellent medical skills, he would actually have feng shui physiognomy. Previously, the Tendu General Military Region was trying to give himself another promotion, but because of his old injury, the order never came down. If the old injury was cured, going to work in Tendu was a certainty. "I'll be there in almost a month, and that's not still thanks to you. If I had a bad injury, there would be no way for me to do my job properly." Sun Jingyi's injuries had just been healed and he didn't dare to drink strong alcohol, so he could only toast Li Tianyu with tea instead of wine. Sun Jingyi then said, "Shao Li, you cured both Shao Wan and I. You said yourself how much this cost would be." Not waiting for Li Tianyu to speak, Chen Xiaoyun said, "Why is your brain not good at all? Your daughter is someone else's. We're already a family. Mentioning money is much more out of the ordinary." Then Chen Xiaoan said, "Son-in-law, don't worry, your old husband and I only have one daughter. so all of our family property will belong to both you and Xiaowan. Sun Xiaowan was too shy to raise her head, but she did sneak a glance at Li Tianyu, the imploring kind. Li Tianyu was then embarrassed. He really had no way at all to deal with a ceiling-level woman like Chen Xiaowan right now, and could only choose not to answer the words and eat a heavy meal of lamb's loin. Not giving anything, Sun Jingyi was still very overjoyed. He went inside the bedroom and took out a small military box. This small military box looked ordinary. Sun Jingyi took out a cell phone from it and said, "Xiao Li, this is the latest anti-bugging and anti-following center that we have developed internally. It can be used all over the world, and it can also release a jamming system. Try it." "Thank you, Uncle Sun." Li Tianyu was especially like, "This is a good thing. How much money can not buy? Look at the style, an ordinary cell phone is not much difference. Others even less known inside can have such a great function." Chen Xiaowen said, "Xiao Li, don't get that senior citizen's phone. It's not fashionable at all. It's better to eat more sheep's waste. It's good for your body." Li Tianyu put away his cell phone to eat, and he had to say that although Chen Xiaowen was odd, her cooking was delicious. After eating, Li Tianyu got up to say goodbye. Sun Xiaoyuan was reluctant and demanded that Li Tianyu should accompany her to go out and sneak around. Li Tianyu simply cannot refuse. He looked to Sun Jingyi, hoping that he can help export persuasion. But Chen Xiaoyuan directly said, "Nothing to sneak to go play. Young people look at the movie and sing are very normal. If you play too late, you do not have to come back to live directly to the hotel room on the line." Li Tianyu was really confused. 13. This mother-in-law was also too open, forcing herself to live with her daughter. But Sun Jingyi didn't export any objections. Li Tianyu could only harden his heart and take Sun Xiaowan out to sneak around. Sun Xiaowan took Li Tianyu's arm and walked outside cheerfully. "That, son-in-law, you must pay attention to safety. That what, don't forget to put it on." Chen Xiaowen shouted from behind. Li Tianyu almost fell to the ground after hearing this. Li Tianyu and the two of them had just left when Sun Jingyi said, "Is it really good for you to be so forceful? I think I heard Li Tianyu. He has a girlfriend." Chen Xiaowen said, "It's okay, as long as you're not married. There is a super mom like me, who dares to compare with my daughter. This is what I say. Li Tianyu, this child is really good. Our Xiaowan will be right to marry him." Sun Jingyi said, "I think our little Wan is still small. There is no need to be in such a hurry. You are looking at the small and mediumly. That also point to wait for our little Wan to graduate. How can I do it if I'm not in a hurry? How excellent this kid Xiaoli is. Not only is his medical skills excellent, but he's also exceptionally handsome. If I wait for Xiaowan to graduate, I guess other people's children will have been born." Chen Xiaowen said, "If it wasn't for the other Xiaoli, our Xiaowan would still be alive for a year at most. This Xiaoli is the gift prepared by the heavens for Xiaowan. If this is let go, do you think it's regrettable?" Chen Xiaowen said. Sun Jingyi said, "But I also think that our Xiaowan is too young." Chen Xiaowen said without any good humor, "Small? Back when you chased me, I was only 17. How come you didn't mind me being small?" Chapter 80. Little Master? Sun Jingyi said, "I'll listen to you in this matter." In front of his own wife, he has no authority at all as a superior. Believe me, this brat, Li Tianyu, definitely can't escape my 5 fingers mountain. Chen Xiaowen even glanced at her hand when she finished speaking. Li Tianyu suddenly sneezed. "What's going on? Such a strong body, can he still catch a cold?" Li Tianyu asked. "Xiaowan, where are we going?" "Let's go to see a program. This afternoon, Nanjiang City People's Stadium. There is a show. It seems to be Tai Chi Master Zhang Suhang to perform. Hurry up to go or time is too late." Sun Xiaowan did not know when holding 2 tickets in her hand and said, "Why do you like to watch this kind of show when you're a little girl? Shouldn't you like shopping and watching movies?" Li Tianyu asked. "I like martial arts, but it's a pity that I've been sick since I was very young and couldn't practice martial arts. Otherwise I would have been even better than you," Sun Xiaowan said. The two quickly walked out of the gate of the sanatorium, and Li Tianyu brought Sun Xiaowan to the Maserati. "Wow, Maserati Global Limited Edition. Is this car really yours?" Sun Xiaowan asked with an excited face. Li Tianyu pulled open the car door and said, "Guess what? Hurry up and get in the car. This car is so cool and the license plate is awesome." "Oba, how did you get it?" Sun Xiaowan happily looked around the car several times and talked non-stop while sitting in the car. The car was a gift for a doctor's appointment, and the license plate was from a friend. When Li Tianyu said that, he remembered Xin Xiaoran who couldn't get hold of one hand. Was he considered a friend with her? But every time they meet she says she doesn't know anyone in the future. "Oba, is it so expensive for you to see a doctor?" Sun Xiaowan sighed, but turned around and said with a smile, "No matter how expensive your consultation fee is, it's not as much as what our family gives." Seeing that Li Tianyu failed to understand, Sun Xiaowan said, "My mom can say, give me to you as a consultation fee. I'm so young and pretty and cute. Isn't it worth more than a car?" Li Tianyu had a black line on his face. So soon Sun Xiaowan inherited her mom Amu's powerful genes? Seeing that Li Tianyu didn't say anything, Sun Xiaowan took hold of Li Tianyu's right arm and said, Appa, do you dislike me? Let me get the car going first. Li Tianyu hurriedly stabilized the steering wheel. You kind of said yes? I'm now your official girlfriend. Sun Xiaowan had a smug look on her face. Li Tianyu was also helpless and didn't want to dwell on this topic, and had already made up his mind in his heart that as long as he helped her get cured, he would hurry up and escape the clutches of their mother and daughter pair. Oba, you're still really good at this, driving such a nice car, but you can't pick up a girl? Sun Xiaowan said as she looked at the beautiful interior inside the Maserati. Oba, why don't I teach you to pick up girls? If you are into fashion a little bit, drive the car to the bar Disco Dora stop. If you are into purity a little bit, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, park the car in front of the door of the university town. As long as you are willing to do so, a lot of pure girls will take the initiative to get on the car. Sun Xiaowan said. Wanda, where is your school? Li Tianyu chose to change the topic. Otherwise this chick wouldn't necessarily chat about anything in a while. I've just finished my college entrance exam, and I'm the top student in Nanjing City. Sun Xiaoyuan said with a proud face. That good? Li Tianyu didn't expect that this chick was quite powerful. So have you thought about what college you want to go to? Li Tianyu asked. Zhejiang University Buddhist College. Sun Xiaowan said. Li Tianyu hand a shiver, almost scraped into the guardrail next to him, hurriedly corrected the steering wheel and said, You a little girl, how do you think about going to Buddhism? In the beginning, both mom and dad knew that I had 1 year left to live and wanted me to study Buddhism to see if I could find hope to live. Sun Xiaowan said in a low mood. Li Tianyu thought about it. What's the use of going to how good a school when there's only 1 year left in a person's life? But it's fine now. My dad already got someone to change my volunteer letter for me yesterday. Tiandu Law School. Sun Xiaowan immediately became excited again. Li Tianyu sighed and said, You're so youthful and cute. Don't the boys in your school pursue you? There has to be they are all waiting in line, but I don't even like to talk to them, because I ship a poisonous oath. As long as whoever can cure my disease, I will marry whoever. Sun Xiaowan said. Li Tianyu smiled and said, What if the one who cures you is an old man? Or what if the other party is a woman? Sun Xiaowan said, Yeah, I haven't really thought about it that much. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. Oba, you're handsome and young. Xiaowan, to be honest, I already have a girlfriend. It's better for you to go to college without worrying about it. And there are many handsome guys inside the college. They are younger than me. Li Tianyu said. Sun Xiaowan said, No, I've already sworn a poisonous oath. And my old lady also said that it's okay for you to have a girlfriend. I have confidence in myself. If I really can't, there's still my old lady to help me out. Li Tianyu was convinced that this mother and daughter were really hard to deal with. The two of them arrived at the Nanjing City People's Stadium, and there was a large red banner stretched above the main entrance, which read Welcome Taiji Grandmaster Zhang Suhang to perform in Nanjing City. Li Tianyu frowned. Which idiot wrote this? The word patriarch, is it something that anyone would dare to call? Taiji has been prevalent for thousands of years, and since modern times there has been no one at the level of a patriarch, and I don't know whether the organizers don't understand it, or whether this Zhang Renghang is too proud of himself. Li Tianyu parked his car and brought Sun Xiaowan to the gymnasium inside. Oba, have you seen Master Zhang Renewal's short video? It's really very impressive. I don't know. Haven't seen it. You don't even know this, and you still claim to be a martial artist? Sun Xiaowan skimmed her lips and said. Li Tianyu said, Little girl, have you watched too many movies? I'm just a Chinese medicine practitioner. But Sun Xiaowan's words made Li Tianyu doubt whether this Zhang Renewal was really a high-level person or was it a scam. The two entered the gymnasium and saw a large 2-meter-high platform in the middle, which seemed to be the one Zhang Renewal used when he performed. I didn't realize that this Zhang Renewal had done such a good job of publicity that so many people actually came to see the show. Li Tianyu and Sun Xiaowan found their place to do well, not realizing that the tickets were still in the first few rows. Junior uncle? You came to see Zhang Renewal's performance too? Li Tianyu had just sat down, when he heard someone shouting at him from behind, and turned around to see that it was actually Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming from Mingwei Boxing Gym. You two are here too. Is my big brother here? Li Tianyu asked. Master, his old man is in seclusion right now, in order to break through to the peak of the yellow level, Xiao Shuai said. Sun Xiaowan asked. Looking at them, they are all older than you. Why do they still call you little master? I'm sworn brothers with their master, so they call me little master. Li Tianyu said. Then shouldn't they call me little master? Sun Xiaowan said. Chapter 81 Anytime. Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming were stunned after hearing this. They wouldn't really call this little girl Little Miss Teacher, would they? Luckily, Li Tianyu said. No fooling around. Hurry up and watch the show. In a short while of effort, the scene was a riot. Patriarch Zhang Suhang appeared. More than 20 disciples surrounded Zhang Su-hang in the center, as if the leader of a certain country was present. Zhang Renghong was less than 50 years old, but his body was a little chubby, and wearing a white fat practice suit, he looked energetic, and was indeed a bit of a patriarch. When Li Tianyu looked at Zhang Renewal seriously, he found that there was not a single bit of true qi in his body. He didn't look like an expert in any way. Could it be that the level had already reached the earth level? Zhang Renghong walked onto the stage, waved his hand to all the audience around him and said, "My name is Zhang Renghong. I started learning Taijiquan since I was a child, and I have already explored the essence of Taijiquan, and in my early 20s, I have already set up my own family and established Zhang's Taijiquan sect." Xiao Shuai in the back looked down on this Zhang Renewal and said to Li Tianyu, "Jun, your uncle. He's too shameless." Not waiting for Li Tianyu to speak, Sun Xiaowan said, "You don't understand. Zhang Renewal is now a zongsher. People do have real skills, and they have been on a CCTV program. It's really powerful." Xiao Shuai wanted to refute Sun Xiaowan's words, but he was stopped by Li Tianyu, so Xiao Shuai had to watch the show first. After Zhang Su-hang introduced himself, he started the first program right away, showing off his masterpiece, Five Fingers Mountain like everyone else. Zhang continued to let his disciple to bring a flying pigeon. Put this as a white flying pigeon on the palm of the hand. After running the gong method, slowly open the palm of the hand. The pigeon actually flapped its wings, do not fly away. "Look in magic like," Zhang Renewal said as he stroked the pigeon. "Five Finger Mountain is an invisible gong method, and I have already mastered the mysteries within. The stunt of the Five Fingers Mountain is one of the internal martial arts inside. When the flying animals flying stirrups that one time, the flying animals flying stirrups of the power to dissolve the power of the flying animals. All the flying animals cannot fly up. It feels simple, but how many people can do it? It takes a strong inner and realm to do it. Worthy of Patriarch Zhang. Truly remarkable. Patriarch Zhang is the pride of my generation of martial artists in Daxia." The people on the audience stage kept shouting. The applause didn't stop for half a day, and Sun Xiaowan's clapping was even more active. Li Tianyu was first stunned after watching this stunt of Zhang Renewal, now that his Xin Gong technique was in its second form, but he couldn't do this kind of stunt either. Was Zhang Renewal really that powerful? But how is it that there's not even a hint of true qi flowing on his body? Soon Li Tianyu found the doubt. Zhang continued in the hands of the flying pigeon. The right leg is open, want to take off state, but the left foot has been keyed together state. This is definitely not a flying pigeon normal takeoff state. Li Tianyu took a close look at Zhang Su-hang's hand and understood with a slight smile. It turned out that Zhang Su-hang had a transparent tape in his hand, which was connected to the left foot of the flying pigeon. So this flying pigeon couldn't fly up, but the audience platform was far away and there were powerful lights shining on it, so ordinary people couldn't see it at all, and only Li Tianyu could see it clearly with his wise eyes open. Now it is clear. This claimed Taiji master Zhang Su-hang is a big liar, but Li Tianyu did not intend to expose him, all as a pleasure to watch. After all, Zhang Su-hang does not harm people. When the Five Fingers Mountain had finished performing, Zhang Renewal and his disciples had already begun to prepare for the second program. Zhang Renewal stood alone in the middle of the ring. There was a disciple who was 3 or 4 meters away from him. He suddenly blasted out a fist through the air. The disciple who was originally 3 or 4 meters away from him, as if he had been hit by something, he flew directly backwards out to a distance of 5 or 6 meters. At this time, 4 disciples came on at the same time, nonetheless attacking Zhang Renewal in 4 directions at the same time, with the same spaced-out bombardment. The 4 disciples were knocked to the ground. "Oba, do you know this move of Patriarch Zhang's to hit a bull across a mountain?" Sun Xiaowan asked. Li Tianyu laughed. "I can't do that. This move should only be done by a grandmaster." Ma Huaming said, "I don't believe it, unless I'm allowed to try it myself." Li Tianyu laughed and said, "Watching a hilarious scene, why are you so serious?" But there were too few people on the scene who shared Ma Huaming's disbelief, and everyone was applauding very hard. Immediately following the third program came Zhang Renewal's solo battle against 20 disciples. Zhang Renghong stood in the middle with a relaxed face. When he saw his disciples rushing up, he just casually raised his hand and waved his hand. His disciples fell to the ground and screamed miserably, and some of them who acted a little bit more exaggeratedly directly fell to the ground not to go on the way to rushing over, and cried out in a miserable manner. Li Tianyu almost laughed out loud. Where was this a martial arts performance? This kind of performance was the same as watching a circus clown show, but he found that Sun Xiaowan looked particularly energetic and serious. He was also embarrassed to say anything more. Anyway, he is to bring children to play, accompanied by Happy is the task. The show was still going on, and just at that moment, a man in this short country's martial arts uniform came out to the ring. One of Zhang Renewal's disciples shouted, "What are you doing? Patriarch Zhang is performing. Hurry up and get out of here. It won't be easy to hurt you." Speaking in a very raw Daxia language, the dwarf nation martial artist said, "My name is Gaichiro Yamamoto, and I've come to try to challenge Grandmaster Zhang." This disciple said, "Are you sick in the head? Dare to challenge Patriarch Zhang? My master can knock you down with a single finger. There's no time to ink with you. Hurry up and get lost." Yamamoto Goichiro sneered. "Don't dare to accept my challenge? Then your Dacia's martial arts are all a lie. It's simply a bluff." Goichiro Yamamoto shouted that out loud and the crowd heard it loud and clear. Instantly the arena erupted. Where did the Eastern Devils come from? Dare to humiliate our Dacia's martial arts? Beat him to death. Zhang Zongshi, kill this ghost. Patriarch Zhang, let him know the power of our Dacia martial arts. Zhang Renewal slowly walked over and said with a haughty face, "Have you thought about challenging me?" Yamamoto Goichiro said firmly, "Yes, I heard that you are the Grandmaster of Dacia's Taijiquan. Today I will defeat you here, to show you that Dacia's Kung Fu is all a lie, and that you are not as powerful as our Dwarf Kingdom's martial arts Kung Fu. You're too cocky for a foreign devil. Zhang Zongshi, kill this ghost. Patriarch Zhang, for the glory of Dacia, beat him to death." Zhang Renewal raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and soon the scene was silent. Zhang Renewal said loudly, "I accept your challenge." The scene was abuzz. Yamamoto Goichiro said, "I'm going to go get ready now. Come back later and we'll fight to the death." Zhang Renewal said, "Any time." Chapter 82 Making a game of it. They both walked down to the ring after their appointment. What's the matter with the East Asian devils running? Wouldn't it be better to just hit them? Patriarch Zhang, just punch him to death. Presumably, some little kid got scared and went to the bathroom first for a quickie, fearing that the piss would be knocked out of him later. Everyone followed suit, and Li Tianyu didn't understand what was going on. Just at this time, suddenly a man shouted, "Patriarch Zhang fought against the dwarf country ghosts. In order to support Patriarch Zhang's victory, I, McGillivray, will open a bet for everyone's entertainment." Gambling hadn't been broken from ancient times. Hearing that there was a gambling game here in McGillivray, someone asked, "How do I play?" "I'll bet on Patriarch Zhang," McGillivray said. 1 to 5. Bet on Patriarch Zhang. 100 pays 50. Bet on Short Country Ghost. 1 to 10. 100 pays 1,000. Willing to bet. At this point someone asked, "How can we trust you? What if you lose and take the money and run?" Someone else asked, "Patriarch Zhang is guaranteed to win, so how can you afford to lose so much money?" McGillivray let the next person to open 24 black travel bag. See the people aghast. The bag inside all the cash. "Here's $5 million. I, McGillivray, am always willing to gamble. If you dare to bet, I dare to pay." After that, someone really went to see if the money inside was real or not, and after the inspection the money was really real. Everyone was relieved and they all started taking money to place their bets. "I'm betting on Master Zhang 500. I'm also betting on Grandmaster Zhang to win. 10,000. I must support Master Zhang. Bet 50,000. McGillivray's mouth couldn't close with a smile. Next to several staff members collecting money, recording, giving vouchers, a good deal of hustle and bustle. Li Tianyu and the four of them followed the fun and stood on the periphery to watch. This performance Li Tianyu could already see that it was a very clever scam. Zhang Renewal performs the program to deceive the audience. The appearance of the ghosts of the short country is to inspire the anger of the Dacia people, and McGillivray is the key to this deception. Everyone did not think much, only Li Tianyu a person see out. This Zhang Su Hang master is a pure liar. What martial arts will not be, is to play the few Taijiquan, but also for the sake of good looking only. This match Zhang Su Hang will lose no doubt. It was just said that the two men were off stage and ready to go so that McGillivray would have plenty of time to scam everyone out of their money. After thinking clearly about everything, Li Tianyu is a little angry. If Zhang Renewal sells some tickets to promote himself, teasing everyone is also even. But this belongs to the gang fraud. The main thing is that Dacia Kung Fu cannot back the dwarf country people defeated. Use this way to cheat everyone's money. Li Tianyu absolutely do not allow this kind of thing to happen. Oba, let's go and place a bet to cheer on Patriarch Zhang as well. The entire room has now bet on Patriarch Zhang to win almost $10 million. Sun Shaowan said, "How can you know how much money was bet?" Li Tianyu asked incredulously. Sun Shaowan proudly said, "Do you think I got the top prize for nothing? This kind of math is so easy. If it wasn't so chaotic here, I would have known how many people had placed bets in total. It should be starting soon. People are almost done placing bets. There aren't many people left at the place where the bets are placed." Li Tianyu and the others walked over. "I didn't bring any cash. Do you guys take checks?" Li Tianyu asked. McGillivray was ecstatic that there was now over $9 million and someone else with a check. Definitely a fat goat. It has to be collected, and as long as your check is genuine, we can collect it. "Okay, I'm here with a check for $5 million. You verify it," Li Tianyu said as he handed him a check. McGee immediately went up to the bank and called for confirmation that it could be cashed in at any time. He said with a smile on his face, "Your check is fine. How much are you going to bet? All in. Do you guys dare to take it? Li Tianyu said. Dare? Must dare to take it. As much as you bet on it. McGillivray said with a smile. Appa, you're betting too much? Sun Xiaowan said worriedly. McGillivray said, this little girl you do not understand. Zhang Zongshi is very powerful. Bet more earn more. 5 million turnover can earn 10 million. Dwarf country ghosts of the odds are high, but he simply cannot win. McGillivray took Li Tianyu's check and was ready to register. Li Tianyu said, wait a minute. I didn't say I would bet on Zongshi Zhang. I'm different from others on this one. Play with some excitement. I'm betting on the short country ghosts. As soon as Li Tianyu finished speaking, everyone's face sank. So far not a single person bet on the dwarf country ghosts to win. Mainly everyone did not think that the dwarf country ghosts would win. And the spirit of patriotic feelings, everyone cannot go to bet on the dwarf ghosts to win. Li Tianyu actually bet that the dwarf country ghosts would win, and it was still $5 million. So everyone's heart was particularly uncomfortable. This little brother, did I hear you right? McGillivray asked with a sullen face. Originally thought that Li Tianyu was a fat sheep. The accident is that he bet on the dwarf country ghosts. If you accept Li Tianyu's money, a moment Zhang continued to lose. They're 5 million in principal and just collected more than 9 million are point to lose to Li Tianyu. If Zhang Su Hang won, but collection of more than 9 million, McGillivray also point to pay out more than 5 million. Inside and outside is a loss. You heard me right, I am betting on short ghost to win. Does it mean that you can only bet on one side when you open a bet? Li Tianyu asked. McGillivray said, how can it be? You can bet as much as you want, but I have to remind you that Patriarch Zhang is bound to win. And don't you feel a suspicion of being a traitor if you are a Dasha person betting on the short ghost to win? McGillivray was trying to get Li Tianyu to bet on Trunks Zhang instead, and uttered the words traitor just to get everyone to join in attacking Li Tianyu. The result was just as he thought. There were a lot of people who started to troll Li Tianyu. This young man, how can you do such a thing? Have you no Dasha feelings at all? Young man, do you have any conscience? Are you still a Dasha person? Dogs, traitors. Sun Xiaowan pulled Li Tianyu's hand and said nervously, Oba, you can't bet on short ghost. Hurry up and switch to Zhang Zongshi. Li Tianyu smiled as if he hadn't heard anything and said, the match is about to start. It'll be too late if you don't register me. All bets on dwarf ghost to win. McGillivray had no choice. So many people watched, and could only accept Li Tianyu's $5 million bet with a hard head. After everything was done, he took the opportunity to say he was going to the bathroom and rushed backstage at the first opportunity. $5 million was the amount of money that Li Tianyu had counted on, and if he won he would win tens of millions of dollars. If Zhang Renewal and the others changed their minds and let him win by himself, Li Tianyu would have lost $5 million, and McGillivray would have lost $5 million. All is a red packet for the common people, no one to send a red packet to play. Anyway, Li Tianyu is not bad now. Li Tianyu thought that Zhang Ringhong couldn't convince that short country ghost. Just now he probed out that his realm should be almost at the yellow level soon, and that there was only a relationship of interest amongst them. Chapter 83, KO? They were actually in a partnership. That is, they each had their own agenda. Zhang Sunghang and his gang in order to cheat money, and this kid who had a good little life in order to despise the martial arts of Daxia to promote the martial arts of his own dwarf kingdom. Li Tianyu did not guess wrong. They are the partnership. Li Tianyu's 5 million bets finished. The backstage of the group of Zhang Ringhong, and the small life of the boy fell out. Inside a conference room inside the backstage, they were seated separately. Zhang Sunghang sat on the right side of the conference room. Behind him sat McGillivray and more than a dozen of his disciples. Across from him sat a middle-aged man from a short country called Yamamoto Ichiro. Behind him sat Yamamoto Guichiro and a few boys who had been having a good time for a little while. Zhang Renewal said, Mr. Yamamoto, things have changed a bit. I don't know who bet the huge sum of $5 million on Guichiro Yamamoto to win. If I lose, I need to pay out more than 20 million Daxia coins. Now I want to discuss a solution with you. Zhang Ringhong said. Ichiro Yamamoto said, Mr. Zhang, we have already signed an agreement before. As long as you cooperate with us for one show and lose the final match, our Yamamoto group will give you $5 million as a token of appreciation. There is no such sum as a bet within our agreement, and because of your greed, we are not responsible for it. Ichiro Yamamoto said, I know it's our responsibility. Right now I'm not talking to you about how to make things work out. Zhang Renewal said, what do you mean? Ichiro Yamamoto asked. Mr. Yamamoto, I have an idea. Today this match you let me win. Next time my influence will be even greater. Let's change the place. Make it a little more grand. Without waiting for Zhang Ringhong to finish his sentence, Ichiro Yamamoto said coldly, no, our warriors of the dwarf kingdom are supreme, and there is no way we will lose to you Daxia people. Zhang Ringhong begged bitterly, Mr. Yamamoto, please just help me this once, as long as we can minimize our losses. I didn't expect that young man to bet 5 million at once. Ichiro Yamamoto sneered. This matter is not negotiable. Our dwarf nation Bushido spirit will never lose. 5 million has already been paid to you, so it must be according to the agreement above. How much you pay out has nothing to do with us at all. Zhang Renewal realized that no matter how he said it, he stood up and angrily slapped the table and said, the big deal is that the match is cancelled. Ichiro Yamamoto laughed up at the sky and said, Mr. Zhang, are you teasing us dwarf nation people? I warn you, at that time when we signed the contract there are video recordings. If you dare to cancel the match, I will send the video to the net. At that time I will see what you Dacia people will think of you. The name of traitor is not memorized. Yamamoto Ichiro said. Big deal. I'll run and hide abroad. Zhang Renewal said. But Zhang Renewal clearly has no bottom line. His connections are all in Dacia. Is it that easy for a foreign country to survive? Ichiro Yamamoto said coldly. Running abroad and thinking that nothing will happen? Have you ever thought that once I send out the video, those Dacia people who placed bets can spare you? Maybe you won't even be able to leave here alive today. You'll be killed by your own people first if you don't wait to run abroad. Ichiro Yamamoto said. Zhang Renewal knew in his heart that what Ichiro Yamamoto had said was the truth, and he had nothing to say now. I'll also give you a chance. You're the Grandmaster of Taijiquan in Dacia. You can stand on the stage and defeat Yamamoto Guichiro openly and honestly, and then all your difficulties will be solved. Yamamoto Ichiro said. Patriarch Zhang, time is almost up. Pack up and get ready to go on stage. Ichiro Yamamoto finished speaking and walked out with the rest of the dwarf kingdom laughing. Master, what do we do now? McGillivray asked. Zhang Renewal said angrily, what should we do? I think you're just a pig. You can't even do math. Making the odds so high for the dwarf nation. Now can only gamble once. Hopefully I can beat Yamamoto Guichiro. If I lose, so many years of management of the reputation of the whole ruined. And then Yamamoto Ikiro hand earned money also point all right in. Zhang said. McGillivray said, don't worry master. You'll be fine. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. Don't I know what I'm capable of on my own? Zhang Renewal cursed angrily. Xiao Shui and Ma Huaming were also puzzled by Li Tianyu's approach. How could they bet $5 million on that kid who had a good little life? But they knew that their little master was very powerful, so they didn't ask much. Sun Xiaowan was then very confused, plus she was not very old. Her unhappy expression was written all over her face. Xiaowan, your face is now longer than a bonobo. Li Tianyu laughed. I don't want to talk to you traitor. Sun Xiaowan said angrily, whether I'm a traitor or not, you'll know in a moment. Li Tianyu said. Just at this time, there was a hue and cry in the arena as Patriarch Zhang Renewal walked into the ring at the same time as Guichiro Yamamoto. Patriarch Zhang will win. Patriarch Zhang will win. Patriarch Zhang will win. Slogans of cheering for Zhang Renewal had been shouted in the arena, and he himself had already thought that he was a true grandmaster, and that this bout seemed to be one. Just as everyone was shouting and cheering, the match had already begun. Although Zhang Renghong was not very good, he was really better than ordinary people. Plus he had been practicing Tai Chi for so many years, and his footsteps were still very much like those of an expert. But he seemed to have forgotten that the opposite side, Guichiro Yamamoto, was not the disciple who usually cooperated with his acting, and when the bell rang for the start of the match, Guichiro Yamamoto instantly rushed to Zhang Renghong, didn't give Zhang Renghong the slightest chance to react. Yamamoto Guichiro rushed over at the same time, is a heavy punch, hit Zhang Renghong's face door. The bridge of the nose was directly broken. The eyes of a black nose and mouth sprayed a large mouth of blood, but Yamamoto Guichiro didn't have the intention to stop. His knee was heavily pressed on Zhang Shuyang's dantian. At this moment, Zhang Shuyang was like a big shrimp, collapsed on the ground and didn't move. The match started and ended in just 10 seconds, an absolutely perfect KO match, and even counting Zhang Renewal's pose of pretending to be 13 when he first came to the ring, it only took a mere 10 seconds to end the fight. The arena was silent as Grandmaster Zhang Renghong was knocked out by the dwarf nation with a single move. Everyone could not believe what their eyes were seeing, nor could they accept this cruel reality. Right now, the only one in the gym who knew the truth was Li Tianyu, who called Xiao Shui and Ma Huaming back and told the two of them to keep an eye on the money bags. After Yamamoto Guichiro knocked Zhang Zhuhang down, he stood in the middle of the ring very proudly, stretched out his index finger and waved it in the air, and said in a very hard Dacia language, Dacia martial arts, fancy nothing, and our karate is not comparable. Chapter 84 Exposing the Scam. The entire stadium boiled over as the entire crowd stood up and hurled abuse. Is this Patriarch Chang? How did it all go to the bottom at once? Stand up and fight the little devils. AMUs. Today even if I die, I will get this Eastern devil killed. The scene was chaotic. Suddenly a figure flew out and landed directly on the ring. He is Li Tianyu. He has long known that Zhang Renghong is not the opponent of this Yamamoto Guichiro. Today they are intentionally come to cheat everyone's money, but this Yamamoto Guichiro clamored, saying that Dashia's martial arts is not as good as karate, so Li Tianyu must step in to teach them a lesson. Let them know that Kung Fu must be the most bullish 13 of Daxia. Quiet everyone, I have a few things to say. Li Tianyu enabled the Xiangong method. The sound was transmitted inside everyone's ears, which now instantly became quiet. But suddenly someone shouted, "It's him, he's the one who bet on the dwarf country ghost to win. Shoot him first." The scene hadn't been quiet for a minute, and there was chaos for once. Li Tianyu had to use his Xiangong method to shout again. Please be calm and listen to me to finish my sentence. It's not true that I bought the short country ghosts to win this thing before. That's because I've already seen that today's match is a scam, and the money that you all have bet on it will be refunded back to you in 1 point. Hearing that you can get your money back makes everyone's emotions less chaotic. Li Tianyu said, "Xiao Shui, start returning the money to everyone one by one according to the vouchers." Now the money bags are in the hands of Xiao Shui and Ma Huaming control. McGillivray at first wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the money, but did not think that someone is watching. He now can only take advantage of the chaos first slipped away. Sun Shaowan helped to check the credentials and returned as much as each person bet, and everyone was very conscious of not rioting again. Li Tianyu said, "Today's show is a scam. This Patriarch Zhang renewal is a fake. The person who opened the betting game just now and him are in cahoots, and they have also reached some sort of agreement with the dwarf nation, wanting to take advantage of everyone's patriotic plot to cheat the money out of your hands. Mind your own business and get your ass down there." When Yamamoto Guichiro heard that Li Tianyu was going to spill the beans about their plan, he directly blasted over with a heavy punch, trying to knock Li Tianyu out. Li Tianyu is not as easy to be knocked out as Zhang Rengheng. He rises up in the air as a kick in the chest of Yamamoto Guichiro. The latter and just now Zhang Rengheng performance to beat the disciple. Coincidentally Yamamoto Guichiro fell on Zhang Rengheng's side. Li Tianyu didn't even look at that short country Yamamoto Guichiro, because he was just an ordinary martial arts practitioner, nothing in Li Tianyu's eyes. Everyone saw that Li Tianyu kicked his opponent away with a single kick. The anger in everyone's heart just now was immediately gone, and they also cheered loudly for Li Tianyu. This young man is awesome. Much more awesome than that fake patriarch of whatever. Well played, young man, well played. Li Tianyu signaled for everyone to be quiet for a moment and said, "This person called Zhang Rengheng is posing as a fake patriarch. He doesn't know a bit of Daxia Kung Fu. He just knows a few sets of Taijiquan to deceive everyone. I dare say that our Daxia's true Kung Fu is the #1 in the world." Well said, lad. Everyone on the audience stage began to applaud. Someone began to ask, "This young man, you said that Zhang Renewal is a liar. Then just now he fought 20 people by himself and was sent flying without even waiting to get close. What the hell is going on here? I've come to make him explain himself to everyone." Li Tianyu grabbed Zhang Rengheng who was lying on the ground. Now he didn't look like a zoncher at all. Blood was flowing from his face. Now he could be described as being in a sorry state. Li Tianyu helped him seal a few acupoints to stop his bleeding, and said, "Explain to everyone. What's going on with you being able to send people flying from so far away? Actually it's all true. I was afraid of making a scene. I didn't dare to use my true chi. Just now if I, Zhang Su Hang, this liar, just sober, began to deceive everyone." Li Tianyu grabbed his arm hand of force. Zhang Su Hang felt the bones to be broken, hurriedly said, "Gu, I'll tell the truth. If you are not honest, I guarantee that I can crush your bones in one go." Li Tianyu said coldly. Zhang Renewal looked like he couldn't muddle through today anyhow, and said, "Just now, knocking my disciple away was all a fake. In fact, I'm not powerful. It's all just my disciple cooperating with me and acting." Someone shouted, "What happened to that flying pigeon just now? This one can't be a fake too, right? Obviously that flying pigeon just couldn't fly." Zhang Renewal said, "It's all fake. There is transparent tape on the feet of the flying pigeon, and my hand is connected. He can't fly at all. Ams, this asshole, beat him to death." The tirades rose in all directions. Zhang continued, "The face is particularly ugly. Today he is considered to be all ruined. Not only the money given by the dwarf country people are gone, his reputation will also be ruined in the future, and it is a problem to live on in the future." Li Tianyu signaled everyone not to be chaotic and said, "Everyone already knows that he is a liar on the line, so don't hit people again. After all, hitting people is now against the law." Just at this time, Yamamoto Guichiro stood up from the ground and pointed his finger at Li Tianyu and shouted, "Baga, I want to duel with you. Beat him, beat this East-Western devil to death. Let them know that our Daxia's martial arts is the most powerful." The people on the audience stage, who had just seen Li Tianyu's one kick and sent this Eastern devil flying out, now all started to cheer for Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu was also depressed. Now that he belonged to the Xian-level powerhouse, bullying this unimpressive Eastern devil was a bit of a bully. It could also be said that he wasn't really qualified to challenge himself. As Li Tianyu hesitates, Xiao Shuai has come to the ring. The money is almost refunded. Only Li Tianyu's money is left, where Ma Huaming is watching. Junior Master, it's better for me to clean up trash like him, Xiao Shuai said. Okay, don't be careless. Li Tianyu knew that Xiao Shuai's shadowless kick could easily knock out his opponent. Understood. Please rest assured. Junior Master. Handsome comes right in front of Goichiro Yamamoto, and Taneo Lee walks out of the ring to watch the action. Oba, it's me who misunderstood you, and just now said that you are a traitor. Sun Xiaowan said with embarrassment. Li Tianyu just uncovered this scam and won a small sum of money. His mood was still very good, pretending to be angry to tease this little girl, deliberately ignoring her. Oba, I'm really sorry, don't ignore me, okay? It's really not possible for me to give you a kiss, okay? It's my first kiss, Sun Xiaowan said anxiously. Li Tianyu hurriedly laughed. Just kidding, you little girl. Seeing that Li Tianyu was not angry, Sun Xiaowan hugged Li Tianyu's arm and walked towards the stands. Chapter 85 cents. In the middle of the ring, Junior stands across from Goichiro Yamamoto. The height difference between the two is a little too dramatic. Junior is 5 feet 9 inches while Goichiro Yamamoto is only 5 feet 7 inches. Everyone saw Li Tianyu walk out of the ring, but here came a tall, powerful young man who immediately started cheering up little Shuai. Beat him, you must beat him to death. Kick him until his mom doesn't even recognize him. Fight the little devil. Beat him to death. The place was once again abuzz with excitement as everyone stood up and shouted. And who are you? Goichiro Yamamoto tilted his head in defiance of the young marshal. Xiao Shuai said coldly, I am a disciple of Ming Wei Boxing Gym. The person just now was my junior uncle. Dealing with trash like you is afraid of dirtying my junior uncle's hands. I can do it alone. Yes, you'll see how good we are at karate when I beat the out of you in a little while. Yamamoto Goichiro directly assumed a karate stance, and without any nonsense, Xiao Shuai went up to a whip leg, and the speed and power of the kick was very powerful. I didn't expect this kid to progress so quickly. Li Tianyu took one look at Xiao Shuai's kicks and knew that he had already broken through to the yellow level. The last time he competed with Li Tianyu, Xiao Shuai comprehended a lot, and after that, Li Tianyu healed his injuries, so he didn't expect that a week's time would allow him to break through to the yellow level. Yamamoto Goichiro thought that Xiao Shuai was tall and had long arms. Must be a slow power player. How could he not think that he was actually a play leg? Did not wait to react. The whip leg has already arrived in front of his body. He can only choose passive defense. Xiao Shuai, the power of this kick is very him. Yamamoto Goichiro simply cannot block. Click. Yamamoto Goichiro raised arm directly by the calf kick broken. Yamamoto Goichiro chest wide open. Xiao Shuai a straight punch bombarded in his chest. A punch Yamamoto Goichiro flew out of the 5 or 6 meters away. Beautiful. Daxia Kung Fu is the best. After a brief respite of sound, there was a mountain of cheering, and the entire stadium boiled over. Ichiro Yamamoto stood on the stage and watched all this, but with no expression on his face at all. He called Shiro Yamamoto, who was beside him, over and said, You get ready to go on, and drink the medicine now. Yamamoto Shiro took out a small black bottle containing an unknown white liquid. Yamamoto Shiro drank it all in one gulp, and instantly his eyes changed to a particularly vicious look. Ichiro Yamamoto stood on the stage and shouted, Let's change and continue. Shimusai looked back and nodded in agreement, not taking advantage of the situation once he had knocked out Goichiro Yamamoto, as it wasn't a life or death match, just a knockout. Yamamoto Goichiro grudgingly got up and walked off as Yamamoto Shikaro stood across from the young marshal. Yamamoto Shiro stood across from Xiao Shuai and didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiao Shuai coldly, his eyes as if he saw the prey that was already dying. Xiao Shuai gave Yamamoto Shiro a polite hug, and when he was done, he went on the offensive. Xiao Shuai still kicked out, and Yamamoto Shiro quickly dodged out of the way, and didn't wait for Xiao Shuai to kick out a second time when Yamamoto Shiro closed in on Xiao Shuai's arms in a single bound. Xiao Shuai also had a lot of fighting experience, but he was still surprised to meet this kind of opponent, and instead of striking out and attacking, Yamamoto Shiro tangled with himself. Xiao Shuai tried to power up and shake him away, trying to distance himself from Yamamoto Shiro, but his body seemed to be like a big snake, wrapping itself around Xiao Shuai's body in a deadly fashion, and his entire body had crawled behind Xiao Shuai. Handsome is especially helpless right now, with Yamamoto Shiro and a doggy sticking to his back. Yamamoto Shiro used his soft arms to strangle Xiao Shuai's neck in a deadly grip, and no matter how much he struggled, he just couldn't break free. Gradually Xiao Shuai's eyes still rolled upwards, and his limbs fell freely without strength, and he was about to lose his life. Yamamoto Shikaru's eyes were bloodshot and red, and it felt like they no longer had the color of normal human eyes, and there was no intention of stopping. Hurry up and let go. After shouting, Li Tianyu quickly rushed towards the ring. At the same time, Yamamoto Shiro felt a burning sensation in his arm. as if this stream of heat was his nemesis, and the arm strangling Xiao Shuai unconsciously loosened. Handsome, wake up. As soon as Li Tianyu pulled out Xiao Shuai, he hurriedly inputted his true qi to quickly replenish his heart and brain with oxygen. Handsome slowly opened his eyes and took a few slow breaths, and it was no big deal. Junior Master, thank you. This guy is a little weird. Xiao Shuai was really wronged. His own strength hadn't been utilized at all, and he had given this guy a defeat. He really wasn't happy about it. It's okay, I'll take it from here. You go down and rest. Li Tianyu sent Xiao Shuai off the stage and turned back to look coldly at Yamamoto Shiro, facing the Li Tianyu in front of him. Yamamoto Shiro was still a bit scared, and the burns on his arms just now were causing him a lot of pain. Li Tianyu struck the same Taijiquan opening gesture as Zhang Shenyang and said coldly, "Now I'll be your opponent." Yamamoto Shiro held back the fear in his heart and shook his soft body, attacking towards Li Tianyu. Just after exchanging a few moves, Yamamoto Shiro realized that Li Tianyu's Taijiquan was not the same as Zhang Xuanyang's, and that Li Tianyu was the one who had truly mastered the mysteries of Taijiquan. No matter how Yamamoto Shiro attacked, he felt particularly powerless, and there was no way to get as close to Xiao Shuai as he could, so to speak, because he couldn't touch Li Tianyu's body. Instantly exchanging more than 20 moves, Li Tianyu had completely grasped all of his routines. Yamamoto Shiro didn't have any attack power at all, and he wasn't a yellow-level martial artist. It was that he took advantage of the fact that his body was softer than normal people, and Xiao Shuai didn't pay attention for a moment, and only then did he succeed in his sneak attack. Already knowing what was going on, Li Tianyu no longer wasted any more time with Yamamoto Shiro and thrust a flat palm at Yamamoto Shiro's chest. He was still trying to swim and slide away in front of Li Tianyu's palm when suddenly a hot current instantly entered inside his body. With yang to overcome yin, Yamamoto Shiro was suppressed to death by Li Tianyu. A palm of the connection to the Yamamoto Shiro spat blood and fell to the ground. Ichiro Yamamoto stood at the bottom of the stage and shouted, "We concede defeat and will fight again when we have the chance." Rushing to have someone carry Yamamoto Shiro down, he didn't even stop and left the gym directly. We won. This is the real Taijiquan of our Daxia. Young man is awesome. You are the true patriarch. Yes, really Taijiquan patriarch. The gymnasium started to boil again, and everyone's enthusiasm for Daxia was all fired up. Li Tianyu took Sun Xiaowan and hurriedly left the gymnasium. If he didn't go, there was a possibility that he would be surrounded to take photos and pictures. It might be really troublesome. Don't worry about the money. You have Xiao Shuai and Manhwa to bring it back. Several people came to the parking lot. Li Tianyu opened the bag containing money. No one gave Xiao Shuai and Manhwa a bundle. The bank standard a bundle of 100,000. Chapter 86. Can it still be like this? It's been hard on you two today. Take it and buy your brothers a drink. Come to me if you're short of money later. Thank you, Junior Master, the two said in unison, smilingly taking the money over. Sun Xiaowan's childish personality came up, and realizing that there was none for her, she hurriedly asked Li Tianyu, "Oba, why don't you give it to me?" Xiao Shuai joked. "You didn't seem to help much just now, did you?" Ma Huaming also said, "And it seems that someone said that Junior Master is a traitor. Did you hear who said that? You guys. Then I want it too." Sun Xiaowan pouted and shook Li Tianyu's arm vigorously. Yes, all of them." Li Tianyu also shared a bundle with Sun Xiaowan. Li Tianyu pretended to put the money inside the trunk, but had actually received it inside the storage space. "Junior Master, that Yamamoto Shiro just now, what the hell is going on? I feel like his kung fu is a bit weird." Xiao Shuai was particularly aggravated just now, and he kept wanting to ask what was going on. Li Tianyu said, "Yamamoto Shiro does have a problem, as if his body has no bones, but it gives me a feeling as if it's not any martial arts, but he was born with this kind of system. Anyway, in the future, when you meet this kind of opponent, you can only pay more attention to it by yourself. As long as you keep him from getting close to you, he's not a match for you." Li Tianyu took out a small jade bottle and said, "Take this booster Dan back to my big brother. This can help him break through the yellow level. This medicine is especially precious. Be careful at all." Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming both knew the power of Booster Dan, and their eyes glowed greatly. Ma Huaming said with a pleading face, "Junior Master, are there any more booster pills? I'm now on the verge of being a yellow-ranked martial artist, but I haven't been able to make a breakthrough. Can you give me one?" "Junior Master, I want it too," Xiao Shuai said. "Little Shuai, haven't you already broken through to the yellow level?" Ma Huaming was afraid that he would snatch his Booster Dan. Xiao Shuai said, "I'm at the yellow level now, but won't I point to use it when I rush to the Shin level? I'll prepare first." Ma Huaming said anxiously. "No, you wait first. Let me break through the yellow level first. Okay, one for each, don't argue." The two of them called themselves little uncle so kindly, so Li Tianyu took it as a meeting gift for the two of them. "Oppa, they're fighting over something. Let's see." Sun Xiaowan snatched, with one hand, The booster Dan that Li Tianyu was going to give to the two of them. Little girl, this is ours, Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming shouted at the same time. If it wasn't for Sun Xiaowan's young age, these two would have made a move to go up and grab it. Sun Xiaowan grabbed two small medicine bottles in her hands and looked at the two of them like ants on a hot pan and teased. Do you want it? Well, and it was supposed to be ours, right? Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming both nodded their heads vigorously in agreement. When the money was divided just now, you guys said that I didn't contribute? Sun Xiaowan said. No. The two shook their heads like rattles. Little auntie, please give us back our stuff. Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming sent the money to Sun Xiaowan and begged bitterly. These two small bottles, the things contained inside, are they so important? Sun Xiaowan asked curiously. Right. Both of them are about to cry with anxiety. Money is important, but Booster Dan is even more important for martial artists. Not to mention 100,000 dasha coins. If there is money, 1 million, 10 million won't even blink an eye. But I don't need money now, Sun Xiaowan said as she held two small pill bottles. Little auntie, what do you want? Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming asked anxiously. Auntie's name is too old. You guys call my appa Little Master. Then you should call me Little Master. If not, I won't give you the little pill bottles, Sun Xiaowan said threateningly. This, Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming didn't really dare to call out. They could only look at Li Tianyu with a rescuing look. There was nothing Li Tianyu could do about Sun Xiaowan, so he could only spread his two hands outward. Sun Xiaowan stared with wide eyes and said, if you guys don't want to scream, I'll eat what's inside right now, and I'll have a taste. She opened the lid of the small pill bottle when she finished. Junior Master, Ma Huaming hurriedly called out, as he hadn't been able to break through the yellow level yet. Sun Xiaowan said with a smile, so good. In the future you have to promise that you will call me that when you see me. Can you promise? It can be guaranteed, Ma Huaming said accusingly. Here you go. Sun Xiaowan handed Ma Huaming a small pill bottle, and the bastard hid it inside his clothes at once, fearing that Xiao Shuai would snatch it away. Just because Xiao Shuai doesn't dare to rob Sun Xiaowan doesn't mean he doesn't dare to rob Ma Huaming. It's your turn, call or not? Sun Xiaowan asked. Little Master Mother, Small Shuai helplessly called out. This little girl piece is really anything to do out, if not called really be eaten by her on the end. Not being a martial artist, it was possible to die on the spot after eating the booster Dan. Sun Xiaowan smiled and threw the small pill bottle to Xiao Shuai. After Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming took the booster Dan, they directly said goodbye to Li Tianyu and then ran away. The two of them were afraid that Sun Xiaowan would play any more tricks out. Seeing the two of them run out a long way, Li Tianyu and Sun Xiaowan both got into the car as well. Oba, where are we going to play now? Sun Xiaowan said with an excited face. Still in the mood to play? I'm going to send you home, Li Tianyu said. No, it's not dark yet. Don't you like being with me? Sun Xiaowan said aggressively, just when Li Tianyu didn't know how to deal with Sun Xiaowan. Suddenly the phone rang, and at a glance it was Wang Dandan calling. As soon as Li Tianyu connected, an angry business came from inside the phone. Li Tianyu, hurry up and get back here. Tomorrow our nutritional kanji store will open. Come back immediately. Li Tianyu was so scared that he almost dropped his cell phone on the floor and asked in a small voice, is it opening tomorrow? He is also really vain. This big boss when the big boss is indeed a little excessive. His own restaurant when to open do not know. Li Tianyu, do you still want this hotel? Wang Dandan was really angry. Li Tianyu couldn't see anyone every day now, no matter if it was dark or daytime. Two, Li Tianyu said with a compensatory smile. He didn't dare to provoke Wang Dandan now. Oba, is she your girlfriend? Sun Xiaowan asked in a small voice. Li Tianyu nodded his head as a kind of agreement. Sun Xiaowan suddenly snatched the phone in one go and said, hello this sister, my name is Sun Xiaowan. Xiaowan, don't mess around. Li Tianyu was afraid that Sun Xiaowan would talk nonsense, and Wang Dandan was already angry now. Sun Xiaoyuan didn't care so much, took her cell phone and directly got off the car to chat. Li Tianyu was a black line on his face. There was no way but to wait quietly, calculating in his heart how he could make Wang Dandan dissipate his anger. I didn't expect to actually wait for most of an hour. Sun Xiaowan returned to the car cheerfully. Okay Sister Dandan, I'll make sure I get over there tomorrow. Chapter 87 Opening. After Sun Xiaowan finished speaking, she returned the phone right back to Li Tianyu, who slowly put the phone to his ear, fearing that Wang Dandan's one angry roar would shatter his ears. Now take Wanda home first, before going back inside the store. Drive slowly on the way. It's okay? That tone is normal? Hang up the phone after that. What's the situation? Sun Xiaowan, this chick has two tricks. This will be Wang Dandan to set up. Li Tianyu, a face of disbelief, to ask Sun Xiaowan, what exactly did you say? Sun Xiaowan said with a proud face, what's between us girls? You stinky men pry less. Li Tianyu was defeated and could only send Sun Xiaowan home first, then drove back to the hotel himself. Outside the suburb of Nanjing City, there was a very large factory building with a very large sign at the entrance that read Yamamoto Drug Research Base. Inside the factory there was a basement where Ichiro Yamamoto was kneeling on the floor, and sitting across from him was his own older brother, Kumase Yamamoto. How was the bout today? Was it effective? Kumase Yamamoto asked. Not very well. The humiliation of Dasha's kung fu didn't work, but our medicine was successfully tested. Ichiro Yamamoto said. Is that so? What the hell is going on? Doesn't that Taiji master Zhang Renghong not know martial arts? Can't you all defeat such an invalid? Yamamoto Kumase asked. There was no surprise in defeating Zhang Renghong, but out of nowhere a young man appeared. This one was a bit tricky, kicking Yamamoto Goichiro off his feet and defeating Yamamoto Shiro, who had finished his medication. Kumase Yamamoto said, Is our verified stimulant bad? Ichiro Yamamoto explained. The stimulant worked very well. There was a martial artist from the Mingwei Kung Fu Gym at that time, who was subdued by a move of Shiro Yamamoto, and almost strangled the man to death. Suddenly the young man stepped in on the martial artist, and they called that young man Junior Master. Yamamoto Kumamasa said, So, this stimulant source is not enough to play the battle enhancement. It seems that we have to combine the genetic elements and stimulants together again, so that we can create a group of top fighters, but we'll need a lot of live human bodies, and I'm worried that one of the Dasha departments will notice. Ichiro Yamamoto said worriedly. Yamamoto Kumasa said, This is your problem. Figure it out yourself. There are so many cities in Dasha. A few less people are still fine. Hi, I'm on it. Ichiro Yamamoto finished, got up and walked out of the room. After Li Tianyu returned to the hotel, he told Wang Dandan work until late, in order to open tomorrow lively. Li Tianyu informed the only few friends to come to support the scene. Early the next morning, Dandan medicinal porridge opened smoothly. The name as Wang Dandan came up with himself. Previously, the Five Flavors restaurant belonged to the mid-range consumer group, and now since it has been changed into a medicinal porridge, Li Tianyu and Wang Dandan finished their discussion and directly made it into a high-end consumer group. The medicinal porridge made by himself. Li Tianyu is definitely my confidence. His ingredients and production is absolutely no problem. The main there is also true qi mixed in it, is the secret method that others do not have. Most of the modern people are sick. 9 out of 10 people have a disease. Medicinal kanji price is a little more expensive, but can really cure the disease to save lives. The business want to not fire cannot be. The two of them, Li Tianyu and Wang Dandan, obediently stood in front of the door of the medicinal kanji and greeted every customer as they entered. The two had just stood still for a short while when there was a man in a blue suit, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand, walking towards the two of them in high spirits. Li Tianyu didn't recognize this person and knew at a glance that he wasn't here to eat. Whispering to Wang Dandan, Pursuing you? Wang Dandan nodded a little without saying anything, but after seeing this person, her face, which was originally joyful, instantly became cold. Wearing a blue suit man, is Nanjing City University inside the Nanjing one of the 4 great talents of Wang Junkai? His family in Nanjing City, a small force, and Wang Dandan is a university. In school has been pursuing her. I did not expect that today actually chased to the medicinal porridge store too. Dandan, you don't know how hard I looked for you. Wang Junkai reached out and then handed the roses to Wang Dandan and said, Dandan, this is specially prepared for you. Wang Dandan took the flower and threw it back inside the trash can next to her. Wang Junkai's face sank, but all of a sudden he said with a smile on his face again, Dandan, don't make a scene. I've been chasing you for such a long time. Can't you see that I'm sincere to you? Wang Dandan said coldly, Please save your true heart for the girl who had an abortion for you. Wang Junkai's smile froze, and with an embarrassed face, he said, Dandan, how can they be compared to you? I am absolutely sincere to you. Wang Dandan pulled over Li Tianyu and said, Wang Junkai, did you see that? I already have a boyfriend. Please don't pester me in the future. Wang Junkai said with a heavy face, Dandan, what are you getting out of this waiter? Are you just going to work here as a waiter for the rest of your life? Li Tianyu's brows frowned, really looking down on people. This kid is really arrogant. Wang Dandan said, What I am has nothing to do with you, and my boyfriend is not a waiter, and I'm not a waitress. Li Tianyu is the owner of this store, and I'm the boss lady here. Wang Junkai scoffed, What's so great about opening a crappy restaurant? Do you really think you're a character? He turned his head to Li Tianyu and said, Wang Dandan is destined to be my woman. I advise you to quit for me obediently. Li Tianyu glanced at Wang Dandan and thought in his heart, This dilettante, where did you recruit it from? Who are you? Li Tianyu said indifferently. Wang Junkai said with incomparable arrogance, I am the eldest son of the Wang family, rich and powerful. If you piss me off, believe it or not, a phone call will make your hotel close. Li Tianyu really didn't want to ink with this douchebag and said coldly, Today is the first day my medicinal kanji opens. I don't want to cause trouble. hurry up and go away. Wang Junkai sneered. I didn't expect you kid to be quite mad. You really don't know the power of this gongzi. It's not impossible to let me go. You let Wang Dandan go with me. Wang Dandan said. Wang Junkai, are you sick? Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our business. Wang Junkai face changed greatly. Just now the image of Benjamin Gongzi is completely gone. A hideous face said. Ams, you a sea people, but also really take you as a dish. My patience has a limit. The old man must be on you today. Otherwise you always pretend in front of the old man. Wang Junkai finished saying that he was going to pull Wang Dandan away. Li Tianyu gently pushed Wang Junkai. This two-bit actually backward 5 or 6 meters away. Barfton sat on the ground with a butt. Li Tianyu's face sank as he said, don't force me to make a move on you. It's not too late for you to roll. You poor bastard. How dare you hit me with your hands. I think you don't want to live. Chapter 88. It's done. Wang Junkai grew up so big no one dared to touch him. Stood up and clenched his fists to cover Li Tianyu's face and smashed it. Li Tianyu frowned and kicked Wang Junkai's brand new suit. The standard 4-2 shoe prints, presented on his chest. Wang Junkai flew straight out this time, and rolled backward a good 4 or 5 meters after landing. Li Tianyu said coldly, today my medicinal kanji opens. If you don't want to find bad luck, hurry up and get as far away as you can. Wang Junkai reluctantly climbed up from the ground and said with an angry face, good you little bastard, actually really dare to hit me. You wait for me, if I let you open your business today, I'll take your surname. Li Tianyu laughed. Sorry, I don't need a son right now, hurry up and get lost. Wang Junkai gave Li Tianyu a vicious look and turned around to leave in large strides. Wang Dandan said with a worried face, Tianyu, Wang Junkai's family is very rich, it's better for us to stay out of trouble. Li Tianyu said with a disinterested face, don't worry, no one can harm you with me around. Just after Wang Junkai was driven away, Sun Mingwei came with Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming. Li Tianyu greeted him with a smile and said, welcome big brother to the show. Sun Mingwei laughed, we are all our own people, we must be the first to come and support the scene. I wish old brother a prosperous opening and good fortune. After saying that, Sun Mingwei took out a large red envelope from his bag and handed it to Li Tianyu. Thank you big brother. Li Tianyu is not polite at all, and after receiving the red envelope, he directly handed it to Wang Dandan, who was standing next to him. Is this a younger sibling? Sun Mingwei asked. Wang Dandan's face brushed red. She looked at Li Tianyu in embarrassment. Because the relationship between the two of them, outsiders were still unaware of it. Li Tianyu laughed. Brother Sun, she is my girlfriend Wang Dandan. He also said to Wang Dandan, this is my befriended brother Sun, who is now the owner of the Mingwei boxing gym. Wang Dandan hurriedly greeted Sun Mingwei. During this time Li Tianyu realized that Sun Mingwei had obviously changed a bit from before, and had the aura of a Xian level expert. Here, I would like to congratulate big brother on his promotion. Sun Mingwei shook Li Tianyu's hand and said thankfully, what a thing to say. If it wasn't for the fact that you, old brother, helped me heal my injuries and sent me booster pills yesterday, otherwise how could I have broken through to the Xian level? Junior master, look at me, I'm now at the yellow level as well. Ma Huaming, who was next to him, said happily. He went back yesterday and used the bottleneck that he had broken through with the booster pills to officially become a yellow-ranked martial artist. Li Tianyu configured the booster pills for his own use in cultivating Xian level techniques. It was really a waste to let him eat booster pills to break through the yellow level. Li Tianyu asked Wang Dandan to take Sun Mingwei to drink tea inside the office, leaving Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming behind to pick up the guests. The second person who came today was the development zone steward, Lu Xiangdong. Lu Xiangdong is admiring Li Tianyu. If not for Li Tianyu's help, he would not have today's position. Knowing that Li Tianyu opens today, he must come early to congratulate. He was a clean official and did not give Li Tianyu a red envelope, but he wrote a word with his own hand, and Li Tianyu opened it and saw that it was written in 4 big words, prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Lu, you've really gone to a lot of trouble. Li Tianyu forwarded to Wang Dandan. Handing over time must make a larger picture frame. Hang these 4 words in an obvious place. The development zone a hand personally written words definitely has a special meaning. Kissing brother, we're here too. Without waiting for Li Tianyu to invite Lu Xiangdong inside for tea, Ouyang Feng and Shangguan Xiaoyan also arrived, with Shangguan Yunju following the 2 of them. The 3 of them were each a big red packet, and Li Tianyu gave them all to Wang Dandan. Wang Dandan hand holding 4 large red packets, but as if there is nothing inside, she thought in her heart, Li Tianyu, this are what friends. Everyone looks very rich look, but none of the red packets are thick. Wang Dandan secretly find a place where no one open to see what is inside. Take out a look dumbfounded. For red packets inside no cash or checks, add up to 10 million. Not waiting for the guests to come to the door to consume, all of a sudden collected $10 million. Wang Dandan, who had never seen anything in the world, almost did not faint from laughter. Lu Xiangdong saw Shangguan Qiuyang and Shangguan Yunju secretly surprised. This is a handful of leaders in Nanjing City, his own sister, and Qin nephew. He did not dare not recognize, really did not expect, Li Tianyu actually so powerful. Lu Xiangdong hurriedly went over to greet Shangguan Yunju and Shangguan Qiuyang, although these two people did not have any frame. Just a simple greeting and finished. Shangguan Qiuyang hurriedly pulled Li Tianyu to one side, whispered, "Old brother you hurry to my aunt to see. She is always nauseous and want to vomit recently, and especially willing to eat acid. I suspect that there is time is not long, hospital simply cannot be checked out. You hurry to help to look at. We are all anxious to death." Li Tianyu looked up to Shangguan Yunju. The latter is still a little embarrassed, did not dare to look at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu can understand her mood at this moment now. Young year by year, the most wanted is to have a child of their own. Li Tianyu took Shangguan Qiuyang and Shangguan Yunju and went to an unoccupied private room and started to take her pulse. The Shangguan mothers looked at Li Tianyu with nervous eyes, feeling as if they were staring at the lottery numbers again. Their eyes were particularly expectant. In a short while, Li Tianyu's hand withdrew. "Dr. Li, how is it?" Shangguan Yunju asked very nervously, feeling her voice tremble a little. Li Tianyu looked at Shangguan Yunju with a strange expression as she whispered with great disappointment, "Not yet, is it?" Li Tianyu laughed. "Aunt Yunju, did I say no?" Shangguan Yunju asked in a confused manner. "Just now your expression. I was just a little bit surprised just now." "Aunt Yunju, how did you manage to make it seem like it was a dragon and phoenix child?" Li Tianyu said. Shangguan Yunju grabbed Li Tianyu's hand with incomparable excitement and asked, "You're not wrong, right? I'm really pregnant, and it's still a dragon and phoenix child?" Li Tianyu hurriedly said in a soothing manner, "Aunt Yunju, you are pregnant now, so you must not get too excited in the future." Shangguan Yunju hurriedly stroked herself back and forth with her hand along her chest, relieving herself for a while and asked, "Dr. Li, you won't lie to me, right? And you won't look at it wrong, will you?" Li Tianyu laughed. "If I can even misread this little thing of yours, then I might as well not see a doctor in the future." "Don't worry, Aunt Yunju. In 5 days you can go to the hospital to check it out. But they can only check out the pregnancy for you. They can't check out the dragon and phoenix fetus. Thank goodness, I can finally be a mom." Shangguan Yunju directly fell to her knees in excitement and burst into tears. Li Tianyu walked out after saying that. Chapter 89 Inspections just came out. Sa Dong Mingyu and Ouyang Infinite Old Song both came at the same time. Li Tianyu rushed up to help Grandma Dong, together with Ouyang Infinite Old Man, to the VIP private room. Although there are not many guests coming, but take out any one of them, a foot can shake the city of Nanjing. Li Tianyu was busy for a while, and just when he returned to the front door, he saw that outside drove over is more than one car, directly parked in front of the hotel. Hula, from the car down a lot of uniformed people. They have health, fire, industry and commerce. As long as they can manage the hotel departments have come. Li Tianyu frowned. It seemed that this Wang Junkai was still quite powerful. Within an hour, he actually called in so many people. Dozens of people wearing uniforms, all of a sudden rushed into the hotel. The leader is a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt. Look at the look, should be less than 50 years old. Obese, hair all the way back to the back. A look of officialism. He was the executive deputy steward of the development zone, Wang Zhangwo, and following him was Wang Junkai, who had been kicked away by Li Tianyu. Wang Junkai saw Li Tianyu, said sinisterly, "Third uncle, he is the boss of this restaurant. Today must let him shut down and suspend business. Give him to catch inside the bureau. I want to make him worse than death." Wang Zhangwo raised his hand, meaning for him to stop talking, and said to Li Tianyu, "This store, you own it?" Li Tianyu said, "That's right, I'm the boss." Wang Zhangwo said, "I am the deputy administrator of the development zone. I received a report from the public that many of the procedures of your restaurant are not qualified. Today we have many departments to jointly enforce the law. I hope you can cooperate." Li Tianyu knew that this Wang Zhangwo must be Wang Junkai's relative, but didn't point it out. Instead he smiled and said, "Didn't ask. My hotel has all the formalities. You guys feel free to check." Wang Zhangwo waved his hand and said, "All of you check carefully for me, and once you find anything that violates the rules, report to me immediately." A Zhang section chief of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, who was in the same faction as Wang Zhangwo, was the first to jump out and say, "Take out all your formalities and take a look. Guarantee that all paperwork is in order." Li Tianyu took all the formalities handed over by Wang Dandan and handed them over to Section Chief Zhang. After looking at it for a few moments, Section Chief Zhang raised it to the ground with a clatter and said, "All of them are fake. You are operating without a license." Li Tianyu said coldly, "You are a law enforcer. You have to be responsible for what you say. All of our procedures are legal. Why do you say that we are all fake?" Section Chief Zhang said with a roguish look on his face. "Nowadays, there are fake certificates everywhere. Can you tell the real ones from the fake ones? When I say your formalities are fake, they are fake. At this time, the captain of the 1st Brigade of Tax Inspection Ma came over and said, bring me all your books and records, as well as invoices and vouchers to see. Li Tianyu said indifferently, today we just opened. A guest has not yet brought the books, and moreover, there is no question of tax evasion. Captain Ma's eyes glared, and he drank to Li Tianyu, who dares to guarantee you? Have you ever operated secretly? Now immediately seize it, and wait until I find out before opening it. Li Tianyu said coldly, on what basis do you want to block my points? Do you have any evidence? Captain Ma said very arrogantly, by virtue of me being the captain of the inspection team. This Captain Ma is clear in his heart. This time it is with Wang Jiangwo to help his great-nephew to take revenge. No matter what happened today, there is someone to help him take responsibility. Captain Ma, it looks like you've got quite a rack on you. Who is it? Who he am talking about me? Stand up if you dare. The horse captain shouted. I'm coming out. Lu Xiangdong said as he walked out from the back. District Lu. Steward Lu. Captain Ma was dumbfounded all of a sudden. Section Chief Zhang and the heads of several departments in the development zone were all dumbfounded. 13 They thought that they had come here today to follow the deputy steward to mingle with the food and drink. Who would have thought that they would run into the steward here? And they could not afford to offend either of these two Buddhas. Lu Xiangdong said angrily, I have emphasized time and again that your duty is to serve the public. Is this your attitude to serve the public? Wang Jiangwo walked up and said coldly, Steward Lu, we received a call from the public reporting that this store's procedures were incomplete. Shouldn't we come and check it out if there is a report from the public? Is this considered a management violation? After the last steward's accident, normally he should have taken over the steward's position, but in the end it was snatched away by Lu Xiangdong, and even though he was raised by half a grade, his heart was still very upset. Wang's family power is not small. There are reliable relations above. Usually is not at all put Lu Xiangdong in the eyes. Often and he sang against. Mass reporting? Lu Xiangdong asked. Phone tip, and it's anonymous. Wang said. Lu Xiangdong angrily said, there is no anonymous report phone I do not know, but you want to seize the complete formalities of the hotel is not okay. Now immediately all go back. This afternoon to convene a disciplinary-style rectification conference. Now that the problem hasn't been investigated clearly, it can't be withdrawn for the time being. Wang Jiangwo said. The two began to quarrel on their own. The following people are not good. It is not right to go. Not right to go. The gods fight, the brats suffer. Lu Xiangdong said coldly. Wang Jiangwo, you are responsible for what you did today. Before Lu Xiangdong has been tolerating Wang Jiangwo, today can finally not have to endure. Because there are heavyweights in the back. He cannot rectify Wang Jiangwo today. Does not mean that no one cannot rectify him. If we take this opportunity to bring Wang Jiangwo down today, then Lu Xiangdong's leadership for so many years will be in vain. Wang Jiangwo did not know that there are other people in. Also do not know what Lu Xiangdong heart is thinking, but also still arrogantly said, you are the steward in charge of the house is not false, but my field is under my control. The responsibility I'll be responsible for, but today this store must be sealed. Wang Jiangwo said overbearing, but who dares to act rashly under the hand? Everyone has their own reckoning in mind. Who first stood out, who died at this time? Lu Xiangdong couldn't move Wang Jiangwo, but it was still easy to deal with them. Just as everyone was at a standstill, a man in a sanitation company uniform stepped forward and said, I'm Jin Momu from the sanitation company's inspection section, which is not under the control of your development zone, so now I'll check it out. Wang Jiangwo's face showed a smug look. This person is a branch of the Wang family. I see what you Lu Xiangdong do. Lu Xiangdong just looked at him with a serious face, but there was no look of defeat, which made Wang Jiangwo feel outside. Jin said coldly to Li Tianyu, the ingredients of your medicinal kanji have not been tested by our hygiene company, and the hygiene inside the kitchen is not up to par, so it must now be shut down and reorganized. Chapter 90 Self-recognized bad luck. Li Tianyu said angrily, all the ingredients in our store are purchased through regular channels. There is no need to test them at all. And when you talk about kitchen hygiene, you haven't even entered the kitchen. So how do you know that the hygiene is not up to par? You are violating the law enforcement. Section Chief Jin sneered. Do you care how I enforce the law? If I say I'm not qualified, I'm not qualified. What can you do to me? Jin Wei, you have quite a lot of guts. Think no one you can control you? After Shangguan Yunju determined that she was pregnant, she cried happily for a while inside the private room. Shangguan Xiaoyang had been inside with her. The two of them came out and wanted to find Li Tianyu to chat some more. Who would have thought that they would happen to see their own subordinates, who were making things difficult for Li Tianyu? The older woman is pregnant. Li Tianyu is Shangguan Yunju's benefactor. The chief of the golden section is making things difficult for Li Tianyu. Is making things difficult for Shangguan Yunju the same? How can Shangguan Xiaoyang not be angry? If not for the fact that she is already pregnant, she may go to give the chief of the Golden Section 2 slaps. Jean's section chief look as Shangwon Yunju, scared almost did not sit on the ground. Shangwon Yunju is not only in charge of their health bureau of the deputy supervisor. People's big brother is a hand of the city of Nanjiang, and usually in the bureau, the supervisor has to give her face. Their own a small inspection section chief counts as a fart. And this time, the operation was not reported at all. It is unauthorized, which is subject to disciplinary action. Shangwon, Section Chief Jean was already scared and didn't know what to say. Shangwon Yunju said coldly, Section Chief Jean, from now on you have been suspended. Now go back and immediately write a statement of the situation and wait to be dealt with. Just now, he had been shouting that no one could care about him, Chief Jean, but now he didn't even dare to let out a single fart, and immediately left with his own people in disgrace. Wang Jiangwo is now a little regret. He is also angry with his nephew. At first did not say that this store has no background at all? How this a moment of effort out of so many people, and the background of one more than a big. Now he finally understands why Lu Xiangdong just looked at him with a sneer. It turns out that he should know that the background of this hotel is very big and strong. Shangwon Yunju is the deputy supervisor of the health bureau, and can only control his own men, and there is nothing he can do about Wang Jiangwo. But Shangwon Shouyang is not afraid of anyone. He has no official or position. Shangwon Shouyang stood in front of Wang Jiangwo, looked at him coldly and said, Deputy Steward Wang, I am just an ordinary citizen, but seeing you behave like this, I feel particularly disappointed. You don't have any evidence at all and come to my brother's restaurant to enforce the law indiscriminately. Is this how you officials serve us common people? I feel that you are not fit to be a parent official. Wang Jiangwo, legs soft, almost did not sit on the ground. Their Wang family, although there is a certain power, but how is not big enough to Nanjiang City? A hand. Moreover, he did violate the law today. If he really made a big deal out of it, he might not be able to keep his position, and it might even bring a lot of trouble to their Wang family. The only solution now was for Wang Jiangwo to decisively hand back a big mouth, hitting Wang Juankai's face and cursing, It's all your kid's fault. Hurry up and apologize to Boss Li. Third uncle. You, said Wang Junkai, who didn't recognize Shangwon Shouyang and didn't know why third uncle suddenly had such a big transformation. You bastard. Hurry up and apologize to me. Wang Jiangwo was also ruthless enough, and after saying that, he hit Wang Juankai's face with another mouth. Wang Junkai could only consider himself unlucky, knowing that he had met someone even more powerful than himself today. Sorry, Boss Li. Turning to Li Tianyu, he said. Li Tianyu sneered. Sorry doesn't seem to be of much use. My store opened today and almost let you guys close it down. Do you feel sorry enough for one sentence? Hurry up and kneel down. Wang Jiangwo let out a furious shout. Wang Junkai knew that he was finished today, and bam, he knelt down. Boss Li, I'm really sorry. Please be an adult and don't bother with me. Wang Jiangwo said to Li Tianyu with a smile on his face. Boss Li, you see he's still young. Young people don't know any better. Just give him a chance to correct himself. Li Tianyu actually did not want to find trouble, thinking to give Lu Xiangdong an opportunity to say, Today my restaurant opened on the first day. Do not want you guys to give me a bad thing. Hurry up and take your own nephew to me to roll. Wang Jiangwo thanked Li Tianyu and nodded his head to the serious-looking Shangwon Shouyang, and ran away with everyone in dust. Slowly a large room of people. Now there are few left, but there are still 2 teams did not go. Stayed in the fire department and public security departments. They are sent down by the city. Do not belong to the development zone management. The security chief Zhao Captain and fire captain Tian has seen the form is not right, but they and Wang Jiangwo has no relationship. Is the unit leader assigned to the normal work? Also cannot do nothing to go back, no way to deliver. Captain Tian said, Boss Li, we need to check the fire facilities in your place to see if you have any safety hazards. Captain Zhao said, I'm going to check the IDs of all the people in your hotel to see if there are any lawbreakers. These 2 were speaking politely, but you could tell they didn't mean well either. Li Tianyu at this time some difficult. If now let them check. They have no way to business. If you do not let check, is not cooperate with their work, there's no need to look into it. Now you guys go back and remember to tell your supervisors to come to my office this afternoon to find me and debrief me on what's going on today. What's going on? Just when Li Tianyu did not know what to do, the Public Security Bureau of Wu Xiaojun came in with something in his hand. Li Tianyu felt particularly surprised. He and Wu Xiaojun did not have any friendship. Is in the traffic police team had a one-sided relationship. I did not expect that today he can personally come over. Captain Zhao and Section Chief Tian saw a handful of leaders and immediately saluted and replied, Got it, boss. We're leaving now. The 2 of them also feel scared. Wu boss is obviously also to congratulate. Fortunately just did not happen what unpleasant things, or else today they cannot eat the bull to go down. The two of them had just stepped out of the entrance of the hotel when a military raptor pulled up in front of the hotel, and from inside the car came down a young little girl, and a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform that shone on his shoulders. The hearts of the two men tensed up, not realizing that the background of this hotel was so powerful, and the only general-level superior in Nanjiang City had come to congratulate them. The two people were Sun Shaowan and his dad Sun Jingyi. When Li Tianyu saw the two of them, father and daughter, come without seeing Chen Xiaoen, he felt relieved in his heart. He really couldn't stand his own heart for that horrible woman. Chapter 91 Difficult. Divine Doctor Chapter 91, I'll keep an eye on it for you. Hello Uncle Sun. Li Tianyu quickly walked a few steps and went to shake hands with Sun Jingyi. Sun Shaowan immediately jumped into Wang Danden's arms. Sister Dandan, I've missed you. Li Tianyu was sweating. You two just met for the first time, making it seem like you're long-lost sisters? Medicinal kanji store officially opened. Although there was a small episode of Wang Jiangwo before, which made everyone very unpleasant, but it did not prevent the normal opening. Another way to think about it, all departments have come once, can still open normally? This is also a kind of publicity for the hotel. Invariably tell everyone, this Dandan medicinal porridge is a very background of Nanjiang City, a restaurant. Li Tianyu prepared a meal of medicinal porridge for everyone. These big people of their backgrounds have not eaten anything, their mouths are all gripping one by one, but they are really praising Li Tianyu's medicinal porridge. This kind of unique flavor, they really haven't eaten it before. After lunch, everyone has said goodbye. Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming ran the fastest. The last time Sun Shaowan forced them to call the little mistress. The two of them have already seen that Wang Dandan is the orthodox Li Tianyu, if in front of Wang Dandan's face, but also managed to call Sun Shaowan as the little mistress. Their own masters are not point to kick them in the ass. When Wu Xiaojun left, Li Tianyu insisted on sending him to the door. He didn't figure out how such a big boss could come to give him personal congratulations and also send a pendulum. Wu Xiaojun could see the doubts in Li Tianyu's mind and laughed. No need to think nonsense. I'm helping someone else to say thank you. Li Tianyu was even more puzzled and asked, helping someone to say thank you? Wu Xiaojun said, it's the Xin Xiaoran who you helped our police force last time. It's her family who asked me to come and thank you on their behalf. If there was no video of you last time, you really can't return her innocence. Li Tianyu then realized that to be able to let a public security bureau personally come to the door to say thank you, the background of this chick's family is really powerful enough. Sun Zhengyi left on his own, but Sun Shaowan said she wanted to stay. The reason being that she was playing with Wang Dandan. Li Tianyu really didn't understand at all. The two of them had only met for the first time, and they made it as if they were sisters. Women are really confusing animals. Opened a week. The whole field 50% off. Has printed a lot of discount coupons, sent all over the streets and alleys of Nanjiang City. The main into the store to consume alcohol and beverages are half price. On the first day of opening, there weren't a lot of customers. People were looking at the half price to try it out, and there was no way to compare it to the previous traffic. But day by day there are more and more customers, and they all think it's delicious and bring a lot of relatives and friends to taste it. Li Tianyu followed the busy week. He calculated the time. Tomorrow was the best time to treat Zhao Ruyu's femaline body. Sun Shaowan said unhappily as she pulled Li Tianyu back. Oba, what are you going to do? Isn't it enough to have two beautiful women accompanying you? Wang Dandan also blanked Li Tianyu. Although she didn't say anything, but for such a long time, Li Tianyu always stayed out at night. Because the restaurant was busy she didn't have time to ask. I'm going to treat a patient. Li Tianyu still had a bit of a heart attack when he said it. What kind of disease always needs to be cured at night? Sun Shaowan asked. What disease? Lonely pillow being? Wang Dandan said without a good mood. What lone sleeper disease? Isn't it just that you can't sleep alone at night? I can't sleep alone at night either. Oba, you can cure me too. Sun Shaowan said. Li Tianyu realized that something was wrong. Doesn't this have the meaning of a harem on fire? Hurrying to explain, he said, Dandan, it's only today's last night. I promise that after today's cure, I'll stay in the store to accompany you. Do I need your company? Wang Dandan said no with her mouth, but with a smile on her face, she happily walked away. But Sun Shaowan stuck Li Tianyu and didn't let go, asking with a puzzled face, Appa, tell me the truth, are you going on a date with another woman? This, Li Tianyu really didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to lie to Sun Shaowan, but it wasn't good to tell the truth. So it's true. Oba, quickly tell me, is that young lady pretty? Sun Shaowan asked excitedly as if she had an expectant look on her face. Kids, don't ask so many questions, Li Tianyu said. Sun Shaowan said with a reluctant face, Oba, you are my boyfriend. I have to know if your girlfriend is good or bad. Li Tianyu was really helpless. What kind of relationship and what kind of relationship was this? If you don't tell me, I won't let you go, Sun Shaowan said as she hugged Li Tianyu's arm. Li Tianyu really couldn't do anything with Sun Shaowan and said helplessly, you are all very beautiful. Then you take me to see that beautiful young lady, Sun Xiaoyuan said. Li Tianyu said, this is absolutely not okay. Li Tianyu wasn't afraid of Sun Xiaowan meeting with Zhao Ruyu because Zhao Ruyu was the bogeyman that no one else but himself could afford. Cheap, Oba, you said, Sister Dandan and that young lady, who are the two of them the houseflowers and who are the wildflowers? Sun Xiaowan asked. Xiaowan, what are you thinking inside your little head? I really have something to take care of, so hurry up and let go of your hand. Li Tianyu didn't want to chat with her about this kind of topic. It's fine to go, then you must take me with you. Sun Xiaowan said, I really can't. I'm there to heal and save people, not to play. Thinking about the method of healing Zhao Ruyu, Li Tianyu was a little embarrassed. Plus this little goblin, it was unimaginable. It's fine if I don't go. Give me a picture of her or I'll go with you. Sun Xiaowan said unforgivingly, photos I really don't have. Li Tianyu said helplessly, I don't believe that you would not have a picture of your girlfriend. You just don't want me to see it. Sun Xiaowan said. Li Tianyu, now anxious and hot pot like ants, in the heat of the moment thought of Zhao Ruyu, gave him the gold card. Can only take this first muddle through. Let's make a deal. As long as I take it out and let you take a look, you'll let go and let me go. Li Tianyu said. Okay, I told you there's no way you don't have it. Sun Xiaowan said. Li Tianyu took out the gold card and let Sun Xiaowan see it. My god, this young lady is too fashionable. She looks even better than an actress. Oba, it looks like you need to drink more of our family's kidney tonic porridge. Sun Xiaowan said. Can you lower your voice? Li Tianyu hurriedly covered Sun Xiaowan's mouth with his hand. Okay, I know everything. Don't worry, I won't say anything to Sister Dandan. Sun Xiaowan then said, Oba, this young lady is really too beautiful. You have to keep an eye on her. Be careful of the red apricot wall. Really can't arrange me to her side. I'll help you watch her. Li Tianyu didn't want to dwell on this issue with Sun Xiaowan, took back the gold card and said, we agreed just now. I'll leave after looking at the photos. Chapter 92 Treatment Success. Sun Xiaoyuan's eyes turned a little, said, just now the card above is not clear. When you arrive to give me a few more photos, if you promise me, I will let you go now. I can't get on WeChat on this not cell phone. Li Tianyu was using a special channel cell phone given to him by Sun Masayoshi and didn't have time to download WeChat. I'll download it for you now. It's quick, Sun Xiaowan said and took the phone, first fiddling with it for a while in wonder, and soon figured it out. Seeing this, Li Tianyu sighed. It is worthy of being a young person. The contact with electronic products is fast. Sun Xiaowan was really fast, and in no time added friends to each other, naming Li Tianyu Oba. Now it's good to go, Sun Xiaowan said with satisfaction. Li Tianyu just walked to the door. Sun Xiaowan said, I'm going to hurry to tell Sister Dandan. In the future, let her wear fashionable. Oba in the future to wear clothes less women. Li Tianyu almost didn't fall down. Sun Xiaowan was really a little witch. Early the next morning, Li Tianyu began to prepare the things needed to treat Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ruyu transferred 20 security personnel and had Chao Yun personally lead the guards, fencing off this single villa of hers, guarding it 20 hours a day. No one could approach without her orders. Today is a crucial time for the treatment, and Li Tianyu also gave himself a fortune. Things like fortune-telling are not very spiritual for the practitioner himself or his relatives, and can only tell the bad side of the story, nothing else. Li Tianyu finished counting the frown, from the trigrams on the view of the evil omen, but half of each. Evil with good mixed happiness and sadness. Already know that there is a danger. Then we must do something to deal with it. Here Li Tianyu still didn't feel too safe. When the yin and yang were combined, his and Zhao Ruyu's physical state would be very weak. Once someone broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Li Tianyu set up a layer of defense boundary outside Zhao Ruyu's bedroom to prevent anyone from suddenly breaking in. This kind of defense boundary was something that Li Tianyu had found from inside his inheritance, and today was also the first time he had used it. Being able to set up a boundary required a very strong Shin technique. He only had the second style of the Shin Gong technique right now. He could only barely get out a simple defense boundary. The defense strengthened people's real boundary. The difference wasn't half a star, but for dealing with ordinary people, it's still no problem. After arranging the boundary, Li Tianyu recovered his vitality for a while, and used the old ginseng to refine 10 more aphrodisiac pills. The aphrodisiac pills made by the old ginseng had a very strong yang energy and had a healing effect of bringing the dead back to life. With all the preparations completed, Li Tianyu began to meditate to restore his vital energy, allowing the Xiangong method to recover to its optimal state, just waiting for the quarter of noon, the time when the yang energy was at its peak for the day. Zhao Ruyu wasn't nervous at all and dressed herself up and waited. The noon hour had arrived, and Li Tianyu slowly opened his eyes. Now outside the yang qi thickest time, Li Tianyu before the arrangement of special, absorb yang qi array, now outside the source of Zhao Ruyu's villa inside into. Today's this healing, Li Tianyu is very nervous. usually give to be healed. Even if the cure is not good, himself will not be hurt. But today was definitely different. Nothing happened if he succeeded. If he failed, he and Zhao Ruyu would go to the west together. Li Tianyu looked at Zhao Ruyu in a bit of a daze. Brother Tianyu, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and come follow sister inside? Li Tianyu followed Zhao Ruyu into the bedroom. The time was almost up and there was no more time for him to think too much and prepare to cure her. Li Tianyu was already nervous. The risk of this treatment had some high. Plus Zhao Ruyu dressed herself like a bride today, making it easy for people to misunderstand. Zhao Ruyu laughed. Brother Tianyu, you're still really short-handed. Li Tianyu was sweating in a hurry. It was not a funny analogy, but Li Tianyu felt much more relaxed. Zhao Ruyu smiled without saying anything. Li Tianyu began to formally treat Zhao Ruyu, revolving his gongfu, and his true qi began to circulate along his tendons. Li Tianyu operated the Xian Gong method to its peak, instantly feeling that the technique was running wildly in his tendons and veins without any more stagnation. Successful! Li Tianyu didn't have time to think about how wonderful it was, when he suddenly felt a chill that madly surged inside his body. Li Tianyu hurriedly ate a casting yang dan and quickly operated the Xian Gong method, which allowed him to use his yang qi to block the very powerful cold qi. Female Yin's body is really powerful. Li Tianyu sighed. Now he finally knew why it took the second style of Xian Gong Ife to heal. If it was the first style before, he was afraid that he would have been frozen into an ice stick. Li Tianyu said, Sister Yu, I'm going to send the masculine qi inside your body now. The yin qi in your body will slowly melt a little. You have to quickly run the yin jing dfa to make it turn into your yuan qi. With your own yuan qi, you slowly try to run your energy and absorb all the yin qi, and your female yin body will be healed. Li Tianyu was fully concentrated, focusing all the yang qi in his body in his lower abdomen, along with his first source of masculinity, sending all of it into Zhao Ruyu's body. After the source of masculinity went out, Li Tianyu could no longer resist the powerful cold aura, and he hurriedly separated from Zhao Ruyu. It was just such a moment. The powerful cold qi had frozen all of Li Tianyu's body. Only the dantian and heart were not unfrozen. Now he had lost all his martial arts and was no different from an ordinary person. Li Tianyu hurriedly ate in 5 aphrodisiac pills before his body slowly began to warm up, but the meridians were all frozen. At this moment, Zhao Ruyu's state was very different. The masculine qi that Li Tianyu sent in combined with the yin qi in her body and instantly turned into liquid. As soon as the vapor appeared, it was quickly absorbed by Zhao Ruyu and converted into the 9 yin yuan qi, and then began to operate the 9 yin xian gong that Li Tianyu had taught her. In the beginning, the 9 yin yuan qi was like a small stream, while the yin qi in her body was like an iceberg. The stream kept crashing into the iceberg, and the iceberg melted a little bit and merged inside the stream. As time slowly passed, the brook slowly became larger and gradually turned into a small river, and the yin qi iceberg was slowly becoming smaller. Whenever the iceberg was melted without, Zhao Ruyu's female yin body would be completely dissolved, and what was left would be converted into pure 9 yin yuan qi. With such a thick amount of 9 yin yuan qi, once Zhao Ruyu had successfully absorbed all of it, it would be a power that could not be underestimated in terms of the martial realm. Nanjiang City, within a villa on the outskirts, the Tian family was a second-rate family. Tian Wanxiang is less than 50 years old, is a guy with ambition, has always wanted to turn their own family into Nanjiang City, inside the first-class family. In the middle of the underground of the Tian family now, Tian Wanxiang was working on an unknown conspiracy with his own son, Tian Baohua. Chapter 93 Can't Get Out. Baohua, has Chao Yun heard anything today? Tian Wanxiang asked. Tian Baohua said, here comes the news. Chao Yun said that Zhao Ruyu prepared a lot of things before and dressed up her villa especially beautifully. Later, he also called that Li Tianyu's kid to accompany him to spend the night. But this time is different from the past. That kid didn't leave. Zhao Ruyu also specially found 20 security personnel to guard outside. And I heard that Li Tianyu's kid wanted to cure Zhao Ruyu's disease. Tian Wanxiang lit a cigarette and took a drag and said, everyone says Zhao Ruyu is the bogeyman. It seems to be a rumor. And that boy slept for so many days. Is not also alright? Tian Baohua said. That's right. Before a master said to us that Zhao Ruyu is a 1,000-year-old heavenly Grim Reaper. Whoever gets close to her will bring bad luck. Telling us that we must stay away from her. Now it seems to be all nonsense. Li Tianyu sleeps with her every night, and doesn't see any bad luck for this kid. Tian Wanxiang took another drag on his cigarette and said, now there can only be one possibility, which is that these rumors are Zhao Ruyu's own blindfold, just to scare others. If there were no such rumors, her Guowo trading club would have long been in someone else's pocket, by virtue of her being a weak woman with no background and no strength. What makes her have such a large piece of treasure land? Tian Baohua said, Dad, you're right. If we get our hands on the Guowo trading club, it's the same as controlling half of Nanjiang City's economy, and then our Tian family will really be a first-class family. Tian Wanxiang thought for a moment and said, This time is a good opportunity. If we take control of Zhao Ruyu's villa and forcefully threaten her to sign the transfer contract of the Guohua Trading Club, then the Guohua Trading Club will be our Tian families. Tian Baohua said. What about Zhao Ruyu and Li Tianyu? What if they retaliate against our family in the future? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Tian Wanxiang's eyes as he said, as long as the transfer contract is signed, the two of them will be done together, and the scene will be faked to look like Li Tianyu killed Zhao Ruyu, or the two of them committed suicide by taking poison together. Dad, this method of yours is absolutely exquisite, but I seem to understand that Li Tianyu that kid is very unusual. His hands are particularly good. A few days ago, inside the People's Gymnasium, defeated a few short countrymen. The wind is in the right place. It seems that people's relationship is still stopping wide, and the military people also have connections, Tian Baohua said. Tian Wanxiang said, this is also really a difficult problem. Our bodyguards are really not his opponent. Before I let you invite Luo Lixiang Taoist priest, what did he say? If Taoist Luo can make a move, there's no problem getting this kid killed. In a society where people are gone, no one cares how he died once he's dead. Tian Wanxiang said, Taoist Luo, I sent people there, and they all gave rushed back. Tian Baohua said. Tian Wanxiang said, idiot, is this kind of expert someone you can invite by sending a random cat or dog? You personally go over there now, and agree to whatever request he has. You must beg him to help out and help us take down the Guohua Trading Club. Tian Baohua said, okay, I'll go myself now. Tian Wanxiang said, wait a minute. Tian Baohua said, Dad, what else is going on? Tian Wanxiang said, you go find some people first, together with Chao Yun, control Zhao Ruyu inside the villa. Never let them come out. Can't let them get in touch with the outside world. Bring a bigger shielding system, so that they don't have any signals at all. As long as Taoist Luo arrives, we'll kill them. Li Tianyu drifted off to sleep for a night, and only woke up at almost noon the next day. First glancing at Zhao Ruyu, although the martial arts were now gone, the medical heritage had not been lost. Zhao Ruyu did nothing, vaguely feeling the aura of a strong person. It seems that the yin qi in the body is almost absorbed. This treatment is very successful. Li Tianyu smiled towards Zhao Ruyu. His own power was all gone this time. In exchange for Zhao Ruyu's one life back, it was still worth it. Not wanting to disturb Zhao Ruyu as she was practicing, Li Tianyu quietly walked out of the bedroom to see if there was anything to eat. Just as he reached the first floor, there was a knock on the villa's front door. Li Tianyu frowned. 2 days ago, he had already explained with Chao Yun that nothing could come in to disturb. This villa had been sealed. Now there's a knock on the door and there's definitely something bad going on. Weren't you told not to disturb? Li Tianyu asked. Dr. Li, I'm Chao Yun. Something wrong? It's fine. I saw that you and the boss haven't eaten for the past 2 days, so I had the people from the restaurant make something and sent it over to you. Chao Yun said. There's definitely something wrong with Chao Yun. Li Tianyu immediately responded. Li Tianyu didn't know how much time he was going to treat Zhao Ruyu before, so he prepared a lot of food inside the house in advance. So even if they didn't go out for a month, the two of them wouldn't starve. Moreover, Zhao Ruyu had clearly said to this Chao Yun that he didn't need him to come and deliver food and things, and now he suddenly came to say that he would deliver food to himself, so there was definitely a problem here. Don't bother. I still have to treat your boss Xiao today. I can only eat light things. You guys are lucky to be out there. Give it to the brethren. Li Tianyu said, already knowing that there was a problem here. Li Tianyu had to stabilize the situation and buy himself the most time possible, and even more so, he hoped that Zhao Ruyu would be able to get out of the gate quickly. That's fine. Then Dr. Li, you get busy first, Chao Yun said. Li Tianyu returned to the living room and sat on the sofa thinking. This Chao Yun was deliberately testing himself. There was definitely someone who wanted to harm Zhao Ruyu. Now the situation is a bit special. Zhao Ruyu is in the critical period of cultivation, and he himself has lost all his martial arts skills. The security captain has been bribed. If someone wants to harm Zhao Ruyu at this time, the two of them will really be in danger of losing their lives. You can't just sit back and wait. Get outside help right away. Li Tianyu picked up the phone on the coffee table. Beep, beep, all busy. Li Tianyu knew that the phone line had been cut into sections by them, and picked up Zhao Ruyu's cell phone, and there was no signal at all. Zhao Ruyu's cell phone was tens of thousands of dollars. There was no question of it being broken, and now it all proved that the signal of this villa had been sectioned by the outside world, and that there was a large shielding system. I didn't realize that the other party had prepared quite comprehensively, clearly not wanting to allow themselves to contact the outside world. Li Tianyu needs to calm down now. Things couldn't be more obvious. Chao Yun should have been bribed with money. The other party has a big hand this time, and the things they are scheming for should be big as well. And the fact that they haven't done anything yet is that they must be waiting for something or someone. Now we must get in touch with the outside world. but the phones and signals have been cut off and we can't get out ourselves. Chapter 94. Taoist Master Luo comes out of the mountain. It suddenly occurred to Li Tianyu that the cell phone that Sun Zhengyi gave himself, which has an anti-blocking function, the latest product developed by the military. I don't know whether it works or not. Li Tianyu opened his cell phone and looked at it. His two eyes were excited. It's really God who didn't wrong me. The signal is full. Rushed to open WeChat and found Sun Xiaowan's WeChat. Now I don't know if there is any eavesdropping equipment inside the villa. Li Tianyu didn't dare to make a phone call or use the voice function. He could only type to pass the message. Xiaowan, I'm in danger now. 100,000 fire. No need to reply after you see the message. You immediately go to Mingwei Boxing Gym to find Xiao Shuai and Ma Huaming. Tell them to tell my big brother son Mingwei to come to the villa behind Guohua Trading Club to save me. You must be fast. The reason why he didn't let Sun Xiaowan call the police. Li Tianyu was worried that since they dared to move Zhao Ruyu so blatantly, the power of these people must not be small. It is possible that there are their people inside the public security department. It is safer to be a Xian-level martial artist. Sun Mingwei, for safety reasons. After the message was sent, Li Tianyu turned off his cell phone's communication function. If the outside world knew that his cell phone was still working, they would definitely make an early move. Now is the time to buy the most time, depending on whether the other guy is faster or the guy who came himself. To Li Tianyu's surprise, this little life of his was almost destroyed in Sun Xiaowan's hands. Sun Xiaoyuan last night and Wang Dandan two people drink until very late. Sleep in a daze was cell phone WeChat sound vibration woke up. She took over the phone, saw Li Tianyu's distress message, immediately called Li Tianyu. The opposite side showed a busy signal. Sun Xiaoyuan immediately threw the phone to the side, mouth chattering. Annoying Oba, yesterday he said he would send me pictures. He waited until the middle of the night and didn't send me a single one. He teased me in the morning. How can it be dangerous to go on a date with a pretty young lady? No wonder Sun Xiaowan didn't believe it. Li Tianyu had shown great strength before, beating the dwarf countrymen to the point where they didn't even have a chance to fight back. How could he possibly be in danger? So Sun Xiaowan thought that Li Tianyu was teasing her. After Sun Xiaowan muttered, her thighs rode the quilt and she fell asleep again. Li Tianyu waited for reinforcements like a fool. Who would have thought that the object of his request for help was not allowed to become at all? And now he is still huffing and puffing. Inside a Zhengyang Taoist temple outside the suburbs of Nanjiang City, Tian Baohua was anxiously going back and forth in front of Luo Lixiang, while Taoist Master Luo sat as steady as Mount Tai, as if he didn't have Tian Baohua as a person in his eyes. Taoist Master Luo, this time I beg you to help our Tian family once more. We've been friends for so many years. Can you help us one last time? Just name the amount of money. Tian Baohua said anxiously. Taoist Luo was expressionless as he said indifferently, Duke Tian, what I owe to your Tian family before has already been paid back. And over the years, if it wasn't for me helping your Tian family clear all the obstacles, would your Tian family have been able to go so smoothly? I am now bent on cultivation. Money is of no use to me at all, and I don't want to bother with those vulgar things. You'd better go back. Tian Baohua came before, thought he gave a high price. How will also give himself a face. Who would have thought that this old thing oil and salt, the mouth is broken, is not willing to help. The most promising heir of the Tian family, Tian Baohua still knows how to charm a person. There are 3 points of the human valley owes hope, power, money and color. Luo Taoist is a monk. Power is not useful to him at all. Money, just now he opened 100 million Chinese coins, but Luo Taoist did not even look at a glance. Money, this road is also not going to work. The last remaining one, color. No matter if Luo Taoist is good or not, that has to be tried to know. If none of them work, then we can only think of another way. When it comes to women, there is no woman in Nanjiang City more beautiful than Zhao Ruyu. Tian Baohua hurriedly took out Zhao Ruyu's photo and put it directly in front of Luo Daolong. This photo, Zhao Ruyu is wearing a very sexy, the same as the picture on Li Tianyu's gold card. I don't know how this kid got this photo. Taoist Luo, how about this woman? He is the most beautiful woman in our Nanjiang City. If Taoist Luo is willing to help, this woman is your bag. And the 100 million I just said is not a penny less. How about it, Taoist Luo? Tian Baohua said. Luo Lixiang had been particularly irritated lately. He had unsuccessfully tried to break through the Shen level several times, and no matter how hard he tried there was no progress. So now he had no intention of taking care of the Tian family's affairs. As for women, Luo Taoist is a true body of pure yang. It is impossible to dip into the female color. Tian Baohua just handed over the photos of women. He just swept a glance. Mr. Tian, the words have already been said, so please return. Luo Daolong finished. Is a simple sweep of so a glance? Is this glance? Let him find the end. Tian Baohua thought finished. The last color is useless. Today he is a trip for nothing. If Taoist Luo doesn't personally take action, Li Tianyu can't be dealt with by ordinary people. And this time the plan is ready to fizzle out. When Tian Baohua was about to retrieve the photo, Daoist Luo suddenly said, "Bring the photo over for me to take a look." Tian Baohua instantly had both eyes glowing, and quickly handed Zhao Ruyu's photo, again, to Daoist Luo. Seeing the straight-eyed Taoist Luo, Tian Baohua cursed in his heart. "What are you old pervert pretending to do?" Seeing Zhao Ruyu's sexy look, "Don't you also have two straight eyes?" Listening to people's front breasts and looking endlessly. But this chick is indeed charming. Not only does she have the body of a ceiling, but she also has the same charm of a woman. Tian Baohua thought in his heart, if it wasn't for the fact that he had to take Zhao Ruyu to glamour this Taoist master Luo, he would have wanted to secretly possess Zhao Ruyu after it was done. After looking at it for a while, Daoist Luo said, "Duke Tian, I'm willing to make a move, and when it's over, I don't want anything but a bead that this woman is carrying." "No problem, as long as Daoist Luo helps out, you can have whatever you want," Tian Baohua hurriedly agreed. It turned out that this old guy wasn't looking at Zhao Ruyu's appearance, he was looking at the beads on that broken necklace. What was so good about that broken necklace? Tian Baohua didn't know that Daoist Luo was in a particularly agitated mood right now, and was particularly interested in the Xianin treasure pearl that Zhao Ruyu was wearing around her neck. He could tell that this was definitely not an ordinary Xianin treasure bead, but a Xianin treasure bead that had already reached Inchi perfection, which was a true treasure, a supreme treasure for martial artists. If he could get his hands on this Xianin treasure pearl, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck of the Xian level, allowing himself to improve by a level in his cultivation. Tian Baohua didn't know what was in Luo Dalong's mind. Each had his own needs only, as long as Luo Dalong could defeat Li Tianyu. Chapter 95 The Trader. Dandan Medicinal Kanji Store. Just to the afternoon, Xiao Shuai hurriedly walked in from the outside, directly bumped into Sun Xiaowan's body. "Little Shuai, quickly call Little Master," Sun Xiaowan said smilingly. Little Master." Xiao Shuai called out with a helpless face as he realized that Wang Dandan was not beside him. Sun Xiaowan said with a special face, "Xiao Shuai, what are you doing here? You want to have kanji with the medicinal meal, don't you?" Xiao Shuai said anxiously. "No, I specifically came to look for Junior Master. Someone inside the boxing gym was seriously injured, but Junior Master's phone has not been able to get through. That's why I came to look for him personally," Sun Xiaowan said. "He wasn't at the store, and he didn't come back from the opening day until now. Where did Junior Master go? Do you know?" Xiao Shuai asked. Sun Xiaoyuan remembered that Li Tianyu had sent her a Weibo message and said with a beaming mouth, "He went to go on a date with a pretty young lady and sent me a message in the morning teasing me about some kind of life-threatening situation. I knew he was teasing me, so I didn't pay any attention to him." Xiao Shuai's face changed drastically after hearing this. Li Tianyu couldn't possibly make this kind of joke for no reason, and said anxiously, "Quickly show me the message. Looking is also teasing me. What's the point of you being anxious?" Sun Xiaowan said with a face that didn't care, but she still took out her cell phone and let Xiao Shuai look at it. After Xiao Shuai read the message sent by Li Tianyu, he didn't hesitate at all and turned around and ran out, because he knew that Li Tianyu wasn't lying to Sun Xiaowan. When Li Tianyu and Sun Mingwei were sworn brothers, they respected their big brother so much that they wouldn't make fun of his sworn brother. Li Tianyu definitely encountered a life-threatening situation. "What are you running for? Give me back my cell phone," Sun Xiaowan shouted. Handsome tossed the phone back without looking back. "Bastard Xiao Shuai, if my cell phone breaks, let you buy me a new one," Sun Xiaowan said reluctantly. "If anything happens to my junior uncle, I will not let you go, no matter what your status is." Xiao Shuai quickly ran out of the medicinal kanji store, leaving behind a confused Sun Xiaowan. From the time he knew Handsome, he never dared to say harsh words to himself. What's wrong with him today? Is Oba's life really in danger? Absolutely impossible. Li Tianyu is so powerful. Who can beat him? It was only Xiao Shuai who was foolish enough to believe that he was real. Sun Xiaowan still doesn't believe that this message is true. At this time, Wang Dandan walked over and asked, "Why did Xiao Shuai just come and leave?" Sun Xiaowan said, "He came to look for Oba. Just now I showed him the message Oba sent me. He read it and left very angrily." Wang Dandan asked, "Did Li Tianyu send you a message?" "I just called him and it's still off?" Sun Xiaowan said, "I sent it in the morning when I was sleeping, and it was off when I called, so I thought it was joking with me." Wang Dandan said, "Show me the message." Sun Xiaowan handed her cell phone to Wang Dandan, and after she read it, her legs went soft and she almost didn't fall on the ground. "Sister Dandan, what happened to you?" Sun Xiaoyuan said as she held Wang Dandan. Hurry up and call the police. Bring me my cell phone," Wang Dandan said with a pale face. "Sister Dandan, is Oba's life really in danger? He's not teasing me?" Sun Xiaowan was now finally scared. If Li Tianyu wasn't joking with himself, then he would have put Li Tianyu in harm's way by now. "Are you kidding? It's absolutely true. Hurry up and call the police," Wang Dandan said anxiously. At this moment, Sun Xiaowan was going to be more calm than Wang Dandan and said, Sister Dandan, Oba didn't say to call the police inside the message, so that means there's something wrong in there. I'd better make a call to my dad and ask him to hurry up and send someone. Wang Dandan nodded quickly. If the troops could be deployed, it was certainly much better than calling the police. Sun Xiaowan hurriedly called her dad, and after Sun Jingyi asked about the situation, he said angrily, You're simply fooling around. Can a life-threatening matter be a joke? I will send Huang Haiba to rush over now. Hopefully the time is still in time. Sun Jingyi was really anxious, and hurriedly called Huang Haiba, asking him to take his guard company to go at fire speed to the villa behind the Guowo Trading Club, and make sure to rescue Li Tianyu back. After informing Huang Haiba, Sun Jingyi was anxiously wandering around inside the house. Several hours had passed and he didn't know what was going on Li Tianyu's side. Knowing that Li Tianyu's life is in danger, Sun Jingyi is really anxious. This kid cured his own injury for many years. His daughter's disease is now a critical period. If Li Tianyu's life is really in danger, such as with his daughter's life is not half. After Li Tianyu sent a message to Sun Xiaowan, he sat on top of the sofa in the living room and thought, trying to find a way to return his power. As long as he could return to his former realm, Li Tianyu wasn't afraid of anyone right now. But no matter how much Li Tianyu searched, the solution to the cold air freezing the meridians was not found at all. Li Tianyu was also really helpless. So many inheritances actually had no clue at all. Time turned to the afternoon. Li Tianyu went to the upstairs bedroom to see Zhao Ruyu. The aura she was emitting now was very powerful. I don't know what kind of realm Zhao Ruyu would reach this time out of the gate. Earth level or Xian level? Li Tianyu turned around and walked out of the bedroom. The boundary at the doorway could only be accessed by Li Tianyu and Zhao Ruyu. It was the last line of defense to protect her. Li Tianyu had just walked to the living room on the first floor when the door of the villa was suddenly slammed open from the outside and Xiao Yun walked in with Tian Wanxiang and Tian Baohua, followed by an old man wearing a black Taoist robe and what seemed to be a sword on his back. Li Tianyu took a glance at the door in passing. The black pressurized piece was full of people. There were security personnel inside the clubhouse, and half of them were bodyguards of the Tian family. Xiao Yun, I didn't expect you to be a real mole, Li Tianyu said coldly. Xiao Yun did not reply, but stood behind Tian Wanxiang. There was no need to reply at all. Things were already obvious. Tian Wanxiang said, Xiao Yun very much came to be my person. It was me who asked him to come to the Guowo Trading Club as an insider. The insider you said just now is inaccurate. I didn't realize that you guys started hitting Guowo a long time ago, Li Tianyu said. It's actually very simple. Our Tian family wants to acquire the Guowo Trading Club. Zhao Ruyu is a woman's family, guarding such a large piece of grounds. I'm doing it for her own good. In case she loses her life one day because of this kind of thing. It's not good, Tian Wanxiang shamelessly said. So that's how it is. Then I should thank you for Boss Xiao. There are some things I can decide for her as well. Guowo Trading Club, not for sale, Li Tianyu sneered. Tian Wanxiang's face was expressionless. He didn't care what Li Tianyu said, took out the contract and said, let's be direct. You hand Zhao Ruyu over now. As long as she signs the transfer contract, I'll make sure that the two of you walk out of Guowo Trading Club peacefully. Chapter 96 Barrier. Li Tianyu said coldly, if we really sign this contract, that's when we really can't walk out of the Guowo Trading Club in peace, right? Tian Wanxiang frowned. How could he not have thought that Li Tianyu, looking at his young age, could actually guess this? Whatever he said, it is impossible for him to admit it. Tian Wanxiang said, our Tian family only does business, and we are not interested in wealth. You can't take your wealth or your life. Zhao Ruyu is grooming herself. How can she have time to pay attention to you? I advise you, go back. Li Tianyu's appearance could not see a trace of panic, but inside he was panicked. The message had been sent out for a long time, but big brother Sun Mingwei had not yet arrived. It could not be that Sun Xiaowan the girl did not see the cell phone, right? There's no use rushing now. A minute is a minute. As if Tian Wanxiang could see Li Tianyu's inner thoughts, he said to Tian Baohua, since we've come all the way here, there's always a point to meet Boss Xiao. You bring a few people up and invite Boss Xiao down. After Tian Baohua responded, he was about to charge up with his men. Li Tianyu stood upstairs and shouted, I'm warning you, as long as I stand here, let's see which one of you dares to come up. Taoist Luo stood by the side and observed Li Tianyu for a long time. This time he was invited mainly to deal with Li Tianyu, but after watching for a long while, he didn't see how powerful Li Tianyu looked. Upstairs, where Li Tianyu stood blocking the way, Taoist Luo knew it was time for him to strike. He took a step forward and drank. This young man, it's already happened. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance or I'll have to make a move. Li Tianyu said angrily, get lost, shameless thing, a proper monk, following them to do murder and robbery, and still have to talk about yourself in a very noble way. What I despise most is people like you. Dao Master Luo's face changed drastically as his body leapt up and slapped his palm at Li Tianyu's face. At first, he had prepared many countermeasures to deal with Li Tianyu's tactics, but Li Tianyu didn't seem to react at all, and was directly sent flying by Dao Master Luo's palm, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luo Daolong and Tian family father and son both were confused. They initially thought that Li Tianyu was very powerful, but they didn't expect to be beaten and spit out blood in a single move. So vegetable? The most feel outside is the Tian family father and son. If I had known that Li Tianyu only this ability, then do not need to spend so much effort to Luo Taoist invited. As long as to bring more people is not on the line. Li Tianyu lying on the ground, the heart has a bitter, has seen Luo Taoist long a palm hit, would have wanted to hide, but the brain is so, but the body of the meridians were frozen on the cold. The body is completely unable to keep up with the rhythm of the actual hit a palm. What made Li Tianyu feel other than that was that this palm hit his chest, and the good thing was that the frozen meridians on his body actually showed signs of loosening. What appeared to be a mouthful of blood spat out was actually Li Tianyu's bruises from the cold air, and after being slapped, his body felt a lot more relaxed. Li Tianyu also discovered that this old Taoist practiced the pure young to vigorous method, which was very effective in alleviating the yin and cold qi in Li Tianyu's body. After Li Tianyu fell to the ground, Tian Baohua led his men up to the second floor. The first bodyguard who rushed over, wanting to show himself, reached out to push open Zhao Ruyu's bedroom door. The bodyguard's hand had not waited to touch the bedroom door when there was an invisible boundary outside. He did not have time to react. The force used was so great that it clicked, and 3 fingers were poked and broken at once. Tian Baohua felt surprised as he slowly touched his hand and realized that there was an invisible boundary beyond the distance from the door. He felt like turning around and shouting, "Dad, there seems to be something wrong with this door, like there's something separating it." Tian Wanxiang said, "Smash it open for me with something, even if the villa is torn down for me today. I still want to see Zhao Ruyu." Chao Yun led his men, found 2 fire axes, and a sledgehammer, and slammed them against the boundary outside the bedroom door. Chao Yun argued his axe and slammed it. The boundary outside the door shook for a moment, but it quickly returned to its original state. Li Tianyu looked relieved. "I did not think that this layer of boundary he set up was quite strong. If he was a little stronger, the boundary he set up would be even stronger. Just like they just attacked like this, it would not work at all. Now they could only hope that help would arrive soon and that the boundary would last until Zhao Ruyu came out, then it would be the best." Taoist Luo felt surprised to see this boundary. He had also studied spells, but he had never seen anything like this. Taoist Master Luo came to Li Tianyu, brought down the sword behind his back, aimed it at Li Tianyu's throat, and asked, "Quickly tell me, what is this thing and how can I open it?" Taoist Luo's sword was very beautiful. The whole body was black, as if it was made of Xian iron. It looked especially hard. More importantly, Li Tianyu saw the flow of true qi from this black basalt sword. This was not an ordinary sword. This was a good magic weapon. If this old Taoist attacked his boundary with the sword, I believe that it would not take more than a few strokes for the boundary to be broken. There must be a way to stop this old Taoist, Li Tianyu thought in his heart. Li Tianyu laughed and said to the old Taoist, "Stinking old Taoist, you don't need to hold this broken sword in front of me. You guys don't dare to hurt me before you see Zhao Ruyu, or she will die without signing for you. If you tell what it is, I can release it for you," Taoist Master Luo said. Li Tianyu said coldly, "Do you think I would believe what you, a stinking Taoist priest, said?" Tao Master Luo's face chilled as he said coldly, "I've put up with you for a long time. From the moment we met, you've constantly humiliated me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? What are you waiting for if you don't do it? Death isn't scary to me at all, and you'll know even less about what this thing is if I die." Li Tianyu said indifferently, "Really think I don't know if you don't say anything? Today I'll show you what it means to feel like life is worse than death." Taoist Luo said. This kind of spell was of great value to Taoist Luo. Of course he wouldn't really kill Li Tianyu. He just wanted to force him to tell himself what was going on with this invisible barrier. Taoist Master Luo stretched out his right hand and planted it at Li Tianyu's Dantian location, feeding his powerful yang true qi into his body, wanting Li Tianyu to not be able to stand such a heavy dose of pure yang true qi, causing him to suffer from the pain of his blood churning and forcing him to reveal the secret of the invisible barrier. The Xiangong method inside Li Tianyu's Dantian was wrapped in a very heavy yin qi, preventing his Dantian yuan qi from being released. Chapter 97 Crisis. Suddenly Luo Taoist's strong input of yang qi seemed like an endless supply of reinforcements, and immediately began to launch an onslaught against the yin qi. The powerful yin qi and yang qi in Li Tianyu's body mixed together. The meridians in his entire body were particularly painful. Li Tianyu let out a miserable cry and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was particularly painful. "Are you going to say it or not?" Taoist Luo thought that Li Tianyu's blood qi was churning inside his body before he vomited blood, and with a burst of smugness in his heart, he increased his yang qi input again. Taoist Luo didn't know that his pure yang true qi was helping Li Tianyu dispel the yin qi in his body little by little. In a short while of work, 2 meridians in Li Tianyu's body were unblocked and opened up. His power instantly recovered to the yellow level. Li Tianyu was worried that after a long time, this old Taoist would find out that he was stealing the yang qi inside his body. Li Tianyu hurriedly said, "Quickly, stop, I'll talk." Taoist Master Luo withdrew his right hand and said, "Quickly tell me, what happened to that barrier? Stay close to me. I can only tell you one person about the Xianmen technique." Li Tianyu pretended to be weak and said, "Luo Taoist knows that this is magical spells, do not want to be known by many people." Now it seems to deal with Li Tianyu is very easy, and this kid is now weak to speak, have no strength. Just now have spit out blood twice. The heart also gave up the convenience, thinking that he had just made Li Tianyu's blood churn, and that he wouldn't be able to make any more waves. Dao Master Luo directly came up to Li Tianyu's body. "This spell, which was specifically taught to me by my master, is..." Li Tianyu's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke, just to make Luo Daolong a little closer to himself. Li Tianyu, who was so weak that he could barely even speak, suddenly had a brilliant light coming out of his eyes and punched Dao Master Luo in the chest. Dao Master Luo had no defense at all, and was directly sent flying out. And just like Li Tianyu expected, a mouthful of blood was also sprayed out. But Taoist Luo was at the peak of the Xian level, and Li Tianyu had just barely reverted to the yellow level. Don't look at the blood being spat out from a punch, but there was nothing serious about Taoist Luo. Having suffered some internal injuries, he took the opportunity to hastily back away as a mouthful of blood was spat out. "Mother of God, how dare you shade me?" Taoist Luo was really enraged by Li Tianyu. He hadn't been injured for a long time, and he didn't expect to be undermined by Li Tianyu today. "What a pity that I wasn't able to kill you, old beast, with one punch." Li Tianyu finished laughing. The reason he did this was to provoke this old Taoist so that he wouldn't have time to attack the boundary he had set up. And a minute was a minute if he could buy Zhao Ruyu a minute. "You brat, do you really think that Master Dao doesn't dare to kill you?" Dao Master Luo was furious to the extreme. The Xian iron black sword in his hand stabbed out and ran towards Li Tianyu's heart. Just now, after Li Tianyu barely threw a punch, his power instantly disappeared and the coldness in his body became heavier and heavier. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply in his heart and said, "Sister, I can only help you up to this point." The black sword of Xian iron was about to stab into Li Tianyu's heart when a figure suddenly rushed to the doorway. He was Sun Mingwei, who had rushed here in the first place, just after arriving and seeing that his brother's life was in danger. Sun Mingwei quickly waved his hand and a small flying dagger flew with great speed towards the back of Taoist Luo's heart. Now if Taoist Luo continued to choose to kill Li Tianyu, he himself would be penetrated through his own heart by the flying dagger. He had no choice but to turn back and block the incoming fierce flying dagger with a sword. Sun Mingwei also held a sword in his hand and quickly rushed to Li Tianyu's body, followed by Xiao Shuai and Manhwa who came immediately behind him. Dao Master Luo let out a roar. "Sun Mingwei, you dare to backstab me?" There were only a few force masters in Nanjiang City, and the two of them, Dao Master Luo and Sun Mingwei, had known each other for a long time. Sun Mingwei said coldly, "Taoist Luo, he's my brother. If you dare to hurt him, I'll abolish your Dao Hall." Taoist Luo said, "Sun Mingwei, your breath is not small. It seems that you are going to help this kid out in today's matter?" Sun Mingwei said, "If you want to touch my brother, unless I die, no one can do anything." Taoist Luo carefully observed Sun Mingwei and sneered, "I said how you dared to be so arrogant today. So you've reached the Xian level, but you have to know that there are still higher and lower levels at the same level." After Dao Master Luo finished speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed at Sun Mingwei, and the two began to battle. "What are you guys waiting for? Get thee outta here." Tian Baohua let out a bellowing cry and brought their bodyguards from home. Frantically smashing at the boundary, Xiao Yun brought the rest of them to rush towards Li Tianyu and Xiao Shuai Manhwa and the three of them. Xiao Shuai asked Manhwa to protect Li Tianyu, and his own shadowless kick began to fight those people. Taoist Luo is right. There is still a difference between high and low at the same level. Taoist Luo had reached the Xian level for many years and had already reached the Xian level consummation. Sun Mingwei had only just stepped into the Xian level not long ago. The gap between the two of them was still very large. If it wasn't for Li Tianyu's punch just now, which shocked Taoist Luo's internal injuries, Sun Mingwei might not be able to hold on until now. Even so, Sun Mingwei had been on passive defense, completely relying on a desperate end to hold on, and his body had already been slashed with several wounds of varying sizes by Taoist Luo. None of the Tian family's bodyguards were Xiao Shuai's opponents, but they couldn't help that they were outnumbered. More than 20 of them surrounded Xiao Shuai and fought alone. Although Xiao Shuai attacked fiercely, he could only barely hold on, and his body suffered a lot of injuries. Manhwa was in the best situation right now, as he blocked in front of Li Tianyu, only occasionally rushing past one or two people only. The boundary on the second floor seemed like it was about to be unable to withstand the damage. Tian Baohua led a fierce attack. Each stroke was very powerful, and it was obvious that the boundary's recovery ability could no longer keep up. The situation in front of him was very unpromising, and looking at what was in front of him, a determination flashed out of Li Tianyu's eyes. He worked his way through the inheritance and found a powerful technique called the Berserk Grand Technique. This technique was a technique of the demon sex sect, which was to allow a person to have a great outburst at the time of death. Once this technique was used, the injuries that were previously sustained on Li Tianyu's body would be healed immediately, and there was a possibility that it would still be even more powerful than before. But this kind of powerful feats have after effects. A little berserk feats used up, I will meridians burst. Not dead will become a waste person. Li Tianyu heart now knows that Sun Mingwei and the others will stand in their way even if they put their lives on the line, and Zhao Ruyu will be in even more danger. He now decides to use the Berserk Grand method to instantly boost his battle power to kill Luo Daojie. Others don't have to think about it as long as there is Sun Mingwei alone to deal with it. It will be enough. Just when Li Tianyu's determination was set, a cheer came out from inside Zhao Ruyu's bedroom, and at this time the boundary was also attacked and opened up. A crunching sound ruptured the boundary. Chapter 98 Out of the Gate. Without waiting for Chao Yun and the others to cheer out, their bodies were blown down by a powerful air current, followed by a powerful cold aura that enveloped the entire villa, causing people's bodies to involuntarily tremble. After Li Tianyu experienced the cold aura, he directly dispersed the Yuan Qi that he had raised with all his might, and he knew that this was Zhao Ruyu successfully coming out of the gate. Luo Daolong and Sun Mingwei, both of them, immediately stopped fighting in their hands after feeling this powerful cold air. Luo Daolong raised his sword and shouted, "Who?" This powerful chill passed in an instant, and then a beautiful woman was seen walking down from the second floor. She was Zhao Ruyu, who's disturbing the old lady's sleep. Suddenly she saw Li Tianyu, who was covered in blood and leaning weakly against the wall, and a powerful cold aura erupted from Zhao Ruyu. No one saw how Zhao Ruyu moved. She instantly floated from the second floor to Li Tianyu's side, leaving an endless trail of residual shadows behind her. Ma Huaming didn't recognize Zhao Ruyu. He had wanted to block the same, but unfortunately, he was instantly bounced off by a huge force. Zhao Ruyu could see that he was protecting Li Tianyu and didn't attack Ma Huaming. "Brother Tianyu, who beat you up like this?" Zhao Ruyu nervously hugged Li Tianyu into her arms. Her voice trembled a little as she spoke, but there was a gust of murderous intent hidden within her tone. Li Tianyu was also helpless now, thinking in his heart that if it wasn't for the cold qi in your body freezing all my meridians, I wouldn't have been beaten into this abject state. Finding that Li Tianyu didn't speak, Zhao Ruyu turned her head to look at Luo Daolong and Sun Mingwei twisting together, her eyes bursting with coldness as she looked at the two of them. Zhao Ruyu could see that the ones who could injure Li Tianyu in this place were also these two people. Luo Daolong and Sun Mingwei both stopped their hands and stood there, being stared at by this powerful chill. The two of them had an unsettling premonition. How strong was this woman's cultivation? How could she make people feel afraid? Li Tianyu hurriedly told Zhao Ruyu and said, "The one over there is my sworn brother. It was him who saved both of us at the critical time, and the one who injured me is that stinky old man." After Li Tianyu finished speaking, Sun Mingwei felt that his entire body was much more relaxed. "You injured my Tianyu brother?" Zhao Ruyu's voice was very cold, and after telling Li Tianyu to lean against the wall, he took one step towards Taoist Luo. Tao Master Luo instantly felt an intimidating pressure looming towards him. He hurriedly raised his Shin Iron Black Sword and ran his true chi to the extreme to ward off this powerful pressure. He now rushed his heart to be particularly panicked. What kind of strong person was this facing? Really a little too horrible. Zhao Ruyu didn't care about the Shin Iron Black Sword in Taoist Luo's hand at all. It was a simple lift of his hand that snatched his Shin Iron Black Sword in one go, and with his other hand, he quickly pinched Taoist Luo's neck. The people inside the hall were terrified. They knew how powerful Taoist Luo was, and now Zhao Ruyu was actually able to subdue Taoist Luo with such an easy move. This woman had become too fierce, right? Tao Master Luo's entire body was now enveloped in a powerful cold aura. This was the first time he had ever felt enveloped in death. Zhao Ruyu's eyes were very ferocious, and one of her hands pinched Tao Master Luo's neck so hard that she could potentially strangle him to death in the next second. Li Tianyu shouted anxiously, "Sister, you have to be impulsive. You can't kill anyone. There were too many people here. If they just killed Taoist Luo, Zhao Ruyu would have no way to stay here." Hearing Li Tianyu shouting, the coldness in Zhao Ruyu's eyes slowly faded away. Luo Daolong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He was considered to have retrieved a life. Otherwise he really thought he would die just now. Unfortunately, he didn't feel happy for 2 seconds before he felt a sharp pain in his belly, and it was as if Luo Taoist's Dantian had been frozen, and it was as if the kung fu that he had cultivated for his entire life had been nullified. Zhao Ruyu casually threw it and left Taoist Luo still on the ground. "What have you done to me, you demon girl?" Master Luo reacted and shouted at Zhao Ruyu with a tearful voice. Zhao Ruyu said coldly, "You injured my Tianyu's younger brother, and not strangling you to death today is already very cheap." Luo Taoist knew that he was not Zhao Ruyu's opponent, climbed up and went outside. He was now uncomfortable all over his body. He felt that there were gusts of coldness in his body, and a little bit of true qi in his dantian couldn't run out. He needed to hurry to find a place to run his qi to heal his injuries. Seeing Taoist Luo fleeing, the Tian family's father and son ran out of ideas, realizing that Zhao Ruyu was actually so powerful, and now they both regretted their previous decision. After so many years in Guohua Trading Club, how could Zhao Ruyu not recognize the Tian family's father and son? She said coldly, "Old Tian, are you bringing so many people to my place to rob my industry?" Tian Wanxiang shivered in fear and said, "How can that be? I just want to come and do business with you. This little brother has a problem with us. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." Zhao Ruyu casually waved her hand, and the contract in Tian Wanxiang's hand flew inside her hand at once. Zhao Ruyu looked at it and sneered, "Trying to get me to transfer Guohua to you for free? Is this the kind of business that comes out of your mouth?" Tian Wanxiang realized that his plan was uncovered and said nervously, "I can tell you Zhao Ruyu, killing is against the law. If you dare to touch me, you won't be able to escape either." "Murder? Why would I kill someone?" Zhao Ruyu waved his hand, and a wave of coldness went towards the Tian family's father and son. "And you dog." Zhao Ruyu waved her hand again and a wave of cold air rushed towards Chao Yun on the second floor. "What are you doing?" Tian Wanxiang shouted in shock. Zhao Ruyu sneered, "What can I do? Since you guys dared to come to my place to cause trouble, let you try what it's like to be enveloped by the Furies." Just at this time, the sound of neat footsteps came from outside the door. It was Huang Haibo who arrived with his men. "Hands on your head and don't move." Armed guards rushed in and pointed their guns at them. Now Tian Wanxiang was relieved. No matter how powerful Zhao Ruyu was, she wouldn't dare to kill herself in front of so many people. Tian Wanxiang said to Huang Haibo, "This soldier brother, I've broken the law, but it's not under your army's jurisdiction. Hurry up and send me to the local authorities to deal with it." Huang Haibo glanced at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu knew that this time things were different. If he brought the Tian family father and son back to the army, there was no way to deal with it properly, or maybe he would even invite trouble. Li Tianyu nodded his head and agreed, and Huang Haibo called the local police station, saying that he had found a home invasion and robbery, and needed the local police station to cooperate. Before half an hour was up, the police station had taken the Tian family, father and son, and others away. After this side of the matter is finished, Huang Haibo also led people to leave. Sun Mingwei and Xiaoshui suffered some injuries, but they are not a big problem. Use some of Li Tianyu's gold wound medicine will be no big deal. Chapter 99. A kick in the pants. Sun Mingwei took Xiaoshui and Ma Huaming after that also left. Li Tianyu let them go back and tell Wang Dandan that he has nothing to do now, and he now has injuries on his body. There is no way to go back. This matter seems to be so past. The Tian family in Nanjiang City does have some contacts, would not have caused people casualties, and soon spent money to do a bailout. But things are not over yet. The next day Tian Baohua drove out to do business. Suddenly there is a heavy dump truck and his car collided together. Mercedes Maybach was loaded crushed. Tian Baohua died on the spot. Tian Wanxiang heartbroken. Just that night when sleeping sudden heart attack, rescue untimely death at home. And that Chao Yun, too scared to go out at home, choked to death on the third day, eating noodles all at once. Luo Taoist death is even more interesting. In a large bathing center in the height of the pool died. Forensic identification of the cause of death. Actually in the high temperature pool inside the freezing to death, which is the largest bizarre case in Nanjiang City. From then on, Zhao Ruyu's big name was even more frightening, and there were other people who wanted to beat up Guohua Trading Club before, who didn't dare to have such thoughts anymore. But these were all things that happened later. Now Zhao Ruyu put Li Tianyu on the sofa, put her hands on his back, and ran the 9 true qi in her body. Li Tianyu immediately felt that the cold inside his body was quickly sucked away, and in 5 seconds it was sucked clean by Zhao Ruyu. After all the cold qi in his body was sucked away, Li Tianyu's Xian Gong Dfa immediately recovered, and all the injuries on his body were actually healed, and he then realized that Zhao Ruyu was healing his injuries. Li Tianyu asked, "Sister Ruyu, why do I feel that the fury in your body has become weaker?" Zhao Ruyu said, "It hasn't gotten weaker, it's that I can now control it as I please. The Tian family's father and son as well as Chao Yun, I've attached a lot of the power of the Furies to them. From now on they'll be haunted by Ben Furies. It won't be long before their downfalls will surely turn out to be miserable." Li Tianyu was surprised. "Is it that powerful? Do you think my fate of the faithful star is a fake?" After Zhao Ruyu finished speaking, she took off the 9 xianzhu that she was carrying around her neck and said to Li Tianyu, "Brother Tianyu, I won't be able to use this item in the future, so I'll give it to you." Li Tianyu said, it's better for you to keep it. This 9 xianju can enhance your cultivation progress, and when it's critical, it can also prevent you from practicing kung fu and getting carried away by fire. You're now cultivating in too fast of a realm. Your foundation is still a bit unstable, so it's safer to wear it. Li Tianyu continued. In the future, you wear this bead inside so as not to attract unnecessary trouble. Zhao Ruyu said daintily. Alright, then I'll listen to my brother. Li Tianyu went upstairs to take a hot shower, ready to go back to Wang Dandan to report peace. Otherwise this girl will definitely be anxious with himself. When he was leaving, he found Taoist Luo's Xian iron black sword inside the living room. Li Tianyu picked it up and carefully observed it. After looking at it for a while, Li Tianyu utilized his Xian Tian Jinqi, and suddenly the sword became torn apart. Xian Tian sword. It really is Xian Tian sword. Li Tianyu shouted out excitedly. Brother Tianyu, how did this sword shatter? Zhao Ruyu asked in surprise. Sister Ruyu, this is a real Xian Tian sword. A real magic weapon that can be used as a weapon as well as a magic weapon to exorcise demons. It really is a magic treasure. Li Tianyu picked up the pieces of Xian iron that had fallen on the ground and placed them on the coffee table and counted them. Exactly 50 pieces. Sister Ruyu, let me have this Xian iron sword, Li Tianyu said, as it was Zhao Ruyu's trophy for defeating Taoist Luo. Zhao Ruyu said, silly brother, why are you still polite to your sister? Do the two of us still need to distinguish between each other? My people are all yours. Li Tianyu operated the Xian Tian Gong method. His palms opened with a force, and with a clattering sound, the black iron fragments on the coffee table quickly fused together and turned into the Xian Tian sword. Zhao Ruyu was surprised and said, Brother Tianyu, you can't use this hand to pick up little girls outside. Li Tianyu had a black line on his face. This was a good magic weapon. How could he use it to pick up girls? Li Tianyu dispersed the Xian iron sword again inside. These black patches look simple, but each piece is of great use. Assembled together it is a sharp sword. The wisdom of the ancients is truly awesome. Zhao Ruyu said, Brother Tianyu, if you don't leave now, the two of us can go to the bedroom and have a duel in the bedroom. Li Tianyu hurriedly escaped after hearing this. Now he still felt his legs were weak. If he didn't go back, Wang Dandan estimated that he might even go crazy. Dandan Medicinal Cuisine Workshop. From the day of opening the business has been particularly good, and now has reached the realm of a hard to find. In the South River City restaurant industry is also a big name. Feng Tongtong didn't break up with Yang Gang for the sake of money after he was beaten up by Yang Gang inside the restaurant of Guohua Exchange Club last time. Yang Gang was also very upset last time. He wanted to pretend in front of his girlfriend once, but ended up bumping into Zhao Ruyu, the bogeyman. So today is Feng Tongtong's birthday. He wants to make up for the face. Guohua's restaurant is not going to be able to go. Zhao Ruyu has blacked out their family's membership cards. Yang Gang chose the hottest stand-in medicinal cuisine workshop right now, and they didn't book a private room in advance, so they could only sit inside the hall and wait. This time, in order to make Feng Tongtong's birthday a little more grand, Yang Gang asked her to call all her best friends and classmates. Find more than 10 people to celebrate their birthday. The atmosphere is very warm. Yang just took a large bouquet of roses and a not small diamond ring, given to Feng Tongtong as a birthday gift, attracted her classmates and good friends all kinds of envious eyes, so that all of a sudden to satisfy her vanity, feeling particularly dignified, Feng Tongtong was just about to make a speech when she suddenly saw Li Tianyu walk in through the front door. She could now say that she was pretty much through with Li Tianyu. Women are really a strange animal. It was obviously Yang Gang who hit her with his hands that day, but she put her hatred on Li Tianyu's body. Feng Tongtong deliberately said loudly, Today is my 21st birthday. Now let me understand one thing. As a girl for the choice is very important, especially to choose a man who can spend for you. Do not be deceived by the man who is not willing to spend money by flowery words. I was cheated by someone before I met Mr. Yang. Luckily I woke up early even though I kicked his ass. When she said this, Feng Tongtong pointed her finger at Li Tianyu, who had just entered the door, and said, Look everyone, he is the poor man who was kicked by me. I hope that everyone remembers his appearance, and don't be deceived by him in the future. Chapter 100 Unwarranted Disasters. Feng Tongtong spoke very loudly. Not only did her classmates and friends hear her, but many of the guests and waiters in the hall also saw the person she was pointing her finger at. Li Tianyu just came back. I do not know why there are a lot of people looking at themselves on the side of the whispering. I did not expect to lie down can also be shot. How to meet this gold-digging woman again. Li Tianyu didn't have time to pay attention to her and thought about hurrying upstairs to find Wang Dandan. Yang Gang was enraged the moment he saw Li Tianyu. It was because of him that their Yang family would not be able to enter the Guohua Trading Club in the future. He pointed his finger at Li Tianyu and cursed. Damn it, stop right there. Without Zhao Ruyu here today, I'll see who can help you. Yang Gang intentionally brought out 4 bodyguards from his home today in order to get back his face. All of them were veterans with great hands. That's why he dared to be so arrogant. Li Tianyu glanced at Yang Gang. He didn't want to cause trouble in his family's restaurant. It would affect the business of the restaurant. So he didn't pay attention to him and continued to walk upstairs. Yang Gang was directly ignored. Feeling particularly faceless, he signaled the bodyguard he brought and said, "Bring that kid to me. Break his limbs first." The 4 bodyguards quickly stopped Li Tianyu, and the people inside the living room realized that someone was going to fight and hurriedly hid to the side in fear. There are those who are not afraid of the big things, choose to stay and watch the fun, and the timid ones just run out of the hotel. Li Tianyu was really angry. This Yang Gang was always looking for his own trouble, and now he was destroying the business of the restaurant. Many customers ran away without paying. The 4 security guards got Yang Gang's order to come up to take action. Obviously can see, really want to break Li Tianyu's limbs. It was you guys who took the initiative to seek death, so there was no need for Li Tianyu to be polite, and in less than 10 seconds, he knocked all 4 bodyguards to the ground. Yang Gang was baffled at that time, did not think that this Li Tianyu so capable of fighting. He previously thought that in the Guowa Trading Club all rely on Zhao Ruyu help. Having already decided to make a move, the mastermind certainly couldn't let it go, and headed towards Yang Gang's between the legs. "Help! Someone's killed someone! Someone come quick! Where's the boss?" Yang Gang covered his bottom with his hand and shouted while rolling around. Seeing this man who was nothing, Li Tianyu's eyes were full of disdain. At this time Wang Dandan came down from upstairs. When Li Tianyu was stopped by the 4 bodyguards just now, someone told Wang Dandan. Without waiting for Wang Dandan to speak, Yang Gang lay on the ground and cried out, "Are you the boss? This little brat just beat me up. You hurry up and call the police to arrest him." Feng Tongtong also came over at this time and said, "It's this man who was kicked by me. He's been trying to get back at me. Just now is when he saw my boyfriend come up and fight." Wang Dandan glanced at Yang Gang and Feng Tongtong before walking towards Li Tianyu. The people who were watching didn't know what the lady boss was going to do, and everyone had an expectant look on their faces. To everyone's surprise, Wang Dandan went next to Li Tianyu and offered a deep kiss as she bowled over his neck. At this time the scene so the people are blindfolded. This female boss is sick? She didn't ask anything and just started kissing? Is this the punishment for fighting? Everyone wants this cruel punishment. After a deep kiss, Wang Dandan turned back to Yang Gang and said, "He is the owner of this store, and I am the owner's wife, or the little brat you just mentioned." Yang Gang really cannot believe. This hotel according to the market price is worth at least 50 million. Li Tianyu was a poor college student only. How can so quickly become a big boss? This is completely illogical. Then Wang Dandan walked over to Feng Tongtong and said with a smile, "I've always wanted to thank you for kicking Li Tianyu out. Otherwise I really wouldn't have such a good boyfriend. Isn't your criteria for finding a boyfriend for money? I'm telling you right now, he's conservatively estimated to have $100 million for the time being, and if you add in other industries and stuff, there's no telling how much it's going to be. This is not true. You guys are acting in front of me to trick me." Feng Tongtong shook her head vigorously and said, she would never believe that some of this was true. "Do I have to lie to you?" Wang Dandan sneered. "Go see for yourself whose name is written on the business license." Feng Tongtong has felt that she is going crazy. She cannot accept that this thing is true. She said to Wang Dandan madly, "Even if this is all true, he is still a second-hand goods that gave me a kick. You are a garbage picker. Who dares to say my husband is a second-hand man?" Just at this time, a very gentle and enchanting voice came in through the door. Everyone looked to the door opening, only to see a red Ferrari parked in front of the door and an incredibly sexy beauty standing in front of it. The woman walked towards the hall with an extremely sexy stride, her appearance attracting the eyes of everyone present. Zhao Ruyu's beauty is sexy and flirtatious. Wang Dandan's beauty is pure and energetic. The woman who came over does not lose anyone, and has more of her own independent side. The woman was tall and leggy, and her feet were actually about as tall as Li Tianyu in heels. There is no other movement in the whole hall, only the sound of the woman's high heels clattering, all the men's saliva looking straight down. This woman's walking pace and body, to be 10 times sexier than the model. Who does not know what this woman is here for? What made everyone feel even more surprised was that this beauty walked directly towards Li Tianyu, and like Wang Dandan's action, she wrapped her arms around Li Tianyu's neck and gave him the same deep kiss. Everyone looked stupid, including Li Tianyu was also baffled. Just so straight hook no one else kissed. Suddenly the waist came from a sharp pain. It was Wang Dandan pinched Li Tianyu hard on the side. He then reacted, and hurriedly pushed away the woman with one hand. Yang Gang sighed to see is envious. A mother of, now good cabbage are letting the pig arch. How the beauty are surrounded by this kid. Li Tianyu asked in surprise, "Who are you?" He felt that the beautiful woman in front of him looked a bit familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen her before. "Honey, how long has it been since we met? And you don't remember me? Men really are all philanderers," the woman said daintily. Li Tianyu again felt to not come from the severe pain. but he is now really especially aggrieved. In front of this beautiful woman in front of him he really does not know. This young lady, you definitely recognized the wrong person. We really don't seem to know each other, Li Tianyu hurriedly explained. Otherwise today this waist of his is afraid to be pinched by Wang Dandan to waste. It's an unmitigated disaster this is. Chapter 101 Telephone. The woman said unhappily, Li Tianyu, don't you recognize me? At first, you even said that you would let me be your girlfriend when I lost weight? Your sister Su? Li Tianyu really couldn't believe that she was the slimmed-down Jiao Su. Wang Dandan was also particularly shocked. She had heard Li Tianyu talk about this Su Jiao before, and had also seen how fat she was in person, and now after she had slimmed down, she had an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. I knew you couldn't forget me. I'm Su Jiao. Who else could call you darling? When Jiao Su finished speaking, she took Li Tianyu's arm, and the two of them, Wang Dandan, took one on each side. Li Tianyu stole a glance at Su Jiao's chest, and thought in his heart, the places that should be thin are thin, and the places that shouldn't be thin aren't thin at all. What kind of weight loss pills are so powerful? Li Tianyu looked at Wang Dandan's eyes. His heart was also not at all bottomless. He did not know how to explain this matter. Who would have thought that Su Jiao would suddenly jump out to be his wife? Standing on the opposite side of Feng Tongtong will be incomparably embarrassed by their own kick the man, now actually by the two beautiful women in the middle. The most important thing is that $100 cannot afford to spend Li Tianyu, now actually worth more than $100 million. This is the god intentionally want to rectify this slag woman? Su Jiao looked at Yang Gang on the ground and said, you get your ass over here now. Yang Gang asked cautiously, are you Mr. Su? Guess what? You don't recognize me when I've lost weight? Su Jiao asked. Yang Gang took a closer look and after making sure it was Jiao Su, he said with a wicked smile on his face, how could I dare not recognize General Manager Su? Yang Gang's family is at best a small and unimpressive family in Nanjiang, while Su Jiao's family is a famous big family in Nanjiang City, an existence that these small families can only look up to. Moreover, Su Jiao herself also opened a very large pharmaceutical factory, can be said to be the largest one in Nanjiang City. The whole of China is also a very famous pharmaceutical company. The Young family has been and Su Jiao's pharmaceutical company has dealings. Su Jiao a sentence can cut off half of the Young family's financial road. It was because of this relationship that Yang Gang met Su Jiao as if she were a mouse meeting a cat, very afraid that if she was not careful, she would strangle her own fortune. Su Jiao said coldly, did you just make my husband angry? Yang Gang was really aggravated. How come every time this Li Tianyu had a domineering woman to help him? This time Yang Gang learned his lesson, and without saying a word, he directly knelt down and said, I'm sorry boss Li, it's all because I'm dog-eyed. Su Jiao said, you are very skillful in this business but just in this woman said to give my husband a kick in the pants? I sound very uncomfortable. Yang Gang turned around and roared, hurry over and kneel down, quickly apologize to boss Su. Feng Tongtong began to hesitate. The last time in Guo no one knew her, kneeling down to make amends and apologies even so. Today came are their own friends and classmates. In the future, how can I still be a person? Su Jiao said, I don't need her to apologize to me. I'm letting you kick her in the face right now so that my heart will be more or less comfortable. No problem, I'll do it now. Yang Gang turned back towards Feng Tongtong and shouted, I'm kicking your ass now. You can get lost. Women in Yang Gang's eyes are not worth money at all, and will not move real feelings, casually discarded playthings. Feng Tongtong was instantly blinded, and hurriedly begged this, Mr. Yang, please don't leave me behind, but I've given you everything for you. Yang Gang's eyes glared coldly and said, get lost? Good women are plentiful these days. Do you think I'll care about one of you? I'll apologize on my knees first. Please don't me. Feng Tongtong knelt down in front of Li Tianyu in one go and shouted, Li Tianyu, please forgive me this time. Never let Mr. Yang not want me. I gave him everything. How does this make me live in the future? Li Tianyu really and can't look at this kind of gold-digging woman. Also speechless before how he found a girlfriend like this. Li Tianyu said indifferently, get lost, and don't let me see you guys again in the future. Good. Now let's roll. Yang Gang pulled Feng Tongtong up and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Wang Dandan said. Yang Gang asked very carefully, anything else? It's because you just made a scene and scared away a lot of my customers, and they all left without paying. All of this money has to be counted on you. Wang Dandan said. Didn't ask. It's all on me. Yang just swept $10,000 directly into the QR code. Wang Dandan sneered. What kind of place do you take us for? $10,000 is only enough for one table to spend. Just now ran several tables of guests. $10,000 can? Su Jiao smiled and said, did Mr. Yang go out without money? Do you need me to pay for you? No. Yang Gang hurriedly took out a $100,000 check out of his pocket and placed it in Wang Danden's hand. Seeing that Wang Danden didn't say anything, Yang Gang hurriedly left the restaurant, and Feng Tongtong jogged all the way to follow behind, afraid that Yang Gang would really kick her. Li Tianyu shook his head and laughed bitterly as he watched this scene. It was really true that the pitiful would have something to hate. Not waiting for him to finish sighing, he suddenly realized that the situation was a bit wrong, and the two beautiful women beside him were looking at him. Normally, having one beautiful woman gazing at you is a blessing. If you are gazed at by two beautiful women at the same time, something will definitely happen. I have to say that it is still the big boss who has a pattern. Su Jiaojiao is a very smart woman, and does not want to make it difficult for Li Tianyu to go on, and also does not want to make trouble with Wang Danden. Generously, he said to Li Tianyu, I have to go beforehand, and I'll come over to find you sometime that day. On her way out, Su Jiaojiao politely nodded her head with Wang Danden. Watching Jiaojiao Su drive away, Li Tianyu finally secretly exhaled a long breath. Danden Medicinal Food Workshop business is getting better and better. Wang Danden original dormitory are changed into a private room, but in the back of the district to rent down a building as a dormitory. Li Tianyu of course, and she lives in the same house inside. After Jiaojiao Su left, Wang Danden didn't say a word with a stern face, so Li Tianyu had to follow behind and coax the beauty to be happy. After the restaurant closed at night, Li Tianyu followed Wang Danden back to the place where he lived. Seeing his luggage and Wang Danden's on the same bed, Li Tianyu's heart immediately blossomed with joy. It seems that tonight can hold the return of the beauty of the. Early the next morning, Li Tianyu and Wang Danden had breakfast together. Li Tianyu then drove Dong Mingyu to acupuncture. Li Tianyu first took old lady Dong's pulse and found that her condition had recovered exceptionally well, and with one more acupuncture session this time, she would be completely cured. Li Tianyu had just put away the silver needle when the phone suddenly rang. Chapter 102 I'll take this building. Shangguan Qiuyang on the phone said happily, Older brother, do you have time now? Can you come to my aunt's house? After hanging up the phone and talking to Grandma Dong, Li Tianyu went to Shangguan Yunju's house. As soon as he entered the door, Li Tianyu felt that the atmosphere was particularly different. Everyone in the Wang family had joyful faces, as if they were as happy as the new year. Wang Yingjie went up and held Li Tianyu's hand, and said with an excited face, Divine Dr. Li, the results of the hospital's examination have come out. This time Yunju was really pregnant, and I'm going to be a father soon. Thank you so much. You're the great nobleman of our Wang family. Wang Yingjie had been so excited that he didn't know how to be good, and spoke sometimes without knowing how to be good. Shangguan Yunju was still holding a lab sheet in her hand, and Shangguan Qiuyang was holding his aunt and walking towards Li Tianyu. She said to Li Tianyu, Little Li, I don't know how I can thank you, but remember, from today onwards, no matter what you meet, I will definitely do my best to help you. A few days ago, Li Tianyu took her pulse and said that Shangguan Yunju was pregnant, and although she believed it, she always felt that her heart wasn't solid enough, and today, after getting the lab report, she believed the fact that she was really pregnant. Li Tianyu waved his hand and said, I am originally a doctor. Seeing patients and saving people is my job. Seeming to take a glance at Shangguan Qiuyang protecting his aunt like a baby, he smiled and said, Young Master Shangguan, there is no need for you to be so protective. Shangguan Qiuyang smiled and said, It's completely necessary. Auntie's pregnancy this time is the biggest thing in our Shangguan family. It's necessary to protect it on all fronts. Li Tianyu said, It's not that serious. In a moment I'll give Aunt Yunju a prescription to preserve the fetus, and it'll be fine. It's really great. Thank you too much Divine Dr. Li. Wang Yingjie was busy at the side, pouring tea and fruits for Li Tianyu. Today, I asked Li Tianyu to come over. Firstly, I wanted to thank people properly, and secondly, I wanted Li Tianyu to prescribe a pair of pills to calm the fetus. The doctor inside the hospital said that Shangguan Yunju is in advanced maternal age, so she must be careful or she will easily miscarry. At that time, the doctor said that he was going to prescribe some medicine for Shangguan Yunju to calm the fetus, but she only trusted Li Tianyu right now, and she couldn't trust any other doctor at all. Li Tianyu took Shangguan Yunju's pulse again, and Wang Yingjie asked nervously from the side, Divine Dr. Li, how is it? Li Tianyu smiled and said, Everything is normal. The fetus is exceptionally good. There is no need for everyone to be nervous. Wang Yingjie asked, Are you sure it's twins? Li Tianyu nodded his head to indicate yes, and Wang Yingjie laughed out loud. It really is God's eyes. My Wang family's old ancestor blessing. Li Tianyu prescribed a prescription for preserving the fetus and told Shangguan Yunju to take it 3 times a day on schedule. Wang Yingjie said, Divine Dr. Li, I won't say any more words of thanks. I have developed the second phase of the Dongting Lakeside property again. All the houses in it you can choose at your own discretion. Just take it as the money for the doctor's visit, and now I'll take you to see the house. Li Tianyu smiled and said, This visit to the doctor is a bit expensive. Li Tianyu knows how expensive the houses inside Dongting Lake are. All of them are clear villa clusters, and the smallest household type is 10 million apiece. Shangguan Qiuyang said on the side of Li Tianyu's shoulder. I feel that this is all already very shabby. You made my aunt pregnant with twins all of a sudden. He only sent you a villa. The loss is still you. Wang Yingjie laughed at the side and said in a hurry. So it's still me earning, nothing else? It's just a lot of houses. If you like it, Divine Dr. Li, feel free to take 2 sets. Li Tianyu smiled and said. No, 1 set is enough for me. Shangguan Yunju was not comfortable walking around right now, so Wang Yingjie and Shangguan Qiuyang took Li Tianyu to see the house. The second phase of Dongting Lakeside is developed behind the first phase. The last side is a big mountain, while the east side is a sea. The environment and air can't be described. Very suitable for living here. Li Tianyu and they walked in a big circle, saw the architecture of the house here and the design is particularly good. The heart is also full of like. Just at this time inadvertently saw halfway up the mountainside there is a small building, and other small buildings are separated by hundreds of meters away. Li Tianyu curiously asked, Mr. Wang, did you develop that small building as well? Wang Yingjie said, yes, but the design of that house wasn't very good, so I didn't show you around. Li Tianyu said, it's fine, is it okay to show me around? Li Tianyu felt that the yuan qi next to that small detached building was particularly thick. No other house had this phenomenon. No problem, let's go over and look now. Wang Yingjie led Li Tianyu right towards that small building. Only when he reached the neighborhood did Li Tianyu realize that behind this small detached building was a very high cliff, and below it was an endless ocean, which was why the yuan qi was so thick. The small detached building has 5 floors, with a small separate courtyard in front and back, and the most impressive thing is that there is a swimming pool with a break circulating water system, directly connected to the sea for filtration and circulation. The design method is very advanced. This small detached building Li Tianyu likes very much. There is a kind of feeling of facing the sea and blossoming flowers in the spring. He is a little skeptical that Wang Yingjie is not intentionally do not want to give it to himself. As if Wang Yingjie could see Li Tianyu's thoughts from his seriousness, he let out a bitter smile and said, at that time, I was very attentive when designing this house, but I missed a key aspect and didn't consider the natural climate of this place. Li Tianyu said, I feel good, and the temperature is not too cold or too hot. Wang Yingjie continued, at that time when this small building was built it was in the winter, and it was normally a north wind, which was not felt when it was built. By the time the house was built it was summer, and the winds turned south just in time, and the neighborhood near the beach was already humid, and this little building was on top of the sea, and in the summer the ground could recoil with little droplets of water. The house has been put to now and not sold. I did not dare to decorate. The materials have been put for several months have been moldy. The idea was to sell the house cheaply so that I don't lose money on it, but I can't get a single person to come and look at this house even now. After Wang Yingjie finished speaking, fearing that Li Tianyu would not believe him, he hurriedly opened the door and brought him in, entered the small building, and Wang Yingjie said the same. Just entered the door there is a damp air pungent, the walls and obvious water beads, the ground low lying a little bit of the place there are water stains. Wang Yingjie smiled bitterly and said, now you always believe Dr. Li, I will definitely pay for this small building. Li Tianyu said indifferently, Mr. Wang, I'll take this small building. Chapter 103 Fierce Beasts. Wang Yingjie felt that his ears were having problems, and Shangguan Qiuyang was also surprised when he asked, older brother, you're not thinking of opening a bath here, are you? Li Tianyu smiled and said, this small building is designed specifically for me, but also to bother Mr. Wang. You find someone to help me to give a decoration. The money will be again I will give on the line. Wang Yingjie said, this is what I said. The decoration to buy furniture I a dragon all package. But are you sure you want this small building? Li Tianyu said, I have my own way of making sure that it will be livable when it's renovated. Wang Yingjie and Shangguan Qiuyang, two people, look at Li Tianyu with a surprised face. They really cannot believe it, but people have said so. Wang Yingjie cannot not agree to take Li Tianyu for a while to finish the small building of the household. This single small building in the future will be Li Tianyu's. After waiting to separate from Wang Yingjie and the two of them, Li Tianyu had returned to the small building alone. He took out Yuan Qi spirit stones inside the storage space and began to set up a formation for the small building. First set up a layer of Yuan Qi suction array at the very outside, behind the sea inside the Yuan Qi source towards the small building inside pouring in. This can be like practicing inside the fairyland. The second layer is a boundary that prevents the tide from coming in, and all the tide is blocked by the boundary. The third floor Li Tianyu in the small building inside the arrangement of a 5 elements gathered yang array. After the success of the arrangement, the outside world's yang qi quickly surged in. The small building inside the tide slowly began to boil up. The distance is now seen in the small building as if it were a fairyland. Looking at the speed of the moisture inside the evaporating small building, it wouldn't take more than 2 days to carry out the renovation properly. After doing everything, Li Tianyu looked at the small solitary building in front of him and his heart secretly became satisfied. Such a handsome small building would be his home in the future. Coming out from Dongting Lake, Li Tianyu went to Mingwei Boxing Hall again. This time, if it wasn't for Sun Mingwei and the others arriving in time, there was a possibility that he would have lost his little life. On the way to the Mingwei Boxing Gym, there was a very narrow path. Li Tianyu wanted to save a little bit of time. There drove the car into a closer path. Li Tianyu was slowly driving forward when he suddenly saw that the pedestrians in front of him were in a panic, and the passers-by were hiding on both sides, not daring to move, only to see a speeding motorcycle rushed out. Saw a woman behind it shouting, "Help! Someone robbed! Everyone help me catch him!" Hearing someone in front of him shouting like that, Li Tianyu saw that someone next to him had put his car in a horizontal position, which happened to block the road with his Maserati, and how the motorcycle couldn't fly over. The speed of the motorcycle was exceptionally fast. It did not have the intention of stopping at all, and directly rushed over to Li Tianyu's side. At this time, Li Tianyu prayed in his heart for a while, "Don't hit my car! Don't hit my car! Must not hit my car!" Maybe the gods were not at home at this time. Li Tianyu's prayers did not work at all gas, and maybe the motorcycle man likes to find the feeling of crashing a good car. The angle was not tilted at all, and it crashed perfectly into Li Tianyu's front hood. The motorcycle stopped, but the person did not stop. The kid reached out quickly. A little foot directly jumped over the car, not far away from an abandoned building to run. "Don't run, I'm a cop." Behind the motorcycle, followed by a man in casual clothes, followed in hot pursuit. Li Tianyu, incomparable heartache, took a look at his car. The front hood are given to crash in. He was angry to the extreme. "Your grandma, how much money you robbed to enough to repair my car? Do less than $1 million to repair the car." When he thought of this, Li Tianyu followed and chased after him. He had to catch this bag-snatching kid. He kept up an even pace to stay out of sight, just that much faster than the two of them. If you chase someone down in one go, everyone will feel shocked when they see it, and you may become headline news yourself. The kid who snatched the bag and the man in casual clothes, one playfully ran, one playfully chased behind, and when Li Tianyu chased to the inside of the abandoned building, these two people had long since disappeared. "I didn't expect these two brats to run quite fast," Li Tianyu thought in his heart as he stood at the gate and started expanding his search with his yuan qi. To the west, Li Tianyu sensed the sound of a fight over there and hurriedly accelerated over. When he arrived, the purse-snatching man was holding a knife with blood in his hand, and the casual-wear self-proclaimed police officer was covered in blood, but his hands kept the purse-snatching man dead and wouldn't let go. When the bag snatcher saw someone coming after him, the hatred in his eyes intensified, and he lifted his dagger to stab down on the chest of the man in casual clothes. But Li Tianyu's movements were much faster than him. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the bag-snatching man, grabbed the dagger with one hand, and with the other hand, he turned his palm into a strike and knocked the bag-snatching man out. At this time, the leisure suit man could no longer support himself and fainted at once. Li Tianyu hurried to check the man's injuries, fortunately did not hurt the key bits. The body was stabbed 4 or 5 times. Bleeding too much must be stopped first. When Li Tianyu was just about to save the people, there was a sudden shout in the distance. "Hands on your head, don't move. Put down the weapons in your hands." Li Tianyu glanced at the two uniformed men running not far away and were aiming pistols at themselves. Li Tianyu felt very surprised. The TV inside the show should not be so fast. He hurriedly threw the dagger to the side. He did not want to be shot for no reason. Then he would be wrongly killed. The two law enforcement officers quickly ran to the scene. Li Tianyu helplessly held his mouth for a moment. This plot is too dogmatic. The first person to arrive was actually Shin Xiaoran. "How could it be you?" Shin Xiaoran was also particularly surprised. Li Tianyu said, "Big sister, aren't you a traffic cop? When did you become a criminal police officer again? The unit seems to be run by your family, so you can go there whenever you want? In your hands? You're not allowed to speak now, and the suspect should not move," Shin Xiaoran warned. The last time the traffic control team thing, the final leadership study decided that this violent female devil is still suitable for criminal police work. Because the criminal police are in contact with real criminals, it is easier to deal with. If you are still working in the traffic control department, maybe that day and point out what kind of mess out. In this way, Shin Xiaoran returned to the criminal police force, and was placed directly in the fieldwork. "Officer Shin, I was really acting heroically. This helmeted person is the one who snatched the bag," Li Tianyu said with an aggrieved face. Just now, because of the rush, Li Tianyu used the force seems to be not enough. The bag-snatching man suddenly woke up, saw the situation in front of him, his eyes quickly rotated a few times, shouted, "I'm wrong da. Just now it was me who saw the righteousness of the shot. He is the real murderer." Chapter 1040 in. Li Tianyu angry. You just crashed my car, and now you dare to bite me back. He went up and wanted to beat up this bag-snatching man, was next to the criminal police with a gun pointed and said, "Warning, you do not move. Give me honest." Li Tianyu didn't want to find trouble on his own, he could only endure it for now. He glared at the bag-snatching man and then said to Shin Xiaoran, "This is definitely a misunderstanding. Don't you understand me?" Shin Xiaoran also knew that Li Tianyu couldn't be a bad guy, but before she could figure things out, she could only go through the normal procedures first. "There's no need to say anything now, just come back with me first," Shin Xiaoran said. Li Tianyu said anxiously, "He can prove that I am innocent." With his finger, he pointed at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Seeing that he hadn't woken up yet and his breathing was a bit weak, Li Tianyu said, "I have to revive him first, otherwise he'll die from blood loss in a while." The bag-snatching man didn't want the middle-aged man to wake up, then things could really come to light, and said in a hurry, "This officer, you listen to me, he just wants to kill and kill." The male officer glanced at the man lying on the ground and said to Shin Xiaoran, "He's the Chui leader of the County District Bureau, and by the looks of it, he's in a coma now." Li Tianyu anxiously said to Shin Xiaoran, "Quickly let me go and take a look. Otherwise he's really hopeless. Don't you trust me?" Thinking of what Li Tianyu had done before, Shin Xiaoran hesitated and said, "You hurry up. The ambulance will be arriving soon as well." Li Tianyu hurriedly came to Chui Yunqing's side, took out the silver needles that he had with him, and hurriedly stabbed into a few Daxu acupoints inside his body to stop the blood for him first. Just then, an emergency vehicle drove in, and the male officer told Li Tianyu to step aside as Chui Yunqing was pulled away by the emergency vehicle. Seeing the emergency vehicle that drove away, Li Tianyu frowned. The middle-aged man was bleeding too much, and he didn't know if they could give a save. Unfortunately, he is still in love with the male officer with a gun to his head. The unlucky Li Tianyu not only had his car wrecked, but he was also brought back to the criminal police. After Shin Xiaoran brought them both back, they were interrogated separately. Snatchers know that this time the trouble, snatch the bag is not a big thing, but the leader of a county and district stabbed, and now the person is dead or alive who does not know. He can only beat a dead horse, saying that Li Tianyu is snatching a bag. He is a good man of justice and bravery. Li Tianyu sat inside the interrogation room as Shin Xiaoran gave him a detailed statement. After Li Tianyu finished saying the whole thing from the beginning to the place, he said to Shin Xiaoran, "The matter is actually very simple. I really saw the righteousness. Won't you just find the owner of the bag? She will definitely recognize the bag-snatching man." Just then, a young officer walked in and said, "The owner of the bag has just been identified." Li Tianyu's heart was solid after hearing this, and he said happily, "It's really too timely. I've already said it wasn't me, and now I finally know who the purse snatcher is." The young officer continued, "The owner of the bag said that at that time, because of the speed, when she was robbed, she only saw the back of the man, wearing a tracksuit with short hair, but now that both of them were in tracksuits, she wasn't sure who was the one who robbed the bag." Li Tianyu glanced down at his clothes. It was really unlucky to the extreme. Actually, the colors of the clothes were similar. It was really an unlucky day. Shin Xiaoran frowned and asked, "Did you compare the fingerprints on top of that knife? Both of them have fingerprints. Can't be sure whose knife it is," the young officer said. Li Tianyu is also depressed. Then how to think to take down the knife for what? Directly should be a kick to fly on the end of the matter. Now there will not be so much trouble things. After the young officer left, Li Tianyu said to Shin Xiaoran with a face of injustice, "You have to believe me. The bag really wasn't snatched by me, and my car was also hit by him, and it takes a lot of money to repair the car. And while you're thinking about it, is there such a thing as a purse snatch in a car this nice? How much money can you afford a car for that little snatch?" Shin Xiaoran said, "Do you think I don't have enough intelligence?" Li Tianyu hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that. I know you're very smart. Now I'm really wrongly accused. I can't be locked up here." Shin Xiaoran said, "I also know that you are not the one who snatched the bag, but what's the use of me believing in you? Nowadays, cases are all about evidence, and now there is no one thing that can prove that you are not the one who snatched the bag." Li Tianyu said, "How can I, a driver, ride a motorcycle to do a purse snatching?" Shin Xiaoran said, "What you said is not enough evidence. The case analysis can say that you parked your car beforehand, and then first robbed someone's motorcycle and then robbed someone's bag. Then what to do? Well, you point help me." Li Tianyu said, "Two ways to help you. The first is to get someone to prove you're not a purse snatcher. Although there are a lot of people on the scene, but now people don't want to find things for themselves, afraid that they will come out for retaliation. If not, the bag is the victim's. I guess she is not willing to come forward to identify." Li Tianyu asked, "What about the second one?" "The second is that Leader Choi can wake up as soon as possible, and after his identification, we'll know which of you two is real and which is fake." Li Tianyu asked, "So is he awake now?" "The situation is not very optimistic. The hospital just called and said the patient is in danger. Shin Xiaoran said. Li Tianyu stood up with a brush and the officer next to him shouted. What are you doing? Hurry up and sit down. Li Tianyu said with an anxious face. Quickly take me to the hospital. Shen Xiaoran, you have to believe in my medical skills. If it's too late, it'll be too late. I'll make sure that I can save him back. Shin Xiaoran hesitated. But, Li Tianyu shouted anxiously. Still, but what? It's not like I'm going to run away. Are you just going to watch your co-workers just sacrifice themselves for nothing? I also don't want to be unjustly accused for nothing just like that. Shin Xiaoran said with great determination. Okay, I'll take you there now. The police officer next to him said. Ran, you are doing this as a violation of the law. He is now a suspect. If he really ran away, this responsibility. Don't worry, I won't drag you into this. I'll take the blame myself if he comes running. Shin Xiaoran finished speaking and took Li Tianyu away. The car drove fast straight to the hospital. Inside the ICU ward, Cui Yinqing's body was inserted with various tubes of different sizes everywhere, but the numbers above the medical monitor were slowly decreasing, and finally all of them went to zero. Chapter 105 The Divine Doctor. The attending physician in charge of resuscitation this time, Shang He, said to the nurse next to him, remove all the instruments. Go and tell the family that the patient could not be resuscitated, and the person is gone. Just at this time, Shin Xiaoran rushed in with Li Tianyu. Chang He hurriedly stopped them and said, who are you people? You can't enter here. Li Tianyu said, I'm a doctor. I'm going in to take a look at the patient. Chang He said, where did the intern doctor come from? Hurry up and get out. Li Tianyu no longer had time to dwell with him here and rushed to Cui Yinqing's bedside as soon as he pushed him away. Chang He said angrily, this officer, who the hell is he? Resuscitation room is not to be entered casually. Just now he even hit me. Do you not care about all this? And I, Shang He, am sure that the person can't be saved, and he can still bring the dead person back to life for me? Shin Xiaoran said, he's also a famous doctor, so just let him try, in case he can bring someone back. Chang He said angrily, you guys are just messing around. I'll definitely file a complaint against you. Shin Xiaoran said indifferently, feel free to go ahead with the complaints, but you can't stop him from seeing patients now. You. Chang He was so angry that he didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Li Tianyu didn't care a bit about what the two people were arguing about. He hurriedly took out a grain of young returning Dan and put it into Cui Yinqing's mouth. He was now not conscious at all. It was good that yang returning Dan was the kind that melted in the mouth, and after dissolving it, it flowed directly into the inside of his throat. Li Tianyu hurriedly took out the two kinds of long needles of yin and yang and quickly stuck all 72 needles as Cui Yinqing's body. Li Tianyu operated the Xian Gong method to let the Yuan Qi enter inside Cui Yinqing's body little by little so that he could absorb all of the yang return pill. What are you guys doing? Are you trying to cast some kind of spell? I'm going to call the police to arrest you guys. Chang He was now getting pissed off and had already forgotten that Shin Xiaoran was a police officer. Just at this time, connected to Cui Yinqing's medical device, issued a drop sound. All the numbers appeared all over again. Heart rate 95. Blood pressure all normal. Chang He stopped his angry words and stared in disbelief at what was happening. The dead man had really been brought back to life? Li Tianyu put back all the silver needles and said to Shin Xiaoran, the person has been saved. It is estimated that he will wake up in a while. Fake? This is absolutely fake? Just now I have already determined that the person is indeed dead. I didn't even save him. How can you possibly bring him back to life? Chang He couldn't believe it and chanted to himself beside him. Li Tianyu didn't bother with Chang He and followed Shin Xiaoran out of the ICU ward. Thank you so much for saving my colleague from the ghost. Shin Xiaoran said sincerely to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, I am originally a doctor. Saving people is my job. If I could have been allowed to save people at the scene, there wouldn't have been such a dangerous thing afterwards. He was now heartbroken about his yang return pills. The king of ginseng had a limited number of them, and each one of them was a treasure worth a lot of money. Shin Xiaoran said, I'm really sorry. Li Tianyu said, you're welcome. Can I go now? Not yet. Leader Cui hasn't woken up yet. You can't leave until he identifies who the murderer is. Shin Xiaoran said, you're still really stubborn, are you? There was nothing Li Tianyu could do about his anger. I guess Cui Yinqing was about to wake up, so I could only choose to wait for a while. Just then, there was a scuffle inside the corridor as a group of uniformed men rushed over with 4 unconscious officers. Where's the doctor? Hurry up and come out to save people. The leading middle-aged man shouted anxiously. Shin Xiaoran greeted him and asked, Captain, what happened? The middle-aged man in the lead was Guo Liang, the head of the criminal police. There had just been a murder and he had rushed to the scene with his men. I don't know what the reason is, but when we were investigating the scene, 4 of our colleagues suddenly fainted. Guo Liang said anxiously. At this time Chang He walked out from inside and said, can you guys keep your voices down and talk? This is not in your home. This is a hospital. Certain public morals are not there. Shin Xiaoran said, my co-workers suddenly fainted. so hurry up and give a checkup. Chang He's eyes took charge and glanced at Shin Xiaoran and said coldly, "There's no time now. Line up a number." Guo Liang said anxiously, "This doctor, hurry up and give my colleague a look." He suddenly fainted while he was out on a mission. Chang He said with a disdainful face, "What does how you guys fainted have to do with me? This is a resuscitation room, but there's already one patient, and it's also from one of your systems, and you've carried in 4 more. Do you really think that hospitals are run for your family?" Shin Xiaoran said angrily, "Can you talk? My colleagues were injured to protect the people. You are a doctor yourself. Isn't it your duty to treat the sick and save people?" Chang He sneered, "I don't know whether to protect the people or not, but the hospital just doesn't have any extra wards right now, so there's no use in you shouting at me. And isn't your boyfriend a doctor too? You find him." "You." Shin Xiaoran wanted to go up and beat him up. His medical skills are no good. He can't cure anyone even if he says more, and he doesn't deserve to be a qualified doctor. Li Tianyu said from the side. Li Tianyu really don't like to look at a face of a healer, but do things with a human face. The 2 words of the doctor let these people are humiliated, but also really a stinking fish stirred up a pot of fishy. Just now it was because he was better than his medical skills, and now he was over here using the power in his hands to make things difficult for others. This kind of practice was really shameful. Chang He said angrily, "Saying that I don't deserve to be a doctor? Let me tell you, I've cured more patients than you've ever eaten. Don't think that just now when your luck saved a patient, you're treating yourself as if you're a divine doctor." He just thought carefully. Shui Yunqing must have been the effect of his own resuscitation. That is, there was a slight delay in time before the scene of Li Tianyu's rescue appeared. Li Tianyu said coldly, "I don't regard myself as a divine doctor, but I know that I myself am a doctor, and it is my duty to cure the sick and save people. But you don't seem to have this realization." Chang He said with a disdainful face, "Don't talk about those useless things. If you're good, don't come to our hospital to see us. Go cure those people and I'll see." Li Tianyu said, "Since you've begged me so much, I'll heal and show you, and teach you what a doctor should do." Chapter 106 Really? Turning to Guo Liang, he said, "If you guys trust me, I'll make sure I can cure them." "Is he your boyfriend?" Guo Liang asked Shin Xiaoran because he heard Chang He say so just now. "Captain, I'll explain this matter to you later. He's really a doctor, and he's also very powerful. There's absolutely no problem handing people over to him," Shin Xiaoran said. Guo Liang waved his hand and had his colleague carried over saying, "Trouble you, this little brother." Li Tianyu took their pulse one by one. His brows tightened, and Shin Xiaoran asked nervously, "How is it? Can it be cured?" When Li Tianyu saved Shui Yunqing just now, Shin Xiaoran saw it with her own eyes. The instrument showed 0, and he was able to bring the person back to life. So if her colleague Li Tianyu couldn't save him, then no one would really be able to cure him. Chang He didn't go away, so he stood to the side and waited to see what was going on. Seeing Li Tianyu's frown deeply, he thought that he had run out of ideas and said with a scoffing face, "Not too old to pretend to be a Chinese medicine practitioner. Have any of you seen such a young Chinese medicine practitioner? And Chinese medicine itself is a fraudulent medical skill. Who still uses Chinese medicine to see patients now? People with eyes but no pearls. Today I'll show you how Chinese medicine doctors cure diseases." Li Tianyu was enraged by Chang He's words. How could there be such scum within the doctors? The reason why Li Tianyu frowned just now was because the 4 of them were not sick, but had just recruited something unclean on their bodies. Normally, some ordinary souls would not dare to get on these uniformed bodies. These people already have a foul aura on their bodies, but there is a heavy aura on their bodies, and it is obvious that they have been to a place with a heavy aura. That is why Li Tianyu was very puzzled. In order to teach this Chang He a lesson, Li Tianyu detached a piece of Xian iron from the Xian iron sword and placed it on each of the 4 people's heads for a short while. The Xian iron sword was a very strong magic weapon. Repelling this little Qi was nothing. The Yin was driven away, and the 4 men slowly opened their eyes and made their way off the stretcher at once. Chang He was stunned and pointed at Li Tianyu. "You are not a medical skill. It's completely evil." Li Tianyu said, "What do you know as a quack?" In ancient times, medicine and martial arts did not distinguish between bodies. Being able to cure a disease is a skill. The people watching around and everyone in the criminal police team praised Li Tianyu for being awesome, and some even applauded. Chang He realized that the situation was not right, and with a resentful glance at Li Tianyu, he hurriedly hid inside the ward. Guo Liang brought the 4 unconscious co-workers from earlier together to express his gratitude to Li Tianyu, saying, "Thanks to this little brother for his help. If it wasn't for you, these few co-workers of mine wouldn't know what to do." Li Tianyu said, "There's no need to be so polite. I'm originally a doctor, and treating the sick and saving people is my job." Guo Liang said, "How do you pay for this visit? How much do you tell me?" Li Tianyu glanced at Shin Xiaoran with embarrassment. "Money I don't dare to ask for, as long as this big lady can let me go." "Don't look at her. It's normal to collect money for healing people. Guolian thought that Li Tianyu looked at Shin Xiaoran's presence and he was embarrassed to ask for money? Li Tianyu hurriedly explained. Captain Gui, you misunderstood. I don't want the money for today's doctor's visit. That's really a big thank you to Dr. Li. Guoliang turned to Shin Xiaoran and said, Xiaoran, it's fortunate that your boyfriend is here today. I still have a mission that's not finished, so help us all treat your boyfriend to a meal to show your appreciation, and the team will reimburse you for how much money you spend. Team Gua, not my boyfriend. Shin Xiaoran still want to explain. Guoliang continued, you do not have to say I understand. You are not small. Have a boyfriend is normal, and I look at the two of you are very good match. Standing together is really a man and a woman. Team Gua. Shin Xiaoran was also helpless. Li Tianyu asked, Captain Gua, these four big brothers, where did they faint? Guoliang said, don't mention it. I received a report from the public that a dead body was found 20 kilometers outside the suburb. It should have been killed and dumped. I immediately led people to the scene, but when we just entered the scene, before we could start surveying, 4 of my men fainted to the scene. I forebode wrong hurriedly blocked off the scene, and brought people to the hospital first, and I will have to go to the scene in a while to take a look. Li Tianyu asked, where is the scene and what are the surroundings like? 20 kilometers southeast of the suburb. The place is easy to find, surrounded by mountains, with a depression in the middle. Guoliang said. Li Tianyu already had a rough idea in his heart. According to Guoliang's description, where the breath was too heavy with yin qi, there was a high probability that there was something unclean. Since Li Tianyu had inherited many kinds of inheritance, then he had the obligation to deal with some demons and monsters. He decided that he would go alone tonight to take a look, and if anything bad really existed, then he would be put to death on the spot, so as not to plague the ordinary people. Li Tianyu said, Captain Gua, it is true that your 4 colleagues suddenly fainted just now. Believe it or not, you guys shouldn't go over there today, and wait for tomorrow at noon when the yang qi is at its thickest. You'll be leading people to investigate the scene. Guoliang hesitated and said, okay, I'll listen to you and go tomorrow. Guoliang had just seen Li Tianyu's unique way of saving people. He didn't dare to disbelieve it, and after saying goodbye to Li Tianyu, he left with all his men. Guoliang had just led people away when Cui Yunqing ran out of the ICU ward, followed by the nurse, and said nervously, this sir, you just woke up and can't get out of bed yet. Cui Yunqing said angrily, if I don't get out of bed, I will really die here. He came to Li Tianyu's side and said, this little brother, thank you so much. I count my life as owing you a life. Leader Cui, how do you know that he saved you? Shin Xiaoran was especially curious. Hadn't Cui Yunqing fainted to death at that time? It should not remember anything. Cui Yunqing said, you probably won't believe me when I say it. Although I can't move, my mind is particularly clear. Thinking that this time I'm really finished. Suddenly this little brother arrived just in time and put something into my mouth, I don't know what. And in no time at all I regained my intuition and was getting better and better. Just a little bit of the same wound apart from that. Nothing else happened. Really? Shin Xiaoran couldn't even believe it. Li Tianyu said, he is right. Normally there are 2 kinds of death. One is brain death. The other is heart death. If the heart suddenly stops beating, then the brain nerves can still work normally for a while. If the rescue is timely it can still be saved. That's why Leader Cui can be saved. Chapter 107. Are you scaring me? Cui Yunqing said, young man, you are really powerful. I did not expect that young medical skills are actually so powerful. The doctor has already declared that I have died. You are able to save me from Hades to me back. Really thank you too much. Li Tianyu said helplessly. Leader Cui, if I don't get you back, there's really no one who can return my innocence, and I was almost sent inside the prison. Li Tianyu then went on to tell the story. Cui Yunqing angrily cursed. What a bastard. First he deceived me and stabbed me with a knife, and now he has a backhanded attack. I'll go back and teach him a lesson now. The situation was like this. After Cui Yunqing chased into the abandoned building, the purse snatcher pretended to kneel down and begged for mercy, while Cui Yunqing was not on guard, suddenly stabbed 4 or 5 times in a row with a knife. Young man, I went to go for discharge formalities. I was going to the city to participate in a meeting. I did not think that I met someone to snatch the bag. If not because of you, this old life of mine would have been lost. Now I'm fine, but also to go to the meeting. And when there is an opportunity for you to come to Hujin County to look for me, I will surely treat you to a drink. Cui Yunqing finished and left. Li Tianyu said to Shin Xiaoran, now that the truth is out, can you let me go? You can't leave yet. Shin Xiaoran said. Li Tianyu said with an aggrieved face, big sister, just now I have saved several lives of your colleagues. I didn't ask for a penny. What else do you want? Shin Xiaoran puffed and laughed, said, look at you nervous. You do not go back to do the formalities with me. How do you take out your car? Or how can the insurance do it for you? Since the day I met Shin Xiaoran, I haven't seen her smile. and today I suddenly smiled like this, making Li Tianyu's heart a little itchy. What are you standing around for? Did you hear what I just said? Shin Xiaoran said. Li Tianyu stupidly asked. What? What did you just say? I just said, you come with me right away immediately. I'm sending you to the detention center. Shin Xiaoran's face no longer had a smile on it, and she walked away with a stern face. How nice to smile just now, always willing to slate a face. Who will dare to marry you in the future? Li Tianyu followed behind Shin Xiaoran muttering back to the criminal police force. Shin Xiaoran found a pen and paper and was just about to write a certificate of circumstances for Li Tianyu when suddenly she had a sharp pain in her stomach. Her face instantly paled, and her hand covered her stomach as she slumped on the table. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Li Tianyu hurriedly went up to ask. You, come to things? Li Tianyu asked. Shin Xiaoran now really want to kick him out, said so loudly afraid of others cannot hear. But Shin Xiaoran's small abdomen really hurt too much and could only choose to nod. It shouldn't be. Your last period was only half a month from this one. You're having a severe menstrual irregularity. Li Tianyu also used his hand and pinched the days for Shin Xiaoran on the side. Shin Xiaoran made a good decision later. When her stomach doesn't hurt for a while, the first thing she will do is to kick this bastard out. A girl's regular holidays are counted so finely, and also said it out loud, which makes Shin Xiaoran lose face. Seeing Shin Xiaoran's eyes that wanted to eat him, Li Tianyu hurriedly chose to shut up and said, I'm used to being a doctor. Normal reaction. Normal reaction. Then why don't you hurry up and show me? Shin Xiaoran said angrily. No problem, as long as you have a request. Li Tianyu took Shin Xiaoran's pulse as soon as he finished speaking. After a while, Li Tianyu said, how long have you been practicing Hungar? At least 12 years. Shin Xiaoran said, you're a girl, can't you practice some gentler punches? Li Tianyu said. Shin Xiaoran said angrily, can you say something useful? No big deal. It's because I hurt my meridians when practicing Hungar fist. That's why I have irregular periods as well as sudden menstrual cramps. Li Tianyu explained. Then how come it's okay for me to watch others practice? Shin Xiaoran asked. Who are the others? It seems like you are the only woman practicing Hungar fist. That woman would be stupid enough to practice Hungar fist? The fist of Hung is the most rigid and masculine style. A man who is not careful also points to hurt the vein. You are still a small woman. Practice for a long time and be careful that you have no breasts and no buttocks. Li Tianyu in the side chattering. Shin Xiaoran also looked down at their own chest a glance. Said not right Inheritance inside is not said wrong. This woman after practicing, how seems to be bigger than before. Cut the crap, can you cure me? Shin Xiaoran was now getting mad at Li Tianyu. Must be able to. I can pick a number for you even if you have irregular periods, believe it or not. Li Tianyu said. Stop it. I'm in pain and can't stand it. Shin Xiaoran said anxiously. Okay, then I'll treat you now. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he reached out his hand to Shin Xiaoran. What are you doing? Shin Xiaoran angrily slapped away Li Tianyu's hand. Li Tianyu said with an aggrieved face. Of course it's a cure for you. This is not an ordinary menstrual cramps problem for you. Because of the long time of practicing Hungar fist, it's already damaged your meridians. I have to perform needling at various major points on your body, and the colleague sucks out the yin and cold inside your body. Basically, even if it's good, does that have to be undressed? Shin Xiaoran asked. Shin Xiaoran thought in her heart, how come every time she met this guy, she was invariably taken advantage of by him? Li Tianyu said, you decide for yourself now, whether to insist on enduring the pain or I'll give you treatment. I'm not bluffing you. If you have this meridian damage for a long time, your skin will slowly become lax, and your temper will become more and more irritable, and if it's serious it will be. Keep your mouth shut and don't say anymore. Shin Xiaoran said angrily, and she asked in a low voice, what other serious consequences will there be? After flood fist injures the meridians, it will grow unwanted hair. That is, what men have basically you will also have. To cure or not to cure you choose yourself. Li Tianyu said with a serious face. It was not at all the same as what Li Tianyu said. He was deliberately trying to scare Shin Xiaoran. So many times he had been bullied by her already. Now you go and close the door. If she really grows a beard or chest hair like a man in the future, Shin Xiaoran would even have the heart to die, and finally decided to treat it. Li Tianyu closed the door as fast as he could and came back to say anxiously, the door is already locked, so hurry up and take it off. Seeing Li Tianyu's excited face, why did Shin Xiaoran feel like she was going to be taken advantage of by him again? Please don't look at me with such skepticism. Okay, I'm a professional doctor with exceptionally simple and colorless eyes. I just want to hurry up and cure you so I can get my car and leave. Otherwise it's time to get off work in a while. Chapter 108 Broken Black Iron Piece. Li Tianyu made up this reason that barely made Shin Xiaoran believe it. But to really disarm in front of Li Tianyu, Shin Xiaoran was really a bit embarrassed, and the movements of her hands appeared particularly slow. Li Tianyu said anxiously, you are playing with me in the slow play at you to be quick Now there is what embarrassed. Your whole body that I have not seen. Ah. Shin Xiaoran's eyes were particularly fierce, and when Li Tianyu saw it, he said, no rush, take your time. Shin Xiaoran said, then turn around. Okay, I'll turn now. Li Tianyu turned his body around and thought to himself, why are all women so troublesome? Is there any difference between looking now and looking later? You turn around now, Shin Xiaoran said in a small voice, and if not for the fact that Li Tianyu now had an inheritance, he really wouldn't have been able to hear such a small speaking raw voice. The moment Li Tianyu turned around, he was shocked by Shin Xiaoran's figure, and his eyes went a little straight. Haven't you seen enough? Shin Xiaoran said angrily. No. Seeing Shin Xiaoran's eyes that wanted to eat people, Li Tianyu hurriedly explained, I didn't look. I'm a professional doctor. Please believe in my specialty. Li Qianwu said it in a particularly serious and proper manner, but the fact that he secretly wiped away the drool that ran down his mouth already proved what was really going on inside his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that today she had seen Li Tianyu's superior medical skills that could bring back even the dead, Shin Xiaoran would really think that he was just a fraudulent charlatan. Then why don't you hurry up? Shin Xiaoran said. Then you still need to lie down so that I can perform the needles on you. Li Tianyu cleaned up the useless things on the desk and made Shin Xiaoran lie down on it. Seeing Shin Xiaoran's two everlasting peaks, Li Tianyu glanced at his right hand again, recalling the feeling of not being able to grasp it with one hand. You to Lo still cure or not? If you look at me again I will not cure, Shin Xiaoran said angrily. Whatever. If you're not afraid of growing hair on your body, you can leave it alone. Li Tianyu thought. Today I helped you save so many people. I always point to look at a few more eyes to recover some interest. You. Now Shin Xiaoran was really intimidated by Li Tianyu and could only close her eyes by herself, choosing not to look at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu began to take out the silver needles and stabbed inside Shin Xiaoran's body for about 10 minutes, pulled out all the silver needles and said, alright, get up and move around. As Li Tianyu withdrew his fond eyes, Shin Xiaoran put on her clothes and said angrily, you lied? Li Tianyu innocently said, what did I lie to you about? Shin Xiaoran said, why am I still in pain? How come there's no relief at all? Li Tianyu said helplessly, big sister, I did heal the damaged meridians in your body for you, and made sure that all your future menstrual vacations would come on one date, so you won't have to worry about growing hair in the future. As for helping you with your menstrual cramps, that would require stabbing you in the lower body with a silver god, which you would surely not agree to, so I don't have a better idea? You. Shin Xiaoran thought that what Li Tianyu said made sense. There was no way she would expose any of herself to Li Tianyu. Then I don't care. This proves that you didn't cure me. You have to think of a good way for me, Shin Xiaoran said unreasonably. Big sister, you're going a bit overboard if you say that. You're clearly making things difficult for me. Why don't you take off your costume now? I'll keep it for 2 minutes and I'll be able to cure you, Li Tianyu said. Shin Xiaoran said angrily, can you speak with some quality? How do you speak? What do you mean take it off? So what do you want me to say? Please show your bottom? Li Tianyu said helplessly. I don't care. If you don't cure me today, you won't be able to take the car away. Shin Xiaoran said, are women really not reasonable at all? I'm a good young man who sees justice, and now that the car is wrecked, I have to fix it myself. Li Tianyu thought to himself that he was really unlucky enough to be in such a mess again. Shin Xiaoran said unreasonably, anyway, I won't take it off, and you have to help me heal, or else you can't take the car. You. Now it was Li Tianyu's turn to be speechless. Right at this moment, Li Tianyu thought of the Shin Iron Black Sword and took out a Shin Iron piece from inside the storage space. You'll get some relief right away if you put this on the little tummy bit, and it'll look good in 24 hours. But you mustn't lose this thing for me. It's a real treasure. Li Tianyu also had no choice but to split the Shin Iron Black Sword to cure Shin Xiaoran, and the Shin Iron Black piece was also a very good magic weapon, able to help Shin Xiaoran drive away the yin cold chi inside her dantian. But with this kind of magic weapon to cure the problem of women's menstrual cramps, in addition to Li Tianyu, such a strange person can no longer find the second person. If the person who made the Shin Iron Treasure Sword knows, it is estimated to be able to be angry from the graveyard inside to climb out to find him fight. Shin Xiaoran also saw Li Tianyu cure her colleague with this thing today, and knowing that this is a real treasure, she took it over and put it on her small stomach. This stuff is amazing. Just put it on and the pain immediately appeared to be relieved. Count yourself smart, Shin Xiaoran said. Big sister, you must be careful. You must not lose it. Li Tianyu reminded. If one piece of basalt iron was missing, the remaining 49 pieces wouldn't be able to assemble the basalt iron sword, and this kind of highly precise magic weapon was really indispensable. Shin Xiaoran said, don't worry about it, I guarantee that I won't lose it, and I'll return it to you tomorrow when I'm done with it. Li Tianyu said, then you leave me away to practice. Any WeChat, phone number, whatever. What are you doing? Shin Xiaoran was still a little nervous now. Was he going to start pursuing himself? Don't want to do anything. I'm afraid you'll forget tomorrow so I can reach you. This thing really isn't important to me, Li Tianyu said. What a cheapskate. Isn't it just a broken piece of black iron? Shin Xiaoran said angrily. You're right, it's a broken black iron piece. Just don't forget to return it to me. Li Tianyu went on to say, none of your illnesses will recur in the future, but your period has come early, so take good care of yourself and this won't happen in the future. Now you can write me a certificate, or else the People's Traffic Control Department should be off duty later. Shin Xiaoran is now in a particularly good mood. The disease that has been pestering him for so many years has finally been cured, and he quickly finished giving Li Tianyu the certificate and let him go to pick up the car. Chapter 109 Self-Importance. Li Tianyu went to pick up his car, saw the front was hit a big deep pit, really heartbroken, drove the car to the forest point to repair this luxury car. Time will be very slow, parts need a long time to buy. After getting the car done, it was already dark, and Li Tianyu realized that he hadn't eaten anything yet, and after casually finding a place to eat something, he went to the weird place. Guo Liang said, Cab big brother is very chatty. Driving while chatting with Li Tianyu, feeling almost to the place. Guo Liang said, Cab big brother. A foot brake on the fixed said, little brother, you are going to the Ghost Mountain Pit? That place is called Ghost Mountain Pit? Li Tianyu said, yeah, I lived in this neighborhood before. There are big mountains in front of me, and there is a deep pit in the middle. Before adults scare children by saying that whoever doesn't listen will be thrown inside this ghostly mountain pit. Cab big brother said, big brother, do you believe in all this? Li Tianyu asked. I'm a person who doesn't really believe in this kind of thing, but last year something happened. There was a woman who beat me to my car, said to this ghost mountain pit. I gave a pull. After getting off the car gave me 100 Chinese coins. At that time I also looked carefully to see if it was fake money, confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it and accepted it. The result to the next day and then look at the time. Actually become Yen Wang avatar of the underground money, which is clearly yesterday that female ghost to me. From that time onwards I was really afraid. As long as the taxi to the ghost mountain pit I do not pull. Just now if you first told me to come here, killed me will not pull you. Maybe, big brother, it's normal for you to be scared. I'll just go over there by myself. I'll also give you 100 Chinese coins. You don't need to find the money. Li Tianyu finished taking out 100 Chinese coins and gave it to this cab big brother. He also intentionally touched him with his hand and said with a smile, big brother, don't be afraid. My hand is hot. I'm not a ghost, and the money is even more not underground money. Little brother, I believe you are a human being, but I advise you, this place you really can't go. Now I'll pull you back and forget about it. The money I can even not want. Cab big brother said. I can tell that the cab driver is still a good person. Thank you big brother, don't worry about me. I'm not afraid of these things. Li Tianyu said and got out of the car and walked forward. The cab big brother did not persuade anymore, turned around and went straight back. Li Tianyu walked for about 5 minutes before he saw an alcove in front of him, which was particularly obvious and surrounded by the cordon left by Guo Liang. But this place belongs to the bottom of the mountain. There are not many people living in the neighborhood, and the police during the day have all withdrawn. Li Tianyu kept walking forward, but obviously felt that the yin qi was getting heavier and heavier. There was always a trace of cold air blowing over the top of his back. Li Tianyu began to observe the surrounding situation. Here 3 places are all big mountains. Only the north is a concave land, resulting in this concave land all year round to meet the sunlight. So the yin qi is particularly heavy. If there is no yin soul thing in this, absolutely impossible. The yin qi here is too heavy. Li Tianyu are feeling very uncomfortable. Today the 4 of them came during the day are all possessed by evil spirits? Li Tianyu found a place to sit down and ran the Xian Gong method to resist the yin qi. The yin souls would not come out easily until the time was up. As a little bit of time passed, the surrounding yin qi was getting thicker and thicker, and slowly a yin wind blew over. It felt like this yin wind was very strong and came directly towards Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu violently opened his eyes. Finally waiting for you, he slowly stood up, holding 2 spirit talismans in his hands. The powerful yin qi turned into a black smoke, and after circling around Li Tianyu for a few times, it slowly transformed into a woman's appearance. This woman is wearing a big dress in bright red, pale color, eyes aura flashing, and the face of a sharp contrast, ferocious at first glance as an evil ghost appearance. The red-skirted female ghost slowly floated in front of Li Tianyu and said eerily to him, "You are a demon removal master? Want to take me in?" "No, I am a Chinese medicine practitioner," Li Tianyu said. "What's a TCM doctor doing running around here making trouble? It's my call here. All dead people don't need to be cured," the female ghost said. Li Tianyu glanced at the female ghost and asked, "There is a corpse here. Did you kill it?" "I killed the man. He deserved to die in the first place." "You want to avenge him? Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you're a demon remover? Don't forget that this is my territory. You can't help me here," the female ghost said arrogantly. "Seeing that you've been dead for a long time, I advise you not to continue harming people here. You'd better hurry up and reincarnate to be a new person from the beginning, so that I can help you transcend. Li Tianyu sneered. What do you care? Take a life. The female ghost's eyes fiercely lit up, and her body instantly transformed into a stream of black smoke, attacking towards this Li Tianyu. With a roar, Li Tianyu opened his Shin Gong Dafa to ward off the incoming powerful Yin Qi, and slapped the two spirit talismans in his hand towards the female ghost's chest. The female ghost's pair of sharp claws that stretched out quickly retracted to her chest, blocking Li Tianyu's two spirit talismans, and when the spirit talismans slapped the female ghost's hands, a kind of strong yellow light appeared, instantly shattering all of the female ghost's sharp claws. The female ghost screamed miserably, but in the blink of an eye her sharp claws grew out again quickly, just like she said before. This was her territory, where the average person really couldn't do anything to her. Young man, in my territory, what can you do to me? The female ghost said eerily. After saying that, she rushed towards Li Tianyu again, with her bloody mouth open. Self-importance. Today I must do the people a favor. Li Tianyu quickly shook his hand, and the 49 pieces of Shin iron turned into a circle, surrounding the red-skirted female ghost in the center. Each of these 49 pieces of Shin iron was a magic weapon, and as soon as the red-skirted female ghost touched the pieces of Shin iron, her body would be scalded. Li Tianyu's mouth recited various spells, wanting to directly take the red-dress female ghost. Suddenly the red-dress female ghost screamed, surrounded by a powerful Yin Qi, toward the red-dress female ghost body surging, rumbling a loud noise. The Shin iron sheet was blown open a gap. The red-dress female ghost quickly ran out. Li Tianyu also felt particularly surprised, not expecting the red-skirted female ghost to be so powerful and actually have such a hand. If I had known that it would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have lent that piece to Shin Shaoran today, and with a lesser piece of the Shin Tai sword, the power wouldn't have been able to exert its full strength of mana. If there were 50 pieces of basalt, the red-skirted female ghost would definitely not be able to run out. After the red-skirted female ghost escaped, she immediately turned into her human form, which had obviously caused her to suffer serious injuries before, and her face was obviously even more unsightly, as if there were still traces of blood on her body. Bastard! I didn't expect you to be able to hurt me. Today I'll let you see what it means to be haunted by 10,000 ghosts. Chapter 110. A female ghost? The red-skirted female ghost opened her mouth wide and a burst of screams rang out, only to see a lot of black smoke rising in all directions around her, transforming into a lot of severe ghosts, accompanied by these screams rushing towards Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu found bad. I did not expect her to be the leader of this place. The sudden brats quickly rushed Li Tianyu's defense, although it cannot be breached now, but too many are not good to deal with. If the metaphysical iron black sword was in his hand, Li Tianyu could have done a sweep of thousands of troops, but even though there was only one piece missing, his mana was greatly reduced, and having too many little ghosts was a troublesome thing. Just at this time, a strong light shone through, and a woman suddenly shouted, Li Tianyu, what are you doing here so late? Can't you see that a cordon has been drawn outside? Hearing the familiar voice, Li Tianyu knew that it was Shin Shaoran who ran here. This silly woman was really bold. She was still all hands and knees, and she still ran here to make trouble. Hurry up and turn off the flashlight, Li Tianyu shouted loudly. Instead of being phallic, the light from the flashlight also made the brats more excited. I asked you a question? What are you doing here so late? Don't you realize this is ruining the scene? Shin Shaoran didn't have Li Tianyu's inheritance, and she couldn't see anything inside the darkened alcove. The little ghosts that were charging towards Li Tianyu realized that a strong light suddenly appeared, and the red-skirted female ghost directly led those little ghosts towards Shin Shaoran. Li Tianyu secretly screamed bad. If Shin Shaoran was haunted by so many small ghosts, the body's yang qi would be instantly sucked dry, and also directly hiccup. The 49 pieces of Shin iron in Li Tianyu's hand were quickly thrown forward, turning into an impenetrable net, when the red-skirted female ghost's path. At the same time he made a hungry tiger pounce, holding Shin Shaoran and rolled to one side. Li Tianyu, you asshole, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of me, Shin Shaoran shouted angrily. The Shin iron black net that flew out had already begun to loosen under the attack of the group of little ghosts. Li Tianyu could no longer care about Shin Shaoran's constant struggles under him, and in one go, he pressed her down to the ground. Li Tianyu, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? You asshole, hurry up and let go of me. Shin Shaoran also didn't figure out what was going on. Why Li Tianyu wanted to overwhelm himself. She used her fists to make a Meng hammer at him. Li Tianyu opened the Shin Gong Dfa and hard resisted Shin Shaoran's flood punch. He was rummaging around on Shin Shaoran's body. He was trying to find that piece of Shin iron. Only when the 50 pieces were gathered together could he subdue that red-skirted female ghost, or else neither of them would be able to run away. Where is that piece of Shin iron? Li Tianyu asked anxiously, turning his whole body over, but just couldn't find where that piece of Shin iron was. He remembered that Shin Shaoran would have placed it on her small stomach. How could it not be there? Incredibly anxious, Li Tianyu made a mess of Shin Xiaoran's body again, and in the end, he still didn't find it, and Shin Xiaoran was about to be pissed off. Right at this moment, the black net made of Xian iron was broken through by the little ghost summoned by the red-skirted female ghost. She followed it up with a scream and led these many little ghosts towards Li Tianyu and Shin Xiaoran. Snapped! The red-skirted female ghost that rushed over was actually smashed in the face by the pads of the routine. She screamed in shock and quickly retreated a few meters. As soon as she retreated away, the other little ghosts couldn't break through Li Tianyu's defense for the time being. The pads with blood did quite a bit of damage to the red-skirted female ghost, and it was actually this thing that saved them both at the critical moment. But the pads could only repel the red-skirted female ghost for a little while. They couldn't solve the actual problem at all, and if they couldn't find the last piece of Shin Tai, the two of them would lose their lives here. Li Tianyu, hurry up and get off of me, Shin Xiaoran shouted angrily. She's protected by Li Tianyu, and is still constantly being flipped around, and is about to break down. Basalt, where's the basalt? Seeing that the red-skirted female ghost was about to charge over again, Li Tianyu shouted anxiously. Why don't you make it clearer? Shin Xiaoran said as she put her hand up. Shin Xiaoran really collapsed. Say to understand a little more is not finished. Xian iron has been in her hands to hold. In my body rummage what? Li Tianyu saw the Xian iron after the eyes are bubbling out of the light. There is no time to explain anything. I hand over the Xian iron right hand recruited back to the air 49 pieces of Xian iron. And Li Tianyu's another piece of Xian iron will be in after the direct transformation into a Xian iron sword with light. At this time, the red dress female ghost shouted 10,000 ghosts unite. After shouting, all the small ghosts are fast towards her. Instantly she became a tall female ghost. The red-skirted female ghost after it had grown in size was 3 meters tall, with an even more hideous face, and directly pounced towards Li Tianyu, with a large hand grabbing towards Li Tianyu's neck. The red-skirted female ghost instantly absorbed all of the little ghosts, allowing her body and yin chi to greatly increase by a lot. But Li Tianyu's hand already has a Xian iron sword. He did not panic and let out a shout, urgent as the order. Open Xian iron sword in his hand burst out 10,000 light, directly toward the red dress female ghost chopping. After a miserable scream, the tall-bodied red-skirted female ghost turned into a wisp of black smoke flying around. Li Tianyu's right hand with a belt. The Xian iron sword again turned into a large black net. Once again the red dress female ghost in the center of the cage. Now it is 50 pieces of Xian iron gathered. No matter how much the red dress female ghost struggles, cannot escape from this big net. In the end, the female ghost was subdued, and Li Tianyu was so tired and sweaty that he sat down on the ground with a limp butt. Li Tianyu, I'll fight you today. After Shin Xiaoran stood up and put her clothes in order, she rushed towards Li Tianyu and gave him a beating. Big sister, don't fight. Listen to my explanation, okay? Li Tianyu hurriedly shouted. What else do you have to explain? I will definitely waste you today. Shin Xiaoran was really angry today. Lifting the high heels on her feet, she kicked between Li Tianyu's legs. Li Tianyu also had no way out, directly rolling towards one side and leaping up to stop Shin Xiaoran by his side again. I don't mean anything else and I'm not interested in you, Li Tianyu said. You? Shin Xiaoran was almost about to burst into tears. Just now she did such crazy things to herself, and now she said that she was not interested in herself. This is the biggest humiliation for a woman. There is no such bullying. Shin Xiaoran struggled hard to get up, and Li Tianyu said, listen to me and explain. Just now it was really because there was a special reason. Special reasons? I think you're just a pervert. Shin Xiaoran was very angry. What special reason would there be to touch around on a girl's body and take out the pads for her regular vacation? Li Tianyu also had no choice but to use his hand to point Shin Xiaoran's Tianmen acupoint so that she could see things that normal people could not see.